Lin Chuan slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on the icy cold floor. The white glare of the ceiling lamp tangled with the dark crimson outside the window, sending stabbing pain pulsing through his temples. Many gazes turned toward him, some filled with contempt, some tinged with worry, and some simply eager for a spectacle. The noisy commotion all around made Lin Chuan feel as though his head was about to explode. He scrambled to his feet and glanced around. It was an evening self-study classroom. All the classmates were staring at him. In the upper right corner of the blackboard, the countdown to the college entrance examination read, 7 days. I crossed over. Lin Chuan's face turned deathly pale as memories surged violently through his mind. He had returned to his high school days, yet this was not the high school era he once lived through, nor even the same world. So even after crossing into another world, he still could not escape the fate of the college entrance exam. Come on, you can't be this broke, can you? You can't even afford food. Hypoglycemia again. A slightly mocking voice sounded. It was his deskmate Fang Shisong. Before Lin Chuan could react, a can was tossed toward him. Lin Chuan instinctively reached out and caught it, realizing it was a chilled bottle of cola. Don't die here, it's bad luck, Fang Shisong added, then ignored him. Thank you, Lin Chuan murmured, stunned for a moment. Lin Chuan, the college entrance exam is imminent. Please don't disrupt everyone's studies. The class monitor Li Jingyao walked over, brows furrowed as she spoke. Have fainting again. I'm telling you, if you're broke, just drop out and go work. Lu Feng in the front row, go deliver takeout maybe. Or better yet, just go sell yourself. Ha ha. Their mocking laughter echoed through the otherwise quiet classroom. Yet Li Jingyao said nothing, as though their mockery did not affect anyone's studies. Only Lin Chuan's fainting truly counted as a disruption. Lin Chuan drew a deep breath, then turned and ran out through the back door without saying a word. His seat was already in the last row corner, very close to the rear exit. He's hopeless. Fang Shisong watched Lin Chuan flee yet again, shook his head, and chose not to say more. Respect the destinies of others, I relinquish the obsession with saving them. What bad luck, class monitor Li Jingyao muttered with a frown as she returned to her seat. Evening self-study resumed. No one cared where the recently fainted Lin Chuan had gone. Out in the corridor, Lin Chuan strode quickly forward. He wanted to calm himself down, but no matter how he tried, he could not. Gazing at the school shrouded in night, he confirmed one thing. He had truly crossed over. The owner of this body shared his name, also called Lin Chuan. In his previous life, Lin Chuan's parents died early, and the only person he depended on was his grandmother. Though his childhood was unfortunate, it was not utterly destitute. He worked hard, was admitted to a decent university, and later even secured a recommendation for graduate school. Life was harsh, yet held promise. But just as he was about to graduate from graduate school, his grandmother passed away, and he was hit by a car while delivering takeout in his spare time. Worse still, the driver fled the scene. In that instant, his once hopeful life was completely overturned. He felt his life ebbing away bit by bit, utterly powerless to stop it, until he was swallowed by absolute darkness. Fate is a fucking bitch. Lin Chuan clenched his fists and cursed fiercely. In that moment, he was crazed with the desire for revenge, yearning to return to his original world, drag that Hatandran driver out of the car, then slam into him again and again, grinding him beneath the wheels over and over. Lin Chuan's emotions were slipping out of control. Fortunately, he had not truly died. He had crossed over. Lin Chuan recalled the moment of his death. He remembered that before he plunged into utter darkness and crossed over, he seemed to glimpse a colossal pillar of light standing alone within an endless void. It was like the pillar of the cosmos propping up the entire universe. Creation Pillar. Lin Chuan silently uttered the name in his heart. He did not know why he knew the name of that pillar. The concept had simply appeared abruptly within his consciousness. What was that? Lin Chuan muttered in confusion. The cold touch in his hand pulled him slightly back to reality. It was the can of cola Fang Shisong had given him. He popped it open and took a fierce gulp. The icy liquid and exploding foam slammed into his mouth and brain, helping him regain a sliver of calm. Then he began to sift through the memories of this Lin Chuan and let out a bitter laugh. Another unfortunate soul, perhaps even more ill-fated than himself. A gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother still in school, and a broken lover. No, that was wrong. His father had indeed been a gambler, but he was already dead, leaving behind a mess that remained. His mother was not ill, but had run away after his father's death. As for the younger brother in school, Lin Chuan did have a brother, yet when his mother fled, she took the brother with her, leaving nothing to do with Lin Chuan. And the broken lover. There was no such person at all. Perhaps it was precisely these misfortunes that had shaped the original Lin Chuan into someone timid and fearful, weak, and inept, bullied at school, as a matter of course, never daring to resist. Coupled with a school that turned a blind eye, and his own poor grades, no one would ever bother with such matters. To hell with fate. Lin Chuan downed the last mouthful of cola and hurled the empty bottle viciously toward the playground bowl. Classmate, throwing things from height isn't very good, you know. A gentle voice suddenly sounded. From the shadows not far away, a figure stepped out. Lin Chuan's heart tightened. He thought he had run into a patrolling teacher. Damn, he had crossed worlds and still feared teachers. Then he realized, judging by the voice, it didn't sound like a teacher at all, but more like a student his own age. Looking carefully under the dark red glow, a beautiful face emerged within his field of vision. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, her skin bare of makeup, yet exquisitely fresh, her features radiating youthful vitality. Meng Feiyin, campus belle of Liming High School. Lin Chuan frowned slightly. In his memories, he had never spoken to Meng Feiyin. They weren't in the same class, and with someone as inconspicuous as Lin Chuan, it was almost impossible to catch the school beauty's eye. As Lin Chuan was still reeling, Meng Feiyin walked up to him at a leisurely pace, the corners of her lips curved in a peculiar smile. Then she simply broke through the comfortable distance between them, suddenly standing very close. Close enough for them to feel each other's breath. Lin Chuan could even clearly see the fine hairs on Meng Feiyin's face. "Your name is Lin Chuan, right? I've noticed you for a long time." Meng Feiyin smiled, a beautiful warm smile. Yet Lin Chuan's breath hitched. He quickly stepped back. Lin Chuan was not naive enough to believe the school bell had suddenly fallen for him. Immediately, he remembered something and lifted his head to look at the sky. He had already sensed something off about the light outside. Why was the entire campus shrouded in dark red? Now looking closely, he instantly noticed the anomaly. A scarlet moon hung in the very center of the night sky. No wonder Lin Chuan had felt something wrong. The moon here was actually red. Right after leaving the classroom, he had felt something strange about the school, but he had been too sunk in his own thoughts to notice the world around him. Wait, this isn't right. Lin Chuan's expression shifted abruptly. In the memories of this world, the moon was not red, but identical to the one in his original world. Then this place. While Lin Chuan was still thinking, Meng Feiyin took another step forward. This time she pressed right up against him. He could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from her body, and then Meng Feiyin seized his hand. "I've liked you for a long time. Let's be together." Meng Feiyin's sudden confession caught Lin Chuan completely off guard. He felt no joy at all, only deep creeping unease. Lin Chuan tried to yank his hand back and retreat, only to discover that Meng Feiyin's grip was frighteningly strong. He couldn't break free at all. "I want to bear you a child." Meng Feiyin's words turned Lin Chuan to stone. Under the dark red moonlight, she was smiling, one hand clutching his, the other roaming lightly across his body. "Don't be scared, it's just having a child. It'll be quick." As Meng Feiyin murmured, her lips pressed, Lin Chuan's face changed dramatically as he saw dense blood-colored veins bloom beneath Meng Feiyin's once flawless skin, and writhing blood-red tentacles extend from within her mouth. "You?" The instant those bloody tentacles brushed against Lin Chuan, his eyes abruptly turned unfathomably deep. Everything before him vanished. The blood-red moon, the terrifying school bell, and the growing tentacles all disappeared. Lin Chuan found himself in a boundless void. Before him stood an enormous pillar of light rooted within the infinite emptiness. It seemed to hold up this entire universe, standing there unchanged since antiquity. It emitted a faint radiance, neither solid nor liquid nor gas, flickering in and out of existence. It pulsed slowly, and Lin Chuan found himself unable to describe what he was seeing with any human language. Creation pillar. Lin Chuan's eyes widened. This was not his first time witnessing this colossal pillar of light. At the moment of his death, after his vision had gone completely dark, he had in a single fleeting instant also glimpsed this enormous pillar. The colossal pillar before him did not seem to be a fixed object. To every sparkling point of light and drifting mist upon it was itself a vast star and the ultimate end of a universe. A broad pathway of light suddenly unfurled beneath Lin Chuan's feet, stretching straight toward the immense creation pillar. Yet this path did not lead to the creation pillar itself, but toward a single flickering point of light upon it. Then that boundless towering creation pillar vanished, and in front of Lin Chuan stood an immensely tall, enigmatic giant. Its ochre-yellow body seemed forged from rock and amber, a mountain-like presence standing immovable within the eternal universe. Its height measured in light years. As Lin Chuan looked up at the giant, a gaze crossed infinite distance and fell upon him. That titan seemed to cast a single glance his way. Even though Lin Chuan could not see the giant's head. "You have stepped onto the path of preservation and become a pathwalker of preservation. Please draw your innate destiny talent." The preservation aeon. The instant he saw that magnificent giant, a concept surfaced in Lin Chuan's mind. That pale yellow colossus of rock and amber was precisely the preservation aeon. It was one of the most ancient existences in the universe. "Have I stepped onto the path of preservation?" Lin Chuan gazed at everything before him in utter disbelief. The pale yellow rock and amber giant had already vanished without a trace. Only the broad avenue beneath Lin Chuan's feet remained. This was the path of fate. It was the path leading toward the preservation aeon. He would walk upon this path, drawing ever closer to it, closer to one of the oldest eons in the cosmos. preservation. At that moment, a string of characters condensed from halos of light appeared before Lin Chuan. He did not recognize the script, yet strangely the instant he laid eyes on it, he understood its meaning. Once someone sets foot upon a path of fate and becomes a pathwalker, that person can draw a life-bound, innate talent from the aeon presiding over that path. This would be the key to walking the path hereafter. Lin Chuan had no way of knowing whence that divine mighty aeon had come, but at this moment he understood that he now had a way to survive. Moreover, his luck was not bad. He had become a pathwalker. At the same time, a flood of information surged into Lin Chuan's mind. He had no time to examine it in detail. Everything simply fixed itself within his consciousness. Then a pale yellow rock and amber fragment appeared before him, looking very much like a piece of the divine body of the preservation aeon he had just seen. Yet Lin Chuan could clearly feel that this was not a true physical object, merely an illusory projection of light. To draw his lifebound talent, he would need a certain item known as a wish force shard. These shards resembled gemstones radiating seven-colored light as they orbited around Lin Chuan. Every pathwalker who first steps onto a path of fate directly receives 5,000 wish force shards. Each draw of a lifebound talent cost 100 shards. In other words, he had a total of 50 chances to draw. Lin Chuan checked the information. Lifebound talents were divided into 5 tiers. The highest tier was 5-star, a golden talent. Below that were 4-star purple talents, 3-star blue talents, 2-star green talents, and 1-star white talents. Golden talents are exceedingly rare. The probability of drawing one is abysmally low. 10,000 draws may pass without a single success. And it also seems to be influenced by the aeon itself. Seeing such odds, Lin Chuan understood that with only 50 draws, pulling a 5-star talent was almost. However, for newcomers who had just stepped onto a path of fate, these 50 draws could only yield talents and nothing else. After all 50 draws were completed, Lin Chuan could choose one talent to obtain, while the remaining talents would vanish. Of course, if he drew a talent he truly desired earlier, he could also end the process ahead of time and preserve the remaining wish force shards. Whatever. As long as I can stay alive, it's enough. Even though he was here drawing for talents and had already stepped onto the path of preservation, he had not forgotten that in reality a mutated campus beauty who wanted to bear his children was still gripping him tightly. 10 draw. Lin Chuan did not hesitate and immediately threw a batch of 10 draws into the talent pool. 1,000 of the 7-colored wish force shards separated from the rest and flew into the amber yellow rock fragment, pulsing with light. A low hum resounded. One after another globes of light condensed out of the amber fragment and lined up before Lin Chuan. He immediately raised his hand and touched the first light sphere. The originally colorless light sphere swiftly turned into a green orb the instant Lin Chuan touched it. An instant later, a talent description unfolded before him. 1-star talent, heavy armor enhancement. Greatly increases one's defensive power, allowing the user to easily don heavy equipment that ordinary people cannot bear and maintain abundant stamina during prolonged battles. That's kind of weak. Lin Chuan still did not know how strong the other talents might be, but this 1-star talent was obviously the lowest tier. Its effect was mediocre as well. At least it seemed to be nothing more than basic enhancement. Lin Chuan flicked his right hand, waving this talent away, and reached for the next sphere of light. A hum echoed again. This time the light was no longer white, but green. A 2-star talent. Having just gained experience, Lin Chuan immediately realized that the color after he touched an orb represented the talent's tier. Sure enough, Lin Chuan at once saw the description of this 2-star talent. Rock glimmer. Forms a thin film of rock over the skin, greatly increasing one's defense and resisting all kinds of attacks. This 2-star talent was clearly far stronger than the previous one. At the very least, it had a distinctive effect, not merely letting him wear heavy gear. Given his current situation, there was no heavy equipment for him to wear anyway. Rock glimmer at least should be able to help him withstand that mutated campus beauty. Next, Lin Chuan went on to open several more talent orbs in succession. Unfortunately, they were all white 1-star talents. He did not even manage to draw a second 2-star talent. At the 7th orb, Lin Chuan quickly raised his hand to open it, no longer holding much hope. With his luck, he figured he would be fortunate just to get another 2-star talent. At least rock glimmer looked usable. A hum sounded again, and in the next instant a streak of golden radiance exploded from Lin Chuan's fingertips. Lin Chuan froze, not even reacting at first to what tier this golden color represented. His daze lasted only a heartbeat. The next moment, realization crashed down on him. No way, gold. I actually pulled gold. A 10 draw with a golden hit. Lin Chuan could hardly believe his own eyes. A 1 in 10,000 chance had been hit by him, just like that. Praise be to fate. Whoever said his luck was bad, his fortune was outstanding. Lin Chuan immediately opened the golden lifebound talent. Unlike all the previous talents, this 5-star one even came with its own dedicated path description. Golden 5-star talent. As a walker of the path of preservation, you have overlapped your will with the path of preservation to a profound degree, becoming the perfect executor of the preservation ideal. You have comprehended that the true essence of preservation lies in steadfast guardianship and protection, and you devote yourself to ensuring that those you cherish never stand in peril, even at the cost of your own wounds. Taiji 8 Trigrams Formation, a formation-type life-bound talent. Once activated, the Pathwalker becomes the formation's core, generating a barrier-like formation around himself. Within a radius of 10 meters, all designated targets receive 20 damage reduction, while the Pathwalker's own damage reduction is doubled. Whenever others within the formation are harmed, the Pathwalker bears 80 of the damage in their stead. For the duration of the formation barrier, the Pathwalker's vitality continuously regenerates, restoring 90 of his injuries every 10 minutes. The Pathwalker is not restricted by the formation's activation and can always maintain a permanent 20 damage reduction. Note the range of the formation barrier increases as the Pathwalker advances along the path of preservation. Damage sharing. Lin Chuan froze for a moment at the sight of this life-bound talent. This was not quite the 5-star talent he had imagined. Moreover, this talent was utterly selfless. His teammates would be almost impossible to kill, but Lin Chuan himself would be walking a razor's edge. Especially if there were many teammates within the formation and they suffered wide area damage, Lin Chuan could very well die on the spot. Of course, the power of a 5-star talent was still undeniable. Damage reduction was an exceedingly precious attribute. Anyone who had played games would know that with 40 damage reduction, charging into enemy lines could result in a brutal slaughter. All the more so, since even without activating the formation, Lin Chuan could permanently maintain 20 damage reduction. Still, it had to be said, the path of preservation truly lived up to its name. Lin Chuan then went on to open the remaining 3 talent orbs. As expected, they were all 1-star talents. Without hesitating, he directly locked in the 5-star talent. He did not believe his luck would be this good again in the future. As for the surplus wish force shards, they could be saved to draw for talent constellations later. Indeed, life-bound talents possessed constellation nodes. At most, they could reach 9 lives. Right now, Lin Chuan's talent was only at 0 lives. There was ample room for growth. Not only that, after Lin Chuan locked in the Taiji 8 Trigrams Formation talent, the draw for his exclusive weapon was activated. As the name implied, an exclusive weapon was crafted to synergize with one's lifebound talent. Only after confirming a talent would the weapon draw unlock. Normally, almost no one could activate it right away. Most people would use all 50 of their draws, then choose the best talent they could get, leaving no spare wish force for an exclusive weapon. Lin Chuan, however, had hit the jackpot, pulling gold with his first 10 draw, so he had no need to fret over future choices. At this moment, another amber rock phantom appeared before him, this one used for drawing the exclusive weapon. Unlike with talents, Lin Chuan could now directly see his exclusive weapon. Weapon and talent formed a set. Since the talent was 5-star, naturally the weapon would also be 5-star. Golden 5-star exclusive weapon forged from shed fragments of the preservation Aeon's own skin. Amber Warhammer. Lin Chuan's exclusive weapon massively increases the wielder's defensive power, and once Taiji 8 Trigrams Formation is activated, grants the Pathwalker an amber shield capable of blocking all damage. While the shield is active, the Pathwalker gains an additional 12 damage reduction. So it grants a shield and extra damage reduction, Lin Chuan murmured. So part of the mechanics was split off into the weapon. Seeing the exclusive weapon's effects, Lin Chuan thought to himself. He still had 40 draws worth of wish force shards remaining. Should he try his luck? The exclusive weapon pool, however, lacked the 70 draw guarantee he remembered from games in his past life. According to the description, the more you drew, the higher your luck value would climb until the weapon finally dropped. Yet no one knew exactly how much accumulation was required. Most importantly, this pool was different from the beginner lifebound talent pool. This one could go off banner, meaning that even if you pulled gold, there was still a 50% chance it would not be your exclusive weapon. And there would never be a hard pity. In other words, with truly atrocious luck, even a 10 draw of golds could all be random items unrelated to you. Although the star ratings still corresponded to the talent tiers, their value would undoubtedly be far lower than that of an exclusive weapon. Should I give it a shot? Lin Chuan hesitated, but he soon clenched his teeth and chose to continue. There was no helping it. The shield granted by the amber heavy hammer was far too crucial. Without it, Lin Chuan's own body would have to bear the brunt of every blow, whereas with this shield the situation changed entirely. Once all incoming damage was distributed, the shield could directly absorb it, leaving Lin Chuan himself completely unharmed. With the additional damage reduction, as long as Lin Chuan did not grow arrogant enough to shield an entire crowd and instead protected only a select few, his strategy was entirely feasible. Moreover, since there existed the path of preservation, there were certainly other paths as well. Walkers upon those paths would likely not boast such formidable defenses. A relic of the joy pathway. The information provided by the city builders included introductions to several common pathways. While the joy pathway was not the most common, it was mentioned. Ordinary healers, if they lacked resurrection techniques, were helpless when a teammate was felled in a single blow. Lin Chuan's teammates, however, no longer needed to worry about that at all. So long as the enemy was not a walker who had already advanced far along their path, Lin Chuan could use damage sharing to shield his companions from even a single devastating strike. A 5-star innate talent. Lin Chuan refused to believe such a thing would be commonplace. Temple. After making up his mind, he consumed 1,000 fragments of wish power to draw for his exclusive weapon. As for fate seats, Lin Chuan had no way to consider them, yet only after he walked a certain distance along his path would he be able to unlock fate seats for his lifebound talent. With a hum as the draw began, streaks of light condensed into spheres that flew to a halt before Lin Chuan. He started opening them one by one. The exclusive weapon pool contained an assortment of all manner of oddities. Life Recovery Potion 1-star upon consumption slowly restores injuries. Mental Energy Recovery Potion 2-star upon consumption swiftly restores spiritual power. Amber Glimmer 2-star weapon increases the wielder's defense to a certain degree, forming a faint amber glow over the skin to ward off all kinds of attacks. Negative effect for those who do not walk the path of preservation. Prolonged use will cause their bodies to gradually turn to amber. Use with caution. There is actually a negative effect. Lin Chuan was taken aback. However, he also noticed that it targeted only those who were not walkers of the path of preservation. At the very least, it was not completely unusable for non-preservation walkers, which was already quite generous. Lin Chuan continued. The 5th orb of light opened. A resonant hum, golden radiance bloomed once more. Damn! Lin Chuan was stunned, truly stunned. In the exclusive weapon pool, he had actually hit gold on this temple as well. Praise fate. Lin Chuan no longer knew what to say. His luck had never been as heaven-defying as it was today. Had all the good fortune of his past been hoarded until now only to erupt in a single blazing moment? Or was something else at work that he knew nothing about? Perhaps a fleeting glance from preservation itself. With a hum, a transparent amber hammer manifested in Lin Chuan's hand. This was an exclusive weapon, a true exclusive weapon. No off-banner pity. The instant the amber heavy hammer settled into his palm, Lin Chuan felt his very essence rapidly elevated. He felt a qualitative leap in the very fabric of his life force, strength, reflexes, spirit. Each underwent a profound metamorphosis. The exclusive weapon bestowed far more than its written effects. It elevated the walker himself. Lin Chuan sensed the change, comparing it against the concepts that surfaced in his mind. It felt as though this single upgrade from the exclusive weapon alone equaled having traveled a considerable distance along his path. With luck this good today, then again, seeing how fortunate he had been with both talent and weapon draws, Lin Chuan could not help the feverish greed flaring in his eyes. In such a situation, no one could possibly hold back. Besides, he still had 30 pulls left. Exclusive weapons could be stacked as echoes up to 5 times, each echo further amplifying the weapon's attributes. Since he currently could not fuse any fate seat, stacking echoes on his exclusive weapon was absolutely vital for Lin Chuan. As long as he stayed alive, he could continue walking the path, harvesting wish power to keep drawing talents and fate seats. Another temple. Lin Chuan no longer cared about the miscellaneous rewards, he only wanted to know whether gold appeared. To his surprise, on just the 2nd orb, golden light blossomed once more. Gold again. Consecutive gold. Then, could there be a double gold? Humans are inherently greedy, and Lin Chuan was no exception. When there is no gold, one longs for gold, but once gold appears, one dreams of double gold, triple gold, even a 10 pull of full fate and full echoes. In the end, desire is never sated. Unfortunately, there was no double gold this time. Only a single golden pull. Even so, it was already excellent, and it had not gone off banner. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan merged the echo with his weapon. Amber Heavy Hammer. Lin Chuan's exclusive weapon Echo 2 greatly increases the user's defense, and when the Taiji 8 trigrams formation is activated, grants every walker within it an amber shield that can block all damage. When a walker bears a shield, damage reduction is further increased by 14. The most intuitive change was this additional damage reduction, the rest appeared unchanged. Yet Lin Chuan noticed that many aspects of the exclusive weapon's power were not quantified at all. For instance, how much it increased his defense was never stated explicitly. It granted a shield, but there was no mention of how much damage that shield could withstand. Still, judging from the earlier effect, Lin Chuan could clearly feel the difference. At the very moment the echo was stacked, he distinctly sensed his defense rise once more. As for the shield, since it had not yet been triggered, its exact capacity remained unknown. 20 more pulls remained. He could continue. Lin Chuan initiated yet another 10 pull. As the orbs of light appeared, he began tapping through them rapidly. He no longer even glanced at the ordinary rewards, he only cared whether gold would appear. By probability, the chance of yet another gold was vanishingly small, But at this point Lin Chuan was already like Wu Zetian widowed. He had lost his reason entirely. 9 orbs in a row yielded no gold. Lin Chuan's heart had already gone cold, and his reason slowly returned. True enough, 2 temples with 2 golds already far exceeded expectations. How could I possibly ask for more? Shaking his head, Lin Chuan tapped the final orb. A golden light burst forth yet again. Gold again. Lin Chuan's eyes flew wide. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Yet the golden brilliance before him made it clear that this was no illusion. It really was another gold. Lin Chuan hurriedly opened it, and his breath caught. Off banner. This time the golden prize was not his amber heavy hammer. Instead it was another weapon, Sun Zhengzhui Lai. What was more, it was not even a weapon of preservation, but of an entirely different path. The path of hunt. Lin stared at the weapon in his hand. It was a shaft of radiant light, its gathered brilliance so keen that a single glance made one feel the dreadful aura of slaughter it exuded. This weapon and Lin Chuan's amber heavy hammer were 2 absolute extremes. One embodied ultimate defense, the other ultimate offense. There was no doubt that this path of hunt excelled in sheer attack. Golden 5-star weapon, a light arrow from the path of hunt, which even when formed from the faintest glimmer can manifest the most extreme edge. Sun Zhengzhui Lai greatly increases the user's speed and allows their spiritual power to be condensed into a single light arrow that annihilates all enemies within its range. Its description was only a single simple line. Negative effect: if wielded by a walker of any path other than hunt, the user's own body collapses from the strain, wounding the enemy by 1,000 at the cost of 800 to oneself. As a walker of preservation, Lin Chuan could not equip weapons of the path of hunt. However, that did not prevent him from triggering some of the skills attached to the weapon. It was just that doing so would carry considerable risk for him as well. It is still a 5-star golden weapon after all. I can make do with it for now, and at worst I should be able to trade it with someone else. So thought Lin Chuan to himself. Though it was not the amber heavy hammer, it still granted him an additional trump card, and could hardly be called worthless. Only one last temple remained. Lin Chuan did not hesitate, he used all of it in one go. As the final temple was cast, orbs of light spun out once more, descending before him. Lin Chuan opened them one after another. His hand had barely brushed the first orb when, golden radiance burst forth yet again. Again another gold. His eyes flew wide. His mind buzzed blankly. Previously, when gold kept appearing, he had felt nothing but excitement and exhilaration. Now, however, there was a hint of cold dread in his heart. Am I drawing with my own life on the line? Lin Chuan felt an ominous foreboding creep over him. He had always remembered one saying, all the gifts of fate have already had their prices written in secret. With luck like his today, Lin Chuan felt that even selling his own life might not suffice as payment. While his thoughts scattered, Lin Chuan realized that this gold had not gone off banner. Amber Heavy Hammer, Echo 3. Along with the rise in defense, his damage reduction increased to 16. Judging from this rate of increase, fully stacking 5 echoes would likely bring damage reduction to around 20. Combined with his lifebound talent, Lin Chuan's total reduction would reach a terrifying 60. That was exceedingly high by any standard. Without further hesitation, Lin Chuan began swiftly opening the remaining orbs of light. As he reached the second to last one, golden light erupted yet again. Damn, is this really going to cost me my life? Not only was it another consecutive gold, it was a double gold 10 pull. This. Lin Chuan opened them and checked. Good heavens, no off banner. Which meant that in 40 pulls his exclusive weapon had already reached Echo 4. And on top of that, he had gained an extra golden weapon besides. It truly felt like luck fatal enough to claim his life. Had that one pull not gone off banner, Lin Chuan would already have a fully echoed exclusive weapon. Suddenly the surrounding light dimmed. Everything before Lin's eyes began to dissolve at high speed. He had lingered too long upon the path. Once all his wish power was spent, he immediately began returning to the real world. Lin Chuan's expression shifted. There was no time left to ponder his outrageous luck. For the one about to appear before him was the mutated campus belle Meng Feiyin, who had sworn she wanted to bear his children. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chuan chose to activate the Taiji Bagua formation. The instant darkness swallowed his vision. From Taiji are born the 2 forms, from the 2 forms the 4 symbols, and from the 4 symbols the 8 trigrams. As he silently recited in his heart, the formation barrier suddenly unfurled from beneath his feet, instantly enveloping a radius of 10 meters. At that very moment, Lin Chuan's sight returned. He saw the school beauty Meng Feiyin right in front of him, and the blood-red tentacles stretching out from the gaping maw that had split her face. Damn it! Run! At that moment, an angry, alarmed shout came from the corridor not far behind him. There was someone else lurking in the shadows there. Lin Chuan glanced over and saw that the man was their newly transferred PE teacher, Lu Jia. He had no idea when this teacher had appeared there, or if he had been standing there from the very beginning. In any case, Lin Chuan no longer had time to react. The red tentacle had already slapped across his face. The bloody sticky sensation made his whole body shudder. Tiny mouthparts along its surface were already trying to gnaw at his flesh and blood. However, once the Taiji Bagua formation unfolded, the circulation of yin and yang granted him a 40% damage reduction. Thus Meng Fei's seemingly terrifying tentacle failed to break his skin at the first instant. Feeling only a faint sting across his face, Lin Chuan exerted his strength and violently yanked his right hand free. Having become a Fate Walker, and with the blessing of his exclusive weapon, Lin Chuan's strength was now completely different from before. The restraints he had been unable to break earlier were forcibly torn apart in this moment. Then without any hesitation, he lifted his leg and drove his knee straight toward the school beauty's lower abdomen. He showed not the slightest trace of tender mercy. Bang! With a deafening impact, the force Lin Chuan unleashed was terrifying. In one blow, he sent Meng Fei flying, and the blood-red tentacle clinging to his face was torn apart. Blood sprayed out as Meng Fei's body hurtled toward Lu Jia, who was charging in from not far behind her. What the hell? Lu Jia watched her figure enlarge rapidly in his field of view and could only curse. Just a moment ago, he had been sprinting over desperate to save Lin Chuan. Yet in the blink of an eye, the very student he wanted to rescue had sent this mutated monster flying with a single kick. And now the monster was crashing toward him instead. What kind of situation was this? In an instant, Lu Jia thought of a possibility. A Fate Walker. Indeed, the student before him was also a Fate Walker. Yet clearly this student had not. He had only just become a Fate Walker. Otherwise, with the observations Lu Jia had made at the school over the past 2 days, it would have been impossible for him to miss it. As for why this student had suddenly awakened as a Fate Walker, Lu Jia was shocked, yet not entirely surprised. Some people under the stimulation of strange external phenomena could suddenly awaken and step onto the path of fate. Some, it was said, could even draw the passing gaze of a star god. With the will to forge a shield of ice, Lu Jia had no time to think further. Seeing the mutated school beauty hurtling straight toward him, he immediately activated his Fate Path talent. His right hand snapped up and a frigid aura erupted, rapidly condensing around him into a shield of ice and snow. The shield looked like a ribbon of blue, icy airflow encircling Lu Jia's body. Snowflakes and frost danced within it, though it seemed thin. Its defensive power was astonishing. Bang! At the instant Meng Fei collided with Lu Jia, the tremendous force sent her flying off again. The ice and snow shield, however, did not show the slightest sign of cracking. Shit! Watching this scene, Lin Chuan cursed under his breath. The school beauty was flying back toward him again. The two of them were practically kicking Meng Fei around like a soccer ball. You kick once, I kick once. However, when it came to dealing with monsters, Lu Jia was clearly far more experienced than Lin Chuan. As Meng Fei was sent flying again, Lu Jia had already closed in one hand, grabbing her leg. With his other hand clenched into a fist, he wrapped it in icy blue energy and slammed it straight toward Meng Fei's face. With a dull thud, Meng Fei was hammered directly into the floor, the tentacles within her bloody maw pulverized into minced flesh. She lay on the ground trembling and convulsing violently, and then finally fell still. Did she die? Lin Chuan walked over, breathing a bit heavily. From what had just happened, he could basically confirm that this teacher was also a Fate Walker. Moreover, he seemed to walk the same fate path as Lin Chuan, the path of preservation. Whether it was that icy blue shield or his shout about preserving, all of it made that clear. By now Lu Jia had come to Meng Fei's side. He crouched down first to check her condition, then lifted his gaze to Lin Chuan. She's not dead, but her condition is far from optimistic, Lu Jia said after his examination. He had pulled his punch and not blasted Meng Fei's head apart with that strike. Even so, Meng Fei was badly injured, especially in the abdomen from that earlier blow. For a newly awakened Fate Walker on the path of preservation to inflict such serious damage, you awakened as a Fate Walker. Lu Jia stood up, smiling faintly as he sized Lin Chuan up. He had had absolutely no impression of this student before, which meant there had been nothing unusual about him previously. Yet this very high schooler had almost kicked a mutated monster to death. Yeah, Mr. Lu, what exactly is going on here? What happened to Meng Fei? What are Fate Walkers? What has happened to our school? Feigning fear, Lin Chuan asked while also studying the teacher before him. To be honest, all he really knew was that this teacher had just been transferred in and taught PE. Everyone knew that third-year high school students practically had nothing to do with PE classes. But this teacher would stroll among the classes every morning during mandatory runs, so Lin Chuan remembered him. This was Lin Chuan's first time observing Lu Jia up close. He looked only a bit over 20 with a stern, handsome face and clearly defined muscles. He indeed looked like a PE teacher. He did not seem much older than Lin Chuan, like someone who had just graduated and started working. Judging from how he had just handled the monster, and from the matter of Fate Walkers Lin Chuan guessed, he was most likely an official operative. Perhaps he had been dispatched after some anomaly was detected at Liming High School, sent here to investigate. He had simply not uncovered the truth yet before the mutation erupted. Based on this speculation, Lin Chuan dared to voice those questions. Right now he was desperate to understand the true nature of this world. "You're rather composed," Lu Jie said with a trace of admiration. "You even have the presence of mind to ask so many questions." An ordinary high schooler faced with such a mutation would likely have collapsed to the ground, babbling incoherently by now. Yet Lin Chuan was not panicking. He could even ask his questions in an orderly fashion. "The path of preservation, right?" Lu Jie guessed confidently. "How many stars is your innate fate talent?" With the crisis temporarily resolved, he was in the mood to chat with Lin Chuan a bit. Lin Chuan's thoughts whirled. He had drawn a 5-star talent. But could he say that? Before he could decide how to respond, Lu Jie spoke again on his own. "No rush, let me guess," Lu Jie said. "That thing under your feet should be a formation barrier. It just successfully defended against the monster's attack. But it wasn't a complete defense. There are slight wounds on your neck and face. That means the defensive power is limited." It should be a 2-star talent, right?" Lu Jie made his own guess and waited expectantly for Lin Chuan's answer. "You're really sharp, Mr. Lu. It is a 2-star talent." Lin Chuan pressed his lips together and gave Lu Jie a thumbs up. The Taiji Bagua formation could only reduce and distribute damage. It was not an absolute shield that completely blocked attacks. Thus, even with his high damage reduction, Meng Fein's tentacles had still left some wounds on his body. They were only superficial injuries though, looking serious, but in truth nothing at all. Moreover, his wounds were healing rapidly. They would likely be completely recovered before long. "Haha, my eyes are like a ruler. I can see it at a glance," Lu Jie laughed. "Still, it's 1 star lower than my 3-star talent. Of course, talent is only the beginning. What matters most is the effort you put in afterward." Lu Jie spoke with a smile. This student was very tactful. Perhaps he could be cultivated toward becoming a colleague someday. Since he was already a fate walker, he was unlikely to walk a normal path through life. He could only tread upon the road of fate. Lin Chuan pressed his lips tight, afraid he might slip up, and quickly nodded. Seeing this, Lu Jie simply assumed he was envious. Lu Jie did not answer Lin Chuan's earlier questions. There would be plenty of time for that later. For now, they needed to deal with the mutated school beauty lying on the floor. Lin Chuan gradually calmed down as well, then looked around in some surprise. With all that commotion, just now had no one else noticed anything. Even if the farther classrooms hadn't heard, surely the nearby ones in evening self-study couldn't be completely deaf to the noise. On closer inspection, Lin Chuan was shocked to discover wisps of strange black mist shrouding the surroundings. The outside world was a blur with only a faint glow from the classrooms visible in the distance. Everything happening here seemed unable to spread beyond this place. Seeing Lin Chuan notice the black mist, Lu Jie chuckled softly and pulled a black stone from his pocket, holding it up for Lin Chuan to see. Lin Chuan noticed a mysterious sigil on it resembling a question mark along with patterns akin to jellyfish. Only the jellyfish tentacles were unlike those in reality. They resembled segmented stairways. "It's a relic of mystery. It can release the mist of thought and conceal a certain area. Nothing that happens inside will spread outside," Lu Jie explained briefly. "This is the authority of the star god of mystery." Lu Jie gave a simple introduction. The star god of mystery. Lin Chuan's heart stirred as he silently committed the name of this newly mentioned star god to memory. As Lu Jie spoke, he parted the mist of thought, opening a gap through which he relayed everything that had transpired here to the city builder. "Mr. Lu, what exactly is a specialized weapon and how is it used?" Lin Chuan asked casually. The reason he posed the question was that just moments ago, when he tried to summon his own specialized weapon, the Amber Hammer, to confront the crisis, he discovered he could not draw it out at all. This left Lin Chuan's heart pounding anxiously. The joy of having just obtained double gold quickly washed away. If a specialized weapon could not be used, then all the wish power he had invested just now would have been wasted. Specialized weapons are luxury items. For ordinary fate walkers, they're largely meaningless, Lu Jie remarked offhandedly when he heard the question. "Huh." Lin Chuan's expression shifted. "Specialized weapons are useless." His whole body went numb. Then what had he been doing just now, squandering all of his wish power? "Not useless," Lu Jie shook his head. "It's just that specialized weapons are far too distant a concept for most people. First of all, they are extremely difficult to extract. Unless your innate talent rank is inherently low and thus the specialized weapon matched to you is of low rank as well, then the success rate is indeed a bit higher. But in that case, the specialized weapon's impact is greatly diminished, and it would be better to simply carry other higher-grade weapons instead. Another point is that a specialized weapon can only be converted into a true weapon after reaching Tier 5, allowing it to be used in the real world. Otherwise, it can only exert its power within the trials of the star gods." Lu Jie continued, "You can only use it after it reaches Tier 5. A breath of relief eased through Lin Chuan's heart. His specialized weapon had already reached Tier 4, it was not far off. As long as it could be used, that was enough. He simply did not yet know what these so-called star god trials truly were. In addition, specialized weapons are highly prone to going askew, Lu Jie added. If it skews toward the weapon of your own natal fate path, that's still acceptable. But if it skews toward a weapon belonging to a different fate path, then using it will force you to endure quite a few negative side effects. Of course, if it proves unsuitable, you can only convert the weapon into a relic of the corresponding rank before it becomes usable. In that case, all basic attributes are lost. Only the additional effects remain to be harnessed. Lu Jie continued. Then seeing the disappointment written clearly on Lin Chuan's face, he chuckled softly. I've only been talking about the drawbacks. Now let us speak of the advantages. The most crucial point is that high-rank specialized weapons grant tremendous bonuses. You are already walking upon the fate path, so you should be able to guess what determines our strength correct. Or rather what serves as the standard by which our strength is judged, Lu Jie asked in return. Lin Chuan's thoughts stirred. In an instant he grasped the implication. The distance we traverse upon the fate path. Lin Chuan blurted out. Clever, Lu Jie replied, his expression showing the delight of a mentor finding a teachable pupil. This high schooler really did have some ideas. For example, if you have walked 10 meters along the fate path, then your strength is 10. But specialized weapons possess an especially outrageous trait. They can provide basic attributes. These attributes stack directly onto your existing progress on the fate path. For instance, within the first 1,000-meter segment of the fate path, we designate this phase as Fate 9, and the most formidable specialized weapons, the 5-star ones. The basic attributes they provide are essentially equivalent to you having walked 500 meters along the fate path. Lu Jie continued his explanation. Lin Chuan's gaze rippled faintly. He now understood why, when he first obtained his specialized weapon, he had felt as though the very essence of his life had been elevated. This was the effect of those basic attributes. These benefits were not explicitly listed on the weapon, yet they were a tangible enhancement. Even now, though he had only just stepped onto the fate path and had not actually traversed even a single meter, the blessing of a 5-star specialized weapon already made him equivalent to someone who had advanced 500 meters. According to Lu Jie, everything within 1,000 meters belonged to Fate 9. It did that not mean he already possessed half the strength of others at the same phase? What did that amount to? Midstage Fate 9. No, that was not quite right. Those 500 meters effectively raised Lin Chuan's upper limit on the fate path, for he could still genuinely walk the full 1,000 meters himself. This meant that within this phase his strength could ultimately reach the equivalent of 1,500 meters. Right now you have only just set foot upon the fate path, that is Fate 9. Thinking so much about specialized weapons is still premature, Lu Jie concluded. Surviving the trials of the star gods that lie ahead. That is what truly matters, Lu Jie finished. He himself had yet to draw out his own specialized weapon, and yet this high schooler who had only just stepped onto the fate path was already worrying about specialized weapons. Lu Jie chuckled. Truly ignorance knew no fear. Let me reintroduce myself, member of the Hangqing squad of the City Builders Fate Walker on the Preservation Path Fate 8. Lu Jie. You can call me Brother Jie, he said, giving a simple self-introduction. He found the youth before him rather interesting and remarkably eager to learn, someone worth cultivating. Bringing him into the City Builders organization would not be a problem. Although a 2-star talent was somewhat low, a talent in formation and barrier arts still possessed considerable value. Lin Chuan Fate Walker on the Preservation Path Fate 9, Lin Chuan offered a concise introduction of himself. What did she say to you just now? Lu Jie pointed at Meng Feiyin lying on the ground. He wanted to uncover the cause of the aberration from her, but after a thorough examination, he had found nothing useful. Thus he could only start from Lin Chuan and see if any clues could be traced. Brother Jie took out a cigarette and casually prepared to light it. But upon noticing Lin Chuan, he asked awkwardly, "You mind?" They were after all on school grounds, and Lin Chuan was still a high schooler. "It's fine." Lin Chuan shook his head, then recounted what had happened earlier. She didn't really say much. Just that she said she likes me, confessed to me, and then started talking about having children or something like that. As he spoke, the hand with which Lu Jie had been about to ignite the flame froze in midair. Having children. Lu Jie ignored the earlier part. Upon hearing this, his expression shifted. Breeding or desire? His words were not so much a question for Lin Chuan as they were an inquiry directed at himself. Lu Jie's complexion flickered between light and dark. At this point he no longer had any mood for smoking. If this were merely an ordinary aberration, then once the party involved was dealt with, the danger should have largely passed. But if it involved those 2-star gods, matters would likely be far from simple. Breeding desire. Those are probably 2-star gods, aren't they? Judging from previous cases, they should each correspond to a separate fate path, as well, Lin Chuan mused inwardly. Yet compared to preservation and mystery, the names of these 2-star gods that Lu Jie had mentioned seemed to carry a far more negative connotation. Especially desire. Right? Could this have something to do with the red moon? Lin Chuan suddenly asked. Before Meng Fei's mutation occurred, Lin Chuan had already noticed the red moon. Moreover, Lin Chuan was certain that in his memory the moon of this world had never been that color. A red moon. What red moon? Lu Jie froze, failing to react for a moment. The next instant his eyes suddenly widened. What did you say? You saw a red moon? Lu Jie's voice abruptly rose several degrees. Yes. Lin Chuan immediately nodded. Lu Jie's reaction made him feel that this matter was far more serious than he had imagined. Damn it! Lu Jie cursed under his breath. He swiftly withdrew the mist of thought and lifted his head to look toward the sky. Why am I seeing a normal moon? Staring at the moon in the sky, Lu Jie's expression flickered between shock and doubt. Huh? Lin Chuan was stunned. Could it be that he alone could see the red moon? For the moon he saw at this moment was still blood red. There was no way to explain that. However, Lu Jie did not doubt Lin Chuan. Instead, he quickly produced a special communication device. This is Lu Jie. An anomaly has occurred at Dawn High School. Requesting backup. Threat level. At that point, Lu Jie glanced at Lin Chuan. Class A. A large-scale anomaly may occur. We suspect it is related to the star god of breeding or desire. Inform the school and evacuate all teachers and students as soon as possible. No sooner had Lu Jie finished speaking than the sound of a bell rang out. The shrill ringing of the bell echoed through the building. Evening self-study had ended. The campus, which had been relatively quiet, suddenly became noisy. Quick as lightning, Lu Jie once again took out the relic of the mystery path he had used before and released the mist of thought. A low hum sounded as black fog rapidly billowed out, shrouding Lu Jie and Lin Chuan behind a veil of mist. Meng Feiyin, lying on the floor, and the blood splattered nearby, were also concealed within it. Just as Lu Jie finished all this, several students from the nearest classroom had already rushed out impatiently. To Lin Chuan's astonishment, these students hurried past in small groups, racing right by where he and the others. They completely ignored Lin Chuan and Lu Jie standing in the corridor, as well as Meng Feiyin on the ground, and the blood on the wall, as if none of them existed at all. Moreover, as they passed by Lin Chuan, they unconsciously steered clear of the spot where he stood, yet seemed utterly unaware that anything was amiss. The star god of mystery holds dominion over the unknown, believing that all things are riddles, and that finite life cannot comprehend an infinite cosmos. The abilities of those on this path manifest as creating puzzles and illusions and altering historical perception. They are a particularly difficult kind of pathwalker to deal with. Seeing Lin Chuan's curiosity, Lu Jie lowered his voice and offered a brief explanation. This was not his personal understanding of the star gods, but the description of the star god of mystery given within the Builders organization. Lin Chuan nodded, feeling that this world was truly filled with the unknown, and his curiosity only deepened. Compared with the abilities of the mystery path, why does the preservation path suddenly seem a bit ordinary? He muttered inwardly. But it was only a stray thought. He did not dare to speak carelessly. After all, his understanding of paths and star gods was still far too shallow. It's just in time that school is over. We won't need any additional evacuation measures. Once all the students have left, we can really cut loose and investigate what's going on here. Watching the departing students, Lu Jie spoke. Lin Chuan glanced at him. He was not sure whether the we Lu Jie spoke of included him. Then Lin Chuan simply asked outright. If you want to stay, you can, Lu Jie replied. You've already stepped onto a path. Do you really still want to live an ordinary person's life? There's no going back. Lu Jie shook his head. Lin Chuan fell silent. Ever since coming to this world, he had never entertained the thought of living an ordinary life. No sooner had their voices fallen silent than Lin Chuan saw several familiar figures pass right in front of him. They were his classmates. The first to stride out quickly was his deskmate Feng Shisong. Sitting near the back door, he was almost always the first to rush out of the classroom when the dismissal bell rang. Next came Lu Feng and the others. Damn, I've been strapped for cash these last 2 days and was planning to squeeze some from Lin Chuan. Didn't expect him to slip away early. Maybe he hasn't left yet. Let's try blocking him at the school gate. If not, then tomorrow morning we'll block him on his way to school and beat him up first before anything else. Lu Feng and his group chattered as they walked. Lin Chuan's gaze grew dark. He could feel anger surging in his chest. Lu Jie frowned, casting Lin Chuan a strange look. From the brief contact earlier, he had not taken Lin Chuan for someone who would be bullied. Hey Lu, let me tell you, I saw your school bag fall to the floor during break, said the class monitor Li Jingyao, tugging at a tall girl. I know. My deskmate said Lin Chuan picked it up for me. Speaking of which, I really should thank him, Luan said. Thank him? Li Jingyao sneered. For all you know, he's the one who knocked it to the ground. You'd better check it carefully when you get home. Who knows, maybe he put some kind of micro camera in your bag. Li Jingyao spoke with a cold smile. Who can tell what filthy thoughts those repressed Shuden boys harbor in their hearts? You're still too naive. Huh, that creepy. Now you've got me so freaked out, I don't even want my school bag anymore. Hearing this, Lu Wen's expression also changed, a look of disgust flashing across her face. If not for the things inside, she would have liked to toss the bag away right then. The two of them chatted as they quickly walked off into the distance. You? At this point Lu Jie no longer knew what to say. He had never imagined that Lin Chuan lived like this at school. Did you tell your parents? Lu Jie asked. I don't have parents, Lin Chuan replied flatly. Off. Lu Jie felt even worse. Inwardly he cursed himself. Why did I have to ask that? Sometimes the mouth just moves faster than the brain. Then what about your grandparents? Lu Jie asked. It's just me at home, Lin Chuan said, giving Lu Jie a sidelong glance, wondering if the man was missing a screw. A true physical education teacher through and through. Lu Jie was speechless. In his heart he berated himself again and again. Don't worry. From now on the builders will be your family, he quickly added. Lin Chuan remained silent. It only felt like he was making things worse. Still, Lu Jie's embarrassment and Lin Chuan's silence did not last long, because things seemed to be going more and more wrong. The hell, why did you bump into me? So what if I bump you? Want to fight? The two scuffled together, and those around them quickly joined the fray. Xiaoyu and I like you. Let's be together, a boy said as he suddenly grabbed a girl in a forceful embrace. Bro, I've actually liked you for a long time. Me too. Two boys threw their arms around each other. What's going on? Even someone as dense as Lu Jie could tell that something was very wrong now. Lin Chuan looked around in shock, staring at the square below. His classmates seemed utterly mad, completely letting themselves go. All emotions and desires erupted at this moment. Love, hatred, and grievances. Moreover, there seemed to be a faintly eerie smile on their faces, illuminated by the dark red light, which was quite unsettling. It's the desire. Lu Jie had already figured it out by this point. Everything happening at Dawn High was related to the desire star god. Furthermore, the source of the anomaly might not be a person or an object as he had previously guessed. He originally thought that guarding the mutated Meng Feiyin would be sufficient to handle everything. But it seemed that this was far from the case. The red moon in the sky was the true source of the anomaly. But why? Lin Chuan couldn't understand. Such a level of anomaly should have had very obvious signs beforehand. Moreover, it shouldn't be confined to just. Yet the current situation was indeed so bizarre. In the campus, the anomaly continued to develop rapidly. The previous outburst of desire was merely the beginning, the real threat was yet to come. In the square below. What is that thing? Some students who hadn't completely succumbed to their desires looked in horror at several classmates wrestling with each other. Previously they had thought it was just an ordinary fight. But at this moment, as they wrestled, their bodies also began to undergo strange changes. The flesh beneath their skin began to writhe, as if something were trying to emerge from within them. In just a moment, blood-colored tentacles sprouted from their mouths, and noses entwining with one another. Some students entangled in the struggle seemed to briefly awaken, but upon facing the changes in their bodies they could only scream in terror, powerless to do anything. Desire nurtured the mutation of the flesh, leading to extreme fear, emotions being stretched and amplified. Everything changed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the situation had worsened to a dangerously critical level. Many students screamed and ran, rushing out of the classrooms. They wanted to escape this terrifying school. Some students were a bit slower and got wrapped by a tentacle, immediately entangled with the writhing flesh, unable to separate. Could it be the moonlight? Lin Chuan's expression changed as he blurted out. There had been no problems while everyone was in class, but once they left the classroom and came outside, the anomalies began. Clearly, it was something outside that triggered these changes. And outside, the only thing Lin Chuan could think of was the red moon that only he could see. Moonlight. Lu Jie had already rushed out to save people and immediately reacted upon hearing Lin Chuan's words. The fog of thought had been dispelled. The people around showed little reaction to the sudden appearance of Lin Chuan and Lu Jie. Many were too frightened to think straight. Everyone returned to the classroom immediately. Do not be anywhere the moonlight can reach. Lu Jie's voice was loud. He almost screamed those words. His voice had some effect, pointing the way for those who didn't know what to do. However, not everyone listened to him. Faced with such a terrifying and bizarre scene, most people thought only of escaping. Escaping the school. At this moment, asking them to return to the classroom was akin to waiting for death. Especially those who had already run outside. They completely ignored Lu Jie's shout, having only one goal: the school gate. Moreover, who was he? A sports teacher shouting how many students would listen. Even the teachers hardly paid Lu Jie any heed. With the intention to preserve, we build an ice and snow shield. Lu Jie then unleashed the power of the preservation path, a circle of ice blue light radiating from him. Following that, thin shields appeared around the circle of students. Bang bang. The blood-colored tentacles struck these ice blue shields, producing a sound of impact, yet unable to break through in a short time. At this moment, the originally chaotic school calmed down a bit. Many people looked at Lu Jie with changed expressions. Lu Jie understood that to make others listen to him, he must display his strength, letting them know of his power. At least in this bizarre school, there was another person with special abilities who could ensure their safety. With this display, many students who had been running began to awaken and return to the classroom as Lu Jie. But this was limited to those who were closer to Lu Jie. As for the square below, it remained in chaos. This is the best time to practice preservation. It is also the greatest offering to preservation, a means to obtain willpower fragments. Lu Jie finished speaking and directly jumped down from the third floor. With a loud crash, he landed on the ground. Then he flipped and dashed towards the most chaotic center of the square. Practicing preservation, Lin Chuan was shaken inside. Lu Jie had just told him that to go further on the path of destiny, one must practice the will of preservation. Only in this way could one enhance their strength. At this moment, Lin Chuan felt his desires and emotions being pulled by the strange forces. He felt the anger and hatred surging from within constantly, provoking him, stemming from Lin Chuan's desire for revenge. Why save those who had bullied him before? Just then a soft moan was heard. The school beauty Meng Feiyin at Lin Chuan's feet surprisingly woke up again. Lin Chuan's expression changed, and he raised his leg to kick her, knocking Meng Feiyin unconscious once more. Tai Chi gives birth to the 2 forms. The 2 forms give birth to the 4 symbols. The 4 symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams. Lin Chuan immediately released the Tai Chi 8 trigrams formation. A Tai Chi 8 trigrams pattern unfolded from beneath Lin Chuan's feet, covering a radius of 10 meters. Within this 10-meter radius, Lin Chuan could clearly sense the existence of every person. Their states, movements, and even emotions were all perceived distinctly by him. Even on the other side of the wall, Lin Chuan could still sense everything clearly. As long as he wished, he could immediately share the damage reduction and damage distribution effects of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams formation with everyone within the range. This was the advantage brought by the formation barrier. Of course, these things weren't possessed by all formation barriers. The 5-star innate talent was key. However, Lin Chuan did not provide the effects of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams formation to the people around him. Those upstairs were fine, not having directly entered the red moon's illumination. Most of the people here had their desires stirred, but no mutations had yet appeared. Then let's practice the will of preservation. Not for these people, but for the sake of going further for the willpower fragments. With this thought, Lin Chuan stopped. As long as he treated it as a task to complete and a means to gain willpower, everything became much simpler. With a swoosh, Lin Chuan leaped onto the railing of the 3rd floor, intending to jump down, like Lu Jie, presenting himself as a savior descending from the heavens. However, in the next moment, Lin Chuan froze. Lu Jie was a fateful 8, while he was a fateful 9. What if he jumped down and ended up crippled? Thinking of this, Lin Chuan silently jumped down and turned to rush down the stairs. Chaos reigned all around. Some students attempted to return to the classroom, while others, disregarding Lu Jie's advice, sought to flee the campus. Lin Chuan swiftly maneuvered through the crowd and soon reached the ground floor. A glance at the situation in the square revealed Lu Jie already assisting the students there in combating the mutated monsters. An ice blue shield enveloped the surrounding students, while Lu Jie himself was at the forefront trying to save those who had mutated. This situation was indeed the most troublesome. The mutations that had occurred in those students were not irreversible, making it difficult for Lu Jie to strike with full force. He could only focus on delaying and defending. However, this aligned with the protection principle. Attacking was never Lu Jie's strong suit, but he was indeed quite professional when it came to safeguarding others. Lu Jie likely didn't need assistance anymore. Lin Chuan shifted his gaze to another side. Some students still attempting to rush out of the school were now showing signs of abnormality. They were nearly at the same distance from the teaching building as they were from escaping the school, and this truly felt like a matter of life and death. Many could only gamble that they wouldn't turn into those monsters before they could break free. At least outside the campus, everything seemed normal with lights still shining. One could even hear the honking of cars and the noise of the crowd. Outside and inside the campus seemed like 2 different worlds. The people outside appeared to be completely unaware of the chaos unfolding within. Lin Chuan immediately dashed towards them. Saving as many as possible was the goal. Or perhaps escorting some people out of the school wouldn't be a bad idea. Just then Lin Chuan collided with a figure rushing back. You? The person was momentarily stunned by the collision. Lin Chuan, surprised, looked at the boy before him. It was none other than his deskmate Fang Shisong. Wasn't he supposed to have escaped already? Why had he returned? Was he trying to go back to the classroom? But there was no need to return to his own class. He could just find any classroom to hide in. Damn, you really didn't leave. What bad luck, damn it, come with me now. Upon seeing Lin Chuan, Fang Shisong's expression darkened, pulling Lin Chuan along towards the school exit without hesitation. I must be cursed to have such a useless deskmate. Lin Chuan's face was filled with shock and confusion. Although he and Fang Shisong were deskmates, their relationship had never been good. Fang Shisong couldn't stand Lin Chuan's cowardice and weakness. Even when bullied, Lin Chuan would not resist. Often Fang Shisong would watch Lin Chuan being picked on with a look of disdain like mud that couldn't support a wall. But what was going on today? He actually turned back to find Lin Chuan when faced with danger. Had he taken crazy pills? Lin Chuan tried to break free from Fang Shisong's grip, but found his strength surprisingly strong. At this moment Lin Chuan was a faithful traveler, even Meng Feiyin in her mutated state couldn't suppress him. Just as Lin Chuan was puzzled, a boy not far ahead suddenly mutated. Buzz. Amidst the writhing flesh, several crimson tendrils erupted, curling towards Lin Chuan and Fang Shisong. Be careful. As Lin Chuan warned Fang Shisong, he immediately shared the damage reduction effect of the Taiji Bagua formation with Fang Shisong, who was charging ahead. At the same time, a flash of red light flickered in Fang Shisong's eyes. He wasn't mutating, he was transforming. Buzz. Lin Chuan only felt a flash of light before Fang Shisong charged forward. A faint blood-red glow emanated from him, and facing the incoming crimson tendrils, he made no attempt to evade, instead throwing a punch. Bang! The tendril exploded under Fang Shisong's fist. However, another tendril lashed out from the side, striking Fang Shisong. My! Fang Shisong was prepared for injury, but this seemingly powerful attack caused him little harm. In fact, it didn't even break his skin. It merely shredded his clothing into tatters. Something's wrong. Fang Shisong knew that these monsters had strong attacking power. Otherwise, an attack that could easily shred clothing wouldn't fail to break his skin. You attack and leave the defense to me. Lin Chuan looked at Fang Shisong, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. If he couldn't see what was happening, it was evident that Fang Shisong had also become a faithful traveler. However, unlike Lin Chuan's protection path, his path leaned more towards offense with a reckless fervor. Was this his confidence in coming back to find Lin Chuan? Alright. Fang Shisong glanced at Lin Chuan and finally noticed the faint formation pattern beneath Lin Chuan's feet. He realized that Lin Chuan had awakened to become a faithful traveler as well. Thus the two of them quickly rushed towards the school gate, one after the other. Fang Shisong led the way with bold attacks while Lin Chuan followed behind, responsible for defense. Each time Fang Shisong was injured, Lin Chuan would absorb a significant portion of the damage. However, Lin Chuan's damage reduction was quite high. After being weakened, the injuries he sustained were still within an acceptable range. Looking at the increasing wounds on his body, Lin Chuan's desire to stack the amber heavy hammer to 5 became even more urgent. Nonetheless, these were merely superficial injuries, and as the Taiji Bagua formation operated, they were gradually healing. Their commotion quickly attracted the attention of those around them. They saw Fang Shisong's bravery. He charged toward the school gate like a god of war, with Lin Chuan trailing behind him. Along the way, they confronted all obstacles. No monster could block their path. As for Lin Chuan, he appeared to be just a bystander, entirely a burden following behind Fang Shisong. Take me with you. Add me in. War God, I'm here to assist you. After realizing the situation, some students quickly gathered to follow Fang Shisong. Lin Chuan's gaze swept across and spotted several familiar faces. Li Jingyao, Lu Wen, Lu Feng, and others were among them. They were part of the earliest group to descend and had chosen not to return to the classroom, but continued rushing outward. Move aside, you useless one. After Li Jingyao ran over, she pushed Lin Chuan, who was following behind Fang Shisong, aside, taking the safest position. She then shot a disgusted glance at Lin Chuan. At that moment, a stray monster surged in from the side, charging directly at Lu Feng and the others. Damn! Without a moment's thought, Lu Feng grabbed Lin Chuan beside him and shielded him. As he watched the monster open its blood-red maw, its crimson tentacles thrashing wildly, Lin Chuan showed no sign of fear. Instead, a smile crept onto his face. A smile of relief. Originally, I felt a bit guilty. Now I have no psychological burden whatsoever, Lin Chuan thought to himself. At that moment, Fang Shisong was engaged in battle up front, having no time to notice what was happening behind him. Even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have cared. Since Lin Chuan had become a fated traveler leaning towards defense, there was nothing he needed protection from. In fact, Lin Chuan was the one providing protection. Swish! Just as the monster's blood-red tentacles lunged forward, Lin Chuan crouched low and swiftly darted out, allowing Lu Feng and the others who had been using him as a shield to escape. Sizzle! The blood-red tentacles did not strike Lin Chuan, instead landing on Lu Feng, instantly tearing through his flesh. Immediately, numerous mouths appeared on the tentacles and began to viciously tear at Lu Feng's flesh. Oh! Help me quick! Lu Feng emitted a piercing wail, sending chills down everyone's spines. Fang Shisong, hearing the sound, turned to glance at Lu Feng, whose body was a mangled mess, and his blood-red pupils constricted slightly. Then he saw Lin Chuan beside him, watching the scene with a mocking expression. Their eyes met, and Lin Chuan smiled. Fang Shisong's eyelids twitched slightly. He suddenly felt that the Lin Chuan before him was quite unfamiliar. Was this really the weak, timid person he knew? Had the awakening of his fate changed him so drastically? Fang Shisong was filled with confusion, yet at that moment, he did not voice any questions. He did not go to help Lu Feng, but chose to continue forward. As for Lu Feng, it was his own inability to keep up, and he had no one else to blame. You killed him. Li Jingyao looked at Lin Chuan in terror. They had all clearly watched Lin Chuan dodge and let the monster consume Lu Feng. Slap. Lin Chuan raised his hand and struck. If you can't speak, then shut up. No one thinks you're mute. Lin Chuan's expression was icy. Li Jingyao was stunned by the slap, staggering back a few steps, spitting out blood mixed with teeth. The surrounding classmates were dumbfounded at this scene. They had never seen this side of Lin Chuan. Was this really the meek, timid Lin Chuan? He actually slapped the class monitor. Wow. You. Li Jingyao was stunned as she never imagined that one day she would be hit by this boy. In an instant, feelings of shame, anger, confusion surged in her heart. How dare he strike? On what grounds did he dare hit her? After Lin Chuan slapped her, he ignored them. His gaze turned toward Feng Shisong. They were now very close to the school gate. One warrior charging ahead was a good thing. He only needed to play the role of a bystander. Ah! Suddenly a shrill cry rang out. Li Jingyao charged forward recklessly. She spotted a monster not far away and intended to push Lin Chuan out. She wanted revenge. Oomph. A mischievous smile crept onto Lin Chuan's lips. Within his formation barrier, he didn't need to see with his eyes. He could clearly sense everyone's movements. Did Li Jingyao actually want to betray him? That would be excellent. Lin Chuan had been worried he wouldn't have the chance to let this girl meet her demise. Just as Li Jingyao charged over, Lin Chuan elegantly sidestepped, and she dashed straight out. Ah, no. Li Jingyao had not anticipated that Lin Chuan would dodge. She had acted within Lin Chuan's blind spot. How did he know? However, the blood-red tentacle did not care about such details. It only saw the fresh prey rushing out towards it. Hey. Lin Chuan reached out, attempting to hold her back. Are you coming back for dinner? There was no reason. The monster accepted her, wrapping Li Jingyao in its tentacles and began devouring her furiously. What a pity, it seems she won't be coming back. Lin Chuan shook his head in regret. In just a short moment, he had caused the demise of 2 classmates. At that moment, everyone around looked at Lin Chuan with fear. Especially those who were originally in the same class as Lin Chuan. They could not relate the person before them to the punching bag they knew. Don't kill me. We know we were wrong. We will never bully you again. Please don't kill me. The boys who had followed Lu Feng knelt down, pleading in terror. You didn't just realize your mistake. You know you are about to die. Lin Chuan smiled, seemingly unconcerned. I remember you said you would block me on the way to school tomorrow and beat. Lin Chuan looked at one of the chubby boys. The boy's eyes widened in terror, and he instantly wet himself. You better pray for your own safety. Lin Chuan coldly glanced at them one last time, not bothering with them further. He would not protect these people, nor would he share the damage from the Taiji Bagua formation with them. Whether they could survive depended on their own fate. As for Lu Feng and Li Jingyao, they brought this upon themselves. One used Lin Chuan as a meat shield, the other attempted to push him out. They deserved to die. Lin Chuan's intention to protect was not meant for anyone, especially not for garbage. At this moment, Feng Shisong was also paying attention to the situation behind him, shocked by Lin Chuan's actions. This was truly different from the Lin Chuan he knew. It was as if he had become a different person. However, they were already close to the school gate, and if they rushed out, perhaps everything would end. The people following Feng Shisong also fearfully distanced themselves from Lin Chuan, afraid they might become the next victim. But they didn't dare stray too far from Feng Shisong, lest they be attacked by monsters. The closer they got to the school gate, the more furrowed Lin Chuan's brow became. It seemed the monsters had discovered their trail and began to surround them, unwilling to let them escape. The situation that Feng Shisong could originally handle alone became increasingly precarious. Be careful. Just then a monster rushed in, bypassing Feng Shisong and targeting the rear. Lin Chuan immediately noticed everything, raising his right hand. Buzz. The yin and yang energies of the Taiji Bagua formation enveloped that student, fully activating the formation barrier, sharing the damage effect. Bang! The blood-red tentacle struck that classmate, causing him to scream in terror. But the next moment because it didn't hurt at all. In that fleeting moment, Pan Chen seemed to envision himself being torn apart and devoured by the blood-colored tentacles. Yet the next instant he realized that the very tentacles falling upon him were caressing him instead. Even though each attack was executed with all their might, the tentacles did not cause him much sensation. Amidst the surge of adrenaline, Pan Chen felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his chest. At this moment, he noticed the radiance surrounding him. Not only he but everyone else also saw the swirling black and white currents. The source of these black and white currents was none other than Lin Chuan. There was no need for identification. A massive Taiji Bagua pattern appeared beneath everyone's feet. At the center of the formation stood Lin Chuan. By this time, everyone finally realized. Lin Chuan, like Feng Shisong, who was leading them forward, had gained some powerful ability. Previously, everyone thought he was a dead weight, but at this moment when Lin Chuan took action, they recognized that he was a true powerhouse. In the next moment, Lin Chuan rushed over and rescued Pan Chen from the blood-colored tentacles. Thank you. Pan Chen's face was pale, but he still expressed his gratitude at the first opportunity. Had it not been for Lin Chuan's timely intervention, he would have been dead by now. Lin Chuan nodded, saying nothing further. Pan Shen was Lin Chuan's classmate, and their interactions had been minimal. There was only one occasion when Lin Chuan was bullied and Pan Shen chose to step in and help him. Although it was merely a verbal assistance, it left a lasting impression on Lin Chuan. Today he considered it a form of repayment. At this moment the gaze of others toward Lin Chuan was not only filled with fear, but also a hint of complexity. They had already figured it out. Lin Chuan aimed to eliminate Lu Feng and Li Jingyao. He didn't even need to take action to save the two, as long as he displayed his formidable strength from the outset. Even if Lu Feng and Li Jingyao had 10 lives, they would not dare to entertain any malicious thoughts towards Lin Chuan. However, Lin Chuan's concealment of his strength led to a severe misjudgment on their part. They still believed that Lin Chuan was the weakling they could bully, a mere shield to be used as a scapegoat. Little did they know their fates had been sealed since the anomaly began. Do not stray from the range of my formation, or I won't be able to save you. And do not expect me to rescue everyone. Oh, I will only act in critical moments. Lin Chuan spoke swiftly. Although the Taiji Bagua array could protect everyone within it, Lin Chuan would not be foolish enough to apply this effect to everyone at this moment. While his damage reduction was high, he could still be injured. If those monsters suddenly unleashed a wide area attack, the others in the formation might survive, but Lin Chuan would be the first to perish. When Lin Chuan acquired the powerful innate talent of the Taiji Bagua array, he had already contemplated its advantages and disadvantages carefully. This talent was not meant for Lin Chuan to show off by protecting everyone, or rather it was to act at crucial moments to safeguard a few teammates. Otherwise, if there were 10 people, Lin Chuan would have to bear tenfold the damage. Even after damage reduction, and with extremely high defense, if the damage exceeded Lin Chuan's limit, he would die. Thus, Lin Chuan's only goal at this moment was to protect Feng Shisong as much as possible. As for the others, he would save them if he could, but he would not force it. After all, when he needed redemption, very few had stepped up. I will help you. At that moment, Pan Shun, who had just been saved by Lin Chuan, suddenly appeared beside him. This way he could ensure he would not stray from the formation and would not encounter danger from the outside. It was important to note that many had fearfully distanced themselves from Lin Chuan after he had eliminated 2 classmates. Only a few remained at a distance, neither too far nor too close to Lin Chuan. At this moment, a faint glimmer appeared in Pan Shen's pupils, revealing a highly symmetrical pattern. Upon first glance, it even bore some resemblance to Lin Chuan's Taiji Bagua array. The next moment, Pan Shen lifted his gaze toward the front. In that direction, Feng Shisong was struggling against several monsters. Had it not been for Lin Chuan's Taiji Bagua array distributing the damage, Feng Shisong would likely have been torn apart by those monsters by now. Can you withstand more damage? Pan Shen inquired of Lin Chuan. He could see that Lin Chuan's formation was distributing damage, but how much it could mitigate and how much Lin Chuan himself could endure, he was uncertain. Just not too much. Lin Chuan looked at the light in Pan Shen's eyes, and his expression shifted slightly. Pan Shen had awakened. Today was indeed an awakening event. Only he was unsure of what fate awaited. The timing of Pan Shen's awakening was likely just when he was attacked by the tentacles. Just like when Lin Chuan was attacked by Meng Feiyin earlier. At the moment he embarked on his destined path, regardless of how long he lingered on that path to the outside world, it was merely an instant. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Being attacked might lead to death, but it could also result in awakening as a pathwalker. Alright, if you cannot bear it, let me know. As Pan Shen finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at a monster Feng Shisong was dealing with. That monster was exceptionally fast and stronger than the others, posing the greatest threat to Feng Shisong. Buzz. As Pan Shen pointed at that monster, a flowing light suddenly appeared on its body, causing its speed to plummet as if it were bound by an unseen force. Bang! The next moment, one of its tentacles struck Feng Shisong. His Lin Chuan winced in pain. He glanced at his right arm. That was precisely where the tentacle had struck Feng Shisong. Instantly, a blood mark appeared on the corresponding spot on Lin Chuan. The intensity of this attack surpassed that of the previous blood-colored tentacles. Lin Chuan sustained more damage. What kind of ability is this? Lin Chuan's pupils constricted slightly, lowering the monster's speed while simultaneously increasing its attack power. What kind of path was this? Lin Chuan was astonished, but he had to admit this move was quite effective. That monster had only this one chance to attack. With its speed drastically reduced, it would no longer be able to strike at Feng Shisong. How are you? Pan Shen quickly glanced at Lin Chuan. I'm fine, I can endure, you continue. Lin Chuan replied swiftly. The Taiji Bagua array was continuously restoring Lin Chuan's injuries. Given the current intensity of the attacks, Lin Chuan was not in any danger. Hello, can you help me share some damage too? At that moment, a girl who had not distanced herself from Lin Chuan suddenly spoke. Lin Chuan glanced at her. She was not in his class, but he recognized her as she was the top student in the grade, Shunjue. Since the battle commenced, her gaze seemed to have been focused solely on Feng Shisong. Only during the moments Lin Chuan took action did her eyes briefly wander. Lin Chuan did not know what she intended to do, but still he immediately granted her damage reduction. Whoosh. The next moment, a blood-colored light burst forth from Chunjie, mirroring the radiance surrounding Feng Shisong. She also awakened. Lin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment, watching Chunjie charge into the fray with reckless abandon. This sight completely shattered his perception of her as a studious scholar. In his memory, Chunjie had always been a gentle and demure young lady who rarely argued with anyone and had her eyes fixed solely on her studies. Yet today her fierce and valiant manner as she plunged into battle was nothing short of heroic. This was no longer Chunjie. She had transformed into a veritable Hua Mulan. However, Lin Chuan quickly noticed that the aura emanating from Chunjie bore a striking resemblance to Feng Shisong's. She awakened the same destiny as Feng Shisong. What a coincidence! Lin Chuan watched the scene in amazement. Their group, numbering less than 20 now, boasted 4 destiny walkers. What's more, Feng Shisong and Chunjie had awakened the same destiny and even drawn identical talents. Wasn't the probability of this happening far too low? But soon Lin Chuan sensed something was amiss. Chunzui's combat prowess was far inferior to Feng Shisong's, likely not even half as strong. The disparity was stark. It was also quite evident that Chunjie was mimicking Feng Shisong's combat techniques. Even in the brief pauses between clashes, her gaze frequently lingered on him. If Lin Chuan hadn't noticed the pure scholarly focus in Chunzui's eyes devoid of any ulterior motives, he would have suspected she harbored a secret crush on Feng Shisong. Feng Shisong also clearly felt Chunzui's stare and sensed the similar aura emanating from her. But he was certain it was merely a resemblance. The destiny Chunjie walked was definitely different from his own. Without exchanging a word, they each dealt with the monsters before them, their cooperation surprisingly seamless. Something's off. Lin Chuan vaguely perceived a clue at this moment. However, his current understanding of destinies was too limited to discern much more. Perhaps they were both treading on the same path of destiny and had drawn talents with similar effects, but different grades. For instance, one might be a 3-star talent, the other a 2-star. That would naturally result in a vast difference in their displayed combat strength. Dismissing the thought for now, Lin Chuan glanced at the gate not far away. With the addition of Pan Shun and Chunjie, the pressure on the group lessened considerably. Their pace towards the gate also quickened. On the other side, Lu Jie stole a glance at Lin Chuan's group during a lull in his own fight. Seeing Lin Chuan leading over a dozen people charging towards the gate, his eye twitched involuntarily. So this was how the kid was helping, abandoning everyone else in the school and running away. Yet he couldn't find it in himself to criticize. Lin Chuan was just a high school student. Though awakened and a destiny walker, he had no obligation to protect everyone. He couldn't impose the rules of a city builder on a teenager. Moreover, from what he had overheard earlier, it was a mercy Lin Chuan wasn't turning against those people. Wait, what's happening? In the next moment, Lu Jie's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the group of students. He realized that in Lin Chuan's team, the one truly fighting wasn't Lin Chuan. There were other experts. And not just one of them. Who were those 2 high school students at the front slaughtering their way through? And what about the one standing beside Lin Chuan? Though seemingly inactive, a faint shimmering light rippled from his body, clearly indicating the power of 4 destiny walkers. Lu Jie was dumbfounded. He had investigated this school for a week without finding a single one. How could 4 suddenly appear out of nowhere? If his preliminary work wasn't flawed, there was only one possibility: all 4 of these students had just awakened. But how was that possible? How could so many destiny walkers awaken at once? Had destiny walkers become as common as cabbages? Could anyone become a destiny walker just by getting a little stimulation? As for the 2 high schoolers leading the charge, Lu Jie could smell the aura of destruction on them without a second thought. The aura on one of them was incredibly dense, the intent to destroy everything far too obvious. Without a doubt, that boy was a walker of the destruction destiny. The aura on the other, a girl, was much fainter. The gap in their strength was also clear. Yet the girl's aura seemed impure, laced with other elements. Lu Jie was too far away to make a definitive judgment. As for the person beside Lin Chuan, Lu Jie couldn't identify him either. It probably wasn't one of the destinies he was familiar with. Bang! In the moment Lu Jie was distracted, a thick tentacle sent him flying. He crashed heavily onto the ground not far away. Lu Jie spat out a mouthful of blood, his protective shield thinning considerably. Captain, when will you guys get here? I can't hold on much longer. There are several newly awakened destiny walkers here. If you don't come soon, they'll be overwhelmed and killed. Lu Jie once again took out the city builder's communication artifact and spoke anxiously into it. Several awakened destiny walkers. We're on our way. An excited voice came through. Damn! Lu Jie couldn't help but curse. So he had been talking for nothing, and the captain only heard the last part. Cursing under his breath, Lu Jie quickly got up and stepped in front of the monster once more. By now the battlefield had roughly split into 2. One was the monster Lu Jie faced on the plaza. The other was the group with Lin Chuan. Most of the other students had already retreated back into the teaching building. And indeed, the rate of mutation slowed down significantly once they were inside. Clearly, the red moon's light was affecting everyone. As for the ordinary students following Lin Chuan, their situation was indeed precarious. If they couldn't get out of the school quickly, their mutation was only a matter of time. Among them, Lin Chuan, Fang Shisong, and the other two, having become destiny walkers, possessed the ability to resist the tug of desire and emotions, so they would be fine for the time being. Aside from that, Lin Chuan had made another small discovery. The Taiji Bagua array could help resist the erosion of desire. Whenever he noticed someone showing signs of mutation, Lin Chuan only needed to channel the effect of the Taiji Bagua array onto them to temporarily suppress it. This might be a special effect exclusive to a 5-star talent. Whether we can break out depends on this one attempt. As the school gate drew nearer, Lin Chuan's heartbeat quickened. In his hand, he now held an arrow that emitted a faint golden light. It was the golden weapon he had drawn earlier, Patrol Hunt. Since Lin Chuan already possessed an exclusive weapon, this one had lost its value. Therefore, he chose to erase the base attributes of Patrol Hunt and convert it directly into an artifact. This way, he could utilize the special effects of this artifact. For Lin Chuan, who currently lacked offensive means, this was a crucial trump card. Is it really this easy to leave? Lin Chuan held the arrow in his hand, feeling no more relaxed despite being close to the door. He had been observing the situation on the field. Everything seemed too easy. With a few more Fate Walkers on Lin Chuan's side, the monster's attacks became unable to pose any substantial threat to Lin Chuan and the others. They had almost given up on attacking the people behind Fang Shisong, instead focusing all their efforts on him. It seemed they wanted to take down this strongest warrior first before dealing with the others. However, under the protection of Lin Chuan's Taiji Bagua array, all the monster's attacks on Fang Shisong were neutralized. Up till now, Fang Shisong had not suffered any serious injuries. Give it one more push, and we can break through. Fang Shisong shouted loudly. They were only 20 meters away from the school gate. Just then, Lin Chuan's expression suddenly changed. Watch your feet, he yelled loudly. But his warning came. The thing was too fast. By the time Lin Chuan opened his mouth, the attack had already arrived. Boom. With a loud bang, the ground beneath Lin Chuan violently surged, and a massive blood-red tentacle burst forth from underground. Its target was clear Fang Shisong, who was at the front. Everyone only saw a flash of blood-red light, and that terrifying tentacle had already ensnared Fang Shisong. Moreover, this time it was different from before. The tentacle did not attack directly. Instead, as it wrapped around Fang Shisong, it immediately pulled him underground, racing towards its distant origin. Damn it! Lin Chuan's face changed drastically. Fang Shisong had already left the protection range of the Taiji Bagua array. This meant Fang Shisong was truly in danger now. Shun Jue and Pan Shun were caught off guard by the sudden change of the monsters. They had never expected that these tentacled creatures would launch an attack from underground. Do they possess intelligence? Or is someone controlling them? Lin Chuan glanced at the nearby door, gritted his teeth, and did not rush out. Instead, he immediately turned back and chased after the direction where Fang Shisong had been taken. Since Fang Shisong could return to the teaching building to find Lin Chuan certainly would not abandon him at this moment. It's too dangerous, Pan Shun reminded Lin Chuan. However, Lin Chuan showed no signs of giving up. Shun Jue glanced at the door and then seemed to make up his mind, following Lin Chuan. Damn, they're all tough characters. Seeing that both of them refused to give up, Pan Shun gritted his teeth and followed suit. Now those who were escaping with Lin Chuan felt a bit confused.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
One group rushed towards the door, trying to escape this devilish campus before being hunted by the monsters. The other group chose to follow Lin Chuan. Although the door was right in front of them, who knew what awaited them beyond it? They didn't even know if they could survive the exit. Given the current situation, perhaps following Lin Chuan offered these superpowered individuals the only hope of survival. Of course, Lu Feng's followers would no longer follow Lin Chuan. Their only goal was the door. Damn, I've been played, Lu Jie said angrily. The blood-red tentacle that had taken Fang Shisong was not a spontaneous occurrence. It was released by the monsters he was dealing with. A minute ago, Lu Jie had noticed those blood-red monsters attempting to merge. Indeed, the flesh and blood monsters were combining to form a larger blood and flesh creature. Lu Jie did not think much of this. He continued to control the movements of the monsters. As long as they didn't charge towards the teaching building, it wouldn't be a big problem. He just needed to buy time and wait for the captain to arrive. As the monsters grew larger, Lu Jie also noticed that the enormous creature seemed to be moving less, only wildly attacking with its tentacles. It was only when the situation changed with Fang Shisong that Lu Jie realized the creature's stillness was because it had stealthily extended a tentacle underground to launch that fatal strike. At this moment, after capturing Fang Shisong, the tentacle retracted, while its massive body immediately surged forward. The monster's target is Fang Shisong. Seeing this scene, Lin Chuan's heart trembled. When the monster forcibly captured Fang Shisong and abandoned all other attacks, Lin Chuan immediately realized something. These monsters may have had Fang Shisong as their target from the very beginning. Even this sudden transformation seemed to be aimed at Fang Shisong. Although there was not yet complete evidence, Lin Chuan had this suspicion in his heart. Save him. Lin Chuan shouted to Lu Jie. I'm on it. Lu Jie replied. Realizing he had been tricked by the monster, Lu Jie rushed over quickly. He raised his hand and placed a shield over Fang Shisong. However, at this moment, Fang Shisong was already bloodied and mutilated from the monstrous attacks. Although Lu Jie's shield was strong, it shattered after holding for only a second or two. Why does it want to kill him so badly? Lu Jie began to sense something was wrong. Logically, his shield shouldn't be this fragile. Unless the monster had concentrated all its strength on that tentacle aiming to eliminate Fang Shisong. Otherwise, there was no way to explain such behavior. Boom. With a loud crash, the monster broke through Lu Jie's shield, and the tentacle that enveloped Fang Shisong swiftly retracted, swallowing him into the writhing flesh. At this moment, Lu Jie's expression had turned very grim. Under such circumstances, he had no good options left. He could only watch helplessly as the monster devoured Fang Shisong. Lin Chuan's gaze swept over Lu Jie. Seeing Lu Jie's grim expression, he knew he couldn't rely on this city builder anymore. Lu Jie was merely at fate level 8, having only progressed slightly further than Lin Chuan, but it was limited. For the sake of your help, I'll go all out. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and charged forward. At this moment, it had been over 9 minutes since he activated the Taiji Bagua array. Increase my defenses. Lin Chuan shouted loudly. He knew Pan Shin and Chunjui were right. Although he was unsure if these two had the ability to provide such power, he still had to give it a try. Upon hearing his words, Pan Shin immediately stopped, his eyes shining with light. This time his ability was not directed at the monsters, but aimed at Lin Chuan. Meanwhile, Chunjui also halted, glancing at Pan Shin. This time the aura around her was identical to Pan Shin's. Don't go over there. Lu Jie shouted, watching Lin Chuan charge toward the monster, immediately trying to stop him. But Lin Chuan completely ignored Lu Jie. Damn it. Lu Jie raised his hand and cast a shield on Lin Chuan, then followed closely behind. Soon Lin Chuan was only 10 meters away from the monster. Yet Lin Chuan still didn't stop. Because his Taiji Bagua array hadn't detected Fang Shisong's location, yet it seemed Fang Shisong had been swallowed into the monster's belly. It wasn't until he was just 5 meters from the monster that Lin Chuan finally halted. He had sensed Fang Shisong's. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chuan immediately shared the effects of the Taiji Bagua array. A sharp, all-encompassing pain followed right after. Die. At that very moment, Lin Chuan brought out Xuanjing Hunt, pouring all his mental energy into it. Simultaneously, he felt a strange force taking effect on him. His movement speed was plummeting, but at the same time his defense was rapidly increasing. Clearly this must have come from Pan Shin's innate talent. But that wasn't all. Another similar force emerged right after. Though its effect was less than half of Pan Shin's, it further boosted Lin Chuan's defense. Lin Chuan raised the arrow in his hand high, and an invisible longbow suddenly stretched open. The arrow in his hand erupted with a dazzling golden edge. At that moment, Lin Chuan also felt the terrifying sharpness, as if it would annihilate everything. Even as the user, he couldn't escape it. May the arrow of the hunt pierce the heart of the prey. Boom. The golden light burst forth, transforming into an ultimate beam of radiance that shot straight toward the massive, fleshly mass nearby. The next moment, the entire school was bathed in this fearsome golden light. Lu Jie was stunned. What was going on? What was this high school student doing? Was he trying to take the whole school down with him? That terrifying arrow was clearly something from the hunt path. This path had a very distinctive trait. That trait was the indiscriminate nature of salvation and destruction. Indeed, many things and practitioners of this path unleashed attacks without discrimination, often causing equal or even greater destruction while trying to rescue. When that edge fell, no matter which side you were on, everything would be turned to ashes in the arrow of the hunt. What the hell? As Lu Jie cursed, the only thing he could do was cast a shield on everyone nearby. Lin Chuan's shield had long shattered, and there was hardly a patch of unblemished flesh on his body. He was too close to the core of the Lin Chuan's shield had long shattered, and there was hardly a patch of unblemished flesh on his body. He was too close to the core of the arrow and had also absorbed most of the damage meant for Fang Shisong. It was a miracle he was still alive. Even with the damage reduction from the Taiji Bagua array, Lin Chuan's life force was rapidly fading, as if he could die at any moment. This time he had truly risked everything. Just then, black and white light emanated from the Taiji Bagua array, and the yin-yang fish spun rapidly. Heaven and earth reversed. The moment Lin Chuan had calculated had arrived. His injuries healed at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, he was mostly recovered. 10 minutes had passed. The recovery effect of the Taiji Bagua array triggered, instantly restoring 90 of Lin Chuan's injuries. The mangled flesh on his body was now barely scarred. This was the terror of a 5-star talent. It was also why Lin Chuan dared to take the gamble. Feeling his injuries heal, Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. But then darkness engulfed him, and he fell into a strange void again. The path space. Lin Chuan found himself at the origin of the paths once more. Only this time Lin Chuan wasn't standing on the preservation path. The moment he realized where he was, a wide, blue-purple path instantly extended from under his feet, heading straight for the creation pillar in the endless space. Then before Lin Chuan's eyes the creation pillar vanished. A divine, majestic figure appeared in his sight. It seemed like a fusion of a centaur and a chariot. In its hand raised high a point of light blazed with extreme brilliance, harboring a terrifying aura of destruction. With just a tremor, it could annihilate the entire world. In an instant, everything converged, and the divine figure disappeared. Lin Chuan gazed at the blue-purple path beneath his feet, lost in thought. It seems I've set foot on another new path. The hunt path. A slight twitch pulled at the corner of Lin Chuan's mouth, a mix of surprise and confusion. Can one person walk 2 different paths at the same time? Lin Chuan frowned, pondering. He hadn't gotten any information about this from Lu Jia. But Lu Jia had never mentioned anything about dual paths either, which suggested that even if someone could tread 2 paths, they were likely very rare. Moreover, embarking on another path meant Lin Chuan could acquire that path's innate talent again. This would undoubtedly be a massive boost to his strength. He just wondered if his luck on the hunt path would be as good as on the preservation path. If he could pull another 5-star golden talent, Lin Chuan couldn't imagine how thrilled he'd be. From what Lin Chuan understood now, these 2 paths were completely unrelated, let alone synergistic. But lack of synergy didn't mean lack of power. These 2 paths had strong complementarity. The preservation path leaned more toward defense, while the hunt, judging from the effect of the relic he just used, possessed terrifying offensive power. And powerful attack abilities usually came at a cost, like low defense and fragile vitality. In Lin Chuan's understanding, it was akin to the relationship between a tank and an assassin in a game. Though not entirely accurate, it was close enough. Imagine a fragile assassin suddenly gaining the durability of a tank. How terrifying that would be. The combination of high damage and high defense was a monster in itself. At this thought, a broad smile spread across Lin Chuan's face. With a thought, another wide golden path extended outward. This was the preservation path. Both paths now lay beneath Lin Chuan's feet. But this also means I need to walk both paths simultaneously. It's probably not going to be easy. After the initial excitement, Lin Chuan gradually calmed down. Then he discovered another fact that made him even more sober. That was this time, when he stepped onto the hunt path, he didn't receive 5,000 wish fragments like before. That was hard to take. The absence of desire fragments means Lin Chuan cannot extract the hunting fate talent, let alone the specialized weapon. It is evident that the 5,000 fragments from before only appear the first time one steps onto the path of fate. After that, no matter what path you embark on, you cannot directly obtain desire fragments. At least give me a little bit, Lin Chuan said with a wry smile. The good news is that he has an extra path of fate compared to others. The bad news is that there are no desire fragments. It seems I need to quickly find a way to obtain desire fragments. I suspect it is related to the trial of the star god mentioned by Lu Jia, Lin Chuan thought to himself. He had never been so eager to obtain desire fragments. This feeling is like gazing at a treasure trove before him, yet unable to touch it. The specialized weapon of protection still lacks a shadow overlay. I also need to extract the innate talent of hunting. Life is really hard, Lin Chuan lamented. In his previous life, he earned money. In this life, he earns desire. One could say he is a worker in another sense. But he wonders if there are desire loans around here. Lin Chuan looked around. Staying here at the starting point of fate serves no purpose. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chuan chose to return to reality. Reality at Dawn Middle School. At the moment Lin Chuan released the hunting arrow in the security room at the entrance, a security guard's gaze suddenly sharpened. The power of hunting. Are we going to perish together? The security guard's expression darkened, coldly observing the terrifying brilliance erupting without taking any action. Such formidable power. Is it a 5-star relic? The security guard furrowed his brows slightly. Under such a powerful attack, the target should be dead. But it's best to check it out. After the light in the security guard's eyes dimmed, he opened the security room door, preparing to investigate. However, just as the security room door opened, the guard's expression shifted slightly. He noticed that it had begun to drizzle outside. He looked up at the sky. At some point, dark clouds had gathered, obscuring the red moon above. A fine drizzle began to fall. So fast. The security guard's face became serious. He dared not linger any longer. His right hand extended, revealing a squirming bloody arm from his sleeve, grasping at the sky. A blood-red gem fell into his hand, and then he turned back into the security room, concealed his presence, and jumped out of the window, disappearing onto the street outside. Just after the security guard left, the anomalies at Dawn Middle School began to dissipate. However, another strange phenomenon seemed to emerge. The drizzle in the sky gradually intensified, emitting a faint glow. But this rain was not confined to Dawn Middle School. No drops fell outside. People outside could not see the fine rain drifting at Dawn Middle School. In the central square of the school, Lu Jie had no idea how much time had passed before he groggily woke up. Instinctively raising his hand to wipe, he found his hand covered in a warm, sticky sensation. Blood. Lu Jie suddenly awakened, rapidly recalling the memories of just moments ago. He flipped over and scrambled to his feet. There were no monsters around, only blood and flesh scattered on the ground. At the core where the arrow had fallen, a bloodied figure lay there. It was Fang Shisong. At this moment, it was unclear whether he was alive or dead. Lin Chuan also lay there, about 5 to 6 meters away from Fang Shisong. What on earth? Lu Jie was at a loss for words. How could this originally simple task cause such a huge commotion when it reached him? He had almost died. Wasn't it supposed to be just a low-level anomaly? With this, how could you call it low-level? The power of the desire path manifested the entire school, mutated, awakening 4 pathwalkers at once. One of them even produced a relic that did not belong to their path. With such power, is it not a 5-star relic? This is ruthless. Really too ruthless. Lu Jie looked at Lin Chuan lying on the ground at a loss for words. That moment truly had a high probability of mutual destruction. It was only because the power of hunting was sufficiently condensed that it did not spread great destruction. Otherwise, the entire school would likely have been buried alongside it. Lu Jie struggled to get up to check on Lin Chuan and Fang Shisong's injuries, but after swaying, he ultimately could not stand. At that moment, a few drops of fine rain fell on him. Lu Jie's previously grim expression relaxed slightly. He looked up at the sky, then revealed a smile, greedily enjoying the rain falling from above. The rain of tranquility. Finally here. Captain, if you were any later, you could have directly collected my... As the rain fell, the impurities in the air began to swiftly dissipate, and the smell of blood quickly vanished. Meanwhile, Lu Jiepan, Shun Shinji, and even those students who had already turned into monsters were quickly recovering their injuries under this rain. The mutated flesh began to wither, and the frenzied desires and emotions gradually dissipated. Everything was being purified in this rain. At the entrance of the Dawn Center, a woman holding an oiled paper umbrella stepped into the school. Fortunately, I am not too late. Yu Huaya sensed everything within the rain, letting out a sigh of relief. Behind her, several figures in black quickly entered the school. Sensing the aura of desire lingering within the school and the dissipating stench of blood, their expressions turned somewhat grim. Has everything outside been handled? Yes, Yu Huaya inquired. Normally, the students at Dawn Middle School should have already been dismissed, with many parents waiting outside for their children. However, more than 10 minutes had passed, and the campus was silent, with not a single student emerging. The security room was empty, and many parents had begun to panic, inquiring about the situation. We are already dealing with it, said one of the figures in black. We can only use the power of Mysterious to conceal what happened here, and then let the memory pathwalkers handle it one by one. Another added, this incident involves too many people, it is beyond what we can handle. We have reported the situation and need to wait for support from other teams. Hearing this, Yu Huaya let out a soft sigh and walked deeper into the school. Life is indeed as fragile as a wisp of smoke. A few steps out, she saw several corpses. They seemed to be students who had attempted to escape the school, but all died not far from the entrance. Their faces were filled with fear, falling closest to the exit. Yu Huaya raised her hand, releasing a beam of light onto the corpses, and the rain in the sky intensified. They cannot be saved. After attempting, Yu Huaya shook her head and continued walking inside. The campus was eerily quiet, only the sound of the pouring rain could be heard. Lin Chuan had now opened his eyes. He lay on the ground motionless. Is it raining? Lin Chuan raised his hand to gently touch the falling raindrops as he gazed at the fine rain in the sky. His fingers quickly became moist, the raindrops radiating a faint glow, and the injuries on his palm were rapidly healing in the rain. This rain. Lin Chuan's expression shifted slightly as he sat up. He sensed that this was no ordinary rainwater, it contained powerful energy. However, this energy was not aggressive, on the contrary, it was quite gentle, possessing formidable healing capabilities. The injuries on his body were already 90% healed due to the effects of the Taiji Bagua formation, and the remaining wounds just needed some time to recover. At this moment, under the nourishment of the rain, the last of his injuries were healing at an astonishing speed. Lin Chuan could distinctly feel himself improving. He estimated that in just a few minutes all his injuries would be completely healed. Has the city builder arrived? Lin Chuan's heart stirred. He guessed something and glanced at Fang Shisong, who was lying not far away. That kid was still unconscious, but his chest was visibly rising and falling, and under the rain's nourishment his injuries were also healing rapidly. Don't worry, as long as the captain is here, he won't die as long as he has a breath left. Lu Jie's voice came from behind. Lin Chuan turned back to look and found Lu Jie was also injured, but he was healing quickly.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Lu Jie smirked. He truly did not expect Lin Chuan to be so decisive, nor did he anticipate that Lin Chuan possessed such a powerful weapon. He wanted to ask, but ultimately held back. Such matters were relatively secretive. If it were him, he wouldn't easily reveal them to others, yet his curiosity couldn't be suppressed. However, it seemed likely that Lin Chuan would be inducted into the city builders. It could wait until they became colleagues before inquiring further. Who are you? Just then another calm voice interrupted. Lin Chuan looked over to see Chen Zhui, who had just gotten up from the ground. Despite all that had transpired, Chen Zhui's scholarly face seemed little changed. He remained calm, his expression filled with a wise thirst for knowledge. As for Pan Shen, he had also gotten up, but still looked a bit dazed, sitting in place, without moving, seemingly still recalling what had just happened. We are the city builders. We are the guardians of this shattered world. Lu Jie smiled slightly as footsteps. Everyone saw a graceful woman, dressed in casual attire, holding an oiled paper umbrella, walking towards them from the direction of the main gate. Behind her were several men in black, but they had already scattered to deal with other matters. Captain, you finally arrived. Seeing the newcomer, Lu Jie nearly burst into tears. It had truly been a difficult time for him. He had just become a city builder not long ago, and this was his first solo mission. He initially thought it would be a simple school anomaly, not even having a chance to show off, but he never expected the situation to be so dangerous. He nearly lost his own life here. All right, save the crying for later. Tell me about what happened here. Yu Huayao spoke succinctly, completely ignoring Lu Jie's aggrieved expression. Afterward, Yu Huayao closed the oiled paper umbrella, and as she did, the fine rain in the sky gradually ceased. Lin Chuan curiously examined the woman before him. She had straight, long black hair, casual attire, and a face that required no makeup, yet was captivating, especially her eyes, which were so warm they seemed to ripple with water. Is this Lu Jie's captain? Lin Chuan thought to himself. To be honest, it was somewhat unexpected. At first he expected Lu Jie's captain to be a burly man, at least someone strong and powerful, but he never imagined it would be a woman in her early 20s. She even appeared to be slightly younger than Lu Jie. Of course, in such a transcendent organization, one's status was likely determined more by strength than by age. He could sense that the rain above was connected to the woman before him. Lu Jie stopped joking around and quickly reported to Yu Huayao about the events that had occurred at Liming High School. Just by briefly understanding the situation, Yu Huayao had already made many judgments. The corpses of the students at the school gate did not die at the hands of monsters. I suspect the mastermind behind the school's anomaly is right at the gate. Yu Huayao quickly made her judgment. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's expression shifted slightly. He could roughly guess who those corpses belonged to. And their target. Yu Huayao looked at Feng Shisong, who was lying in the large pit. Undoubtedly, from the last monster's movements, their target was only Feng Shisong. However, at that moment, Feng Shisong was still unconscious. Yu Huayao glanced at him before shifting her gaze to Lin Chuan. In Lu Jie's description, Lin Chuan had been mentioned repeatedly. Whether it was the beginning of the anomaly, the red moon, or ultimately bringing out the powerful relic of the Sunlu fate to turn the tide, all were the works of this high school student. To some extent, Lin Chuan was even more important in this incident than Feng Shisong. Captain, this is Lin Chuan. Like me, he awakened the Tsuanhu fate and obtained a 2-star innate talent. However, it seems he also extracted a weapon. But it should have been a distorted weapon from Sunlu, which has already transformed into a relic, and its strength is quite high. Seeing Yu Huayao looking at Lin Chuan, Lu Jie quickly introduced him. 2-star innate talent. Yu Huayao looked at Lin Chuan with a smile that was not quite a smile. Did he tell you? Lu Jie was taken aback and shook his head. I guessed, but Lin Chuan confirmed it. Lu Jie looked puzzled. Was there a problem? However, Lin Chuan's talent was indeed impressive. After such a terrifying attack, he hadn't died. Wait, this seemed to be a bit too exaggerated. Could it be? Lin Chuan looked at Yu Huayao's smile, immediately realizing he couldn't hide this from the captain. In truth, he hadn't wanted to conceal it, after all, Lu Jie had guessed it himself. To be able to see the anomalous red moon, your talent cannot be low. Moreover, according to our detection, it seems this school has attracted the gaze of the star gods. Yu Huayao smiled as she looked at Lin Chuan. The gaze of the star gods. Lu Jie showed a shocked expression, looking at Lin Chuan in disbelief. The only possibility for someone who can attract the gaze of the star gods is a unique, innate talent of gold grade and 5 stars. Yu Huayao continued. Lu Jie looked at Lin Chuan with a changed expression. I'm not just a buddy, I consider you a brother, but you treat me like a clown. When I said you had a 2-star talent, you nodded emphatically in agreement. Damn, a type of plant. A clown is just a clown, or I'll just stick with the brother from now on. Yu Huayao noticed the puzzled expressions of Chen Zhui and others, and continued to explain. The so-called glimpse of the star god means that when a mortal's actions align with the fate and spirit governed by a certain star god, the star god sends a distant signal across light years, which is not a conventional gaze. The one being observed will embark on that fate and become a fate walker. Am I right, Lin Chuan? Your starting point for fate should be the gaze cast by the guardian star god, a path of guardian fate extending from beneath its feet to yours. And then you stepped onto the path of guardian. Yu Huayao laid out her speculation about Lin Chuan embarking on the path of guardian. Lin Chuan's expression slightly stiffened. He now realized that his process of embarking on fate seemed different from others. Was that a glimpse from the star god? Could it be that the star god's gaze was the reason he had such good luck when drawing his fate talent? No wonder it seemed everything made sense. However, Lin Chuan soon sensed something amiss. According to Yu Huayao, the gaze of the star god and the path of fate extended from the star god to Lin Chuan's feet. Yet the two starting points Lin Chuan had just experienced were both paths of fate extending from his feet towards the star god. The direction was completely opposite. Moreover, what he initially saw was not the star god, but the pillar of creation. It was only after the path of fate extended from beneath his feet that he saw the star god. From this situation, it appeared that what Lin Chuan experienced was fundamentally different from the glimpse of the star god that Yu Huayao described. It seemed he did not get glimpsed by the star god, instead it was Lin Chuan who had glimpsed the star god. Moreover, Yu Huayao did not mention the pillar of creation. Most likely others couldn't see it. The pillar of creation was related to Lin Chuan's crossing. He saw it during his crossing. Lin Chuan wasn't sure what secrets lay within and naturally wouldn't reveal them easily. Yes, you are absolutely correct. He quickly nodded, affirming decisively. Upon hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Yu Huayao's lips as she glanced at Lu Jia. Her expression seemed to say, see, this is a reasonable speculation based on facts. You speculating about someone having a 2-star talent is purely a wild guess. Lin Chuan keenly sensed this moment. The corner of his eye twitched slightly. It seems that guessing wildly is a tradition among you city builders. Does this mean our team will have a fate walker with the gaze of the star god? Lu Jia automatically ignored Yu Huayao's gaze, speaking with excitement and disbelief. Originally, he just wanted to bring Lin Chuan in as a colleague. Now Lin Chuan had unexpectedly become a hot commodity. After all, there were not many fate walkers in the entire Xia country who had received the gaze of the star god. Among those he knew, which one did not possess a formidable reputation. Such fate walkers had an immeasurable. Once he joined the strength of their team, and even the entire Hang City builders would see a massive boost. Yu Huayao naturally understood this point. However, she wasn't as excited. Lin Chuan's talent was impressive, but perhaps a bit too impressive. 5-star talent, the gaze of the star god. Each of these was a target everyone would fight over. It seemed unlikely that this great figure would stay here. However, it was also uncertain. Everything depended on Lin Chuan's final choice. Now was not the time to discuss these matters. Yu Huayao did not continue on this topic. She turned to the other 2 fate walkers behind her. To be honest, I'm not sure why so many fate walkers suddenly awakened due to this anomaly. Perhaps it has something to do with the gaze of the star god, Yu Huayao said. Awakening to become a fate walker due to strange stimuli is not something that happens all the time. Take this campus crisis as an example. There were hundreds of people affected. Yet in the end, only Lin Chuan and 3 others awakened. Strangely, these people seemed to have some connection with Lin Chuan, more or less. At the very least, they were all gathered around Lin Chuan. Yu Huayao withdrew her intense gaze from Lin Chuan and looked at Pan Shun and Chen Jue. Compared to the overly outstanding Lin Chuan, these 2 were the most likely to join them. Chen Jue, memory fate, 4-star talent. Sensing Yu Huayao's gaze upon her, Chen Jue did not keep it a secret and directly stated her fate and talent level. Her mind worked quickly. She realized that in such a situation there was no turning back. Moreover, studying, taking exams, and entering society as a laborer seemed too boring. Now this was quite good and very challenging. She loved challenges. 4-star talent. Lu Jia was dumbfounded. He felt insulted. No longer would they have to report to borrow a memory fate walker from other teams when encountering issues. Memory fate. No longer would they have to report to borrow a memory fate walker from other teams when encountering issues. Lin Chuan, upon hearing this, recalled everything that had happened before and seemed to gain some insight. Initially, he thought Chen Jue had awakened a fate similar to Fang Shisong's, just with a lower talent level. After all, back then the aura surrounding Chen Jue was almost identical to that of Fang Shisong, albeit but now it seemed that it was not the same fate. Rather, Chen Jue was utilizing her memory talent abilities to mimic and replicate Fang Shisong's capabilities. Just this point alone showcased the power of Chen Jue's abilities. Pan Shin balance fate, 3-star talent, equivalent exchange. Balance. This time, even Lu Jia was surprised, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Clearly he did not understand this fate. Yu Huayao smiled and nodded. A relatively rare fate. Rarity also meant their abilities were sufficiently unique. Perhaps in absolute strength, there wasn't a significant. However, in situations where special talents were needed, special fate walkers often yielded unexpected effects. Balance. Equivalent exchange. Lin Chuan recalled the scene when Pan Shen utilized her fate ability, and suddenly, no wonder. She should be able to balance various attributes to some extent. Lin Chuan speculated. For instance, reducing Lin Chuan's speed to enhance his defense. If this ability is used wisely, it could become exceedingly agile. For example, temporarily lowering attributes that are not needed in exchange for enhancing other necessary attributes. The most typical example is lowering one's own defense just as an attack is about to hit the opponent, thereby increasing one's own attack. Or when under attack, lowering one's own attack to boost defense. However, these are merely Lin Chuan speculations. The true effect of the talent is known only to Pan Shen. I know you have many questions, but this is not the time to explain them. I will have someone take you back to the builder headquarters shortly where you will receive an explanation. After Yu Huayao's words fell, she turned to face the entrance. Soon after, several people entered again from the gate of Dan High School. This time there were many more people, nearly 20 in total. Gao Xian. Lu Jia looked in surprise at the person walking in front. As his name suggests, this was a tall and imposing man. It was evident that he was the captain of another team. Captain, why are they here? Lu Jia moved closer to Yu Huayao and asked. Our team is short-handed and not long ago. We had no choice but to ask for their support. As Yu Huayao spoke, her expression appeared somewhat forlorn. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia refrained from saying more. Although they were all builders, there was still a competitive relationship among them. Moreover, it was rather embarrassing to have to seek help from others when faced with a situation they could not handle themselves. But there was no other choice. Their team had encountered several tricky issues, and with the Star God trial having problems, as well, they had lost quite a few personnel. Otherwise, they would not have sent Lu Jia, a newcomer who had just entered Fate Path 8, to complete this task alone. During their conversation, Gao Xian had already begun directing his subordinates to get busy. At the same time, he was also surveying the surroundings, sensing something. This situation is quite serious. Too many people have died, and too many are involved. Gao Xian's figure suddenly became somewhat blurry under the gazes of the crowd, and when his voice returned, he was already standing beside Yu Huayao. Have all the people arrived? Yu Huayao glanced at those Fate Path travelers who had already begun to act. All the memory Fate Path incinerators from Hang City are here. They probably won't get to rest tonight. Gao Xian said helplessly. There are several hundred students' memories in the school awaiting processing, and the parents outside also need corresponding memory adjustments. Not to mention those students who have already died. Rough estimates suggest that dozens of students have perished, and some others have residual effects from variations. To completely restore everything without a hitch is undoubtedly a systematic large-scale project. This world is getting more chaotic by the day. Yu Huayao sighed. Are these several awakened Fate Path travelers? Gao Xian's gaze passed over Yu Huayao and looked with great interest at Lin Chuan and the others. Lu Jia moved a few steps discreetly to block Gao Xian's gaze. Isn't it enough for you to be so guarded against me yet? Gao Xian stared at Lu Jia's movement, speechless. If I don't guard against you in a little while, I'll have to become your subordinate. Yu Huayao said irritably. Wouldn't that be quite nice? Gao Xian shrugged indifferently. It was clear that although these two had a competitive relationship, their rapport was still quite good. At the very least, they could still joke around. Are there any good seeds? Gao Xian asked in a lowered voice. Upon entering Dan High School, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The situation of variations was much more serious than he had anticipated. Moreover, the mixed Fate Path powers here were indeed quite numerous. He even suspected whether someone had attracted the Star God's attention here. However, he was not a Fate Path traveler skilled in sensing, and he still had doubts about this. But no one could ignore the large pit in the center of the square. The powerful hunting Fate Path energy emanating from there was sensed by him as soon as he entered the campus. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. If he could recruit a few strong Fate Path travelers, he could become the strongest team in Hang City. As the leader of the team, he definitely would not let this opportunity slip by. Yes, but you shouldn't be counting on it, Yu Huayao said with a light smile. Why? Gao Xian furrowed his brow in confusion. Hang City might not even keep this great Buddha, let alone you. Yu Huayao chuckled. Oh, Gao Xian's interest was piqued by her words. Could it be that there is indeed a Star God watching? His gaze quickly swept over the few standing students. No need to think, it must be among these few people. The ordinary students had already been hypnotized and were now lying in the classroom. His gaze quickly scanned Chen Pan Shun and then landed on Lin Chuan. Then it swept past. His eyes eagerly fixed on Fang Shisong, who lay in the pit with a faint breath. This one will do. Our team is just in need of a powerful hunting Fate Path traveler. And I am also a hunting Fate Path traveler capable of providing him with sufficient guidance. Gao Xian said swiftly. Yu Huayao immediately understood that Gao Xian had misidentified the person, but she had no intention of giving any hint. You better hurry, or the person might be taken away by others. Yu Huayao kindly reminded. Of course do I need you to. Gao Xian's words were cut short as sounds came from the third floor of the teaching building. Captain, we found someone here suspected to be a fate path traveler. One of Gao Xian's subordinates shouted from the edge of the third floor corridor to the crowd below. His words immediately attracted the attention of many. There are still fate path travelers. So many. The crowd showed expressions of surprise. It seemed that there were quite an excessive number of awakened fate path travelers this time. But, forget it, I'll bring her down myself. Saying this, the builder directly picked up a figure and jumped down from the third floor. Upon landing, he immediately brought that person before the crowd. Lin Chuan found the person in the embrace somewhat familiar. Everyone was wearing school uniforms, and from a distance, it was hard to recognize. However, soon Lin Chuan saw that beautiful face. Although it was swollen and covered in blood, the exquisite features could not be hidden. Lin Chuan's expression changed. Isn't this the school beauty Meng Feiyin who was previously chasing him to have his child? She's not dead, and she has embarked on the fate path, becoming a fate path traveler. What fate path has she embarked on? Lin Chuan's mind suddenly sparked thoughts racing. She wouldn't be on the desire fate path. During his previous conversation with Lu Jia, Lin Chuan had already learned that desire was also a star god. Thus, correspondingly, this should also be a fate. However, he was unsure what the specific circumstances would be regarding this fate, which was clearly described in a somewhat negative light. Would the traveler of this fate be inherently a bad person? Lin Chuan was filled with curiosity. It's her. As they got closer, Lu Jia also recognized that figure. He then glanced at Lin Chuan with a strange expression. At this moment, Pan Xin and Chen Jui were also astonished. They were both familiar with Meng Feiyin, the campus belle, as she was a prominent figure in the school on par with the academic elite Chen Jui. In fact, for most students, they might not care who ranked first in academics. But if you were to ask them who the most beautiful girl in school was, they would almost all say Meng Feiyin. Do you know her? Gao Xian looked at Lu Jia and Lin Chuan, his eyes filled with inquiry. She is the beginning of the anomaly, the campus belle Meng Feiyin, who confessed to Lin Chuan. Lu Jia provided an explanation. He had already recounted the previous events to Yu Huayao, but had yet to connect the characters. Now that he knew Meng Feiyin's identity, everything became clear. Yu Huayao approached Meng Feiyin and carefully inspected her. Indeed, there is a strong power of the desire fate. She has truly embarked on the desire fate path. Gao Xian's expression turned serious. To become a fate traveler was indeed a good thing. Especially for Meng Feiyin, her survival after the anomaly was likely due to the protection of the fate's power. However, for a girl, stepping onto the desire fate path was not a good thing at all, especially for such a beautiful girl. It might even signify disaster. Desire is not a good fate, right? Chen Jui asked, sensing something from the reaction of the city builders. Yu Huayao and Gao Xian exchanged glances, not immediately answering her question. Star gods are indifferent to good or bad, and so are fates. After a while, Gao Xian said. Yu Huayao did not refute him. Alright, you don't need to worry about this matter anymore. Seeing Chen Zui's eager gaze, Gao Xian quickly added, signaling Yu Huayao. Lu Jia, take them back to the city builder headquarters first. As for other matters, we will discuss them when I return. Yu Huayao issued the command. Alright. Lu Jia did not refuse, and found a few helpers to carry Meng Feiyin and Fang Shisong. He then waved to signal Lin Chuan and the others to follow. My parents are still waiting for me to go home. Pan Xin followed, but added, don't worry, someone will take care of it. After everything is over, you can still go home. Lu Jia assured. Clearly the group was not going home now. Soon they arrived at the entrance. Along the way, they passed several corpses which were only 4 or 5 meters away from the door. Unfortunately, this became the last step they could not cross. Lin Chuan recognized several familiar faces among the corpses. They were all Lu Feng's underlings. After a glance, Lin Chuan withdrew his gaze, indifferent to joy or sorrow. Pan Xin saw former classmates lying here, their deaths tragic, and his face turned pale. Chen Jui, on the other hand, showed no change in expression. Upon reaching the entrance, the group had some concerns about the parents who might be waiting outside. However, Lu Jia and the others walked straight out without hesitation. Seeing this scene, they understood that there must also be city builders outside. Indeed, when they followed and walked out the door, it felt like they had passed through a curtain. The scene before them was completely different from that in the campus. The parents who should have been waiting here had long since disappeared, and the entire entrance was quite empty, with only a few figures in black guarding the door. At that moment, Lin Chuan, Pan Xin, and Chen Jui were all stunned, standing in place, as if they had been simultaneously frozen. Lu Jia turned to glance back, smiling slightly, revealing a reminiscent expression. He recalled the scene when he first experienced the anomaly and walked out of the area shrouded in strangeness. It was nearly identical to the current situation of these 3 newcomers. Lu Jia casually greeted a few of them. Newcomers? One of them inquired upon noticing Lin Chuan and the other's situation. Yes, Lu Jia nodded. They will probably join us soon. Upon hearing this, the eyes of several black-clad figures revealed a look of envy towards Lin Chuan. This was because it indicated that these 3 high school students possessed high talent levels. Meanwhile, the ordinary city builders among them generally had 1-star talent, making it difficult for them to achieve anything significant. At this moment, Lin Chuan and the others were certainly not frozen by anyone's spell. Rather, it was the fluctuations from the fate's starting point that led them to step into the fate at the same time. At that moment, Lin Chuan stood at the starting point of the fate, joyfully gazing at the fragments of willpower that had appeared before him. A total of 3,000. Of these, 2,000 appeared from the protecting fate path, while 1,000 came from the hunting fate path. Is it because of the recent anomalous execution of the 2 fates that I obtained these willpower fragments? Lin Chuan almost immediately realized something. Lu Jie had once told him that executing a fate was one of the ways to acquire willpower fragments. In addition, there was also the mysterious Star God trial. Moreover, executing a fate not only allowed one to obtain willpower fragments, but also enabled them to make certain progress along the fate. With this thought, Lin Chuan took his first step on the protecting fate path. Slap. The first step landed. A faint golden light surged up from beneath Lin Chuan's feet, enveloping his body as the powers of fate began to flow into him. After just 1 step, Lin Chuan felt his abilities rapidly enhancing in all aspects. Is this the power of fate? Lin Chuan was immensely delighted. He immediately took his second step, and similarly the powers of fate flowed into him, transforming his body. Lin Chuan did not pause, continuing to walk forward along the fate path. With each step, he could clearly feel his strength increasing. The power of the protecting fate path filled his entire body, making him feel extremely comfortable. The most noticeable improvement was in defense. The protecting fate path inherently leaned towards defensive authority, so with each step Lin Chuan took on this path, he was also enhancing the corresponding attributes. This was the enhancement granted to Lin Chuan by the authority of the protecting fate path. Of course, there were some improvements in other aspects as well, but overall the greatest enhancements were still related to protecting. After walking nearly 20 meters, Lin Chuan began to struggle with each step. Although there were no obstacles in front of him, the overwhelming pressure made it difficult for him to take another step. It seems this is as far as I can go, Lin Chuan thought to himself. He did not force it. Perhaps he could push out another 1 or 2 meters with great effort, but it would likely consume a lot of time and energy. There was no rush, there was plenty of time to try later. With a thought, Lin Chuan returned to the starting point of his fate. Although he was back at the starting point, Lin Chuan's progress in the preservation path was still ongoing. Looking back, he could clearly see that the golden light on the path he had walked was more vibrant and bright. In contrast, the area he had yet to step into appeared noticeably dimmer. He then shifted his gaze to the hunting path. Without hesitation, he took a step forward. Blue and purple light instantly enveloped Lin Chuan's entire body, and a force completely different from the preservation path quickly surged into him. Unlike the heaviness of preservation, Lin Chuan felt his body become much lighter. The most obvious enhancement of the hunting path was in speed. Lin Chuan could distinctly feel his speed continuously increasing. Each step he took was a breakthrough of his speed limits. The speed of hunting combined with the defensive power of preservation made Lin Chuan foresee how difficult he would become to deal with in the future. While others sought to strengthen their weaknesses, Lin Chuan was amplifying his strengths even further. After walking out 10 meters, he came to a stop, unable to go any further. At this point, Lin Chuan's journey along the path concluded. He then looked towards the willpower shards. The willpower shards of the 2 paths were not interchangeable. There was no way around it. You couldn't use the willpower shards gained from the preservation path to extract the talents of the hunting path. That would not be a contribution to the Star God, but a desecration. In that case, let's first stack the special weapon to 5, Lin Chuan thought, beginning to extract the special weapon. He only needed 1 last special weapon to complete the 5th stack. From Lu Jie, he had already learned that reaching 5 stacks was crucial. Only after reaching 5 stacks could the special weapon be used in the real world. Otherwise, it could only be used in the trials of the Star God, significantly limiting its usability. Although Lu Jie implied that the Star God trials were also very important, not being able to use it in reality severely constrained Lin Chuan's performance. Moreover, Lin Chuan's special weapon was already at 4 stacks. He was just 1 short. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for Lin Chuan to wait any longer. This was crucial for completing the Star God trials, and even for survival. Lin Chuan's gaze fell on the extraction of the preservation special weapon. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Would his luck be as good as before this time? Lin Chuan did not know. If he couldn't extract this last stack, Lin Chuan had no idea how long it would take to obtain this 5-star special weapon. The feeling of being just a step away, but leaving it to fate was quite distressing. With only 2,000 willpower shards, that means 20 draws. I hope my previous good luck continues. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, raised his hand, and the willpower shards surged forth. The extraction of the special weapon began. Rays of light appeared before Lin Chuan. He quickly tapped on them one by one. This time it seemed his luck was not as good as before. Not only did he not get gold in several consecutive draws, but even some commonly used potions appeared very infrequently. Some were outright useless junk, while there were also some pages of books recording the affairs of some pathwalkers. This part was useful, but what annoyed Lin Chuan was that there were duplicates. As he kept opening the draws, Lin Chuan's heart sank. He had already opened 9 without seeing gold. Only one draw remained. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and opened the last orb of light. Buzz. The golden light burst forth instantly. Lin Chuan's expression turned jubilant. Gold has appeared. Another 10 consecutive draws yielded gold. Lin Chuan's tense heart finally relaxed. He quickly checked what he had received, constantly praying that it wouldn't go wrong. If it went wrong, there would be no safety net. The golden light emerged. Just as Lin Chuan had hoped, it was not a mistake. It was indeed the special weapon corresponding to his innate talent, Amber Heavy Hammer. The last stack was finally in hand. Lin Chuan was overjoyed and without hesitation immediately completed the stacking. Buzz. As Lin Chuan stacked, the Amber Heavy Hammer erupted with a brilliance akin to stars, then slowly converged. A solid amber hammer fell into Lin Chuan's hand. He swung it gently and could feel the immense power. The good news was that the attack seemed very strong. The bad news was that this hammer was quite cumbersome to wield, meaning it was not flexible at all. It might be good for hitting stationary targets, but against agile ones he might not even hit once in 10 attempts. However, since it was a preservation path weapon which was not inherently focused on offense, Lin Chuan did not expect to use this hammer to kill enemies. He valued more the powerful base attributes provided by the 5-star weapon and its accompanying special effects. Amber Heavy Hammer. Lin Chuan's exclusive weapon stacked to 5 significantly enhances the user's defensive power and grants the walker an amber shield after activating the Taiji Bagua formation, which can withstand all damage. When the walker possesses the shield, they receive an additional 20 damage reduction. If the shield is the amber shield, the damage reduction effect doubles. After fully stacking the special weapon, the most significant change is that the damage reduction has been maximized to 20. Moreover, there is an additional effect. As long as the shield is provided by the special weapon, it can double the damage reduction. If the shield is not from the special weapon, only the original damage reduction effect applies. For example, if Lu Jie casts a shield on Lin Chuan can also enjoy the damage reduction effect, although the value is not as high. Considering the 40 damage reduction from the Taiji Bagua formation itself, along with the 40 damage reduction provided by the special weapon, Lin Chuan's damage reduction attribute has already reached 80. With such a level of damage reduction, Lin Chuan could almost disregard being killed instantly. Even while protecting multiple teammates, Lin Chuan could still ensure that he remained in perfect health. Previously, Lin Chuan had envied Chen Jue and Pan Chen's talents, thinking their abilities seemed more impressive. However, compared to this almost indestructible body, his own talent was indeed stronger. All powerful foundations are built on the premise of invulnerability. Just after Lin Chuan finished extracting the special weapon, he looked at the remaining 2,000 willpower shards. 1,000 belonged to preservation, the other 1,000 to hunting. I can already draw a fate seat now. Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened. Lin Chuan gazed at the 3 fate seat grids. Having already embarked on his path, he could now draw 3 fate seats at the stage of Fate Path 9. We are about to reach the headquarters of the builders. Let's see if they have any suggestions before proceeding. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chuan decided not to draw a fate seed or use his innate talent for hunting at this time, preparing to make plans after understanding the builder's insights. Previously, he had to draw under pressure, as not drawing could mean not surviving. Now Lin Chuan was certainly not in a hurry. He would first understand the characteristics of the fate path. However, Lin Chuan also noticed that the effects of the fate seats were not yet visible. Therefore, he was unsure how much improvement the drawn fate seats would actually bring. It felt a bit like opening a blind box, which was quite thrilling. Lin Chuan then left the starting point of the fate path and returned to reality. At the entrance of Dawn High School, upon regaining consciousness, Lin Chuan found Pan Chen and Chen Jue staring at him. Looks like you gained quite a bit. Lu Jie walked over with a smile. Don't be surprised. When you first stepped onto the fate path, no matter how long you stayed there, it was just a moment in reality. But subsequent entries into the fate path space won't come with this privilege. Although the flow of time remains different on both sides, if you are in a battle, you should not easily enter the fate path space, or else. Lu Jie smiled, leaving the implication clear. Lin Chuan nodded in understanding. Just then a black business car slowly approached. Get in. Lu Jie gestured for everyone to enter the car. Lin Chuan glanced back at the school. The sign of Dawn High School still hung there, and everything inside was clearly visible. But it was completely different from the real situation. At least he could no longer see the several corpses at the entrance. Without further ado, Lin Chuan got into the business car. The journey was silent. Everyone was tired both mentally and physically. Moreover, utilizing the powers of the fate path consumed mental energy. While still at school he hadn't felt much, but now as silence enveloped him, he felt dizzy and had no thoughts for anything else. Lin Chuan also took a moment to rest to restore his mental energy. However, this period didn't last long as the black business car entered the woods near Westlake. Lin Chuan opened his eyes and watched as the car drove straight towards a stone wall. His heart raced and his body tensed as he saw the car about to crash. Buzz. In a flash of light, the original rock wall vanished, and the business car entered a tunnel heading downward. I really had no idea there was such a place in this mountain range. Chen Jue also regained consciousness, looking around in surprise. Welcome to the builder's headquarters. Lu Jie smiled and said. Chen Jue also regained consciousness, looking around in surprise. Welcome to the builder's headquarters. The underground here seemed hollowed out. The entire underground resembled a miniature city with interconnected tunnels leading to various areas. Lin Chuan could see various vehicles and pedestrians bustling about. Lu Jie briefly introduced the situation of the builder's headquarters, and then the business car stopped in the core area. You three wait in this room. I need to report. After settling the three down, Lu Jie left with Fang Shisong and Meng Feiying. Both of these individuals were not in good condition and needed professional help to check their status and treat their injuries. Being underground, the entire room was sealed. But there was a ventilation system, so it didn't feel stuffy. So, have we really become fate pathwalkers? In the room, Pan Shin seemed still in disbelief, a bit dazed. What else could it be? Chen Jue shrugged, her face calm, but her eyes were filled with excitement. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, remained even calmer. After all, his real age was a bit older, and he had experienced a crossing. Accepting his status as a fate pathwalker was nothing extraordinary. What I mean is, this isn't a dream, right? Pan Shin asked. Slap. Without saying a word, Chen Jue raised her hand and delivered a slap. Pan Shin covered her left cheek in shock, looking at Chen Jue in disbelief. All right, you can now confirm you are not dreaming, Chen Jue said. You. Pan Shin stumbled over her words, still reeling from the slap. However, Chen Jue hadn't exerted much force, otherwise Pan Shin would have retaliated. Lin Chuan watched the two, chuckling softly, but saying nothing. It was quite amusing. You are very calm. So you knew about fate pathwalkers from the start? Chen Jue inquired, sensing Lin Chuan's gaze. Pan Shin also cast a curious look. He and Lin Chuan were classmates and knew what kind of person Lin Chuan was before. Thus, the current Lin Chuan felt quite unfamiliar to him, as if he were a different person. Not to mention, regarding what happened at school, Pan Shin could bet that Lin Chuan would never have gone to save anyone. Given his timid and cowardly personality, he would probably have been scared stiff from the very beginning. Of course, it was also possible that awakening as a fate pathwalker had drastically changed Lin Chuan's disposition. But he felt that this change seemed a bit too great. He had also suddenly become a fate pathwalker, yet his character hadn't changed much. However, he did not ask about these matters. He was still very grateful to Lin Chuan for his help at the critical moment. I only just found out. Lin Chuan replied calmly. I don't know more than you do. Let's wait for the builders to explain. With one sentence, Lin Chuan silenced Chen Jue. He indeed didn't know much, and he himself was quite confused, with many questions needing to be clarified. As the builders had yet to arrive, Lin Chuan closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Chen Jue did not press further. As a walker of memory, she needed to remember various memories, so she was very curious about Lin Chuan. Unfortunately, Lin Chuan appeared uninterested in engaging with her, and she wisely refrained from asking more. She didn't find this feeling strange. It could be compared to how a top student might feel disinclined to engage with a struggling student. As a certain senior once said, no matter how foolish one is, can a 14-year-old not learn calculus? Indeed, that was how she felt in the eyes of such a top student. Now, with Lin Chuan having caught the attention of the stellar deity and gained a 5-star talent, he indeed had the qualification to look down on others. Chen Jue was pondering something. Lin Chuan was unaware and did not care. Taking advantage of the time spent resting with his eyes closed, he returned once more to the starting point of the fate path. Refreshed after resting, Lin Chuan felt ready to explore the fate path space again. Lin Chuan looked at the two fate paths beneath his feet. My memory must be intact. These two great paths of fate are spreading out from beneath me. And this is fundamentally different from what the builders described as the stellar deity's gaze. If their statement holds true, then my situation is clearly not a gaze from the stellar deity.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Thinking of this, Lin Chuan looked towards the endless void where the fate path extended. It seemed empty, but Lin Chuan knew that there stood a pillar of creation within the boundless void. If I gazed upon the stellar deity, then now can I gaze upon another stellar deity? Lin Chuan's mind stirred. Lin Chuan focused his thoughts and began to attempt it. He gazed intently into the endless void, envisioning the form of the pillar of creation in his mind. This was the pillar of creation from his memories. Gradually, Lin Chuan's eyes indeed caught sight of the massive light pillar slowly emerging. It spanned the endless void remaining unchanged since ancient times. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he endeavored to draw closer to the pillar of creation, wanting to see clearly the vast sea of bright light points upon it. Through Lin Chuan's strenuous efforts, it seemed he truly brought himself closer to the pillar of creation. The pillar of creation continuously approached and enlarged in Lin Chuan's vision, and the swirling mist and shining light upon it began to grow brighter. He attempted to see the light points on the pillar of creation. However, soon Lin Chuan felt his brain begin to throb painfully. His mental energy seemed to be depleting rapidly. Just a little more, just a bit more. Lin Chuan did not easily give up. Before the pain completely overwhelmed him, he wanted to try again. Just a little more, and he could clearly see one of the light points. Lin Chuan chose the one that appeared the clearest among the vast sea of light points, hoping for a greater chance of clarity. Soon Lin Chuan felt that light point was somewhat familiar. It flickered strangely, and for a moment Lin Chuan seemed to see a vague question mark. Lin Chuan widened his eyes and exerted himself. He wanted to discern what that question mark specifically was, and what kind of secret it concealed. Buzz. The void trembled violently, and the two paths of fate beneath Lin Chuan's feet suddenly showed signs of collapse. At that moment Lin Chuan clearly saw the light point. Suddenly Lin Chuan's vision darkened, and he completely lost consciousness. At the same time as Lin Chuan's figure dissipated, he withdrew from the starting point of fate. An eerie black road rapidly spread from beneath Lin Chuan's feet, heading straight for the mysterious light point. However, at that moment the light point was no longer in a vague state. Instead, a towering figure appeared. It seemed to be a gigantic jellyfish shrouding the sky and swimming through the void. Beside it, countless spiraling stairs formed, its tentacles enveloped in endless mist and fine rain. Its form appeared for just a moment before vanishing completely, no longer visible. In reality, within the room of the city builder, Lin Chuan, who had originally been resting on the sofa with his eyes closed, suddenly trembled violently and then fell uncontrollably. Blood began to seep from his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and ears. His face contorted in terror, as if something had gripped his throat. Pan Shen was startled by this bizarre scene. He thought something strange had happened again. After witnessing Lin Chuan's dire state, Chen Zui's expression changed drastically. However, she quickly realized that this might not be some kind of mutation. Without any hesitation, Chen Zui rushed over to open the door, shouting into the corridor outside, "Help! This situation is beyond my ability to handle, but this is the headquarters of the city builders, where there are fate walkers with broader knowledge and more extraordinary abilities than theirs. So seeking help immediately is the most effective means of rescue." In fact, there was no need for Chen Zui to take any action. Someone from the city builders had already rushed over. Although it seemed that no one was paying attention to the three of them, many eyes were actually watching this place. Who knew if the fate walkers who had just emerged from the mutation posed any danger? Coming here was for both their safety and to ascertain if there were any problems with them. Therefore, the city builders had been secretly monitoring the situation in the room. The first to appear in the room was a young woman. Upon seeing Lin Chuan's condition, she did not hesitate at all and pressed down with her right hand. Buzz. A green gem appeared out of thin air, exuding a rich life aura that quickly enveloped Lin Chuan's body. Not good. Immediately after, her expression changed. There were no external injuries on Lin Chuan, and the healing power was ineffective. It's not an injury, it's a problem with his spirit. Next appeared an elderly man who directly appeared beside the woman. He did not hesitate and placed his right hand on Lin Chuan's forehead. Transparent waves spread from him, stabilizing Lin Chuan's mind. This is... The elderly man's brow furrowed. He could feel that Lin Chuan's spiritual world seemed to have suffered severe damage, but this damage did not seem to come from the outside. Rather, it was as if Lin Chuan's spirit had encountered some problems leading to a certain degree of systemic collapse. Fortunately, the discovery was timely, preventing immediate catastrophe. However, it was uncertain whether there would be any lingering effects later. "Xiao Lao, what is his condition?" Bai Ling looked at Lin Chuan's condition, asking in uncertainty. "I don't know either." Xiao Ling shook his head. His methods stabilized Lin Chuan's mental energy, but that was all. Then he turned his gaze towards Pan Shun and Chen Zui in the room. He was just sitting on the sofa when he suddenly became like this. "I have no idea what happened," Pan Shen said hurriedly. Chen Zui nodded, affirming Pan Shen's words. "If needed, I can show you my memory," Chen Zui added. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling's expression shifted slightly. "This young girl is not simple. What is this?" Bai Ling suddenly noticed that there were swirling black and white energies on Lin Chuan and a miniature formation beneath his feet. That is Lin Chuan's innate talent. It is a formation that can absorb damage and seems to have healing abilities. Chen Zui recalled the situation at school. It should have activated automatically after he sensed danger. However, the power of the life protection fate is likely insufficient to protect him. Xiao Ling concluded. Everyone's expressions were serious. Lin Chuan felt as if he had just experienced a very long dream, one that was set in an endless dark void. He floated in the void surrounded by strange mist and light rain falling. But how could there be mist and rain in the void? Lin Chuan floated feeling dazed. He was unclear about where he was, what he was doing, and even who he was, until he saw something wriggling at the center of the dark mist. He strained to see clearly, and suddenly he discovered that it seemed to be a gigantic jellyfish blocking out the sky as it swam through the void. Lin Chuan jolted awake, his chest heaving violently. He was filled with lingering fear. Just by taking another glance, he had almost perished on the path of fate. Lin Chuan's expression was extremely grim. Looking around, he realized he was no longer in that previous secret chamber, but in a medical room. Many people surrounding him looked on in amazement. What? How did he suddenly come back to life? Bai Ling spoke in astonishment. Such a powerful recovery talent. A glint of sharpness flickered in Xiao Ling's eyes. Moments ago, Lin Chuan's condition was dire, and they had swiftly transferred him to the medical bay, preparing for a full-scale rescue. Yet no matter what they did, Lin Chuan's condition showed no signs of improvement. As his life force rapidly waned, anxiety gripped everyone present. Just then Lu Jie rushed in bearing astonishing news. Lin Chuan had awakened the 5-star talent of the preservation path, and might have even drawn the gaze of an Aeon. This sent shockwaves through the room. Jiang Hao, the director of the Hangzhou City Fortifier Operations Division, personally ordered that every effort be made to save Lin Chuan regardless of cost. With that command, the fortifiers brought out nearly every life-sustaining resource at their disposal for Lin Chuan. Yet even as they did so, 10 minutes passed. The effects of the Tai Chi 8 trigram array took hold, instantly restoring 90 of Lin Chuan's injuries. He was resurrected on the spot from the brink of death. It was nothing short of a medical miracle. Nearly everyone from the Hangzhou City Fortifier Medical Department was present, staring at Lin Chuan in utter disbelief. Is this the power of abundance? Someone asked uncertainly. No, there's no fluctuation of abundance path energy, another asserted with conviction. This speaker was a practitioner of the abundance path, intimately familiar with its power. Yet on Lin Chuan he detected no such resonance.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Though the events surrounding Lin Chuan defied comprehension in the face of a 5-star talent, they seemed less inexplicable. Lin Chuan remained silent, finally coming to his senses and realizing what had happened. Just for that one glance, I nearly ended myself, he thought, cold sweat streaming down his face. What did you just do? Xiao Ling was the first to ask. Everyone awaited an answer. What had Lin Chuan done to sustain such severe trauma at fortifier headquarters? Even the fortifiers themselves were uncertain of what had transpired. Lin Chuan's mind raced. He couldn't very well admit he had just attempted to glimpse an unknown Aeon. That would be sheer madness. Moreover, Lin Chuan was almost certain that ordinary path practitioners could never see the pillar of creation, let alone gaze upon an Aeon. But these were all big shots from fortifier headquarters. Could he really fool them? Try to take a look at an Aeon, Lin Chuan finally said. A sharp intake of breath swept through. Was he tired of living? Daring to look at an Aeon. Beyond shock, their gazes now held a hint of pity, as if regarding a fool. What kind of loose screw in the brain would drive someone to spy on an Aeon? Hearing this, Xiao Ling's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at a middle-aged man behind him. The man nodded. Indeed, this situation resembled the mental collapse caused by peering at an Aeon. They had suspected the involvement of Aeonic power, and now the mystery was solved. The first rule for path practitioners: never gaze directly upon an Aeon. Xiao Ling took a deep breath and addressed Lin Chuan. Truly a fearless newborn calf. You got lucky this time and survived. Next time you might drop dead on the spot. I understand, Lin Chuan nodded. What he had said was the truth. He had indeed tried to glimpse an Aeon, but he hadn't specified which one. In everyone's eyes, as a practitioner of the preservation path, Lin Chuan must have been spying on the Aeon of preservation. Little did they know he possessed the ability to peer at other Aeons. At that moment, the image of a giant jellyfish and a mysterious question mark-like symbol still lingered in Lin Chuan's mind. Was that the Aeon of mystery, he wondered. He wasn't sure, but he had once seen a relic of the mystery path in Lu Jie's hand, also bearing a question mark. Everyone return. What happened today must not be spoken of, the middle-aged man behind Xiao Ling commanded rather than Xiao Ling himself. Understood. Though still intensely curious about Lin Chuan's situation, the others dared not ask further and filed out. Lin Chuan's gaze shifted to the middle-aged man. He had noticed this man as soon as he opened his eyes. It was unmistakable. His aura couldn't be concealed. Moreover, Lin Chuan's perception was keen. Even without knowing who this man was, he could tell that his strength was formidable. The other made no effort to hide it, so Lin Chuan could easily discern who held authority here. Hello, I'm Jiang Hao, director of the Hangzhou City Fortifier Operations Division. The middle-aged man stepped forward, introducing himself. Hello, Lin Chuan greeted politely. It's good for a young man to be curious, but you must know your limits. Especially when treading the path, always remain vigilant, Jiang Hao advised. Thank you for the reminder. I won't dare do it again, Lin Chuan quickly replied. Whether he truly would or not was another matter. For now, he certainly wouldn't dare look recklessly. So what exactly did you see? Jiang Hao pressed on his gaze profound, as if trying to pierce through Lin Chuan. The act of spying on an aeon itself caused no harm, and most path practitioners couldn't even glimpse one. But Lin Chuan's condition clearly indicated he had seen something real. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered such a severe backlash. Even as the head of Hangzhou City's fortifiers, Jiang Hao was intensely curious about what Lin Chuan had witnessed. Lin Chuan was taken aback. Was this really appropriate? Just moments ago, he had been warned to be cautious, and now he was being asked what he saw. I just saw a bright yellow rock, then everything went black, and I knew nothing more, Lin Chuan said, his eye twitching slightly as he described the image of the preservation aeon. Oh, Jiang Hao's expression turned contemplative. It seemed Lin Chuan had indeed glimpsed the divine form of the preservation aeon, but only a fleeting glance. Perhaps not even a concrete image. Cough, you don't actually think he saw the complete preservation aeon, do you? Xiaoling coughed, interrupting Jiang Hao's thoughts. Just asking casually, Jiang Hao said with a smile. All right, stay here and keep an eye on him. I have matters to attend to. Seeing that Lin Chuan was out of immediate danger, Jiang Hao turned and left. Xiaoling checked Lin Chuan once more, confirmed there were no issues, advised him to rest well and not overthink, then also departed. Alone in the hospital room, Lin Chuan lay on the bed. That was indeed reckless, he mused. But it seems I really did see the mystery aeon. With that thought, he re-entered the path space. The moment he returned, his pupils contracted. Where there had once been two paths converging at his feet, there were now three. Besides preservation and hunt, a strange black path had appeared. The mystery path. I've set foot on the mystery path. Standing at the starting point of destiny, Lin Chuan was utterly astonished. Just because he took a glance into the void, he directly embarked on a brand new path of fate. Is this real? Lin Chuan could hardly believe everything before his eyes. Yet the additional path of fate stood undeniably before him. So I truly caught a glimpse of the star god. Lin Chuan blurted out. Does that mean that if I look at another star god, I can embark on yet another path of fate? Lin Chuan gasped in astonishment. He glanced at the distant dark void. As long as he wished, he could sketch out a pillar of creation once more, then peer at a star god through it. However, Lin Chuan was hesitant to do so. It was just luck that time. If he attempted it again, he might not survive. Moreover, Lin Chuan was uncertain whether treading upon so many paths of fate was a blessing or a curse. Could his body withstand such immense power from multiple paths of fate? After calming down, Lin Chuan stared at the mysterious black path of fate, attempting to take a step forward, but found the resistance overwhelming, rendering him unable to advance. Lin Chuan abandoned the attempt. Still no fragments of willpower, so I cannot draw upon the talent of fate. 3 paths of fate. I must traverse 3 additional paths compared to others, and each one is independent. This means I need to acquire 3 times the fragments of willpower to make something of these 3 paths of fate. Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. In his past life, he was a beast of burden for work. In this life, he was a beast of burden for fate. Even if someone told Lin Chuan that looking at a star god again wouldn't result in death, he wouldn't dare to try. By the way, surely no one dies from the burdens of fate, right? Just as Lin Chuan was still entangled in the matter of the 3 paths of fate. In Jiang Hao's office, Yu Huayao and Gao Xian had returned. The two were reporting on the anomalies at dawn. In summary, I believe this anomaly was intentional, and the target is likely Fang Shisong. But we still don't know who wants to kill Fang Shisong, or why they want to kill him. Yu Huayao concluded. Jiang Hao leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. His mind raced, analyzing the content of Yu Huayao's report. Do you have anything to say? Jiang Hao glanced at Gao Xian. I suspect it is related to the Bliss Society, Gao Xian said after some thought. Oh, is it because of desire? Jiang Hao looked at Gao Xian upon hearing this. Indeed, but I don't know why they would set their sights on a high school student. Perhaps we can investigate Fang Shisong's family relations. Gao Xian, though lacking a final conclusion, alright, you can assign this matter to your team to investigate, Jiang Hao said after a moment of contemplation. Director Wei. Yu Huayao's expression darkened as she quickly spoke up. This was a matter in their jurisdiction. How could it be handed over to another team? Jiang Hao raised his hand, preventing Yu Huayao from continuing. Your team currently lacks manpower, and dealing with the Bliss Society is dangerous, so let Gao Xian's team handle it. Jiang Hao continued. Yu Huayao said nothing more, although her expression remained grim. She understood that Jiang Hao was being considerate of their team, but it was undoubtedly a humiliation for the city builders. Then I will take my leave for now. Gao Xian, sensing the low atmosphere in the office, spoke up. Jiang Hao waved his hand. Gao Xian nodded towards Yu Huayao and turned to leave. What is the situation with Lin Chuan? Is he really a 5-star talent? Yu Huayao did not pursue the matter of the task further and began to inquire about Lin Chuan's situation. There was a bit of an issue, but fortunately it isn't too serious. The reason I don't let you get involved with the Bliss Society is that there are more important matters to assign to you. I want to strive to keep Lin Chuan here in Hang City, Zhang Hao said with a serious expression. Is that feasible? Yu Huayao was taken aback, then her expression brightened. Some opportunities require us to proactively pursue them. Zhang Hao leaned back in his chair, speaking slowly. However, all awakened 5-star talents must go to the capital, Yu Huayao said hesitantly. This was a regulation from above, and they could not resist. Concentrating efforts on major events had always been a core strategy of the Xian nation. Recent circumstances have changed a bit, perhaps we can give it a try. Moreover, a 5-star talent in the path of Guardian has just emerged in the capital, so Lin Chuan isn't as urgent to them. The higher-ups have also realized that concentrating all the best talents there may not be beneficial, and they want to make some changes. Who says this change cannot start from us? Zhang Hao smiled. Upon hearing this, Yu Huayao's expression brightened significantly. The earlier frustration of not being allowed to participate in matters related to the Bliss Society vanished in that moment. So your task is to help Lin Chuan and the others quickly understand the path of the Fate Walkers. Prepare for tomorrow's trial of the path of the Star God. Don't forget the end of the month is approaching, they don't have much time left. Zhang Hao said solemnly. Understood. Yu Huayao nodded earnestly. Indeed, it was already the end of May. They were about to take the college entrance examination. However, once they became Fate Walkers, the college entrance examination would no longer have any bearing on them. Additionally, do not show favoritism. Both Pan Xin and Chun Jue have good talents. Nurture them well, as they are now under your command. As for Fang Shisong, we will wait and see how things unfold when he awakens. Zhang Hao said. All right. After Yu Huayao spoke, she turned to leave. This was undoubtedly the best. In the future, her team might very well have a 5-star talent Fate Walker. This was something she had never dared to dream of before. Lin Chuan is in the critical care unit. You should first go to understand the situation with Xiaoling. Zhang Hao instructed. What happened to him? Yu Huayao's expression changed slightly. He was fine when he left. How did he end up in the intensive care unit now? This was the headquarters of the city builders, and ordinary injuries did not require admission to the ICU. He peered at a star god. Zhang Hao said. Yu Huayao was stunned in place. Who gave him the courage to dare to gaze upon a star god? Does he not fear death? Or does he think that by attracting the gaze of the star god, he can recklessly look back? She had thought Lin Chuan was clever, but she did not expect him to be so reckless and thoughtless. How could he dare to peer at a star god? Is he still alive? Yu Huayao asked, her face a bit pale. Let's hope Lin Chuan isn't half dead or turned into a vegetable, allowing him to remain in Hang City. Anyway, as of now, he is not dead, Zhang Hao said. As for whether he will continue to court death later, I do not know. Zhang Hao shook his head, helplessly recalling Lin Chuan's blasphemous behavior of peering at the star god. Yu Huayao's lips twitched slightly, but she remained silent. She also felt that Lin Chuan was likely to have other reckless possibilities in the future. So what exactly did the star god see in this person's will? The will to court death. Only then could it exert the effects of safeguarding one's fate. It seems there is some truth to that. Additionally, regarding Lin Chuan's 5-star talent, let's keep it confidential for now. Do not let it leak out, Zhang Hao said. I understand. Yu Huayao nodded. There have been cases of 5-star Fate Walkers being assassinated, so they must be extra careful. Fortunately, very few people currently know about this matter, making information control easier. Once Lin Chuan has the ability to protect himself, they won't need to be so cautious. After leaving Zhang Hao's office, Yu Huayao went directly to find Lin Chuan. When she saw him lively in the intensive care unit, she finally felt relieved. You have quite a nerve to peer at the star god. Yu Huayao walked into the ward, her expression stern. Lin Chuan smiled, awkwardly finding it hard to respond. Should he tell her that the previous fate walks were also due to his peering at the star god? Although the situation was somewhat different with the star god actively tempting Lin Chuan to gaze, it wasn't entirely Lin Chuan's fault. He didn't know that the consequences of peering at the star god were so severe. Seeing Lin Chuan silent, Yu Huayao did not continue to blame him. Forget it, it was my oversight for not informing you earlier. Yu Huayao sighed. She should have warned Lin Chuan sooner, especially since he himself had attracted the star god's gaze. Moreover, he was still a high school student at an age where curiosity is at its peak. Old Xiao said, you're not in serious trouble. If possible, let's leave this intensive care unit for those who need it more. After Yu Huayao finished speaking, she turned to leave. Okay. Lin Chuan quickly got up and followed. Lin Chuan had long wanted to escape, but Xiaoling and others were uneasy and said they needed to observe him a bit longer, so Lin Chuan could only stay. In such a situation, Lin Chuan also dared not make any rash attempts. Who knows what kind of changes could arise? Time is tight. There are many things I need to explain to you. Follow me. Yu Huayao regained her serious demeanor. Although she tried hard to appear deep, Lin Chuan sensed that Yu Huayao was merely a step ahead of him on the path of fate. Essentially, she was not as mature as she appeared. After all, she was just in her early 20s. In terms of actual age, Lin Chuan was actually older than Yu Huayao. The two walked one after the other. Soon they arrived at an underground chamber. Yu Huayao pushed the door open and entered. It resembled a small classroom equipped with a blackboard and projector with about 20 desks below. When the two entered, there were already quite a few people inside. Lin Chuan glanced around and spotted two familiar figures, Pan Xin and Chen Jue. The rest were individuals Lin Chuan did not recognize. Men, women, old and young, totaling more than 20. He even saw a middle school student about 13 or 14 years old, and an elderly man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. All these people exhibited fluctuations of fate power, undoubtedly being fate walkers. Judging by the situation, they all seemed to have recently awakened. Lin Chuan. Pan Xin smiled and waved at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan smiled back and walked over. It seemed that his earlier injury from peering at the star god had frightened these two quite a bit. Are you alright? Pan Xin asked. I'm fine, thank you all. Lin Chuan smiled sheepishly. We didn't help much, but it's good that you're okay. Pan Xin said. Chen Jue, seeing that Lin Chuan was fine, did not speak, but nodded in greeting. Yu Huayao had already stood in front of the blackboard. Next, I will tell you everything you need to be aware of after becoming a fate walker. I hope everyone listens patiently until I finish and remembers everything, because every point you miss could cost you your life at any moment. As she said this, Yu Huayao deliberately glanced at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan smiled awkwardly. At this moment, the classroom door was opened again. Leading the way was Fang Shisong, supported by Lu Jia. He finally woke up. Fang Shisong glanced around the classroom and then walked toward Lin Chuan. I heard you almost blew up the school just to kill me. Fang Shisong started with this line. No, he. Pan Xin thought Fang Shisong might have a misunderstanding and quickly tried to explain. Yeah, I didn't expect you to be so hard to kill. Lin Chuan replied with an unchanged expression. His words were still so sharp, not endearing at all. Upon hearing this, Pan Xin realized that the two were joking and his expression relaxed. Thanks, and remember to put in more effort next time. Fang Shisong sat down next to Lin Chuan. As he sat down, the figure behind him also appeared. She was stunningly beautiful, seemingly even more so than before. Not only Lin Chuan, but all the attention in the classroom was drawn to her. Meng Feiyin. Thank you. Meng Feiyin looked at Lin Chuan and said sincerely. Not at all. Lin Chuan's lips twitched slightly. He was afraid that Meng Feiyin would follow up with, to repay you, I want to have your child. Fortunately, Meng Feiyin had returned to normal and did not exhibit any excessive reactions. She sat behind Lin Chuan, staring blankly at his figure. Her memories after turning into a monster were somewhat hazy. She didn't recall much. The only thing she remembered clearly was that she wanted to have Lin Chuan's child. She didn't know what had happened back then, but this memory was so strong and vivid. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Yu Huayao said nothing more and began the lesson. Everyone quickly gathered their thoughts and began to listen attentively. They were all filled with curiosity about fate walkers and about this world. Because everything had fundamentally changed after they became fate walkers, they were eager to understand what was really going on in this world. As Yu Huayao spoke, a bizarre world completely different from their previous understanding gradually unfolded before them. This was a world where star gods existed, but the star gods never descended to this realm. They were high above, gazing down at the universe, wielding the power over their respective fates. And among mortals, only a few fortunate ones could embark on their fates, drawing closer to the star gods. But the star gods held no mercy, nor did they distinguish between good and evil. They merely enacted their own fates. On this planet, aside from the apparent governments of various countries, it was the hidden fate walkers, unknown to the public, who truly controlled everything. Fate walkers protect ordinary people from being corroded by the powers of fate, but they also face various risks. Yu Huayao spoke about many things, but some aspects seemed deliberately vague, not revealing everything to everyone. Lin Chuan even felt that Yu Huayao might not know all the truths herself. When faced with some questions, Yu Huayao could only deflect with, "You will understand later." In addition to the truths of this world, Yu Huayao explained many aspects of fate in detail, such as how to walk the path of fate, how to enhance one's strength, and how to obtain willpower, etc. Lin Chuan had already explored some of these things, but a significant portion remained unknown. For instance, willpower could be obtained by encountering anomalous events and practicing fate. The acquisition mainly depended on one's understanding and practice of fate. Besides obtaining it in reality, the place to acquire the most fragments of willpower is a special space called the Star God Trial. Every fate walker must enter the Star God Trial at least once a month to complete tasks. It is the fastest place for fate walkers to enhance their strength. Of course, it is also the most dangerous place. In the Star God Trial, one can not only acquire fragments of willpower, but also various treasures and powerful relics. Unlike exclusive weapons or relics, relics are closer to the star gods and contain more terrifying power. Therefore, during every trial, relics are the most fiercely contested resources. Rain, Captain, can one only walk on one path of fate? The person asking this question was not Lin Chuan, but Chen Jue. Her curiosity made her more willing to ask such questions. This question obviously was not only on Lin Chuan's mind, and many people wanted to know. After all, who wouldn't want to walk on two paths of fate and have more innate talents? As far as I know, yes. A person can only practice one path of fate, but once you walk on one path, you can no longer come into contact with other paths. It's like a person can't walk on two different roads at the same time, Yu Huayao said. She answered without burden, clearly indicating that this question was very common. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Chuan's expression turned serious, because he could no longer ask follow-up questions regarding this matter. Since the preceding question had blocked the way subsequent questions could only exist in hypothesis, and Yu Huayao could not provide him with answers. Thus, Lin Chuan would have to explore his situation slowly on his own. Regarding innate talents, you have all drawn your own innate talents, so the next question is about exclusive weapon. What you need to know is that the level of your innate talent corresponds to your exclusive weapon, but exclusive weapons can only be used in the real world after reaching level 5, otherwise they can only be used in the Star God trial. Moreover, the higher the level of the exclusive weapon, the more difficult it is to draw. Generally speaking, if your innate talent level is very high, I would suggest you choose an exclusive weapon of the next star level. It will be easier to draw. For example, a 5-star innate talent should choose a 4-star exclusive weapon. After all, one of the most important aspects of an exclusive weapon is to enhance your basic attributes. As for the accompanying abilities, they are relatively secondary. Especially when you have just embarked on the path of fate, the enhancement from the exclusive weapon is crucial. Do not think about achieving too much at once. When Yu Huayao said this, she intentionally glanced at Lin Chuan. This remark was clearly directed at him, as his talent was at the 5-star level, making it the most challenging to draw an exclusive weapon. 5-star talent is too difficult. There are no such perverse fate walkers here. Anyway, I'm a 3-star talent, so I can just draw a 3-star exclusive weapon. A young man said with a smile, looking somewhat proud. He had already learned quite a bit, and knew that a 3-star talent was considered quite strong among builders. Among those present, though he did not know the talents of others, he thought that not many could be compared to him. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Many looked at the young man with a hint of envy. With a 3-star talent, as long as there were no accidents, becoming a team leader should not be a problem. He would likely be able to form his own team, which would already surpass many fate walkers. However, upon hearing these words, Pan Shun and Chunji did not look at the young man, but rather shared a glance at Lin Chuan. We actually have a 5-star talent holder here. In fact, he even attracted the Star God's gaze. Pan Shun and Chunji said little, as the city builder had already given a heads up, and they naturally kept their mouths shut. Lin Chuan's expression remained unchanged. He had already been reminded by someone not to be too ostentatious. Lin Chuan also understood the benefits of keeping a low profile, as it would at least prevent jealousy from others. However, when he heard that he could draw a secondary specialized weapon, Lin Chuan's expression slightly fluctuated. He truly hadn't noticed. This meant he could actually choose to draw a 4-star specialized weapon, which would have a higher yield. Nonetheless, Lin Chuan did not feel regret. Having already obtained a 5-star specialized weapon at level 5, he naturally had no need to draw any 4-star weapons. The basic attributes of specialized weapons can be seen as adding another segment to your original fate path. For example, most of you have not yet begun to walk on your fate path, and your strength is still at the initial stage. In other words, your fate path has walked 0 meters, while the basic attributes of specialized weapons allow you to walk further than others under these circumstances. The highest level 5-star specialized weapon can allow a person, upon just stepping onto the fate path, to have effectively walked 500 meters, equivalent to half the distance, which is a significant enhancement. Yu Huayao explained. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. This had been mentioned by Lu Jie before. It now appeared that Lin Chuan's ability to navigate the previous anomalies with ease was greatly aided by the basic attributes of the specialized weapon. Otherwise, Lin Chuan would likely not have been able to save Feng Shisong. Now, with the level 5 specialized weapon, Lin Chuan could already use it in reality. This meant that Lin Chuan's strength had increased significantly. While introducing specialized weapons, Yu Huayao casually glanced at Lin Chuan. Jiang Hao and the others speculated that Lin Chuan might have already drawn a specialized weapon, otherwise there would be no explanation for his strength. As for the powerful relic from the hunting expedition, it should also have been drawn. What kind of outrageous luck is required to draw 2 5-star weapons after obtaining a 5-star talent? This must be the favored child of the Guardian Star God. Of course, if their guesses were correct, then Lin Chuan had attracted the gaze of the Guardian Star God, directly obtaining his innate talent. In that case, it would indeed be possible to use all the willingness fragments to draw specialized weapons. Even so, drawing a specialized weapon within 50 tries, even with a detour in between, was enough to make everyone secretly exclaim at his extraordinary fortune. This was a 5-star specialized weapon, and the probability of drawing one was extremely low. Captain, you, since a 5-star specialized weapon means walking an additional 500 meters on the fate path, what about other levels of specialized weapons? The question was still raised by Chen Jue. Even as a top student, he remained a top student after becoming a fate path walker. Others were also contemplating this issue, but no one had asked yet. A 4-star specialized weapon is roughly equivalent to walking 100 meters, a 3-star 50 meters, a 2-star 20 meters, and a 1-star 10 meters. The crowd was astonished at these words. The differences among the first 4-star levels were essentially maintained at a doubling rate, but for 5-star specialized weapons the increase was directly 5-fold. It could be called a chasm. Don't think that a 4-star compared to a 5-star is just a 1-star difference. The actual gap is very significant. 5-star is an entirely different world, Yu Huayao said dreamily. At this point, everyone finally had a relatively clear understanding of the 5-star level. Speaking of which, I believe that once everyone takes a step on their fate path, they will find they can draw from the fates. The fate seat is a supplement and enhancement to your innate talent. The probability of drawing a 5-star fate seat remains very low. A 4-star is comparatively better. According to our research, if a 4-star innate talent draws all the fate seats, known as the legendary 9 lives, it can be comparable to a 5-star talent, Yu Huayao smiled. However, a 5-star talent can also draw fate seats, a previously somewhat proud young man said softly. Indeed, so the upper limit of a 5-star talent is very high, Yu Huayao affirmed. It's just very difficult to draw one. To my knowledge, no fate path walker has completely drawn all the fate seats of a 5-star talent. The highest among them has only 6 lives. Yu Huayao's words caused the audience to feel somewhat dejected. Just having stepped onto the fate path, they all held themselves in high regard, yet after hearing this, they found they seemed to be just average. Mediocre mortals remain mediocre even after becoming fate path walkers. Their essence has not changed. Sensing the atmosphere had grown a bit somber, Yu Huayao smiled and said, talent is not unchangeable. Although there are very few methods, some people have indeed elevated their talent levels. Moreover, today's innate talents only function in the first 3 stages of the fate path. Once you step into fate path 6, you will reach another stage, at which point you will draw a brand new innate talent. Yu Huayao continued. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions brightened a bit, and a few familiar faces began to joke around. At least this meant everyone still had a chance to grow stronger, not being locked in by their innate talents. However, what Yu Huayao did not say was that the overwhelming majority of fate path walkers would not even reach fate path 6. But these were matters for another time, and she had no need to continue discouraging everyone. Alright, that's all I have to say about the fate seat and specialized weapons. Next is the most important initial Star God trial. As first-time Star God trial participants, you have a benefit: you will not die in the first trial. Death will only remove you from the Star God trial grounds. However, this opportunity is only available once. Subsequent entries into the Star God trial grounds will not have such privileges. Therefore, dying in the Star God trial grounds means true death. Yu Huayao's tone turned grave, and the crowd followed suit, their expressions darkening. Matters concerning life and death could not be taken lightly. Every Star God has its own unique trial grounds, and the requirements for passing the trial vary, requiring you to adapt flexibly to the situations encountered. Yu Huayao then began to introduce some of the potential issues and rules that might be encountered in the Star God trial. In fact, everyone received an inspiration regarding the fate path shortly after midnight, reminding them to participate in the trial on the last day of this month. This was also the reason why everyone was awake in the middle of the night. There was no time left. The initial trial allows for team entry with a maximum of 5 people. You can freely form your teams, but you can also enter alone. It should be noted that team entry's final rewards are calculated based on your contributions within the team. There are no such issues with solo entry. Yu Huayao said, Lin Chuan, may I team up with you? Pan Qin was the first to ask Lin Chuan. Having a 5-star talent right beside him, especially one skilled at survival in the Guardian Fate path, not seizing this opportunity would be a disrespect to his own life. Meanwhile, Feng Shisong, Chen Jue, and even Meng Fein, who was behind Lin Chuan, all fixed their gazes on him. How about we 5 form a team? We all happen to be from the same school. Seeing this, Lin Chuan directly said, survival in the Guardian Fate path was not a problem, but some other matters still required assistance. As for going solo, Lin Chuan could indeed go solo since he still had the hunting and mystery fate paths. He could definitely manage on his own. However, since friends were willing to join him, Lin Chuan was also happy to lend them a hand. Great, the Dawn Squad is formed, Pan Qin exclaimed happily. The others also smiled. Although everyone wasn't very familiar before tonight, having fought together through the night seemed to forge a friendship comparable to 10 years. After all, they had fought side by side on the battlefield. Yu Huayao was still reminding them of a few things, mainly urging the team members to ensure reasonable matches. Each fate path has its strengths, and combining them can unleash a higher potential. The 5 people on Lin Chuan's side clearly formed a small group, and with exactly 5 people no one else intruded. It was evident that these were a few high school students who knew each other, and everyone was still more willing to team up with adults. After confirming the team, Lin Chuan began to formulate his own plans. His hunting fate path still had 1,000 willingness fragments, which meant 10 consecutive draws. Although the probability of drawing a 5-star talent was extremely low, it was worth a try. After Yu Huayao finished speaking, she handed out materials to everyone and then left. She still had many matters to attend to. If it weren't for the presence of Lin Chuan, the holder of the 5-star talent among these people, Yu Huayao wouldn't have personally conducted this lecture. It could have been entrusted to Lu Jia. After Yu Huayao left, Lu Jia took over responsible for answering questions from the practitioners and those undergoing trials. After Lin Chuan inquired about some concerns, he returned to rest, preparing for tomorrow's trial. The city builders had prepared a room for Lin Chuan along with Pan Shun and Fang Shisong. Upon returning to the room, Lin Chuan said little and quickly lay down to sleep. Pan Shun initially wanted to chat with Lin Chuan, feeling too excited to sleep. However, seeing Lin Chuan sleeping soundly, he chose not to disturb him. Fang Shisong looked at Lin Chuan lying on the bed frowning and thought, seemingly wanting to say a lot, but ultimately held his tongue. At this moment, Lin Chuan had once again returned to the path of destiny space. Let's try drawing a hunting innate talent directly. He indeed needed more preparation as the trial was approaching. With a thought, Lin Chuan arrived at the path of hunting. He took a deep breath and raised his hand to summon the drawing pool for the hunting innate talent. It was a sphere of purple-black light emanating a terrifying destructive power. Occasionally lightning flickered, completely different from the feeling he had with the previous preservation. Lin Chuan waved his hand, and all the willpower fragments of hunting merged into the sphere of light. It was a series of light spheres representing innate talents shot out from within. Lin Chuan's heartbeat quickened again. Let's see if this time I can draw gold. Once or twice can be explained by luck, but if it happens so many times, it indicates that my probability of drawing innate talents is different from others. Lin Chuan thought of this and reached out to touch the first light sphere. It was a 1-star talent that increased his movement speed with no other bonuses. He directly ignored it. Among the city builders, many of the practitioners have low strength. They are mostly 1-star talents. Only those with 2-star talents or above qualify to become formal members. In that case, the practitioners awakened at our Dawn Academy must have high talents. Lin Chuan mused while opening the light spheres. Currently, only Fang Shisong and Meng Feiyan's talent situations were unclear. However, Lin Chuan had seen Fang Shisong in battle. His strength was definitely not weak, and he should at least have a 3-star talent. As for Meng Feiyan, it was unclear, but being able to sit together with Lin Chuan and others, she should at least have a 2-star talent. Lin Chuan opened several talents consecutively, and they were all 1-star. This made his heart involuntarily tense. Could it be that previously it was just my luck? Or does the preservation path favor me? So is the probability of drawing talents from the preservation path and specialized weapons very high? Lin Chuan pondered randomly in his heart. Finally, he opened the 9th light sphere. Buzz. A golden light burst forth from Lin Chuan's fingertips. Great! Lin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, his face brimming with delight. This was not only because he had drawn gold, but also because Lin Chuan had indeed proven that he had a higher probability of drawing gold than others. It might even be a guaranteed gold on 10 consecutive draws. Is this a hidden talent? Lin Chuan was overjoyed and hurried to check the 5-star talent he had just drawn. Golden 5-star talent. The essence of hunting lies in extreme speed and reflexes. The will of the practitioner perfectly aligns with the path of hunting, allowing the body to break through its limits and possess movement speed, body strength, and dynamic vision, far beyond ordinary people. Aurora Shadow. The attack power of the practitioner is greatly enhanced, and speed, reflexes, and dynamic vision will achieve a qualitative leap. The practitioner can transform into a streak of light, traversing the battlefield, significantly increasing their action speed, possessing keen intuition, the ability to evade and counterattack, and excelling at discovering the weaknesses of enemies to deliver fatal blows. Indeed, a mobility talent. Lin Chuan gazed at this hunting talent, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. Extreme attack and speed. Moreover, the description mentioned the ability to traverse the battlefield as light, presenting vast imaginative possibilities. It's known that some special effects of 5-star talents require personal exploration and experience, and they aren't all detailed in the description. For instance, the Taiji Bagua array can detect the abilities of all living beings within its range, which won't be described. The 5-star talent of hunting likely has similar effects. Lin Chuan looked at his newly acquired 5-star talent and couldn't help but burst into laughter. He could almost confirm that he was guaranteed to draw gold 10 times in a row. In a world where this talent and specialized weapons are so crucial, it's like having a cheat. But soon after, Lin Chuan's expression suddenly soured. Lin Chuan looked in shock at the revelation given to him by the hunting path. He had received such a revelation once before. That is, he must enter the Star God trial ground to complete the trial today. Damn. The second trial. Lin Chuan's expression changed. Now he could confirm that every path of destiny required participation in a trial. Moreover, for this hunting path's trial, he no longer had the benefit of a beginner's immunity. Lin Chuan's corner of his mouth twitched as he glanced at another black mysterious path. Fortunately, he was currently unable to draw the talents of the mysterious path, otherwise he would have to participate in 3 trials in one day. The only relief was that the time in the Star God trial ground was unrelated to the outside world. No matter how long Lin Chuan stayed there for the reality outside, it would only be a moment. Seeing this, even with the willpower fragments of the mysterious path, Lin Chuan would not draw a talent. He would wait until next month. However, although he had no talent yet, Lin Chuan was already on the path of the mysterious path, and he could utilize some of its powers. But these were only the most basic powers. Just like the preservation path, even without drawing the innate talent, once he stepped onto the path, his defensive capabilities would receive a certain boost. Moreover, he would have some basic affinity and control over rocks and minerals. Then Lin Chuan glanced at the specialized weapon corresponding to his hunting innate talent. It was a silver dagger approximately 20 centimeters long, appearing ancient and simple, without any additional carvings or embellishments, with flickers of purple-black lightning flashing along the blade. Golden 5-star specialized weapon forged from the remnants of the sky-piercing arrows shot by the hunting star god, infused with a trace of the might of hunting blades. Light arrow embers, a weapon exclusive to Lin Chuan. It significantly enhances the user's attack power. The higher the user's speed, the greater the damage dealt. It can absorb the fateful power of hunting from the surrounding environment, accumulating strength to transform the dagger into a light arrow for remote attacks on enemies. Under the state of Aurora Shadow, all attacks from the user deal an additional 12 true damage. Note: true damage ignores all defenses and resistances, ensuring that it inflicts the corresponding damage. Watching the effects of light arrow embers, Lin Chuan's eyes burned with excitement. This dagger was custom-made to suit his innate talent, and only Lin Chuan can fully unleash its power. It truly lives up to its name as a specialized weapon. It's a pity that there are no willpower shards, otherwise I would definitely acquire this specialized weapon, Lin Chuan thought to himself. In the upcoming trials, he needs to see if he can fulfill the fate of hunting and obtain some willpower shards. Even if it's just 1,000 shards, it would likely be enough for Lin Chuan to draw the specialized weapon of Shadow Phase 1. This way he could at least use it during the trials. After carefully studying the fateful talent, Lin Chuan returned to reality to rest. The next day, he woke up very early. After becoming a fateful traveler, it seemed he didn't need much sleep anymore. Especially since Lin Chuan was a triple fate traveler, the benefits of fate were very apparent to him. Though he had stayed up late the previous night, he had only slept for a few hours, and now felt energized. Previously, Lin Chuan had always felt he didn't get enough sleep, often dozing off in class. He looked around the room, noticing that Pan Shun had already gotten up, but had no idea where she had gone. Fang Shisong was still asleep, looking as though he hadn't fully recovered from the injuries he sustained last night. After getting dressed, Lin Chuan stepped out of the room. He ran into Pan Shun on her way back. "You're up? Let me take you for breakfast," Pan Shun said. The breakfast provided by the city builders is quite abundant. Under Pan Shun's guidance, Lin Chuan arrived at the city builders' cafeteria, where many people were already dining. The appearance of two strangers, Lin Chuan and Pan Shun, did not attract much attention, as it was likely a common sight. Breakfast was self-service, one just had to take what they wanted. Lin Chuan picked out some food he fancied and found a table to sit down and eat. "Up so early. How do you feel about participating in the trials soon? Are you nervous?" Lu Jie asked with a smile as he joined them. "Not really, it shouldn't be more dangerous than last night, right?" Lin Chuan replied with a light laugh. "That's true," Lu Jie conceded. "What happened last night was indeed perilous, with so many people dying. Even he, a faithful traveler, almost met his end. Conversely, the novice trials should pose no significant threat, at least not to the point of death." "Lu Laosher, can you tell us about your experiences during the trials?" Pan Shun asked with curiosity. Though she knew Lu Jie was no longer a real teacher, she still habitually called him that. "Sure." Lu Jie began recounting his first trial after becoming a faithful traveler. Lin Chuan. Lu Jie's trial was well prepared over a long period, unlike Lin Chuan, who was down to the last day. That trial didn't have much to discuss. After Lu Jie and his team entered the Star God trial grounds, they simply followed protocols to complete tasks and obtain some task items. These task items could be exchanged for willpower shards at the end of the Star God trial, according to a certain. Previously, Lin Chuan hadn't found it very interesting, but hearing about the willpower shards instantly piqued his interest. He was currently troubled about where to obtain willpower shards. Generally speaking, the novice trial tasks usually involve searching for a special item, which carries some danger, but as long as luck isn't too bad, you should be able to complete the task. After all, there are so many one-star faithful travelers, so you really don't need to be too anxious. Moreover, even if the task fails, there's no death. It just means you can't obtain willpower shards. Lu Jie explained. Once they finished eating and chatting, Lin Chuan followed Lu Jie's advice and went to the city builders to collect some necessary supplies. These supplies could be stored in the fateful starting point. It was akin to a portable space. According to the city builders, the size of this space was related to the level of the fateful talent. The higher the level, the larger the space of the fateful starting point, allowing more items to be stored. Lin Chuan collected everything he could use. Throughout the morning, Lin Chuan hadn't seen Chen Jui or Meng Feiyin. It wasn't until the agreed-upon time approached that the two girls appeared together in the previous secret room. We checked some information about the trials, Meng Feiyin explained to everyone with an apologetic expression. Basically, it was all Chen Jui is doing. I just helped out a bit. Sorry, I just can't remember those things. Lin Chuan, Pan Shun, and Fang Shisong looked at Meng Feiyin. Though Meng Feiyin didn't seem very clever, she was undeniably attractive. After a brief discussion, Lin Chuan decided to go to the restroom, after which he could start preparing to enter the trials. He'll go with you. Fang Shisong suddenly stood up and followed Lin Chuan to the restroom. Pan Shin was going too, but when Fang Shisong shot him a glare, he quietly sat back down. What's up with those two? Is there something going on? Chen Jui asked after the two left. She didn't share a class with Lin Chuan and hadn't known him before last night. Pan Shin was caught off guard by Chen Zui's question and momentarily didn't know how to respond. They're desk mates and have a good relationship, I guess. Pan Shin hesitantly replied. Chen Jui looked puzzled. She didn't sense that Lin Chuan and Fang Shisong had a particularly close relationship. However, Lin Chuan had taken great risks to save Fang Shisong last night, so their relationship likely wasn't simple. As for Pan Shin, he himself felt a bit confused. Because Lin Chuan was no longer the same person he remembered. He didn't quite understand what had happened, but since Lin Chuan hadn't said anything, he didn't want to mention the cowardly and timid Lin Chuan of the past. Is something wrong? Lin Chuan asked in the restroom. You're not Lin Chuan. Fang Shisong stared intently at Lin Chuan, his gaze deep, as if trying to see through him. Lin Chuan's expression tightened slightly at the remark. Then he chuckled. If I'm not Lin Chuan, then who could I? Are you stupid? Lin Chuan laughed. Do you know me well? How can you tell that the Lin Chuan now isn't the real Lin Chuan? After saying that, Lin Chuan walked out of the restroom. Fang Shisong's expression was solemn as he watched Lin Chuan's departing figure. In the secret room, Lin Chuan and Fang Shisong returned one after the other, and neither spoke again. It's almost time. We can prepare to begin the trials. Lin Chuan stood up, positioning himself in the center of the room. As previously stated, since this trial is a team effort with me, I will be the captain, and you all must follow my arrangements. Understood? Understood. Several voices chimed in, with Fang Shisong being the last to nod. Let's begin. In the next moment, a heavy yellowish glow emanated from Lin Chuan, the power of storage protection. The others also emitted their own light. Fang Shisong's aura was blood red and filled with the essence of destruction. It was clear he wielded the power of destruction. Meng Feiyin's aura was pink with a hint of eerie dark red. This was the power of desire. Pan Shin's light was a blend of blue and orange, constantly merging and separating. This was the power of balance. Lastly, there was Chen Jui. Her aura was the most unique, a transparent hue tinged with icy blue, resembling the light refracted by crystal. This was the power of memory. Among the five different powers of fate intertwined, allowing them to form a team to enter the Star God trial grounds. In terms of fate coordination, Lin Chuan's small team was quite reasonable. There was the protective power of storage protection, the strong offensive power of destruction, and the ability to handle special situations with memory and balance. As for how desire would function, no one knew at this point. However, the tragedy at Dawn Middle School made it clear that this fate was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Of course, everyone was smart and did not attribute the tragedy to Meng Feiyin. She was also a victim. As the powers of fate intertwined, Lin Chuan entered the realm of fate. A bright yellow portal appeared above the power of storage protection. Stepping inside would take him directly to the Star God trial grounds. Lin Chuan stepped forward and reached out to touch the bright yellow portal. As he entered the Fate trial grounds for the first time, he needed to choose a code name for himself. This code name would be displayed to all participants in the Star God trial, and the final ranking would also appear in the form of code names without directly revealing the individuals. Lin Chuan had already thought of a name and decided on his code name, Amber River. Because of the team dynamics, Lin Chuan could vaguely sense 4 other powers of fate in the distant void mysteriously connected to him. Lin Chuan stepped forward. Initial trial walking on the path of fate storage protection has begun. Team's trial objective: survive, time limit 24 hours. Lin Chuan glanced around at the other 4 where this emotion is awaiting. Tired, let it destroy, I desire, madness, and equivalence exchange. Without needing to guess, Lin Chuan immediately knew each person's code name. Pan Shun had directly used the name of his talent, so equivalence exchange must be him. Tired, let it destroy was clearly Fang Shisong. I desire madness could only be Meng Feiyin. The most poetic was this emotion is awaiting a fitting name for a top student. It matched her own name quite well. As the light and shadow shifted in the next moment, Lin Chuan and his team appeared in a dense jungle. The Taiji generates 2 forms. The 2 forms produce 4 images, and the 4 images give birth to 8 trigrams. The moment he firmly planted his feet on the ground, Lin Chuan had already activated the Taiji Bagua array, enveloping all 4 teammates within its protective embrace. Feeling the life force of the protection path flowing through them, the 4 felt a slight relaxation in their hearts and began to curiously explore this trial world. Lin Chuan's gaze swept over a large tree not far away, lingering for a brief moment. After starting to walk along the protection path, the range of Lin Chuan's Taiji Bagua array expanded from an initial 10 meters to 20 meters, doubling in size. So real, was Pan Shen's first reaction. This is already a real world. This trial is led by the Protection Star God, which means this is the domain of protection. We are fortunate. Indeed, Chen Jue stated directly. Before the others could comprehend her words, Lin Chuan had already sensed something. He could feel the dense life force of the protection path here. This greatly reduced Lin Chuan's own mental energy consumption and allowed him to use the power of the protection path more effortlessly. This is the advantage of the home ground. It's still uncertain which number trial venue this is for the Protection Star God. But judging from the forest here, 80% can be ruled out. I need to confirm some details before I can lock in the trial venue's number, which will tell us the specific goals and passing rules of this trial. Chen Jue continued. Her rapid-fire words captured everyone's attention. The expressions of the crowd revealed shock and disbelief. Is this the ability of memory? You can't possibly have photographic memory, right? Meng Feiyin guessed in surprise. She had accompanied Chen Jue to check the data, but she simply could not remember so much content. Every trial venue that had appeared had its own number and extensive content, with some even being very similar. It was simply impossible to memorize this in a short time. She thought Chen Jue had only skimmed through, but when Chen Jue expressed her judgment at this moment, she realized that Chen Jue had memorized all this content in her mind. My memory has always been good. With the power of the memory path to assist, I can only say that it's much easier to remember things now. Chen Jue said. Lin Chuan looked at her in surprise, not expecting the memory path to be used this way. What information do you need to determine the specific situation here? Fang Shisong glanced around warily before smiling and inquired, anything in particular such as terrain, special plants, rock formations, etc. Chen Jue replied. Upon hearing this, Fang Shisong pondered for a moment, then a faint red aura arose from his body. Give me a moment. Then Fang Shisong ran towards a large tree not far away. Under everyone's gaze, he quickly climbed the tree, heading straight for the crown. Lin Chuan watched this scene with great interest. Everyone was showcasing their value. This is the benefit of teamwork. Initially, after entering here, Lin Chuan had been considering how to arrange things to swiftly gather information, allowing him to take the most advantageous actions. But it seemed that some matters truly did not require his concern. None of his teammates were weak. Even Pan Shen and Meng Feiyin, who had not yet played a role, gave Lin Chuan great confidence. Thinking of this, Lin Chuan suddenly recalled a saying. If you can't lead a team, you'll only work yourself to death. How true that is. Soon Fang Shisong returned. This forest is vast with no end in sight. However, I saw a circle of red light in that direction, as if it surrounded a large area. Fang Shisong quickly conveyed what he had seen. A red light surrounding an area? Chen Jue showed a thoughtful expression, quickly ruling out trial venues in her memory that did not match this description. The records regarding novice trial venues in the builder's data were very detailed and complete. Unless it was a trial venue that had appeared for the first time, there would always be records. Soon Chen Jue had narrowed down several targets, but nothing was completely confirmed. Did you two discover anything? Lin Chuan looked at Pan Shen and Meng Feiyin. Me. Pan Shen furrowed his brows. He initially wanted to shake his head since he truly had no obvious discoveries. But the next moment, he still voiced his feelings. I feel like there is some sort of imbalance here. Pan Shen said with a frown. I'm not sure how to describe this feeling, but my path tells me that something isn't right here. There are not many records regarding the balance path in the builder's archives. This path's practitioners are rare, and among the builders, there are only a few of such practitioners. Regarding the balance star god, there are only simple descriptions in the builder's texts. Balance aims to maintain the dynamic equilibrium of the universe, eliminating extreme tendencies by dividing things into convertible binary oppositions. In simple terms, it's like the balance star god manipulating the scales of the universe. When one side weakens, he tries to add weight to the other side. To put it more colloquially, when there's too much water, add flour. When there's too much flour, add water. Maintaining the balance of the universe is his ultimate goal. It doesn't concern good or bad. He can bestow grace upon the weaker side to maintain balance, but he can also unleash a catastrophic disaster for the same purpose. Everything is for the sake of balance. It is precisely because of this that practitioners of the balance path have a keen sensitivity to imbalances. They can detect imbalances that are not easily noticed by others. However, this feeling does not directly tell them where the problem lies. What Pan Shin demonstrated at this moment was such a state. His words left everyone pondering, all guessing what the so-called imbalance referred to. No one felt that Pan Shin was speaking aimlessly to showcase his value. As teammates, they trusted his judgment. Indeed, discovering something is good. Lin Chuan nodded, then turned to Meng Feiyin. Meng Feiyin furrowed her brow. I don't have many discoveries, just a chaotic web of desires. Where there are people, there are desires. However, I sensed a change in those desires. Greed and fear are intertwined, and they are becoming weaker. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit puzzled. Whose desire is this? Greed is understandable, they were all quite greedy. After all this, is the Star God trial venue the most convenient place to obtain the will shards and novices have extra benefits? But what about fear? Though everyone was tense, there was no fear to speak of. What a joke. The powerhouse of the 5-star protection path was right beside them, and they were the type to share damage. What was there to fear? Moreover, novices wouldn't die in the trial. Just then Lin Chuan glanced at Fang Shisong, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, boom, Fang Shisong suddenly erupted, punching a large tree behind him. Bang! With a loud crash, a shadowy figure was sent flying through the air.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
He had disguised himself while his aura leaking not a trace. He had even begun retreating upon hearing that he might have been discovered. But it was still too late. He was sent flying. Don't let him escape. Lin Chuan quickly commanded. In fact, there was no need for Lin Chuan to say much. The others had already taken action. After Fang Shisong shattered the disguise with a punch, the first to act was none other than Meng Feiyin. A charming smile spread across her face, her already stunning beauty becoming even more radiant, captivating all. Her originally dark eyes gained a strange pale pink hue. Come here, come here. Meng Feiyin smiled slightly, beckoning to the shadowy figure. The shadowy figure, initially preparing to flee, suddenly appeared dazed, as if all pain had vanished, lost in her irresistible beauty. Next to act was Pan Shin. He raised his right hand, causing the speed of the shadowy figure's rapid retreat to plummet. The effect of equivalence exchange took place, trading speed reduction for increased strength. As for Chun Jue, she did not take action. It was no longer necessary. The next moment, Fang Shisong charged forward, directly grabbing the shadowy figure's arm and smashing him into the ground. At that moment, the shadowy figure still gazed dreamily at Meng Feiyin, a smile on his lips, completely unaware of his dangerous predicament. The aura of desire. Lin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. At the moment Meng Feiyin moved, even Lin Chuan couldn't help but glance at her again, feeling a surge of restlessness. Desire is indeed terrifying. This person's strength is average, yet how did he hide so well? Fang Shisong frowned after subduing the shadowy figure. He had not discovered this person. Lin Chuan had reminded him that the tree behind was problematic. Mystery, Lin Chuan said with just 2 words. Everyone instantly understood. So that's how it is. If it were a practitioner of the mystery path, everything, Lin Chuan was the first to discover him. As soon as the Taiji Bagua array was activated, Lin Chuan, since there were 6 people here. Besides his 4 teammates, the additional person was undoubtedly the hidden 6th individual. Moreover, under the Taiji Bagua array, Lin Chuan effortlessly locked onto his position. Every move he made was within Lin Chuan's perception. This led to the next scene. Even before taking action, Lin Chuan tested the abilities of his teammates. Pan Shin sensed the anomaly through the imbalance around him. Although he didn't completely identify this person, he had discovered a clue. That was enough for him to save his own life. Meng Feiyin also detected the intertwined desires. As for Chun Jue, Lin Chuan was unsure if she had noticed, but a practitioner of the memory path surely had some awareness. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any expression on her face when Fang Shisong forced this person out. I was just passing by, no ill intent. As Meng Feiyin retracted her divine power, the shadowy figure finally regained consciousness. He then realized how perilous his situation was, his face filled with terror. However, he quickly relaxed, realizing that he would not die. Yet failing the trial would be a significant loss for him, so it was still worth trying to negotiate. Oh really? Lin Chuan asked with a light smile. I assure you I was just passing by, no ill intent. The shadowy figure seemed to see hope and pleaded again. Whether you were just passing by or not, your words do not count. I have a practitioner of the memory path here. She should be able to find the answers I seek from your memories. Lin Chuan glanced in Chun Zui's direction. To be honest, Lin Chuan himself did not know whether Chun Jue possessed the ability to access memories. But that did not prevent him from using it to intimidate others. The Star God governs the fate of memories, so travelers on this path will naturally be influenced by the authority of the Star God when utilizing the powers of fate. Thus, possessing some basic abilities, or even deriving one's own abilities, is a common occurrence. It is not solely the innate talent that can be used. Compared to these basic abilities, the innate talent is more like a direct gift from the star god, enabling a traveler to wield the powers of fate without the need for learning or comprehension.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Before the person in black could react, Chunzui's right hand pressed against his forehead. A transparent wave emanated from Chunzui, invoking the power of fate related to memories. At that moment, everyone felt a moment of daze. Even Lin Chuan was not surprised. He suddenly felt that the memories in his mind became clear all at once. Some things he had once forgotten flashed by in vague images like slides passing before his eyes. My. Lin Chuan quickly recovered from this strange state. However, he frowned. He felt as if he had forgotten something, not something from a long time ago, but rather something that had recently occurred. This feeling was quite strange, but it lasted only a moment before fading away. Lin Chuan was also uncertain about what had happened. Sometimes when a person enters a certain scene, there is always a sense of déjà vu, as if they had experienced it before, but could not recall it. Lin Chuan did not think much of it. After all, that was the memory of the Lin Chuan from the past, which was not that important to him. The others also experienced a moment of daze, then looked at Chunzui with astonishment. No wonder, she is the possessor of the 4-star innate talent of the memory fate. Although it is not as powerful as Lin Chuan's 5-star talent, this ability amazed everyone. After a dozen seconds, Chunzui withdrew her hand. An invisible wave emanated from her, isolating the person in black. This was to prevent him from overhearing the conversation that followed. I am not adept at extracting memories as a memory fate traveler, so I can only use the power of fate to briefly view his memories. I couldn't see far, but I managed to observe quite a few scenes from the time he entered the trial space. He, like us, also entered here in a team, but their goal was not the trial itself, but rather the participants in the trial. They intend to rob the fate travelers who enter here. Once they find someone weaker than themselves, they will strike. They believe that some fate travelers might possess valuable items. Chunzui relayed the memories she had just seen. Lin Chuan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions darkening at the sight of the black-clad man. In this world, there are not only city builders. While there are those who wish to protect this world, there are naturally those who seek to destroy it. There are also many who walk the fine line between black and white. Clearly, this man in black is not a member of the city builders. Given his actions, he certainly cannot be considered a good person. Additionally, I found some information about this trial ground in his memories. Now I can basically confirm that this trial ground is the Tsunhu No. 44 trial ground. Chunzui stated confidently. With the black-clad man's memories of the exploration of this trial ground, she was now fully aware of their current situation. Lin Chuan and the others could not help but admire Chunzui's memory. A top student truly deserves the title. This Tsunhu No. 44 trial ground has 2 layers. It can also be described as 2 distinct regions. We are currently on the outer layer. The red light that Feng Shisong saw is the dividing area between the inner and outer layers. That is a zone filled with destructive energy, we need to pass through there to enter the inner layer. As Chunzui spoke, she looked towards the core area of the trial. Of course, getting through there is not an easy task. The destructive energy in that area is very strong, making it impossible for ordinary fate travelers to pass directly. We need to search for a special type of mineral in the outer region, as that mineral possesses protective powers. After collecting enough of these minerals, we can utilize their strength to cross in. As for the second layer, it has different rules. Chunzui explained. With the confirmation from the black-clad man's memories, she had successfully pinpointed the situation of this trial ground. Of course, these details were sourced from the materials provided by the city builders, not from the black-clad man present. So, are we going to search for that mineral now? Meng Fein asked. Do you have specific details about the mineral, or more detailed locations for collecting the minerals? Feng Shisong also inquired. Just as Chunzui was about to speak, Lin Chuan interjected. There's no need to make it so complicated. Lin Chuan's gaze turned to the black-clad man on the ground, revealing a contemplative smile. Seeing this, Chunzui quickly withdrew her memory technique. The black-clad man suddenly felt a chill down his spine upon seeing Lin Chuan's smile. You must have the minerals to pass through the destructive zone, right? Hand them over. Lin Chuan said. If I give you the minerals, will you let me go? The black-clad man hurriedly replied. Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate? Lin Chuan retorted. The black-clad man's expression changed repeatedly. He was unsure of the background of these individuals. If they were from an official organization, it would be fine, as they would not go too far. But if they were as unscrupulous as he was, then things could go south. I can give you the minerals, just let me leave. The black-clad man gritted his teeth and said. The minerals cannot be placed in the fate space. You can directly search for them. Chunzui said, pointing to the pocket at his waist. Seeing this, Feng Shisong directly reached out to grab it. Upon opening, there were indeed some minerals emitting a faint yellow glow inside. Lin Chuan could sense the protective power emanating from them. In fact, he had already noticed this item long ago. These minerals are not enough for us to cross the destructive zone. Oh, we need to find more. Chen Jue assessed after a glance. Who said we must use minerals to pass through that area? But Chen Jue was about to retort when she suddenly recalled Lin Chuan's formidable protective innate talent, promptly closing her mouth. Whatever the leader says is what it is. They just needed to listen. Upon hearing these words, several people immediately understood Lin Chuan's intention. But you will get hurt. Fang Shisong frowned and reminded. Previously at Dawn Middle School, aside from the unfortunate Meng Fein, everyone else had experienced the formidable damage-sharing capability of the Tai Chi Bagua formation. Especially Pan Chun, who awakened to become a Fate Walker only after being saved by Lin Chuan using the formation. However, because they had experienced Lin Chuan's innate talent, they understood that his ability did not directly immunize against such damage, but rather shared the harm taken by others. The damage suffered by the group did not simply vanish, it was all borne by Lin Chuan alone. Although Lin Chuan's talent allowed him to recover from injuries, everyone was still averse to letting their friend take such risks after understanding the principle of the formation. After all, this was the Star God trial ground. If skipping classes was that easy, it would be too frivolous. If something went wrong, Lin Chuan might not even have the chance to retreat. Especially since this time Lin Chuan needed to share the damage for 4 people, which made it even more dangerous. I think we should look for ores instead, that would be safer. Pan Chen expressed his concerns upon hearing this. Don't worry, I have my own methods, Lin Chuan said with a light. This is his domain, so there should be simpler ways for his Fate Walkers to pass through. Even if it ultimately proves unfeasible, we can still search for ores afterward. Hearing Lin Chuan's unwavering tone, the others refrained from persuading him further. Lin Chuan was also a cautious person and would not be so arrogant. The man in black was somewhat bewildered. It seemed these people had methods to pass through that area without ores. But that was the power of destruction. Previously, he had witnessed a Fate Walker of the preservation path enter and be torn apart and evaporated by that red light, not lasting even 3 seconds. As the man in black pondered, a silver glimmer flashed in Lin Chuan's hand. Unbeknownst to him, a dagger appeared which he used to slice through the man's throat. You? Cough, cough. The man in black stared in terror, blood gushing from his neck, and his vision quickly faded to darkness. Before long, he had completely lost his breath. Soon after, his body vanished in the trial space. He did not die, but he had failed this trial. Lin Chuan collected some items dropped by the man in black and stood up. Feeling the astonished gazes of the others, he said, "He is no longer of value. This is the most prudent way to dispose of him." Lin Chuan never intended to let him go. After all, he wouldn't truly die, so he felt no psychological burden. Pan Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to compare the decisive Lin Chuan before him with the Lin Chuan in his memories, but found the two figures could not overlap. So was the previous Lin Chuan just an act? Or was it that one either died in silence or erupted in silence? Had Lin Chuan chosen to go completely insane after long suppression? Fang Shisong looked at Lin Chuan with a deep gaze, unsure of what he was thinking. Although Chen Jue was somewhat surprised from a rational perspective, she believed Lin Chuan was right. In fact, there was even a hint of appreciation in her gaze. How had she not known there was such a fierce person? Meng Fein looked at Lin Chuan with a hint of brilliance in her eyes, her gaze quite gentle. Let's go. In the domain of preservation, I can probably sense some faint guidance of the fate power. After Lin Chuan spoke, he looked in a certain direction. He already had the ores in hand, so he naturally sensed their aura. As a Fate Walker of preservation, Lin Chuan had caught a trace of a similar aura. This aura happened to be in the same direction as the red light Fang Shisong had seen, so it was reasonable to check it out. Let's go. Under Lin Chuan's lead, everyone hurried towards the core area.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Who were those people? Old Forth's disguise was actually seen through. The speaker was a short, stout man, his expression grave as he examined the traces on the ground and the splattered blood. Very strong, ordinary Fate Walkers would not be able to detect Old Forth's presence, said the middle-aged man at the forefront. The Fate Walker of mystery inherently possessed the ability to conceal. Moreover, Old Forth's innate talent also leaned towards stealth, so he had always been the one to scout ahead, tracking for suitable robbery targets, and then they would act together. They managed to come together and entered the trial on the last day of the month, having familiarized themselves with each other's coordination and abilities. After entering, they successfully pulled off a few heists and reaped substantial rewards. It should be noted that some Fate Walkers with backgrounds carry relics into the trial, and once killed the relics, they were here for those relics. But unexpectedly, Old Forth had just sensed someone entering the trial ground and stealthily approached, only to be discovered. It even made the 4 of them afraid to rush in for a rescue. because that guy exuding a blood-colored light had a dense aura of destruction that made them fear to approach. Of course, this was also because they knew they could not truly die. Even if killed, it would only be a trial failure, and the cost was bearable, so there was no need to go in and give the enemy a chance to wipe them out. All the goods are with us. If Old Fourth dies, then so be it. Just give him some compensation when we get out, the leader said. The others had no objections. However, they also understood that without Old Fourth, the Fate Walker of Mystery, it would be extremely difficult to achieve any gains next. I said waiting for the opportunity would yield results. Hey, look, isn't someone delivering themselves right to us? Hey. At that moment, a mocking voice came from behind the group. Who? The four of them changed their expressions and immediately looked back. Lin Chuan stepped out from behind a large tree. This forest was indeed excellent for concealing one's form. It's you. The four's faces changed dramatically upon seeing Lin Chuan. The direction Lin Chuan emerged from was completely opposite to where they had just left. He had actually circled around to block them from behind. You really guessed right, Fang Shisong said as he approached from the direction the others had departed. Shortly after, Pan Chen Meng Fein and Chun Jui appeared from another direction surrounding the four men. The expressions of the four men turned very ugly. They had never expected that these people's departure was actually a setup to lure them out. In reality, Lin Chuan had guessed that the man in black had teammates after hearing Chen Zui's account, so he suspected these people might be lurking nearby. However, after waiting for a long time without seeing those people appear, he figured that the opponent must be wary of their strength and did not dare to show up. Thus, he led everyone away from the area, but they didn't truly leave. Instead, they circled around and regrouped. Sure enough, he caught them. Fang Shisong blocked the exit while casting a glance at Lin Chuan. Originally, the task of blocking from the rear was meant for Fang Shisong. He was a Fate Walker of Destruction with high physical strength and sufficient speed. But Lin Chuan volunteered to circle around from behind, and everyone did not contest that. However, what the group did not expect was that despite being the farthest from the action, Lin Chuan was the first to reach behind those men. This made everyone regard Lin Chuan with renewed respect. At that moment, Lin Chuan appeared relaxed. His breathing was still steady. As a Fate Walker of hunting, he was naturally fast, and with his innate talent also enhancing his speed, Lin Chuan was undoubtedly the fastest among the five. Split up and run. Without any hesitation, the leading man in black issued the command. The four of them dashed off in different directions. However, with 5 people on Lin Chuan's side, each person could block one, and there was even one person available for backup. Although they were supposed to scatter and flee during the actual action, their directional choices were still very obvious. First of all, Fang Shisong had no one to choose from. A Fate Walker of Destruction was indeed not easy to provoke. Their combat power was too strong. In the remaining directions, 2 people rushed towards the 2 girls, Chun Jui and Meng Fein. Evidently, in their view, these 2 not being combat Fate Walkers and being girls were the easiest to break through. Next was Lin Chuan's direction. After learning that Lin Chuan was a Fate Walker of Preservation, they fell into habitual thinking, believing that this Fate Walker was not adept at attack or speed, making him one of the easier directions to break through. However, very soon these people would understand what it meant not to judge a person by their appearance. In Chun Zui's area, when she saw one of the men in black running towards her, a playful smile appeared on her lips. In the next moment, blood-colored light, similar to Fang Shisong's, erupted from her body. Although not as intense as Fang Shisong's, the aura of destruction was still thick, and she charged towards the incoming man in black. Retreat. That word did not exist in her dictionary. Meanwhile, on the other side, a hint of pink once again spread in Meng Fein's eyes. But this time no one felt the desire rising. On the contrary, everyone felt their desire waning. It was not the desire of lust that was diminishing, but the desire for survival. Previously, Meng Fein had used desire to control others more, because her beauty could act as a catalyst to better achieve her goals. But this time she chose a completely different route. She could invoke others' desires, and she could also diminish the desires of her opponents. Once the desire for survival was gone, everything seemed to lose its meaning. What significance was there in it would be better to just wait for death right there. Thus, everyone saw the originally prepared men in black for a quick escape come to a halt. He seemed somewhat dazed with a hint of struggle in his gaze, but he quickly gave up resistance and stood there in a daze. He didn't even activate the power of fate. A rumbling sound came as Chun Jui was already engaged in battle with the man in black charging towards her. Interestingly, that man in black was also a Fate Walker of Destruction. Although Chun Jui was of the memory path, she was currently remembering Fang Shisong. Thus, one genuine and one false Fate Walker of Destruction fought against each other, with the false one clearly gaining the upper hand. Pan Chen, being relatively close to Chun Jui, scanned the battlefield and decided to help Chun Jui take down the man in black first. His gaze sharp, he saw Chun Zui's fist about to strike the man in black, and the man in black had nowhere to evade, so he decisively activated his talent. Interwoven and balanced light appeared with his target being Chun Jui. Equivalence exchanged. He transferred Chinzuius and used defensive ability to enhance his attack. Bang! With a loud crash, the man in black was sent flying by a punch and did not get up again. Meanwhile, on Lin Chuan's side, seeing two men in black rushing towards him, he raised an eyebrow. Am I being treated as a soft persimmon? Lin Chuan thought to himself. At this moment, Lin Chuan's Taiji Bagua array had already been activated. Facing the two black-clothed men charging towards him, he felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. During his time at Dawn High School, he dealt with nothing more than mindless mutated flesh, but here, he was truly confronting Fate Walkers. However, it was a pity that while the Protect Life pathway was indeed powerful, it lacked some offensive capabilities. At this moment, the two black-clothed men had entered the range of the Taiji Bagua array, and every movement was already within Lin Chuan's perception. Suddenly, the leading black-clothed man accelerated as he approached Lin Chuan, transforming his entire body into a shadow that swiftly bypassed Lin Chuan. The hunting pathway. Lin Chuan immediately sensed the familiar fluctuation of pathway power. Indeed, the leader of the black-clothed men was the hunting pathway. He had maintained a speed comparable to the other black-clothed men, displaying no signs of his pathway abilities. However, as he drew near Lin Chuan, he suddenly erupted with speed. In an instant, he circled around Lin Chuan and dashed toward the distant forest. Seeing this, the other man showed no intention of fleeing. Instead, he charged directly at Lin Chuan to buy time for their leader. Do these people share such a strong bond? Lin Chuan was somewhat surprised, but he quickly realized that in a trial arena where true death was not possible, he could not think with conventional logic. It seems that all the good things are with that person. Lin Chuan suddenly had an epiphany and smiled. Whoosh! At that moment, Lin Chuan moved. His body turned into a fleeting shadow, ignoring the black-clothed man charging towards him and instead rushing after the leading black-clothed man. Upon stepping onto the hunting pathway, Lin Chuan's speed was already quite fast, and his 5-star innate talent Aurora Shadow further enhanced his speed. Even without activating the Aurora Shadow state, Lin Chuan's speed was not something an ordinary Fate Walker could compare with, even if that person was also of the hunting pathway. Everyone only saw a flash of light before realizing that Lin Chuan had already reached the fleeing black-clothed man. Lin Chuan smiled at the black-clothed man who, upon seeing Lin Chuan, was filled with confusion shock. How could this person's speed be so fast? With no time to think, the black-clothed man flipped his right hand, pulling out a spear from the pathway space, aiming straight for Lin Chuan's face. The spear shimmered with a blue glow, its sharp aura slicing through the air, accompanied by a sonic boom. The attack intensity of the hunting pathway was indisputably revealed at that moment. However, Lin Chuan merely turned slightly, leaving behind a shadow as he effortlessly dodged the attack. The speed of the hunting pathway combined with the perception granted by the Taiji Bagua array allowed Lin Chuan to easily toy with most opponents within the array's range. Whoosh! Lin Chuan's figure flickered, the power of the Protect Life pathway surged through his body, and he reached the side of the black-clothed man, launching a kick. Bang! The black-clothed man spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire figure flying out, crashing into a large tree before landing on the ground. Though the Protect Life pathway was not adept at offense, Lin Chuan's current strength was not that of a novice who had just embarked on the pathway. With the enhancement of specialized weapons, he was equivalent to a mid-stage practitioner of the 9th level. A kick like that was not something an ordinary person could endure. Moreover, considering the hunting pathway's inherent fragility, the fact that the black-clothed man was not killed outright was already Lin Chuan showing mercy. The onlookers in the distance were now a mix of confusion and shock. Everything happened too quickly, many couldn't even keep up with Lin Chuan's pace. By the time they saw Lin Chuan again, the black-clothed man had already been sent flying. Meanwhile, the one who tried to entangle Lin Chuan stood frozen in place. He felt as though his vision had blurred and Lin Chuan disappeared. When he looked again, his boss had already been kicked away by Lin Chuan. Whoosh! Boss! Seeing his leader being kicked away, he hurriedly raised his hand to release a green glow. After the green light enveloped the black-clothed man, the torn flesh began to heal rapidly. The abundance pathway. From a distance, Chen Jue exclaimed upon witnessing this. This was considered a relatively common pathway. It possessed strong regenerative abilities capable of healing injuries, and its combat effectiveness was not weak. When facing equally matched opponents, it often wore them down with its recovery capabilities. However, this pathway seemed to have some unknown flaws, as it was said to easily show signs of losing control. The records of the city builders speculated that something might have gone wrong with the star god governing the abundance pathway. Boom! Just as the black-clothed leader's injuries were not yet healed, a booming sound erupted as he was already trampled underfoot by Feng Shisong. Feng Shisong was the strongest in the team, and it was his lead charge that allowed them to break through at Dawn High School. Yet this time, he didn't even manage to catch a single opponent. He was able to rush up quickly because Pan Shin noticed Fang Shisong's serious expression and adjusted his speed, otherwise he wouldn't have even been able to catch this opportunity. Lin Chuan did not give the black-clothed man a chance to recover, catching up and delivering a direct strike, eliminating the black-clothed man. There was no valuable information left on these people, so there was no need to waste time. After the black-clothed leader was killed, his corpse quickly vanished. Lin Chuan's gaze was fixed on the items. Indeed, there are good things here. Lin Chuan smiled as he picked up the items from the ground, which included several ores needed for the trial. In addition, there were 3 items. One was a healing potion of 1 star. Lin Chuan had drawn this type of potion before during specialized weapon draws, and it was stored in the pathway space, so he had no immediate use for it. The other 2 items were a green branch and a silver brooch. Lin Chuan examined them. The branch was a 1-star relic of the abundance pathway. Flourishing branch. Carrying it can continuously heal injuries, enhance one's condition, and alleviate fatigue. For non-abundance pathway users, prolonged use can affect mental state, gradually leading to mental collapse. As a relic with healing properties, it was still quite decent. After all, this was just a novice trial ground. Having such an item already surpassed 90% of the trial takers. The other brooch was quite interesting. When Lin Chuan held it in his hand, his mood instantly brightened, and he felt inexplicably happy, as if he could succeed in anything he set out to do. The anxiety stemming from the trial had almost completely vanished. It was like a cure for depression. Just as Lin Chuan realized that he was unknowingly smiling widely, a thought suddenly struck him.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
The reason was that this pathway is relatively special. Other star gods governing pathways hold powers that are generally understandable, while the Joy Star God exists solely to seek pleasure. Thus, the Joy Star God is also known as the God of Pleasure or the ever-happy Heavenly Lord. According to the information provided by the city builders, joy is a privilege of intelligent beings. The Joy Star God encourages fate walkers to savor life's joys and seek happiness amidst the twists of fate. Therefore, the practitioners of this pathway are individuals who constantly seek out various pleasures. If there are no pleasures to be found, they will create their own. Overall, the reputation of this pathway is quite average. While it is not explicitly negative, it is hard to imagine what reckless acts those pleasure seekers might commit in their pursuit of fun. In any case, according to the advice given by the city builders, staying away from pleasure seekers is the best course of action. As for the relics in Lin Chuan's hand, they were named the Ever-Happy Brooch, a 2-star relic of the Joy Pathway. Its usage involves wearing it on the chest, which can clear negative emotions, making one feel joyful and at peace even amidst despair, remaining unaffected by emotions. No matter what one does, they can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Non-Joy Pathway users should not use it for more than half an hour. Wearing it for too long can lead to a shift from being joyful and at ease to becoming blindly arrogant. In the pursuit of happiness, they may resort to any means, even falling into crises without realizing it. Such a result often leads to destruction. So the end of joy is destruction. Now that's quite amusing. Lin Chuan smiled, looking at the potion and 2 relics in his hand. He felt quite pleased. He had only just entered the trial ground for less than 20 minutes, and had already gained so much. 2 relics, huh? At this point, Chen Jue and the others had caught up. Seeing Lin Chuan had killed the black-clothed leader, the others showed no mercy, taking action to eliminate this evil team. As for the items they left behind, they were a boon for everyone. 1-star Abundance Relic, 2-star Joy Relic, Lin Chuan said as he handed the 2 relics to the group. Although he had acquired the items, the credit belonged to the team, and Lin Chuan had no intention of hoarding them. To be honest, these 2 items were not particularly useful to Lin Chuan. His Taiji Bagua array already had healing properties and could restore 90 of injuries every 10 minutes. The Abundance Relic was merely a negative factor for him. Moreover, Lin Chuan tried it out, and the restoration ability of that 1-star relic was inferior to the slow recovery effect of his array's normal state. So there was really no need for it. As for the Joy Relic, it did have some use for Lin Chuan, but it was just that. When he extracted his specialized weapon, he did gain some insights that inspired him significantly. He still had the 5-star specialized weapon of the hunting pathway, yet to be drawn his Protect Life innate talents constellation, and he had not even truly stepped into the mysterious pathway. He still needed to draw for the talent specialized weapon. Considering all this, the gap in willpower fragments was indeed quite significant. The value of relics is quite high even if it is a 1-star item, Chen Jue said. The source of relics comes from weapon extraction. If the extracted item is not a specialized weapon, it can erase its basic attributes and be transformed into a relic. Just like the 5-star weapon of the hunting fate path that Lin Chuan had previously misaligned. These weapons, like specialized weapons, will drop after the original owner is killed, even if they remain in the fate space. This is also the reason why they are called relics. Because they are indeed relics. Relics do not disappear with the death of their owner, they can only be destroyed. So from a temporal perspective, the number of relics will continue to increase in the future. Of course, the actual situation is not so optimistic. Damage, loss, and sealing, among other factors, will continually deplete the relics. The other black-clad individuals do not have relics, only some ores, Feng Shisong said. It is evident that all the relics are in the hands of this black-clad leader, which is also the reason why the other black-clad individuals are willing to protect him as he escapes. Unfortunately, in the end, they could not escape Lin Chuan's grasp. Everyone's eyes were filled with fiery desire as they looked at the two relics. There was nothing they could do. They did not have Lin Chuan's luck to extract a 5-star talent and a specialized weapon. Relics have become the fastest way for them to enhance their strength. I cannot make use of these two relics, so here's the deal: whoever wants to use them can take them first. If after leaving here someone truly wants them, they can exchange other items or provide alternative compensation. What do you think? Lin Chuan inquired. Everyone had no objections. After pondering for a moment, Feng Shisong voluntarily took the branch of abundance. Meanwhile, the joy brooch was taken by Meng Feiyin, as the desire for joy can also be considered a form of desire which is somewhat beneficial for Meng Feiyin. Seeing Pan Shin reveal a contemplative expression, Chenji said, "The fate paths are not entirely independent. The powers governed by the star gods do overlap. Competing for resources is not something only humans do, the star gods do it too." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan showed a thoughtful expression. Indeed, some of the effects of fate path powers may seem unrelated at first glance, but they can appear quite similar when manifested. Some even directly overlap with each other. In such cases, it becomes a competition and usurpation between fate paths. It is said that star gods can also devour one another, especially among star gods whose fate path powers overlap. As for the specifics, Lin Chuan is not very clear at the moment. When he extracted his specialized weapon, he did gain some insights that inspired him significantly. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, Lin Chuan set off with the others, heading towards the core area. The forest returned to tranquility once more. It seemed that no other challengers had come to this area. 10 minutes, the 5 of them reappeared. Is there really no one around? Lin Chuan frowned as he looked around, trying to find some clues from the environment. However, he still found nothing. It must be an illusion, Pan Shin said. Just after they had moved a distance away, Lin Chuan informed them that he sensed there were still others nearby. However, upon this revelation, everyone showed surprise, because they had detected nothing. Pan Shin did not sense imbalance, and Meng Feiyin did not feel any desire. Even Xunjue had not noticed anything unusual. Nevertheless, everyone was willing to trust Lin Chuan's judgment, so they did not leave the area and waited 10 minutes before returning. Unfortunately, unlike last time, Lin Chuan did not discover anyone else this time. Let's go, Lin Chuan said, seeing nothing further to find, and chose to lead everyone away. The forest once again returned to calm. 10 minutes later. Today's fun is disguising as a little flower and observing others. Suddenly a ripple appeared in the inconspicuous bushes, and a cluster of red flowers began to writhe and change shape. Soon those red flowers transformed into a beautiful dress adorning a girl with twin ponytails. The girl smiled as she looked in the direction Lin Chuan had left. Her pupils changed rapidly, resembling a kaleidoscope. I didn't expect to actually see some fun. This is truly interesting. Such pure power from the guardian fate path. Could it be that it has also caught the attention of the star gods? The girl chuckled, her kaleidoscope eyes rapidly shifting. Before long, she smiled sweetly and followed in the direction where Lin Chuan and the others had departed. Oh, fun god, I feel that following them should lead to more fun. I can also collect more fun, The girl skipped along joyfully, whistling a happy tune. On the other side, the 5 of them encountered almost no obstacles along the way and soon arrived at the area divided by the destructive red light. To facilitate their actions, they donned black clothing to conceal their figures and appearances. The source of the clothing was naturally Lin Chuan, who had previously acquired some identity-concealing items from the city builders. In this trial, he needed to attempt to practice the mystery fate path, otherwise he couldn't obtain the will of this fate path to draw his innate talent. Based on Lin Chuan's rudimentary understanding of the mystery fate path and the description provided by the city builders, truth is not absolute, but an illusion that obscures reality, thus all things should be a mystery. Thus, concealing the truth of one's identity and hiding part of one's strength can also be considered a tribute. Along the way, Lin Chuan and his group encountered some other fate path challengers, but they merely exchanged cautious glances before parting ways peacefully. After all, 5 people dressed in black are clearly not easy to provoke. Although everyone was just entering their fate paths considered newcomers, there is still a difference among newcomers. Especially those who entered as a team are definitely not simple. Lin Chuan, sensing the power of the guardian fate path, found a mining area. However, by the time Lin Chuan reached there, many challengers had already gathered. We discovered this place, leave quickly. Before Lin Chuan and the others could approach, someone came out to warn them. There are plenty of ores, you won't be able to use that many. How about we all mine together? Fang Shisong smirked and stepped forward to negotiate. Then you have to let us finish collecting first. The person did not give in at all, and the power of their fate path surged, emanating a breath of destruction. Indeed, one of the most common fate paths, there are many practitioners of the destruction fate path. After all, many people awaken their fate paths under stressful conditions, often due to negative stimuli. Therefore, many have a tendency to want to destroy everything. Furthermore, those on the destruction fate path welcome anyone, as long as you possess the will to destroy, you can embark upon the destruction fate path. Especially among many unofficial fate path practitioners, destruction is the most common and the most destructive. Fang Shisong narrowed his eyes slightly, preparing to unleash a similar aura of destruction. Forget it. Let's go, Lin Chuan spoke up at that moment. Fang Shisong frowned. In an emotionally charged state, he was initially going to dismiss Lin Chuan's words. The practitioners of the destruction fate path have always had a nonchalant view of life and death. If they are unsatisfied, they fight. But seeing that conflict was about to erupt, Meng Fein suddenly reached out and patted Fang Shisong. His impulsive emotions calmed down immediately, and Fang Shisong realized that his desk mate was no longer the timid person he once was. Moreover, in this trial, Lin Chuan was leading. Fang Shisong could only glare fiercely at that person before turning back to Lin Chuan's side. Overestimating yourself. That person snorted coldly upon witnessing this. Behind him, several fate path practitioners collecting ores also sneered and glanced over. In the Star God trial grounds, those with the strongest fists can seize more resources. Why are you blocking me? I can easily handle those people on my own. Fang Shisong said unhappily after returning to Lin Chuan's side. Because it's unnecessary, Lin Chuan replied calmly, understanding that Fang Shisong was influenced by the fate path. I can already sense the power of destruction and I can handle it. As Lin Chuan spoke, he led everyone towards the destructive area a few dozen meters away. Chen Zui's memory was correct. That area was indeed a destruction zone. The red light permeating it came from the remnants of the destruction fate path power. As they approached, the terrifying power of destruction made their hearts race. Even Fang Shisong frowned. There were also some fate path practitioners near the destruction zone. These individuals seemed to be contemplating how to cross through here. Not everyone was aware of the ore collection, and some wild fate path practitioners without information could only explore on their own. Of course, this place is not entirely lethal, as long as you are not foolish enough to charge directly in. For example, sticking a finger in to test it out. In that case, you would find that you are missing a finger. The arrival of Lin Chuan and his group attracted many gazes, but everyone did not approach, cautiously observing. You all wait for me here. I'll give it a try, Lin Chuan said as he started to walk towards the area suffused with red light. Are you confident? Fang Shisong pulled Lin Chuan back. I am, Lin Chuan replied, surprised at Fang Shisong's concern. Fang Shisong did not say anything more and let go of Lin Chuan. Something is off. Lin Chuan felt a bit unsettled. He always sensed something was not right with Fang Shisong, but he did not feel any malice. On the contrary, he felt that Fang Shisong seemed too concerned about him. Are you too involved? Did Lin Chuan's memories go awry? Shaking his head, Lin Chuan dismissed these chaotic thoughts. Soon he stood before the red light. This red light is a pure embodiment of the power of the destruction fate path. Just getting closer, Lin Chuan could feel the terrifying power pulling at him, as if it wanted to tear him apart and obliterate him. His emotions were also affected, with an overwhelming desire for destruction rising within him. At this point, not only Fang Shisong and the others were watching Lin Chuan, but anyone who could see the situation here was drawn to him. There was no avoiding it. The area near the destruction zone had no trees, leaving it bare. Basically, anyone could notice Lin Chuan approaching. It should be fine, Lin Chuan thought as he felt the destruction power before him. Buzz. Lin Chuan activated the amber shield of his specialized weapon, Amber Hammer. A crystal-clear shield refracting rainbow colors under the light appeared around Lin Chuan, completely protected. What is that? Pan Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the crystalline shield that suddenly materialized around Lin Chuan. Shields were no novelty to any of them. Lu Jie, for instance, was a preservation pathwalker adept at using shields. Yet merely by its appearance, Lin Chuan's shield seemed far more superior than Lu Jie's. Its translucent brilliance refracted a spectrum of rainbow hues, appearing incredibly dense and exuding an overwhelming sense of security. In comparison, they suddenly felt Lu Jie's shield had a latex-like texture, thin and flimsy. Another overconfident preservation walker. A middle-aged man observing from afar sneered. This was not the first time he had witnessed such folly. Relying on the protection of their preservation path, these fools attempted to force their way through this zone of annihilation. Yet without exception, they all met a gruesome end. The crimson radiance was not something ordinary people could withstand. Amidst the gazes of concern and ridicule, Lin Chuan unhesitatingly stepped into it. A terrifying force of annihilation surged from all directions, clawing and assaulting the amber shield enveloping Lin Chuan. At this moment, with the double damage reduction from Taiji Bagua Array and Amber Hammer, Lin Chuan's damage mitigation reached a staggering 80. This was not even accounting for the defensive boost provided by preservation itself. The next moment, just as everyone thought Lin Chuan might succeed in crossing, he stepped back, retreating from the annihilation zone. Holy shit. He's not dead. Amazing, he's the first person I've seen enter the annihilation zone and come out alive. Such a formidable talent. That shield is clearly no ordinary thing. As Lin Chuan emerged, and scathed exclamations erupted from the onlookers. Even though he hadn't successfully crossed, the fact that he could enter and withdraw unscathed already spoke volumes of his strength. With that single feat, no one dared underestimate him. Seeing Lin Chuan retreat unharmed, Fang Shisong and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. So what if he didn't make it? As long as he's safe. Pan Chen exhaled. Chen Jue watched Lin Chuan's actions, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. By the way, Chen the scholar, can you memorize Lin Chuan's talent? Pan Chen asked curiously. Chen Zui's talent seemed to allow her to memorize others' abilities and then use them herself. The more precise the memory, the closer the replicated power approached the original. Of course, there was a limit. No matter how accurate the memory, it could never match the original. It could only infinitely approximate it. Yet even so, it granted Chen Jue a flexibility that far surpassed other pathwalkers, for she could record more than one ability. The specifics remained unknown to others. One's innate talent was the deepest secret of a pathwalker, and no one was foolish enough to divulge it recklessly. Even among teammates, only a general understanding of abilities was shared. The finer details were never casually revealed. One must always be wary of others. No, Chen Jue directly denied. What makes you think a 4-star talent can memorize a 5-star one? Chen Zui's words left Pan Chen speechless. Indeed, how could a 4-star talent possibly record a... Pan Chen had initially thought that at least a fraction could be recorded, but now it seemed there was an insurmountable chasm. This path was completely blocked. Pan Chen sighed ruefully. Among the 5, his talent seemed to be the lowest. He felt a pang of dejection. But then, thinking he could cling to Lin Chuan's coattails, his spirits lifted. Contentment brings happiness. As they spoke, Lin Chuan had already returned to the group. It's fine, we still have time to search for ores. Meng Fein consoled him. Fang Shisong remained silent, but he was already prepared to charge back and forcibly seize the mining areas from earlier. Huh. Lin Chuan was taken aback by Meng Fein's consolation. Mine what? Let's just go straight in. Lin Chuan declared. Go straight in. The group was baffled. Hadn't he retreated because he couldn't withstand it? I was just testing the intensity of the annihilation force. It's manageable. So let's move. Don't dawdle. Lin Chuan urged. But they said many preservation pathwalkers died trying to enter. Pan Chen exclaimed in surprise. Oh, they died. What does that have to do with me, a 5-star preservation pathwalker? Did they also have a 5-star innate preservation talent? Lin Chuan retorted. He had wanted to add, did they have a 5-star 5 refinement exclusive weapon? But that would be too ostentatious and discouraging. So he said nothing more. The group exchanged bewildered glances. So Lin Chuan had withdrawn just to bring them along. It wasn't because he couldn't handle it. But indeed, other preservation pathwalkers failing had nothing to do with a 5-star preservation pathwalker. They were simply not on the same level. Without a word, Chen Jue immediately followed Lin Chuan. The others, snapping out of their shock, quickly followed. But as they stood before the Crimson Annihilation Zone, the terrifying aura made everyone's breath catch. Seeing it from afar and experiencing it up close were two entirely different things. Standing there, they were certain that even a touch of that energy meant certain death with no alternative. No matter how strong their abilities, they were useless against absolute annihilation. Can we really do it? Pan Chen swallowed hard. The overwhelming aura of annihilation instilled an unavoidable fear in him. In the distance, some pathwalkers watched in disbelief as Lin Chuan led his 4 companions forward, once more seemingly bent on suicide. They were truly rushing to their deaths. Don't worry, you'll be sharing a lot of the damage. You won't die. If the annihilation force inflicted 100 damage on the group, each of the 4 would only receive 16. And since the annihilation zone was visibly only about 10 meters wide, Lin Chuan was confident he could lead his teammates straight through. Of course, they couldn't expect to emerge unscathed. They would still suffer some injuries. But Lin Chuan himself might indeed remain unharmed, as his amber shield could withstand all damage. As long as the shared damage didn't exceed the shield's limit, Lin Chuan would suffer no harm. Are you ready? Lin Chuan asked. Ready. At this point, everyone had no choice but to trust Lin Chuan. A swirling current of black and white energy enveloped the 4 companions. Let's go. With that, Lin Chuan was the first to step into the annihilation zone. Buzz. A terrifying aura of destruction swept in from all directions once again, but was held back by Lin Chuan. Behind Lin Chuan, the other 4 teammates quickly followed suit. The devastating attack struck them simultaneously, causing all their faces to change. Yet in the next moment their expressions became intriguing. It hurt a little, but it was indeed bearable. The damage was significantly reduced, rendering it non-lethal. Looking at Lin Chuan, the thick amber shield on him rapidly absorbed all the shared damage. This time Lin Chuan no longer needed to bear the damage shared by others with his own body, it was all taken by the shield. However, it was evident that the crystal-clear amber shield was also being rapidly weakened. It seemed as if a sharp scraper was crazily peeling away layer after layer of the shield. In just 2 or 3 breaths the shield was reduced to a third of its original thickness. Hurry! Lin Chuan wasted no time, leading everyone to charge towards the opposite side of the destruction zone. The group moved incredibly fast, covering more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The 5 stood in another area. At that moment the amber shield on Lin Chuan was reduced to a thin layer. It was at a level where a casual poke could break it. But it remained intact, indicating that Lin Chuan had withstood all the damage without sustaining any harm himself. On the contrary, the other 4 bore injuries. Although Lin Chuan had absorbed a significant amount of damage, the power of destruction was not to be underestimated. What fell upon the others was also not easy to endure. Fortunately, while the injuries looked severe, they were mostly surface wounds with no substantial damage. Feng Song took out the flourishing branch to quickly heal his injuries. He then passed the relics to the others, restoring them one by one. Our team is still missing a Abundance Fated Traveler, Pan Shin said with a grin. I can remember one. The previous Abundance Fated Traveler in black acted too quickly for me to capture it accurately, Chen Jue said. As a team, whatever we need, everyone will try to see if they can fulfill it. If we lack a healer, then I'll remember. However, this matter was not so simple. It was uncertain whether they could team up again next time. Chen Jue also needed to prepare for situations where he would have to fight solo. Fortunately, recovery ability was essential. Even if Chen Jue acted alone, it was a rare life-saving capability. Let's see if we get the chance later according to your own needs. Lin Chuan said. He could tell that for Chen Jue to remember someone else's ability, he needed to observe closely for an extended period. Otherwise, even if he remembered it, the ability would be weak. Additionally, Chen Jue's memory of others' abilities surely had a limit. He did not need to record every ability. While everyone was recovering from their injuries, Lin Chuan looked towards the core area ahead. It was similar to the periphery, still a dense forest. Unlike before, Lin Chuan could see a black tower standing prominently in the center of the area. Lin Chuan looked at Chen Jue, who should have more information to share. Chen Jue had also noticed the tower. That is the place to pass the final trial. In this core area, there is an animal known as the Earth Beast that feeds on the minerals in the Earth's veins. Its heart stores a rich preservation fated power referred to as the heart core. The requirement to pass the trial is to hunt the Earth Beast and obtain their heart core. Just 1 heart core is needed to pass the trial. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed relieved expressions. This novice trial task did not seem too difficult, as it clearly communicated the passing requirements, requiring almost no thought. If the trials in the Star God trial ground were all of this level, then everyone's fated paths would proceed smoothly. Of course, that was obviously impossible. Yu Hua Yao and Lu Jie had both emphasized the dangers of the Star God trial. It seemed simple now, but it was merely a benefit aimed at newcomers. Moreover, Lin Chuan and the others far exceeded the average level for this trial. They could even ignore the rules and cheat through the first stage purely based on the strength of their innate talents. This was almost unimaginable for other fated travelers. Additionally, according to the records of the city builders, excess heart cores can be exchanged for willpower shards when passing the final stage. So we can try to obtain more heart cores, allowing us to exchange for willpower shards at the end of the trial. Chinjie, having a humanoid database was beneficial as it required little thought from others. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Pan Shin was already excited. This was a great opportunity to earn willpower shards, which absolutely could not be missed. With the strength of the 5 of them, they could definitely obtain a considerable number of heart cores here. By then exchanging for willpower shards, they could also attempt to draw specialized weapons or fated seats. Feng Song's eyes also lit up. Meng Fei-yin had already sensed the rising desires around her, a desire known as greed. What is the method for exchanging the willpower shards? Lin Chuan's gaze flickered slightly as he inquired. This was important to him. After all, he was currently working for Chen Jue. He looked at Lin Chuan with some confusion and blurted out, "Do willpower shards correspond to fates?" Lin Chuan's pupils constricted slightly. He had spoken too quickly without thinking. Others did not have extra fates. Their exchange for willpower shards was undoubtedly for their own fates. Only someone like Lin Chuan, a multi-fated traveler, had the need to inquire. However, Lin Chuan's eyes shifted and he immediately said, "This is the main arena for preservation. If the exchange shards are for preservation fated power, they can't be used to draw from the memory fated power, right? Isn't that blasphemy?" Chen Jue showed a contemplative expression upon hearing this. That makes sense, so I hadn't thought of that. However, since the records of the city builders did not mention this, it should be shards for one's own fated path. Chen Jue said thoughtfully. Hearing this, the others relaxed their expressions. Otherwise, if they worked hard for half a day, only to find that the exchanged willpower shards were useless, it would be awkward. Moreover, exchanging for willpower of other fates was somewhat blasphemous. Although the star god likely would not descend divine punishment for such matters, it was better to be cautious. Who knew what arrangements awaited in the subsequent star god trials? After listening to Chen Jue's analysis, Lin Chuan had a rough guess in his mind. This exchange behavior was likely to allow the exchange of willpower shards for any of the three fates. In this case, Lin Chuan could at least ensure that upon completing this trial task, he would have the opportunity to embark on the mysterious fated path and draw from his innate talent. After resting for a moment, once everyone had mostly recovered, they immediately began to act. First, they would search for the Earth Beast. This was not difficult for Lin Chuan's team. With Lin Chuan the 5-star talent of preservation along with the range detection of the Taiji Bagua formation, finding the Earth Beast was quite easy. Besides, Lin Chuan, Pan Shen's balanced fated power could also serve as one of the prerequisites for sensing, and Meng Feiyin's perception of desire also had a certain degree of searchability. On the other side, in the peripheral area, silence reigned. Everyone who saw Lin Chuan and his 5 companions enter the destruction zone fell silent. They watched in disbelief as the fluctuations from the destruction zone unfolded, and the 5 stood unharmed on the other side. They actually succeeded in crossing over. What kind of talent is this? The crowd could no longer express their shock in words. Before Lin Chuan, they believed the destruction zone was impossible to cross directly, but after Lin Chuan, they realized it was a matter of being outmatched. This was not a solo crossing, he brought along 4 teammates. Moreover, judging by their auras, none of these 4 teammates possessed the preservation fate. How did he manage to do it? Additionally, none of them had shields.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Not to mention that several individuals with the preservation fate had already tested it. Even with shields they could not pass, let alone go through with just their bodies. What on earth was going on? Could it be a 5-star talent? Finally, someone realized something and guessed. Which prodigy was this? How had they encountered him during this trial? Meanwhile, in the crown of a large tree, a girl with twin ponytails was perched, her eyes wide as she watched the recent scene. There's definitely fun to be had. It's a pity I already knew he could get through, so the surprise is gone, and the fun is greatly diminished. Let's see if I can find some more fun in the core area. If there's no fun, I might have to create some myself. The girl muttered, her right index finger tapping her chin, her eyes swirling with a kaleidoscope of thoughts, revealing a contemplative expression. She pondered how to find more fun. Compared to ordinary people, the fun found in the fated travelers who had been glanced at by the star god was undoubtedly more interesting and likely to attract the attention of the god of fun. He got it. Suddenly, the girl revealed a joyful smile. Then she reached into the void and pulled out a pure white mask, placing it over her face. The mask had a wide grin, and its eyes curved, revealing an expression that was both smiling and enigmatic. Afterward, the girl leaped down from the tree crown. Slap! She landed steadily. Then Lin Chuan stepped forward, his eyes filled with a joyful smile. Achoo! Lin Chuan sneezed inexplicably and rubbed his nose. The others glanced at him, suspecting something was amiss. It's nothing. Lin Chuan shook his head. Despite his words, he furrowed his brow slightly. He felt something was off, as if he were being watched by some unclean presence. Shrugging it off, Lin Chuan resumed tracking the Earth Beast. This area seemed small, but tracking proved far more extensive than expected. Lin Chuan had already locked onto an Earth Beast and led the group in pursuit. It was more about following the aura of the preservation path emanating from the beast, making it easier than anticipated. Before long, a massive earth-yellow figure appeared before them. The creature resembled a dinosaur, but its body seemed composed of rock rather than flesh. It moved slowly, ambling through the forest. Is this the Earth Beast? Meng Feiyin asked, gazing at the colossal being. Chen Jue nodded. It matches the records. But it said the Earth Beasts here aren't true ones, merely creatures with their bloodline. Real Earth Beasts are supposedly formidable. As Chen Jue finished speaking, the group began to act. After activating the Taiji Bagua array, Lin Chuan had little to do but watch his teammates. Their team was exceptionally well coordinated. Fang Shisong led the assault, Meng Feiyin controlled the beast's desires, Pan Shen switched its attributes opportunely, and Chen Jue adapted his abilities to support the others. Once engaged, they found it an easy fight. The Earth Beast was sluggish, its attacks limited to tail swipes and bites, but it couldn't touch the swift group. Even if struck, the Taiji Bagua array protected them from harm. The main challenge was the beast's high defense, making damage difficult. But Pan Shen's equivalent exchange countered this, balancing its defense to a manageable level. The battle was swift and unremarkable. Within 3 minutes, the Earth Beast fell. Lin Chuan idled throughout, merely casting an amber shield and spectating. The process was effortless. As the beast lay defeated, they pondered extracting its heart core. Breaking through its massive body was no easy task, but then its rocky form began to crumble. Soon it disintegrated into a pile of earth-yellow rocks, slowly dissolving into the soil. Then a large radiant yellow heart appeared before them. "Is this the heart core? So big!" Pan Chen exclaimed in surprise. It differed from their expectations. Yet given the beast's size, a half-a-man-high heart seemed fitting. Chen Jui approached the heart and punched it. It shattered into bright yellow translucent stones. These resembled the ores outside, but with denser energy and purer power. "Each piece is a heart core. There must be dozens here," Chen Jui remarked, looking at the cores. They had exceeded their task in one go. Lin Chuan wondered if the trial was too easy or their strength too great. Likely both. "So many. Our core acquisition speed will be much faster than expected," Pan Chen said joyfully. Though the earth beast was easy to defeat, the process from tracking to killing took time. If each kill yielded only one core, progress would be slow. But now dozens per kill accelerated it greatly. "But I wonder if there are enough earth beasts here for us to hunt," Fang Shisong mused. "Even the strongest are useless without prey." "Rest assured there are plenty," Lin Chuan said, kneeling and touching the ground. The power of the preservation path spread from his fingertips. Its yellow glow was purer than the heart cores. "I sensed these beasts weren't normal, and the vanishing corpse confirmed it. What puzzled me was why there's a task to hunt beasts blessed by preservation in his domain. Now I see it's all illusion. These beasts, let's call them earth beasts, return their power to the land upon death, reforming under preservation's blessing. Thus they can't be killed off. They are endless." Sensing the underground tremors, Lin Chuan smiled. He felt the earth beast recondensing below. "While that's possible," Pan Chen was astonished. "So we can wait here?" Meng Fian's face lit up with delight. "But there must be a catch," Chen Zhuori mused. "This is a trial, not a supply depot. Indeed, the beasts need to consume those ores to form heart core. If we wait here, each kill's yield will be minimal. We need to give them time to recover." Lin Chuan marked the spot. "Come back in an hour. We have plenty of time." A smile curled at his lips. The trial lasted 24 hours, and they'd entered the core area, that left 23 hours for hunting earth beasts. By marking spots and cycling through, they could harvest cores like crops, continuously re-hunting regenerated. Crucially, the outer trial takers were blocked by the destruction zone. By the time they gathered enough ores to resist the zone, an little trial time would remain. Thus Lin Chuan's group faced almost no competition. This core area would be their private hunting ground for over 10 hours. Lin Chuan marveled at the trial's timing. Most pathwalkers would spend over 10 hours gathering ores, then face solo hunting difficulties. They'd need large teams, adding time to find partners and hunt. By the end, each would have just enough cores, so passing was easy with the right direction, but earning extra fragments required exceptional skill. "Let's go find the next earth beast. I've located its trail," Lin Chuan said, leading the group toward their next. With the method for quick core acquisition clear, the rest posed no challenge. The trial's main difficulty was crossing the destruction zone early. Lin Chuan had bypassed it with his innate talent. Within over 10 minutes, they hunted another earth beast and marked its spot. Suddenly a loud boom echoed from afar, followed by successive sounds. From the destruction zone, Fang Shisong identified the direction. They looked toward the noise. "That is..." Everyone froze at the sight in the sky. Countless fireworks burst in the daylight, radiating brilliant light, while rainbow ribbons and dreamlike bubbles spread in all directions. "What is happening? Is someone holding a fireworks and ribbon show in the trial grounds? What is going on?" Pan Chen asked in confusion. When the roaring explosion occurred, everyone thought something had happened over there. An explosion, a mutation, or even a monster attack would not have surprised them at all. However, seeing the sky filled with fireworks and ribbons left them utterly bewildered. Fireworks are not strange, but appearing here is quite peculiar. Moreover, along with the explosive sounds of the fireworks, there arose a cacophony from the area of devastation. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chuan's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly moved to a nearby large tree and jumped up. From the ground, one could only see the situation in the sky. To see what specifically happened over there, one would need to find a vantage point. Lin Chuan's speed was remarkably fast, even quicker than Fang Shisong, who acted first as he reached the treetop. Lin Chuan looked towards the direction where the fireworks burst, and to his astonishment, he saw that the red glow originally separating the inner and outer areas had been torn open by the magnificent fireworks. At the sight of the fireworks explosion, the red area of destruction had vanished. Many trialists could be seen excitedly rushing into the core area. "Someone has blown open the area of destruction." Meng Fian gazed into the distance. She could sense the intense waves of various desires emanating from that direction. Among them, the greatest were surprise and greed. Those destined ones seemed unaware that there was a chance to gain unexpected benefits. The barrier that once required enough ore to cross had unexpectedly disappeared amidst a bizarre fireworks display. Regardless of who orchestrated this, for the vast majority of the destined ones, this person was undoubtedly a benefactor. However, the expressions of Lin Chuan and the others were rather grim at this moment. Our advantage is gone, Fang Shisong frowned. Initially, they could leisurely hunt the earth beasts in this area, obtain heart cores, and earn willpower. But now with the valve opened, all trialists could rush into the core area to hunt earth beasts. Even though Lin Chuan and the others could still rely on their powerful strength to outpace others, this lead was significantly reduced. What should we do now? Returning to the ground, everyone furrowed their brows. The previous strategy of marking the area and waiting to harvest was clearly no longer feasible. There's no choice, we can't be enemies with everyone. Chunjue shook her head. There are at least 1,000 trialists outside. With so many people flooding, and even without competing against them, simply fighting their own battles would significantly slow their rate of gains. After all, there are only so many earth beasts. If there are more people hunting them, the number of heart cores each person can obtain will naturally decrease. First, we need to figure out what happened over there. I have a feeling this matter is not that simple. This isn't hard, we just need to find a destined one who rushed in. Lin Chuan furrowed his brows. Indeed, Chunjue said. Everyone immediately understood her meaning. There was a memory destined one in their group, which was quite convenient. Immediately Lin Chuan and his 5 companions rushed towards the direction where the fireworks were bursting. In that direction, they were bound to encounter the destined ones who had rushed in. Before long, they encountered a person rushing towards them. Coincidentally, it was the middle-aged man who had previously mocked Lin Chuan for overestimating himself. However, it made sense. The location of the fireworks display was indeed near where Lin Chuan and the others had passed through the area of destruction. This man had been there, making him the first to rush over. You guys. The middle-aged man was startled to see 5 figures in black appear before him. But the next moment, he recognized these 5 as the ones who had forcefully passed through the area of destruction with their powerful strength. I was wrong. Slap. To everyone's surprise, this seemingly formidable man directly slid to, I shouldn't have mocked you, but it's all my fault for being blind. Please forgive me, esteemed ones. The middle-aged man did not hesitate in the slightest. From sliding to his knees to admitting his mistake, it was smoother than a piece of chocolate. Lin Chuan and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips slightly. Reality was even more ridiculous than they had imagined. What happened over there? Why did the area of destruction suddenly open up? Lin Chuan lowered his voice to inquire. A very powerful destined one activated their innate talent, helping all of us open the passage. The middle-aged man revealed no hesitation, quickly spilling the information. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan and his 5 companions exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Lin Chuan had forced his way through with his own 5-star talent, but that person had actually opened the passage for everyone. In terms of difficulty, that person's strength was even above Lin Chuan. After all, Lin Chuan had only passed through himself, while that person was able to let everyone through. That person said the passage would last only 3 minutes, so they notified everyone on the outside with a loudspeaker before taking action. Of course, many people didn't believe it, but that didn't stop them from coming over to see the excitement. I initially didn't believe it either, but I never expected they actually did it. The middle-aged man spoke earnestly. Another 5-star talent holder. This is too coincidental. Pan Chen's expression grew serious. Whether from the information of the city builders or from the mouths of figures like Yu Huayang and Lu Jie, the number of 5-star talent destined ones was extremely rare. Did 2 actually appear in this novice trial? Who was that person? What is their purpose in doing these things? Lin Chuan immediately asked. No matter who it is, breaking through that area of destruction must have required significant effort. So what is their objective in going to such lengths to accomplish all this? It cannot be ruled out that this person is simply a benevolent individual willing to do good for everyone. But the probability of that is exceedingly low. At least Lin Chuan did not believe such a person exists. How would I know? The middle-aged man replied helplessly. Forget it, I don't need to ask you anymore. Just let me see your memory. Chunjue said as she stepped forward. Upon hearing that his memory would be viewed, the middle-aged man's expression immediately changed. However, seeing Lin Chuan and the 4 others, he quickly wilted. There was no choice. The situation was stronger than the individual. He certainly could not afford to provoke these 5. However, if it was just a matter of viewing memories, it didn't seem too problematic. Chunjue approached the middle-aged man and placed her right hand on his forehead. Memory destined one's power began to erupt, scanning this person's memories. It did not require much effort, as this was something that had just occurred. In fact, because it had just happened, the man's memories were very clear. Swish. The next moment, Chunjue suddenly withdrew her hand and turned to Lin Chuan with an expression of disbelief. What happened? Lin Chuan immediately sensed something was off. This matter indeed had problems. You've seen the memories, can I leave now? The middle-aged man asked nervously. Lin Chuan waved his hand. The middle-aged man felt relieved and quickly fled from the scene. What did you see? Fang Shisong asked impatiently. It's hard to say. You all can see for Chun Jue had a strange expression, even somewhat shocked. She then activated the power of memory, condensing an image before everyone. It was a young man. The image started off somewhat blurry, but as the power of memory was infused, it gradually. What first caught everyone's attention was not anything else, but the young man's head of yellow hair. He was actually a blonde. What a spirited fellow. Then everyone saw that face. Ah, Pan Shin exclaimed. Shock appeared on the faces of the others, and they all turned to Lin Chuan. The blonde was actually Lin Chuan. No doubt this young man, aside from his yellow hair, looked exactly like Lin Chuan. When Lin Chuan saw this scene, his scalp went numb. He could never have imagined that he would see a blonde version of himself in someone else's memory. Astonishment, shock, confusion. Lin Chuan's emotions were rapidly changing. Someone has transformed into your appearance. Chun Jue offered her speculation. Lin Chuan had always been with them. It was absolutely impossible for him to turn into a blonde and do such things. Unless Lin Chuan possessed a clone technique they did not know about. However, Lin Chuan had no reason to do such things. Thus, there was only one answer: someone had transformed into Lin Chuan's likeness. In a world where destined power exists, this is very possible. Though I don't know which destined ones possess the ability to transform into others, it seems that the memory destined one has this capability. Chun Jue was well versed in memory destined ones. In this destiny, if she could replicate others' abilities through memory, then naturally there are those who can directly replicate a person using the power of memory. Appearance is after all the easiest to replicate. But now there's another issue: how did this person know what Lin Chuan? Aside from when they first entered the trial grounds, Lin Chuan had been wearing a black robe concealing his features. There were others in the area we entered during the trial. Only at that time could someone have seen his appearance well enough to replicate it, Lin Chuan said darkly. Moreover, Lin Chuan did indeed feel that there were hidden individuals nearby at that time, but he had not found them, nor had anyone else detected their presence. Now it seems it could only be another destined one with 5-star talent. As for people he knows, in reality the chances are almost non-existent. Firstly, Lin Chuan had been a destined one for too short a time. No one would bother to transform into an ordinary high school student. Secondly, aside from the city builders, no other destined ones had seen Lin Chuan. The originally pleasant situation was now overshadowed by this sudden twist, leaving everyone with a layer of gloom in their hearts. What exactly did this impersonator of Lin Chuan intend to do? What is their purpose in doing this? Everything is so bizarre, leaving people utterly baffled. We must find a way to locate this person, clarify his intentions, Fang Shisong said with a grim expression. With someone lurking in the shadows harboring ill intentions towards Lin Chuan, they could no longer carry out their tasks as easily as before. Lin Chuan's gaze was solemn as he pondered a strategy, refraining from speaking immediately. The others also did not rush him, quietly waiting for Lin Chuan to make a decision. After a long pause, Lin Chuan's eyes flashed as he said, "First, let's hunt the land beasts at the locations we previously marked and collect their heart cores. To enhance efficiency, we need to split into 2 teams. Once we gather all the heart cores, we will regroup," Lin Chuan said. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances and raised no objections. Soon the grouping was complete. Lin Chuan and Fang Shisong formed one group, while Chun Jue, Pan Shun, and Meng Fein formed another. After confirming the groups, Lin Chuan and Fang Shisong quickly departed. Meanwhile, the other 3 discussed and established a collection order. The operation commenced swiftly. They were cautious not to delay, as others could easily seize the opportunity. Chun Zui's team quickly completed the hunt for the first land beast, collecting over 20 crystal cores. There aren't as many as before, time is short, and the heart cores haven't fully formed. Unfortunately, we can't afford to wait any longer. Meng Fein looked at the collected heart cores, counted them, and said, "We have lost our advantage and can only gather as many heart cores as possible. We have to move quickly," Pan Shin said. Chun Jue led the way with the other 2 following. With the ability to remember Fang Shisong's skills, Chun Jue temporarily transformed into a pathfinder, now the strongest fighter among the 3. After obtaining the heart core, they swiftly headed to the next location. Along the way, they encountered several pathfinders, but upon seeing the 3 in black attire and their agile movements, most chose to proceed with caution and did not attack. Once they had collected the heart cores from all locations, the 3 hurried towards their agreed meeting point. "Be careful, someone is nearby." Suddenly, Meng Fein's expression tightened as she whispered a warning. Pan Shin and Chun Jue immediately halted, looking around. The surroundings were dense with jungle with no sign of any person. However, the surge of desire allowed Meng Fein to detect the hidden pathfinders. How cautious! As the 3 stopped, 5 figures emerged from behind a nearby tree. "You have quite a few heart cores. How about sharing some with us?" A handsome man stepped forward first, smiling as he addressed the 3. His gaze swept across the 3, finally landing on Meng Fein, a fiery glint flashing in his eyes. Chun Jue quickly moved closer to the others. "That depends on whether you have the ability to take them," Pan Shin replied with a cold laugh. In this novice trial ground, there weren't many who could snatch things from them. Yet Pan Chun and the others did not let their guard down, as no one knew if the one who could transform into Lin Chuan was among them. The five on the opposite side did not waste words either. They had come to rob, and seeing that the others were unyielding, they directly launched an attack. Swish! Two figures in purple-black robes rushed out from either side of the handsome man. Their bodies were slender, and as they charged forth, a rich purple-black glow radiated from within them. In the next moment, the flesh covering their bodies rapidly retreated, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into two skeletons shrouded in purple-black light. What is this? The expressions of Chun Jui and the others grew serious. The aura emanating from them was filled with decay, desolation, and eeriness. What kind of path is this? Pan Chun exclaimed in shock. Death. Chun Jui uttered only these two words before darting forward. They have weaker desires. My ability might not be as effective. Meng Fian's expression was somewhat grave. Indeed, before these two transformed into skeletons, there was a surge of desire, but after becoming skeletons, it seemed suppressed. After all, having already become skeletons, one couldn't expect them to still possess the desires of flesh. However, Meng Fian only meant that their desires were weak, not entirely absent. Since she couldn't heighten their desires, she would further diminish the already cold desires. Buzz. The aura of desire erupted from Meng Fian. Her target was not just the two skeletons charging ahead, but also the three behind, who had yet to act. Especially the handsome man at the front. In an instant, the gazes of these five, including the two skeletons, seemed to clear up. Desire diminished, leaving them devoid of wants. At this moment, all heart cores and paths seemed insignificant. Everything in the world appeared to hold no interest for them. Just then, Chen Zui's attack arrived. Not just Chen Jui, but Pan Chen's support also came. Equilibrium's path power activated, performing a binary separation of Chen Zui's defense and attack, then adjusting the balance to add the defensive attributes to the offensive side. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Chen Zui's fist struck the nearest skeleton. Boom! In the next moment, the skeleton's body flew back, crashing into a large tree behind. The originally skeletal form quickly changed, the purple-black glow retracted, and several ribs cracked with a loud crunch. Then the flesh that had just vanished reappeared. But unlike before, his chest caved in significantly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, leaving him motionless. With just one attack, one of the opponents was left severely weakened. Though not dead, he had completely lost his combat capability. What? The handsome man leading fell to blur before his eyes as one of his teammates vanished. In that brief moment, he felt as if everything had become incredibly clear and he no longer desired anything. Void path. A hint of fear flashed in the handsome man's eyes. At the same time, he swiftly retreated. If it truly was this path, he had no desire to continue the attack. But the next moment, he sensed something was amiss. At least it was different from the void he understood. Though just moments ago he felt he no longer pursued heart cores or cared about paths, he still had a necessity to exist. There was no sense of seeing through all illusions, and thus deeming everything meaningless. This felt more like a situation where desires had been weakened. While there were some similarities between the two, their essences were different. Although a reduction in desire could lead to a perception akin to voidness that was merely superficial, not fundamental. Upon seeing the aura emanating from Meng Fian, he immediately understood that he had misjudged. It's desire. He was dealing with a desire pathwalker. Boom. With another loud crash, the other skeleton was also sent flying by Chun-Ji, falling into a state of unconsciousness. In just one encounter, it could be said that they suffered a devastating defeat. Damn it. The handsome man cursed inwardly. This time they had truly hit a hard wall. That aura radiating destruction was most likely from someone with a 3-star talent. In addition, the aura emanating from the other man was one he couldn't identify either. But there was no doubt that he had already activated his power. You really overestimate yourself. At that moment, another voice rang out. Lin Chuan rushed in from the side. Lin Chuan. Hearing the voice, Pan Chun and the others felt a sense of relief. With Lin Chuan arriving, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. Lin Chuan was swift, arriving beside Pan Chun in the blink of an eye. You timed your entrance, perfectly showing up at just the right moment. Pan Chun said with a smile. Actually, even if I didn't come out, you could handle it. Lin Chuan replied with a grin, not even glancing at the others, clearly disregarding them. How many heart cores did you collect? Lin Chuan inquired, reaching out. All the heart cores collected were with Pan Chun. Not many, just a little over 100. Pan Chun said as he removed the bag and handed it to Lin Chuan. All the heart cores were previously with Lin Chuan. Retreat. The handsome man, seeing that the opponents had reinforcements, chose to retreat without a word. If it were just these three, he might have tried again. But with an extra person, and judging by their demeanor, that person seemed even stronger. There was no need to However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. As Pan Chen's hand holding the bag of heart cores reached halfway, the light around him suddenly shifted. Equivalent exchange activated once more. The power of equilibrium spread out. But this time it did not assist others. Instead it acted on Pan Shan himself. He converted all attributes into speed and swiftly retreated. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes as Pan Shan had already reached Chen Zuya's side. As for Meng Feiyin, she also acted simultaneously, quickly distancing herself. It was as if they had all agreed beforehand. "Who are you?" Meng Feiyin asked with a grim expression. The person before her was definitely not Lin Chuan. "You look quite similar, but unfortunately it's a step too late. If it were really Lin Chuan before he even arrived, the defenses of the Taiji Bagua formation would have already enveloped us. Although you can transform into others, you cannot replicate their talents. Or rather, you cannot replicate Lin Chuan's talent," Pan Shan said coldly. In fact, they had recognized that this person was not Lin Chuan even earlier. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." At that moment, a similar figure in black appeared from another direction, with a voice identical to Lin Chuan's. On the other side, Fang Shisong, radiating a blood-red glow, also appeared, encircling everyone within. "You've already discovered me, haven't you?" The playful voice of the girl echoed once more. It seemed she had dropped her pretense, using her true voice. "But who knows if this is yet another layer of disguise? Let me think you split into two paths to lure me out. You really went to great lengths," the girl remarked. Lin Chuan and his 5 companions wore solemn expressions, continuously tightening their encirclement. The handsome man who initially planned to escape halted as he saw the situation change again, deciding not to flee. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Both sides appeared to be ruthless, and if a fight broke out, he might still be able to take advantage of the chaos. With 2 teammates already severely injured, he likely wouldn't gain much from the situation, making this his. The handsome man cautiously kept his distance, hiding with his 2 already injured teammates several dozen meters. Lin Chuan gazed at the girl in black before him. He had indeed set a trap. Knowing someone could disguise themselves, Lin Chuan chose to act separately, which was inherently unreasonable. Lin Chuan did not share his thoughts with his teammates, he acted directly. Everyone chose to trust Lin Chuan, believing he had his reasons for doing so. The ensuing events unfolded, as everyone had witnessed. From the very beginning, Lin Chuan had not sought other heart cores with Fang Shisong, but instead followed Chen Zhui and the others from a distance. He wasn't even sure if the one disguising him would appear, but it was worth a try. Unexpectedly, she really did show up. However, judging by her tone and calm demeanor, Lin Chuan felt this person must have guessed the trap he set. After all, this was not a particularly clever tactic. Lin Chuan had merely acted on a whim. Yet, even if she saw through the issue, her choice to jump in was somewhat unexpected for Lin Chuan. This girl before him, for the sake of convenience, let's assume she is indeed a girl, seemed to operate on a different logic than ordinary people. It was highly likely she was following her own fate. Thinking about this, Lin Chuan recalled the fireworks and ribbons he had seen earlier, making the fate of the girl before him clear. Joy. Indeed, everything this girl did exuded a flavor of joy. Her actions seemed not for her own benefit, but purely for amusement. Such a person is utterly unpredictable. One cannot foresee what she will do next, or what her motives. For instance, she could transform into Lin Chuan, break into the destruction zone, and let everyone into the second layer, with her ultimate goal possibly being just 2 words: fun. Nothing more than that. "Since you've discovered me, let's make a deal," the girl said with a playful glint in her eyes. She seemed completely unaware that she was already surrounded. "What kind of deal?" Lin Chuan asked. "The deal is..." The girl's gaze shifted to the handsome man a few dozen meters away. "Naturally, the deal cannot be known by irrelevant people. How about we kill them first?" No one expected the girl's thought process to be so quick. One moment, she was discussing a deal, and the next she was talking about murder. The handsome man's expression changed at that moment, and he had not anticipated that this hostile confrontation would once again focus on him. "Compared to them, I'd rather kill you." Lin Chuan did not turn his head, still staring directly at the girl before him. His Taiji Bagua formation was already activated, covering the area where the girl stood, allowing him to sense her every move. "Oh dear, don't be so violent. Let's talk nicely. I am a very reasonable person, and I am filled with..." The girl showed no sign of fear at the threat. Instead, she smiled even more joyfully. "Who exactly are you, and what is your purpose?" Fang Shisong could no longer hold back and directly asked. He felt that the girl before him must have some issues. If he didn't know she might possess 5-star talent, and was thus not to be provoked, he would have acted long ago. Even knowing she had 5-star talent, Fang Shisong still wanted to take a shot. However, since Lin Chuan and the others were present, he did not want to bring trouble to his teammates, otherwise he would have already begun to destroy everything. "Are you asking for my name?" The girl glanced at Fang Shisong. "You can call me Hua Dao. As for my purpose, why must there be a purpose? Can't having fun be a purpose?" As expected, Lin Chuan knew there was no need to ask further. Regarding the name Hua Dao, he wouldn't believe a single word of it anyway. "Since you want to make a deal, then let you handle them." Lin Chuan opened a gap, casting a glance at the few people not far away. He returned the ball to her. Hua Dao tilted her head seemingly in thought. "All right. I don't like the people from the Death Study Society either. Death is not fun at all," Hua Dao said with a chuckle. In the distance, the handsome man's expression changed dramatically as he realized he had become the target. He immediately retreated with the others. Not having understood the situation, he was about to lose everything. Snap! Hua Dao snapped her fingers, her body exploding into fireworks and ribbons. In an instant, her figure appeared beside the fleeing men several dozen meters away. The show is about to begin. Buzz. Without any visible actions from Hua Dao, the sky filled with fireworks and ribbons. Ha ha ha! Accompanied by Hua Dao's unsettling laughter, the surrounding space seemed to twist with bizarre colors spreading like graffiti staining that area. What is joy? I am joy. Ah ha ha ha! Lin Chuan and the others were left in shock, feeling their hair stand on end at the sight and sound. What kind of mental state could unleash such a bizarre power on the path of joy? Soon the fireworks and ribbons began to fall. In the woods, only a girl in a bright red outfit stood there. The trees had withered, the splendor had faded, and joy had receded. The ground was littered with 5 corpses, their eyes wide open in death. Ooh, they're dead, all dead. Hua Dao no longer laughed, her face filled with sorrow, tears falling from her eyes. She seemed to have lost the closest person in the world, her grief overwhelming. After a short while, the 5 corpses on the ground slowly dissipated, leaving the trial space. The 5 who had been watching Hua Dao's performance were now frozen in place. This girl is truly insane. Snap! Another crisp snap of her fingers, and Hua Dao returned before Lin Chuan. Only now there wasn't a trace of sorrow on her face, just joyful laughter. All right, the troublesome ones have been dealt with. We can discuss the deal now. Hua Dao clapped her hands. Lin Chuan looked at the quirky girl before him and found it hard to associate her with the terrifying fate bearer who had just killed 5 people. Is this what joy is? What deal? Lin Chuan took a deep breath and asked. He had already decided that no matter what Hua Dao said, he would not believe her. Of course, it's heart cores. You should know that heart cores can be exchanged for willpower fragments, right? Hua Dao. Lin Chuan nodded. That's fine. I didn't bring so many trialists in here just to let them pass the assessment. I did it so they could work for me. Hua Dao continued on her own. Hunting the earth beasts for heart cores by oneself couldn't possibly be faster than having thousands of people working together. So I not only told them how to quickly hunt the earth beasts, but I also clearly informed everyone that heart cores can be exchanged for willpower fragments. In this way, they will all try their best to hunt the earth beasts in this area to obtain heart cores. Lin Chuan and the others frowned as they listened. They felt that this deal was not a good one. To clear this trial, one must submit heart cores at the central tower. And that tower has only one entrance. We just need to block the entrance to the tower in the last hour before the trial ends. As she spoke, Hua Dao clenched her fist tightly, the kaleidoscope in her eyes spinning faster. Then we can rob everyone and take all their heart cores. So what do you think? Isn't my plan amazing? Hua Dao said excitedly, her gaze fixed on Lin Chuan. She placed her hands on her hips, looking as if she was waiting for Lin Chuan to praise her. Lin Chuan and the others exchanged glances. They had to admit they were genuinely shocked. She actually plotted to make everyone work for her. You're going to make enemies of everyone. Pan Chen frowned. This plan seemed clever, but its actual execution would be nearly impossible. It was nearly impossible to block everyone single-handedly. Others would not simply hand over their heart cores. I alone cannot do it, but with you all it will be fine. Especially with your guardian talent. As long as they cannot break through our defenses, our plan can succeed. Hua Dao stated directly. Clearly she had long set her sights on Lin Chuan's talent, while also having fun and completing the preliminary plan. Aren't I just including you in this? You all are part of us. Lin Chuan looked at Hua Dao, his thoughts racing. Although Hua Dao was quite eccentric, Lin Chuan felt this plan was indeed not bad. It would definitely be much faster than obtaining heart cores on their own. As for the moral issues, this was Hua Dao's plan. Oh, what does it have to do with me, Lin Chuan? This doesn't seem right. Pan Chen hesitated. This behavior sounded exactly like something the villains in TV shows would do. They were supposed to be the righteous side. Moreover, although they hadn't officially joined the city builders, yet it was practically a done deal. To blatantly rob all pathwalkers here would surely invite endless trouble if word got out. A heart core equals a fragment of willpower equals a talent constellation, and also equals a signature weapon. Tisk tisk, these are all splendid treasures. What if you're just a few fragments of willpower short of pulling a signature weapon? Hua Dao said seductively. As her words faded, it was palpable that the breathing of the others quickened. Good heavens, was Hua Dao still treading the path of desire? Her ability to stir desires was certainly no weaker than Meng Fian's. With just a few words, she had already roused Meng Fian, a walker on the path of desire. You mentioned a transaction, so what are you offering in return? Lin Chuan countered. For this plan to succeed, Lin Chuan's side would have to put in the most effort. Because only after Lin Chuan deployed the Taiji Bagua formation could they block the tower's entrance and have the chance to rob everyone. Otherwise, the entrance would be breached in an instant. This was precisely why Hua Dao, despite her formidable strength, still sought Lin Chuan's alliance. Her individual power alone was useless, They needed the ability to control the tower's entrance for an extended period. And coincidentally, Lin Chuan possessed that ability. To be honest, Lin Chuan had never considered this approach before. It only showed that his moral compass had been too rigid. In a world where strength dictates everything, murder and arson were common occurrences. What was stealing a heart core? Me. I've already done my part. I transformed into your likeness and let everyone in. That's step one of the plan. I also showcased your image as the great benefactor to everyone. After all, without you, most people wouldn't have been able to enter this core area so early. In the future, your benevolent deeds will be legendary among all pathwalkers. Hua Dao said with a smile. Mentioning this only irritated Lin Chuan. Why did she have to take his form, and why with that ridiculous yellow hair? Who knew what other morally bankrupt things she had done while impersonating him? That doesn't count. Lin Chuan. Hua Dao shifted her gaze and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you all when the time comes. With my intervention, it will be foolproof." Since things had come to this, Lin Chuan didn't make a judgment alone, but looked at the other four. This matter required. Besides, if word got out, their reputation would indeed suffer. But this opportunity was unseen a lifetime. Missing it would be a grave mistake. I have no objections. Meng Feiyin was the first to speak. She could no longer suppress the desire within her. As a walker on the path of desire, yielding to her desires was also a way to walk her path. Pan Chen contemplated the principle of equilibrium, redistributing the heart cores acquired from the outside to his team, and then dividing them equally. Wasn't that a form of equilibrium? With that thought, Pan Chen stopped hesitating and nodded in agreement. After all, he was just a minor pathwalker, so he would only concern himself with the equilibrium within his own team. There are flaws in the plan. I think we shouldn't take all the heart cores. We need to leave each person one to complete their task. That way they won't fight to the death. After all, if it were me, I'd prefer mutual destruction over unilateral victory. I'd rather destroy the heart core than hand it over directly. Unless I can complete the task. Chen Zhuyi said thoughtfully. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow at this. He had expected the studious Chen Zhuyi to be the first to object. Yet she was already analyzing the plan's loopholes and proposing solutions. Well, if Lin Chuan hadn't sensed anything abnormal, he would have suspected Hua Dao was manipulating things behind the scenes. That makes sense. Well, do it your way. Hua Dao cast an appreciative glance. This was a novice trial. Even if there were no spare heart cores to exchange for fragments of willpower, passing the trial itself would still yield generous rewards. Thus, the mere prospect of passing the trial would dissuade many from resisting desperately. Getting 50% of the reward was far better than getting nothing at all. A guaranteed minimum was always more appealing. There was no need to go too far, as that would harm everyone. A grand scheme indeed worthy of remembrance. Chen Zhuyi glanced at Lin Chuan and smiled. What you're doing is ruining this trial. Fang Shisong also flashed a roguish grin. But it suits me. As Fang Shisong's words fell, everyone on Lin Chuan's side had confirmed their stance. Alright, I can accept. Lin Chuan nodded. Protecting his teammates to achieve maximum benefit in passing the trial. Wasn't that also a form of preservation? Furthermore, Lin Chuan and his 5 companions had concealed their identities, and Hua Dao's impersonation of Lin Chuan only added to the confusion, making the truth of this trial even more enigmatic. Excellent, this was very mysterious. Good, then it's settled. Remember, meet at the tower 1 hour before the end. See you later, little yellow hair. Hua Dao giggled, snapped her fingers, and vanished before the 5 of them in a burst of fireworks and streamers. After confirming Hua Dao had left, Lin Chuan and the other 4 looked at each other. The plan is sound, but can we really trust Hua Dao? Fang Shisong said gravely. This was the greatest uncertainty in the whole scheme. I think trusting her, Pan Chen stated. Given how that madwoman had just killed someone, there was no way they could believe a word she said. I never planned to trust her from the start. But the plan she proposed is feasible. Lin Chuan said. Hua Dao was untrustworthy. He had been certain of that from the beginning. Yet the plan couldn't proceed without her. She was the only one capable of sabotaging it. The two hadn't even discussed how to divide the heart cores collected in the end. After all, both knew deep down that neither trusted the other. Even if they made an agreement, whoever had the bigger fist would take the larger share when the time came. So this step could be skipped entirely. On this point, Hua Dao was undoubtedly confident. Her strength was indeed eerily formidable. On Lin Chuan's side, preservation only granted him high survivability, but facing Hua Dao might present other problems. However, preservation wasn't Lin Chuan's only trump card. The sharp arrows of hunt ensured that Lin Chuan could mutually destroy Hua Dao. That was Lin Chuan's true confidence. In the following time, Lin Chuan and his 5 companions wasted no time setting out to find and hunt down the earth beasts. As Lin Chuan had predicted, with a large number of trial participants flooding into the second-level area, the earth beasts were indeed becoming scarce. But fortunately, with so many people, weaker pathwalkers who couldn't find earth beasts nearby simply ventured farther away to search. In any case, after learning that heart cores could be exchanged for fragments of willpower, the desires of pathwalkers from all paths were ignited. At this stage, fragments of willpower were crucial. Even if one couldn't pull a signature weapon or talent constellation, they could still obtain useful items like recovery potions. These items were life-saving for many. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen hours had passed. The trial space seemed to have no concept of night. It was always daytime. It was fortunate that everyone was a pathwalker, otherwise under such conditions they would have been exhausted long ago. As for the tower, Lin Chuan took the time to check it out. It was indeed as Hua Dao had said, only one entrance. If Lin Chuan and his 5 companions could guard the entrance area, it would be very difficult for others to pass through. Leaving the trial early was possible, but rare. Everyone wanted to gather more heart cores in the trial ground to exchange for fragments of willpower. Leaving early was out of the question. Everyone was focused on making the most of their time to collect as many heart cores as possible. Leaving early would be the ultimate waste, like seeing a pile of gold and taking only one piece before running away. Of course, some people by chance had obtained many heart cores but lacked the strength to protect them, and thus chose to leave early out of fear of being robbed. There was no helping such cases. Lin Chuan wouldn't set up an ambush at the tower just for 1 or 2 people. Doing so would alert the others, once everyone knew someone was lying in wait to rob them, who would still focus on finding heart cores. As the final hour of the trial approached, Lin Chuan and his 5 companions abandoned their hunt for earth beasts and rushed toward the tower. When Lin Chuan arrived, Hua Dao was already there. She sat on the steps beside the tower and greeted Lin Chuan with a playful smile. "We meet again, little yellow hair. If you dare to call me little yellow hair again, the plan is void," Lin Chuan said coldly. "Alright, I won't call you that anymore." "Please don't be angry," Hua Dao said with a smile. "Then let's begin." They knew that delaying would lead to changes. Although staying a little longer could yield more heart nuclei, there was also the risk of being robbed. After all, there were no rules in this trial ground. From the perspective of the trial's objective, it even encouraged robbery among participants. The trial of the Star God was meant to select the most powerful fated individuals to be called a trial. It's just that since this was a novice trial, it appeared so merciful. Those who understood the Star God trial never held any illusions about it. Cruelty was the underlying theme of this world. The yin and yang give rise to the 2 forms, the 2 forms give rise to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols give rise to the 8 trigrams. Lin Chuan focused his thoughts and activated the Taiji Bagua formation, enveloping Feng Shisong and the others in protection. Of course, this did not include Hua Dao. "Hey, little yellow. Don't be so stingy." Hua Dao looked at Lin Chuan with a pitiful expression. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and included Hua Dao in the protective range. He didn't want to be disgusted by this girl anymore. He indeed a very powerful preservation talent, Hua Dao said, feeling the swirling black and white energies around her. 5-star talents are truly different. "It's so enviable," Hua Dao said to herself, but no one paid her any. In the distance, a few people rushed over. They also noticed Lin Chuan and the others blocking the entrance, their expressions darkening. "Someone is blocking the door. Damn, they are even faster than us." These people were also prepared to block the door. Their plan was to rob anyone they could. If they encountered someone they couldn't defeat, they would directly enter the tower to submit their heart nuclei and leave. After all, there would always be a few unfortunate souls who would run into them. However, they did not expect that someone would be faster than them. They were well prepared and had even concealed their figures. The group glanced at Lin Chuan and the others, but could not discern much. "Whatever, let's test their strength first." As they spoke, the group charged forward. Hua Dao showed no intention of attacking and watched with great interest. Feng Shisong pondered for a moment and took the initiative to meet them. There was no idle chatter between the 2 sides. They directly engaged in combat. Pan Shun and Chen Zhui also joined the fray, leaving Lin Chuan standing at the tower's main entrance. "One man guards the pass and no one can enter." A loud bang echoed, and in the next moment the figure at the front was sent flying by Feng Shisong. "Why is he so strong?" The faces of the approaching individuals turned ugly. Clearly they were all newly minted fated individuals coming for the trial. So how could the gap be so vast? Feng Shisong's strength had already been demonstrated back at Dawn Academy, and was now even more formidable. The aura of destruction radiating from him made even standing in front of him feel terrifying. Chen Zhui was still fighting, using Feng Shisong's ability of memory, and it appeared that with the precision afforded by memory, her strength had reached about 70% of Feng Shisong's. At this stage, it was basically the peak of this ability. It would be very difficult to improve further. Their defenses have problems. The man who had been sent flying spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. His attack had clearly landed on the other party, yet an eerie black and white airflow had appeared, blocking most of his attack. That airflow transformed into a small Bagua formation, diffusing at least 80% of the force. As a result, his attack landed on the opponent like a mere tickle. A person who did not need to defend but could focus solely on attack had strength that was not merely enhanced but exponentially increased. Feng Shisong was no stranger to coordinating with Lin Chuan's abilities. He clearly understood that the advantage of this state lay in abandoning defense and launching a full-on assault. This was the strongest strategic significance bestowed upon him by the Taiji Bagua formation. This combat power has increased significantly. Hua Dao observed the scene, her eyes shining with excitement. Aren't you going to help? Lin Chuan looked at Hua Dao with a serious expression. Help. I will help, Hua Dao replied quickly with a smile. Go for it, big brother, you are the best. I will crazily cheer for you. Little brother, you are great too, and your sister is your most loyal fan. Go. Hua Dao helped, but not completely. In fact, it was hard for Fang Shisong and the others to discern which side she was on. The cheerleading sounds truly disgusted them. The rhythm of their battle was thrown off. This was Lin Chuan's first encounter with someone so shameless. This girl is truly outrageous. For 10 years, no one has been able to understand her thought process. With a grim expression, Lin Chuan directly removed the protection from Hua Dao. Oh! Hua Dao exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the formation's effect had disappeared, and she screamed as she ran back. Lin Chuan remained silent. Is this how you help? Seeing Lin Chuan get angry, Hua Dao chuckled. Don't be mad when it's my turn to act. Lin Chuan decided to consider this cooperation as a means to ensure this girl wouldn't cause trouble. The battle didn't last long. Those individuals were not a match for Fang Shisong and the others. They quickly retreated. Fang Shisong did not pursue them, as that would mean leaving Lin Chuan's protective range, which was unnecessary. You can leave one heart nucleus to pass the trial, hand over the rest. Fang Shisong stated, why should we? The individuals who were repelled shouted angrily. They seemed to have forgotten that they were also preparing to block the door. Because our fists are bigger. Fang Shisong did not waste words. Bathed in the blood light of destruction, he said coldly. The opponents were momentarily left speechless. In this trial ground, it seemed that whoever had the bigger fist could dictate the rules. However, the people did not hand over the heart nuclei, but cautiously retreated. They were not a match for these individuals, but that did not mean they had no way out. Just wait. Wait until the number of people gathered here was sufficient to break through the blockade of these 5. It was only a matter of time. He did not believe these 6 could block the entrance. As expected, the number of people gathering increased, and some cautious individuals indeed wanted to leave the trial space ahead of time. However, by the time they arrived, it was already too late. Upon realizing the situation before them, these individuals halted at the periphery, carefully observing. There would always be someone unable to resist stepping forward. The crowd continued to grow, now numbering around 50. Just then, 5 more people emerged from the distant fort. These 5 individuals were clearly a team, and their clothing bore special insignias resembling those from the same organization. The leading young man glanced at the situation in the field and immediately understood. It was evident that the 5 at the tower entrance were very strong. Even with 40 or 50 people gathered outside, they did not have the confidence to break through. Of course, there was also the reason that everyone distrusted each other. Currently, there was still enough time, and everyone wanted to wait a little longer, which was why no battle erupted. Seeing this, the 5 in the team rushed directly towards Lin Chuan. The others saw this, and their eyes lit up. Since someone took the lead to charge, they naturally had to follow suit. Thus, a large group began rushing towards them. Seeing so many people rushing over, Lin Chuan's expression became serious. Especially when he recognized the insignias on the 5 individuals. They were the marks of the city builders. These 5 are the city builders. Just as Lin Chuan was pondering how to deal with these people, the leader had already, brother, can we join you? The leader's words immediately froze the charging scene. Off. Not only those who had charged over with the 5 city builders, but even Lin Chuan and his group were stunned. Was this right, bro? This was completely different from what Lin Chuan had anticipated. You are city builders, aren't you supposed to stand with the common folk and lead the resistance against Lin Chuan's oppression? How could you be thinking of joining them? Besides, Lin Chuan had at least concealed his identity, clad in black with his face obscured, never revealing who he truly was. But the 5 of you are different. You came flaunting your city builder attire so openly. Isn't this bringing disgrace upon the city builders? Seeing Lin Chuan's puzzled expression, the leader smiled faintly. In the Star God trial ground, everyone relies on their own abilities. Besides, this is merely a novice trial. No one will die. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. So what if they were city builders? In this Star God trial ground, everyone fends for themselves. Hearing this, Lin Chuan immediately understood. The rules of the city builders only held sway in reality. Once inside the Star God trial ground, it was every person for themselves. Especially in the novice trial ground, everyone was there for the wish power. Naturally, they wouldn't give up their own opportunities. Seeing that these 2 sides were about to unite, the expressions of those behind them shifted in alarm. Many quickly retreated, fearing that the 5 might suddenly turn hostile and attack them. In the eyes of many, this was a very likely. After all, it would be difficult for Lin Chuan's group of 6 to fully guard the entrance. They would probably just take what they could and flee. This had happened in previous trials. After all, it would be difficult for Lin Chuan's group of 6 to fully guard the entrance. They would probably just take what. With the strong joining forces, the chances for ordinary people would diminish greatly. Yet the next moment Lin Chuan directly shook his head. Sorry, we don't need more people. A refusal without a hint of hesitation. Oh. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flickering within them. Don't be ungrateful. Another city builder stepped forward from behind Zhang Yang, threatening coldly. In their view, offering to join was already giving Lin Chuan a great deal of face. They hadn't expected Lin Chuan to refuse. Did he truly believe himself invincible? Zhang Yang remained silent, squinting as he studied Lin Chuan for a moment. These people were either truly formidable or merely putting on airs. He couldn't quite tell at the moment. Then it seems we have no choice but to fight. Zhang Yang hesitated no longer. Since cooperation was impossible, only a desperate battle remained. Attack! At his command, the four behind him struck simultaneously. The man who had threatened earlier erupted with the aura of destruction, charging straight at Fang Shisong. Following that, a young woman standing beside Zhang Yang parted her crimson lips and began to chant softly. A faint pale golden radiance emanated from her, spreading in all directions, enveloping several city builders. The destruction walker at the forefront immediately quickened his pace. Then the song continued unabated, expanding outward. Though the spreading light began to wane, it still covered some pathfarers who had not retreated. Instantly, a pale golden glow also appeared on these individuals, and their path power began to increase. A walker of the harmony path can provide powerful buffs to others. Chen Zui's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. Oh, a bard's talent. From the support effect, it can probably boost teammates' overall strength by about 30%. The closer the distance, the better the support. Big sister, could you support me too? This time it was Hua Dao. She grinned playfully at the woman, activating her innate talent. Unfortunately, the woman paid her no heed. Meanwhile, the remaining two city builders also made their move. One of them radiated the power of the preservation path, casting a shield on the destruction walker. Then he placed a shield on the softly chanting woman beside him. The last man's eyes gleamed with a faint light as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chuan's group of five. But he did not directly engage in combat, and his specific talent remained unclear. Zhang Yang did not move. He was the strongest in their team. Planning before acting had always been his style. However, from the very beginning, his attention had been solely on Lin Chuan. He could tell that this man was the core of the opposing team. Yet he could not discern Lin Chuan's specific path. He concealed himself too well. His aura was extremely faint, allowing only the judgment that he was using path power, but not which path. A booming sound soon echoed. The destruction walker at the forefront had already clashed with Fang Shisong. Fang Shisong threw a punch, abandoning all defense, aiming straight for the man's face. The other man on the opposite side adopted the same strategy. Since he had his teammates shield, he too forsook defense. Boom. A thunderous crash rang out as the destruction walker's shield shattered instantly, and he took Fang Shisong's punch square on. Blood sprayed forth, his nose bridge fractured, and his figure flew backward. On Fang Shisong's side, he too was struck by a punch, seemingly taking it right on the face. Yet the outcomes for the two were worlds apart. Fang Shisong's cheek was merely flushed, clearly having been hit. But there was no real damage. He didn't even have a nosebleed. Hiss! The onlookers gasped in shock. No one had expected Fang Shisong to be so powerful with such formidable defense. The shield's defense isn't enough, and it seems it can only shield two people. Lin Chuan, observing the scene from afar, truly felt the gap in innate talents. Not to mention the defense Lin Chuan provided in a straight fight. That man was no match for Fang Shisong. Consider that the destruction walker wasn't fighting alone. He had the support of a harmony walker and the shield of a preservation walker. Yet even so, he was still sent flying by Fang Shisong's single punch. The disparity between the two was evident. Zhang Yang, clearly not expecting this outcome, showed a look of shock. Attack together or none of us will have a chance. After his initial astonishment, Zhang Yang shouted loudly. At a time like this, there was no room for the chivalrous code of unknown combat. Without ganging up, they simply couldn't win. The dozens behind him, though fearful, understood they had to unite. At this moment, Zhang Yang chose to act. His target was none other than Lin Chuan. If he could take down the core of the opposing team, the rest would crumble on their own. Swish! Zhang Yang's body transformed into a streak of light, charging forward with deadly intent. His speed was astonishing, leaving many unable to discern his form. They only caught a fleeting glimpse before he was already in the midst of battle. At that moment, Fang Shisong, Chen Jue, and Pan Chen's expressions changed dramatically. Be cautious of the traveler of the hunting path, Chen Jue quickly warned. Hearing this, those around him felt a chill. The travelers of the hunting path were known for their incredible speed and explosive attacks. If one were to find a corresponding profession in familiar games, it would undoubtedly be the assassin. Indeed, the travelers of the hunting path were born to be assassins. Often one wouldn't even realize how they had been struck until it was too late, having already fallen beneath their blade. The combination of speed and overwhelming explosive power rendered them a significant threat to everyone on the battlefield. especially for those who were not adept at defense and lacked any means of self-protection. Facing a traveler of the hunting path made survival nearly impossible. As Zhang Yang chose to strike, many felt that this battle was already coming to an end. The travelers of the hunting path typically remained still until they were ready to kill. What remained uncertain was who his target would be. Just as Pan Shun and Meng Feiyin were hurriedly preparing to retreat, both of their expressions relaxed simultaneously. They realized that Zhang Yang's target was not the two of them, but Lin Chuan. There was no need to panic, it was completely unnecessary. Why are they so unresponsive? At that moment, an ominous premonition arose in Zhang Yang's heart. He was heading straight for a core member of the opposing side. Why were they not even attempting to defend? Could it be a trap? However, at this point the arrow was already on the string, and it had to be released. Zhang Yang's gaze became resolute as he noticed a dagger emitting a blue glow had appeared in his hand. The blue light erupted violently, aiming straight for Lin Chuan's throat. In the face of such a fierce attack, a faint smile crept onto Lin Chuan's lips. With a flip of his hand, the amber hammer materialized in Lin Chuan's grasp. In the next moment, a crystalline light radiated from him, enveloping him entirely within the amber shield. Bang! The fatal strike from the dagger in Zhang Yang's hand collided directly with the suddenly materializing brilliant shield. What? Zhang Yang's expression changed. He hadn't anticipated that his opponent possessed such means, activating a shield at such a crucial moment. Were there other travelers of the preservation path here? Unfortunately, you are facing me. Though shocked, Zhang Yang's movements remained unchanged as the power of the path surged forth. My specialized weapon inflicts a portion of true damage. Even with a shield, you will still die. Zhang Yang thought to himself. True damage ignores shields. He seemed to envision the blue light from the dagger piercing through the shield and slicing open his opponent's throat. However, in the next moment, he felt a tremendous shock in his hand. The blue light was completely repelled upon contact with the dazzling shield. Not a single ray managed to penetrate that crystalline defense. Moreover, his dagger left no trace on the shield, reflecting a spectrum of colors. This is impossible. Zhang Yang was filled with terror. Yet Lin Chuan did not grant him a moment to think. With a swift motion, he swung a heavy strike toward Zhang Yang's body. This was the first time Lin Chuan used the amber hammer to attack. It must be said that this strike was indeed tremendously powerful. By the time Zhang Yang reacted and attempted to retreat, it was already too late. He hurriedly activated a relic from the preservation path, enveloping himself in a shield. Those who walked the hunting path were naturally quite fragile. If they could not kill their opponent in one blow, they themselves would be in great danger. Thus, they prepared various life-saving means such as relics from the abundance path or preservation path. Bang! In the next moment, the heavy hammer in Lin Chuan's hand struck Zhang Yang. The shield shattered with a resounding crash. Following that, Zhang Yang's body also crumbled, turning into a puddle of flesh. Subsequently, he vanished without a trace. His trial ended in failure, and he was expelled. Not even the form of his corpse remained. Beneath the amber hammer, his flesh, coupled with that meager shield, held no significance. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Those who had been engaged in combat were taken aback by this scene, their pupils shrinking in shock. Even Hua Dao, who was relatively close to Lin Chuan, seized her playful demeanor the moment Lin Chuan struck, her expression turning serious as she prepared to flee. Just moments ago, she had sensed a threat. Captain! Several builders in the distance were caught off guard, witnessing their captain being taken down in an instant. Moreover, after Lin Chuan made his move, everyone felt the fluctuations of the path emanating from him. He was actually a preservation path traveler. At that moment, many recognized the shield on Lin Chuan and recalled a scene from a day prior when someone had led their teammates through the core area, enduring the destructive light. So it was him. Are you all going to continue fighting? Lin Chuan stood with a smile, his hands holding the amber hammer, which sparkled like the shield seemingly crafted from amber. Beyond this layer of light was a dazzling golden brilliance along with a rich power of preservation. This is a 5-star relic. The bard ceased his singing, gazing in shock at the weapon in Lin Chuan's hand. No, not a relic, it's a specialized weapon. A 5-star specialized weapon. The destroyer traveler who was battling Feng Shisong exclaimed in astonishment. A 5-star specialized weapon. How is that possible? Does that mean his talent is 5-star talent? A stir arose in the crowd. A 5-star specialized weapon could only appear in the hands of a traveler with 5-star innate talent. A 4-star talent could never wield a 5-star specialized weapon. At this moment, Lin Chuan was not only showcasing his strength to everyone, he was also revealing his talent and fortune. A traveler of the preservation path possessing both 5-star talent and a 5-star specialized weapon. Who among those present could possibly defeat him? Moreover, Lin Chuan seemed to possess fearsome offensive power. Just moments ago, he had taken out a captain from a builder's team with a single strike. The battlefield, which had just heated up, fell into silence once more at this moment. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do. We surrender. After a moment of hesitation, a traveler from the builders known as Harmony spoke with a complex expression. They were simply not on the same level. She walked forward slowly, producing the core from the team. There were over 500 cores in total. She left 4 cores for the surviving 4 to pass the trial, handing the remaining cores to Lin Chuan. Please. Lin Chuan smiled as he accepted the cores, stepping aside to allow passage. The other team members, seeing this, said nothing further. With the captain dead, everything here was naturally under the vice-captain's command. If they couldn't match in strength, they could only work for others. Watching the 500 heart cores they had handed over, the expressions of several people turned grim. Those were hard-earned cores obtained after a whole night of exhausting effort. And now all these heart cores had to be given away. The emotions of unwillingness, anger, and hatred intertwined, making their faces look rather unpleasant. Yet just the thought of their opponent's 5-star talent and specialized weapon made their rising anger dissipate. There was simply no way, or if they couldn't win, they couldn't win. Thank you. The traveler from the Tongxia faction said as he passed by Lin Chuan. At least Lin Chuan had given them a way to retain 1 heart core for the task, not leaving them completely hopeless. My name is Sun Miao. Do you have any desire to join the city builders? I can recommend you. The Tongxia traveler hesitated for a moment, but still spoke softly to Lin Chuan. Even though Lin Chuan and the others were robbing them here, it was strength that earned it. With his 5-star talent, as long as he could join the city builders, he would definitely be a key focus of training. Thus, even knowing the hope was slim, Sun Miao still decided to give it a try. I have no thoughts on that for now, Lin Chuan said, his expression unchanged. Sun Miao nodded, glanced at Lin Chuan with some regret, and turned to enter the tower. After submitting her heart cores, her figure vanished from the trial ground. The other city builders followed closely behind. Seeing the 5 city builders unable to compete with Lin Chuan and leaving the trial ground after paying the toll, the other travelers exchanged glances. Their situation had become even more difficult. After all, those were holders of 5-star talent and specialized weapons. Forget it, just passing the trial is good enough. As for the rest, there's no need to think too much about it. A young man shook his head helplessly, stepping out from the crowd and taking out all the heart cores from his pocket, leaving only 1. A total of over 70 cores, not too many. Lin Chuan collected the heart cores and let the person leave the trial ground. Soon after, some other travelers also chose to give up struggling and handed over their heart cores to leave. However, some people continued to choose to wait. Only a quarter of an hour had passed, and they still had over half an hour of time to wait. Perhaps stronger individuals would appear later and break the blockade of Lin Chuan and others. Time passed second by second. More and more people gathered nearby, and the number quickly reached over 150. As the end time of the trial approached, more people prepared to leave. Many who had just arrived, seeing Lin Chuan and others blocking the exit and surrounded by many people, felt puzzled as to why they weren't rushing in. But soon these people learned that the person in black at the forefront possessed powerful 5-star talent and a specialized weapon. Ordinary people simply couldn't break through their defenses, so they could only wait here. Damn it, I can't wait any longer. Let's charge together. He can't stop so many of us. As long as we can break through, it's a win. Soon someone could no longer hold back. Even if he had 5-star talent, they had to at least try to see. Many who came later had the same thought, especially since they had never witnessed Lin Chuan one-hit killing a city. Swish. The next moment, over 100 fate travelers sprang into action. As they charged forward, they all began to fight. Those skilled in combat began to directly assault Fang Shisong and others' blockade, while those adept at providing buffs started to shield and offer fate enhancements. Some, like Pan Shin, began to inflict various negative effects on Lin Chuan and others. Among them, Lin Chuan's side faced the most targeted attacks. Desires surged, defenses weakened, and spirits began to fatigue. Various fate powers began to manifest. The Tai Chi gives birth to the 2 forms, the 2 forms give birth to the 4 images, the 4 images give birth to the 8 trigrams. Buzz. As Lin Chuan activated the power of Sunhu, a massive Tai Chi 8 trigrams array covering a radius of over 20 meters appeared beneath his feet. The formation centered on Lin Chuan rapidly spread out. The black and white yin-yang fish began to emit a heavy oppressive aura, slowly rotating. The surrounding trigrams also began to emanate a faint golden glow. This was the first time Lin Chuan completely unleashed the power of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams array, without concealing the aura and brilliance of the 5-star talent formation. In previous attacks, Lin Chuan had kept a low profile as much as possible. Even when employing the formation, he only allowed teammates within to sense the changes. But this time, everything was different. This colossal Tai Chi 8 trigrams array simply appearing there radiated a heavy aura of pressure. The aura of 5-star talent was unmistakable, suffocating many to the point of struggling to breathe. At the same time, the other fate powers on Lin Chuan began to wane rapidly. The impact was still present, but it had been weakened to the point of nearly feeling non-existent. This was the power of 5-star talent, showcasing Lin Chuan's strength. Most people here had just embarked on their fateful journey. Even if they had become fate travelers at the beginning of the month and spent the month improving themselves, they were still participating in this trial at the end of the month. But the gap in talent could never be erased. More importantly, Lin Chuan had the enhancement of a specialized weapon's base attributes. It was equivalent to already having traveled 500 meters along the fate path. In the beginner's zone, this was a clear instance of dimensional suppression. Just as Lin Chuan fully revealed his strength, Hua Dao's expression grew dejected. Alas, what a pity. The little yellow-haired one's strength is somewhat formidable, but seems difficult to rob their heart cores now. Hua Dao thought to herself. She had her eyes on Lin Chuan's strength and chose to cooperate, but she never intended to be a rule-abiding partner. She planned to wait until Lin Chuan and the others had collected their heart cores before striking directly to seize them. However, at this point, she realized she had been mistaken from the start. The good news was that Lin Chuan's strength was formidable, capable of robbing many heart cores. The bad news was that Lin Chuan's strength was too overwhelming, making it impossible for her to rob them. Bang! Just as Hua Dao was pondering, Lin Chuan, standing at the tower's entrance, struck down. The target was not any fate traveler, but the ground. A huge sound echoed, blood gushed from the earth, and then all was still. A single strike, and it was a kill. Immediately afterward, Lin Chuan dug into the ground and retrieved over 100 heart cores that had dropped from the opponent. The faint power of Tsunhu dissipated, and the body of that traveler had long vanished. This scene left everyone in shock. But the charge had already begun, and no one stopped at this moment. No matter how strong Lin Chuan was, he was still just one person, and he was a Tsunhu fate traveler. In this situation, as long as enough people charged in, there was a good chance they could break through the blockade. Everyone believed they would be the lucky one to break through. Feng Shisong and the others quickly realized that they could not hold back so many people. Over 100 people surged forward while they had only 6 on their side, including the idle Hua Dao, who was merely spectating, and they were almost instantly scattered. Fortunately, with Lin Chuan's Taiji Bagua array surrounding him, even though 3 punches were no match for 4 hands, he did not suffer serious injuries. Most of the damage was borne by Lin Chuan. Moreover, those who charged forward were primarily trying to pass the trial without relinquishing their heart cores, and their goal was not to kill Lin Chuan and the others. Thus, if they managed to get through, they did not wish to linger with Feng Shisong and the others. Besides, they could not kill them either. Just as everyone felt there was hope, that hope suddenly dwindled. The entrance of the tower was not large. Although Lin Chuan could not block the doorway by himself, the entire entrance fell within the range of his attacks. That crystal-clear hammer had become a nightmare for everyone. Anyone who charged close to Lin Chuan could not escape a simple yet devastating strike from him. Once Lin Chuan's hammer struck them, it did not matter whether they had shields or abundant healing powers, they would instantly turn to mush. Some who stood at the back ready to cast healing spells with their talents were utterly dumbfounded. They had no opportunity to use their abilities. If their teammates died right away, what was the point of healing? Unless their innate talents had the ability to bring the dead back to life, all struggles were in vain. If you don't make a move, you won't get a single heart core, Lin Chuan shouted as he was surrounded by everyone launching continuous attacks. Hua Dao was still watching the show. This made Lin Chuan furious. Hey, isn't this going quite well for you? Looks like you don't need me at all. Hua Dao said innocently. Seeing this black-clad person not making a move, the others naturally did not. If we kill her, we won't have to give up our heart cores. Lin Chuan didn't indulge Hua Dao and directly shouted. Everyone's gaze immediately turned toward Hua Dao. Was there infighting? Many immediately guessed what was happening. Soon after, several people rushed forward. Since there was infighting, it meant that this person did not possess a powerful defensive array. Killing her would be much faster than charging directly at Lin Chuan. Hey, why are you all like this? Alright, I'll make a move. Seeing Lin Chuan's intentions, Hua Dao realized she could no longer just spectate. In the next moment, Hua Dao chuckled, her figure rapidly fading and disappearing from the crowd. Just when Lin Chuan thought she had fled, fireworks exploded among the crowd with colorful ribbons flying. Ha ha ha, joyful laughter echoed all around. They seemed to have heard some incredibly funny joke, bursting into laughter. Some even laughed so hard they collapsed to the ground, rolling around. The wild and unrestrained laughter reverberated before the tower, eerie and unsettling. Lin Chuan observed this scene, frowning slightly. The ability of the joyous destiny was as perplexing as the thought process of this destiny bearer. It's not desire, Meng Feiyin said beside Lin Chuan. They were simply laughing. As for why they laughed, just as no one knew why the joyous star god laughed. Lin Chuan's perception was the sharpest. Especially within the range of the Taiji Bagua array, he sensed a powerful joyous destiny force. This power was comparable to Lin Chuan's own preservation power. 5-star talent, Lin Chuan could basically confirm that Hua Dao's talent was also 5-star. However, he was unsure of its specific effects. Joyous destiny was not like preservation, where one could easily discern the effects of the destiny talent. From the effects observed, it seemed capable of causing specific influences over a large area. Lin Chuan felt that when Hua Dao disappeared, the surrounding space seemed to become isolated. It formed a vast special space shrouding this area. Lin Chuan did not dwell on it any further and began to focus on dealing with the people in front of him. With Hua Dao's assistance, the number of attackers suddenly decreased significantly. Fang Shisong and the others seized the opportunity to draw closer to Lin Chuan, tightening their defensive circle. Lin Chuan's attacks became even more adept. Originally as a preservation destiny bearer, he should not have such formidable offensive power. Even with a specialized weapon, it was challenging to unleash such a momentum that could hold back countless foes. One must understand that although the Amber Heavy Hammer had strong attacks, it was quite heavy and not very agile when swung. But who said Lin Chuan was merely a simple preservation destiny bearer? Even though Lin Chuan had not displayed the abilities of a hunting destiny bearer at that moment, he was already a hunting destiny bearer. The power of the hunting destiny was also influencing him. The forces of the two destinies began to merge within Lin Chuan, mutually affecting and interacting with each other. This led to the current scene. As time passed, there was no sight of blood flowing like a river at the tower's entrance. The fallen destiny bearers were quickly teleported away, leaving no traces of blood. Only heart cores lay scattered on the ground. No one had the mood to pick them up, as that would only help Lin Chuan. Time slowly passed, and so far no one had managed to charge through. On the contrary, the number of deaths increased. Many began to retreat. They felt hopeless and were hesitating about whether to continue. Once one person retreated, others followed suit. In the absence of anyone stepping forward, this coalition was nothing more than a rabble. Soon, in a disastrous defeat, everyone stopped their actions. I give up. Immediately someone stepped forward, choosing to surrender their heart core and leave the trial ground. Those who died had failed the trial, suffering considerable losses. At the very least, by surrendering other heart cores, they could leave alive and complete their task. After this battle, most people recognized reality, began to line up to surrender their heart cores and then leave the trial ground. At this point, only 10 minutes remained until the trial ended. If they could not submit their heart cores and leave within this time frame, the trial would be deemed a failure. That would be the greatest loss. Everyone could no longer afford to think of anything else and began to hasten their pace. Those still hesitating upon seeing this scene also gave up their struggles. It was evident that no stronger individuals would emerge to lead them through. Everyone, you need to hurry. At that moment, Hua Dao's vanishing figure reappeared, playfully addressing the crowd. Time is running out. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd subtly changed. Indeed, if they did not leave now, they might not even have enough time to hand over their heart cores and depart. Those who had been hesitant began to join in. Even pushing and shoving started to occur. Everyone make way. A middle-aged man ignored the queue, shoving his way to the front with a few people from his group. What right do you have to cut in line? I was here first. A person waiting in front exclaimed angrily. Because I have more heart cores. The middle-aged man shouted back in anger. His fury was not only directed at those in line, but also significantly aimed at Lin Chuan. However, at this moment the situation was beyond personal conflicts. Oh. Lin Chuan smiled slightly upon hearing this, and immediately gestured for the middle-aged man and his companions to step forward. After all, this was a major client. The middle-aged man, amidst the complex expressions of the crowd, reached the front and handed over all the heart cores he had. Lin Chuan looked at them and noted that there were at least 600 or 700, slightly more than the previous city builders group. Not bad, he said, clearly pleased. After accepting the heart cores, he indicated that the middle-aged man could take his companions and leave. Watching others easily take away the heart cores he had worked hard to accumulate overnight, a hint of madness flickered in the middle-aged man's gaze. Unfortunately, that glimmer of madness was quickly extinguished. Lin Chuan made a gesture with his amber-like translucent hammer, signaling for him to leave. In an instant his expression cleared. There was no longer a trace of impurity. Thank you. The middle-aged man, unaware of whether Lin Chuan noticed the fleeting madness in his eyes, uttered a thank you and entered the tower without looking back. Lin Chuan watched the few individuals leave and smiled. Their strength should be considerable, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to gather so many heart cores. Yet before him, they still could not stir up any significant waves. Seeing this, the others lost their will to resist and began handing over their heart cores to leave. Only 5 minutes remained. By this time, most of those participating in the trial had gathered at the tower. Those who had not arrived would likely not be able to leave. The queue had already diminished significantly. A young man handed over 13 crystal cores and prepared to depart. Not enough. Chen Jue stepped forward and intercepted him. I've already handed over all my heart cores, the young man said with a sullen expression. You had a lot more in your bag earlier, at least over 100. During that time you left once, and when you returned you had only a dozen left. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Either go retrieve the remaining heart cores now, or you won't be leaving. Chen Jue said coldly. The The man discarded the excess heart cores. It was not hiding them, but rather throwing them away. Because hiding them here was meaningless, no one would re-enter this place, and even if they could, everything here would be reset by the star god. Thus his actions were purely to avoid handing over the heart cores to Lin Chuan. His mentality was understandable. If I can't have it, you can't have it either. Unfortunately, he overlooked the fact that among those present was a traveler of the memory fate. Attempting to make small moves under her gaze would not be an easy task. You? The man clearly did not expect that Chen Jui had noticed these things, and his face turned pale instantly. Behind him some others also showed shocked expressions. At this point most people were reluctant to hand over their heart cores and leave. They had been hesitating. It was only when they realized time was running out that they chose to act. They did not want to give Lin Chuan and the others an advantage. But everything was seen through by Chen Jui. 5 minutes left. You still have time to retrieve the discarded heart cores, or else this trial will fail. Lin Chuan addressed everyone directly. The man's face turned ashen, and after a moment of contemplation, he decisively turned and ran into the woods. Seeing this, others also dared not hesitate any longer and turned to sprint away. The cost of failure in the trial was too great, forcing them to abandon their heart cores. Time ticked away. Soon there were no more people in line before the tower. With little time left, Lin Chuan gathered all the heart cores. A total of about 1200 heart cores. Each person gets 2000. Lin Chuan stated directly. This was not just directed at his teammates, but also at Hua Dao. Compared to his teammates, Lin Chuan was most wary of Hua Dao causing trouble. No way, I want to take half. You are a team, and I am a team by myself. Fairly speaking, I must take half. Hua Dao said, her eyes swirling like a kaleidoscope. Although she could not directly seize it, 200 heart cores were clearly not enough to satisfy her appetite. With her abilities, she still had enough confidence to fight for more. Swish! Lin Chuan showed no hesitation and directly took out the Xuanjing Zuiki, the 5-star relic of Sunlu. With his mental energy infused, a terrifying sharpness erupted from Lin Chuan's fingertips. Moreover, because Lin Chuan had now embarked on the path of Sunlu, he found it even easier to use this relic. He aimed the sharpness at Hua Dao. 200 heart cores, or nothing at all. Lin Chuan's threat was stark and unambiguous. If you can't understand the reasoning I present, then I also know a bit about physical combat. Hua Dao looked at the Sunlu relic in Lin Chuan's hand, glowing with golden light, and her mouth twitched slightly. Goodness, is he the star god's favorite? A newcomer not only possessing 5-star talent and a corresponding 5-star weapon, but also a 5-star relic from another fate. Hua Dao gritted her teeth. Such a comparison was infuriating. 200 it is, that feels fair. With a cheerful smile, she took her share of 200 heart cores. Lin Chuan looked at Hua Dao, half smiling. Although this woman had a peculiar thought process, she did possess one good quality: she understood when to advance and when to retreat. Unlike some stubborn individuals who completely lacked flexibility. After taking her heart cores, Hua Dao did not linger and directly entered the tower to submit them. Goodbye, little yellow hair. Hua Dao waved her hand to bid farewell to Lin Chuan, her eyes even showing deep reluctance and a touch of sadness, as if she might cry. That expression resembled saying farewell to a very close friend, reluctant and full of emotion. Swish! In the next moment, Hua Dao vanished. What bad luck! Lin Chuan rolled his eyes. If he believed Hua Dao's expression, he would be a fool. He could never trust anything she said. In her presence, if you lack sufficient strength, just wait to be toyed with and played around at her whim. After Hua Dao left, only Lin Chuan and his group of 5 remained at the tower. I only need 10,000 heart cores, Chen Jui said, returning the 10,000 heart cores that Lin Chuan had given him. Me too, Pan Shen quickly replied. Although Fang Shisong didn't say anything, he tacitly transferred 10,000 heart cores to Lin Chuan. Meng Fein also took action directly. We are one team. Lin Chuan looked at his teammates. Since he had taken on this team, he would not let his teammates suffer.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
A feast is a feast. I still divide it very clearly, Chen Jui chuckled. Without Lin Chuan's powerful innate talent as support, they would not have been able to obtain so many heart cores during this trial. Even if each of them was strong, they could not suppress all the fate walkers on the scene to make them hand over their heart cores. To be honest, whether or not they were there would not change the outcome much. Even if Lin Chuan entered here alone, he could find his teammates and complete everything at any time if he wanted to. So for them, 10,000 heart cores was already an excess gain. According to normal logic, each of them would only obtain 200 to 300 heart cores after a trial. Keep it. You are the captain and should receive more. Time is running out. I will go ahead, Pan Shen said happily, taking his 10,000 heart cores to submit. 10,000 heart cores, according to the conversion ratio, equals 10,000 pieces of willingness fragments. That's 100 draws. For them, even if they couldn't draw what they wanted, they could still gain many other treasures. This was enough to significantly enhance their strength. And if they drew a specialized weapon, it would be a huge profit. A flash of light, and Pan Shen's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. He couldn't wait to draw his specialized weapon in the fate space. See you in reality. Meng Fein smiled, and the surroundings dimmed considerably. Next came Chun Jui and Feng Shisong. Soon only Lin Chuan was left at the tower. Then I shall not be polite. Lin Chuan looked at the 60,000 heart cores in front of him, a slight smile tugging at his lips. His teammates were truly kind. This time they collectively earned 120,000 heart cores, and he took half. However, according to contributions, he indeed deserved to take this half. Lin Chuan glanced outside where there were still some people near the forest. They were betting on whether Lin Chuan would leave early, hoping for a chance to complete their tasks with their heart cores. Others simply held the thought of self-destruction. I won't give you anything even if I fail the task. For such people, all that could be done was to respect their fate. Lin Chuan did not give those who wanted to rush over at the last second a chance. He was just waiting to submit the task at the very last moment. Others had no more chances. Fate space. Initial trial walking on the path of fate protection completed reward settlement. Total heart cores submitted 60237. Extra heart cores can be exchanged for 60,236 pieces of willingness fragments without needing to ask Lin Chuan. All these heart cores were exchanged in an instant. At that moment, Lin Chuan felt his heart lift. He feared that all the heart cores would be exchanged for protection fate, which would be the worst news for him. However, the next moment Lin Chuan smiled. The willingness fragments obtained through the trial had no fate restriction. This meant that Lin Chuan could use these willingness fragments to draw any fate's innate talent or specialized weapon. Soon Lin Chuan saw the final leaderboard of this trial. Trial leaderboard: first place, Amber River 60237 points. Second place, Masked Fool 37890 points. Seeing this, Lin Chuan's gaze narrowed slightly. From the scores, it was clear that the trial rankings were completely based on the number of heart cores submitted. Lin Chuan being ranked first was not surprising at all. What was surprising was the second place. Masked Fool, that's Hua Dao's codename. She actually told me her real name. No, wait, who knows if Hua Dao is another codename beneath that codename? Lin Chuan firmly believed that he could not trust anything that woman said, especially when he noticed that Hua Dao's score was close to 40,000. This meant that she had obtained more than 10,000 heart cores without Lin Chuan knowing. No wonder she is the owner of a 5-star talent. Lin Chuan sighed. No one is simple. Following that, the other four were undoubtedly Chen Jui and his group. They all scored just over 20,000 with slight differences in numbers. However, starting from the 7th place, the scores plummeted sharply. From 5 digits down to 3. They didn't even reach the decimal points of the previous few people. Those who could get this score undoubtedly left before Lin Chuan sealed the tower. They had already left a bit earlier, and the heart cores they obtained wouldn't be too many. Moreover, only a few dozen such people existed. From the 89th place onwards, everyone scored exactly 1 point. That is to say, they got the minimum of 1 heart core to complete the trial task. Finally, there were many who scored nothing, such as those who died in the process. Lin Chuan chuckled as he glanced at the leaderboard, then closed it. Standing on the path of protection, Lin Chuan could feel the power of fate flowing beneath his feet and pouring into his body. His strength was rapidly increasing. Reward for first place. Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected that the first place in the trial would come with rewards. Moreover, this reward was very pure, directly enhancing your fate power, allowing you to travel further on the path of fate. Lin Chuan estimated that just from this enhancement, he could walk 100 meters on the path of protection. In addition, the protection star god also granted Lin Chuan 3,000 willingness fragments. This was a reward for his adherence to the will of protection during the trial. Immediately, Lin Chuan looked towards the other 2 paths of fate. The hunting fate showed no response. There was no fate power reward, nor any willingness fragments. In this trial, Lin Chuan indeed did not practice the will of hunting, so it was normal not to receive a reward. However, on the other side, the mystery fate was different. Lin Chuan's mind moved, switching from the path of protection to the path of mystery. In an instant, a rich power of fate entered Lin Chuan's body. Even though Lin Chuan had not yet drawn the innate talent of mystery, he still received the reward from the mystery star god, and the power of fate was directly injected into his body. He also received a reward of 5,000 willingness fragments. This was even more than what protection had given him. Lin Chuan was somewhat bewildered. Was he progressing so smoothly on the path of mystery? As the power of the mysterious fate entered Lin Chuan's body, he suddenly gained some insight. Lin Chuan's identity was after all a mystery. He had crossed over, and his soul was no longer that of the original Lin Chuan. Moreover, Lin Chuan was currently concealing from everyone the fact that he had embarked on 3 different fates, as well as the extraordinary mysteries of being able to see the pillars of creation and achieving 10 consecutive gold draws. It could be said that Lin Chuan's existence was itself a colossal enigma, perfectly aligning with the mysterious. Had Lin Chuan drawn his destined talent from the mysterious fate, he might have already been walking upon it. Goodness, this truly is a mysterious entrance that melts away. Moments later, Lin Chuan absorbed the power of fate bestowed by the mysterious. Oh no! Suddenly Lin Chuan's expression changed. He received a trial notification concerning the mysterious fate. Looking at the notification, the corner of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. Today is the last day of June, and he needed to complete all fate trials today. Initially, Lin Chuan didn't plan to draw the mysterious talent today, otherwise he would have to participate in 3 trials. Unfortunately, plans cannot keep up with changes. After the first trial ended, he directly embarked on the mysterious fate, even without drawing his destined talent. Next, I still have the trials for the hunt and mysterious fates waiting for me. Lin Chuan sighed. Indeed, fortune and misfortune are interconnected. Shaking his head, Lin Chuan chose to face it. Originally, he intended to first draw the specialized weapon for the hunt. But now that he had embarked on the mysterious fate, he might as well see what he could draw from it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan summoned the drawing pool for the mysterious fate. Unlike the other 2 fates, the pool for the mysterious fate's destined talent was not a physical object. Instead, it was a mass of black mist. Inside, something seemed to be swirling, but no matter how Lin Chuan tried to peer closer, he could not discern what lay within. Then let's start with a 10 draw. Lin Chuan said directly, using the fragment of will granted by the mysterious buzz. Rays of light flew out from the black mist and landed before Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan had already basically confirmed that he would draw gold in 10 draws, so he felt much less tense than before. Raising his right hand, he casually touched one of the spheres of light. Boom! A golden light erupted from it, directly engulfing the entire fate. Lin Chuan was stunned. The first draw resulted in gold, and the commotion was much larger than the previous draws for the preservation and hunt fates. Golden 5-star talent envoy the Walker himself is a mystery, having deeply comprehended the truth that mystery is power, becoming the envoy of the mysterious star god in the world and exercising a portion of authority over the mysterious fate. Unknown domain envoy the Walker can drag a surrounding area into the realm of mystery, where no information or carrier can penetrate or transmit. To a certain extent, it can transform the known into the unknown and the predetermined into the undetermined, with the ability to influence some previously established matters, steering them towards the unknown. The Walker cannot be recorded, divined, or perceived, and the information that can be revealed is extremely limited. Even if those affected escape the unknown domain, they cannot break free from the unknown state. Node envoy level destined talents cannot draw constellations, and the ability itself can only be broken by abilities of the same rank. The space of fate was silent. Lin Chuan was left in a daze. I have become an envoy. The envoy of the mysterious. Lin Chuan's mind was bombarded with thoughts. Meanwhile, countless black mists surged from the fluctuations of the mysterious fate and entered Lin Chuan's body, continuously enhancing the essence of his power. Soon after all the mist disappeared, Lin Chuan stood there, as if he had already merged with the mysterious fate beneath his feet. He was a part of the mysterious. Indeed, he could even refer to himself as such. Lin Chuan felt the power within him, unable to calm down for a long time. He had never expected that during the drawing of his talent he would directly be elevated to the status of an envoy. After the excitement, Lin Chuan began to carefully check his status and the envoy level destined talent. Although it still displayed as a 5-star talent, the words envoy already explained everything. Compared to the previous 2 fates' 5-star talents, the difference was evident. While the preservation and hunt fates were still boosting defense and enhancing attack power, the mysterious fate had already transcended to a conceptual level. Though the preservation and hunt fates could still draw constellations for enhancement, Lin Chuan did not believe such enhancements could reach the envoy level. It was merely an increase in defense or damage reduction. On the other hand, while the unknown domain could not draw constellations, it could be understood to some extent that Lin Chuan had already obtained a full destined talent. The ability itself can only be broken by abilities of the same rank, which means that to break my unknown domain, at least an envoy level talent ability is required. Alright, as a newly embarked Walker of Fate, I shouldn't encounter an envoy of another fate too soon, right? So to break my ability. Lin Chuan smirked. Since becoming the envoy of the mysterious, he had the confidence to act without restraint. Lin Chuan quickly opened the other spheres of his destined talents. Now that he had a 5-star envoy level talent, the other items provided were rather ordinary. However, there were some texts introducing the abilities of the mysterious fate, which were very helpful to Lin Chuan. After that, Lin Chuan directly began to draw the specialized weapon of the mysterious fate. Since he was already the envoy of the mysterious, the specialized weapon would naturally also be envoy level. Lin Chuan didn't even look at the specific abilities of the specialized weapon and directly began to draw. He could check it later after acquiring it. Buzz. Another 10 draws commenced. Lin Chuan opened the first light orb. The golden light predictably erupted forth. Once again gold appeared on the first draw. Lin Chuan quickly opened it to check. He discovered that this time the specialized weapon was not a weapon that could be defined in the conventional sense. It had no shape, but was instead a swirling mass of black mist. Golden 5-star weapon envoy, a thought mist released by the mysterious star god. Thought mist, it can transform into any form. The mist can interfere with perception and thought, complementing the unknown domain and enhancing each other's power. Note: envoy level weapons cannot be shadowed. In the headquarters of the builders of the Summer Kingdom, Zhang Yang, Sun Miao, and 3 others gathered in a secret chamber. Are you saying that a suspected 5-star Destiny Traveler of the Guardian has robbed all those who entered the trial? Yes, Captain. Zhang Yang nodded. My attacks completely failed to breach his defenses, leaving not a trace on his shield, and even the accompanying true damage was entirely negated. Zhang Yang said with a bitter smile. Then I was killed by a single blow. In that moment of peril, Zhang Yang's emotions were filled only with disbelief and terror. Upon exiting the trial, he immediately realized he might have encountered a 5-star talent Guardian Destiny Traveler. He was eager to inform his captain Hai Ming. However, before he could act, Sun Miao and the others appeared before him. With their confirmation, they could be almost certain that this was indeed a 5-star Guardian Destiny Traveler. They hurried to find Captain Hai Ming and explained everything. I have already invited him, but he declined, Sun Miao said regretfully. A 5-star Guardian Destiny Traveler. Hai Ming muttered, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Why don't you stay a little longer? Hai Ming suddenly turned his gaze to Sun Miao. Although Zhang Yang had been killed in one hit, Sun Miao and the others still had a chance to observe the situation further. There was no need to rush back so soon. It was my fault. Sun Miao intended to argue, but ultimately admitted her decision was a mistake. With such a talented individual appearing, it was essential to observe longer under safe conditions to gather. Leaving like this was indeed a significant error in judgment. It would result in missing crucial character information about that Destiny Traveler. While there were quite a few participants from the builders in today's trial, so there should still be others from the same trial venue, and we can surely find some other clues. Hai Ming did not pursue the matter further. Regardless of the reason, there was no need to investigate this issue any further. Just reminding these travelers to be cautious next time would suffice. After all, they had only just become Destiny Travelers, and many things still required experience. Additionally, he had already guessed some circumstances. Hai Ming had just received news that a 5-star Guardian Destiny Traveler seemed to have appeared in Hang City and was submitting a report to keep him there. Few knew of this matter, and Hai Ming was one of them. Moreover, that person happened to participate in the trial today. Given how rare 5-star talents were, especially in the Guardian category, he had likely confirmed that this was indeed the same individual. Although a 5-star Guardian Destiny Traveler had just emerged in the capital city, having one more was undoubtedly beneficial. Such talent should not be left unguarded. He would go submit a report soon, insisting on bringing this person over. However, he still had to ask some questions. Now tell me the specific details about that Destiny Traveler. Hai Ming said. Although the observation time was a bit short, they still gained some insights. Especially Zhang Yang, who had fought with that person and should have more information. Zhang Yang had already integrated all the information about that battle in his mind, just waiting for Hai Ming. Just as Zhang Yang was about to speak, his mind suddenly went blank for a moment, as if shrouded in fog. He wore black clothing. Should be a man. The information Zhang Yang originally wanted to convey about that person seemed to have been forgotten. Very little could be recalled. Is the information so sparse? Hai Ming frowned. He too had brief. What about you? Hai Ming looked at Sun Miao and the others. There's nothing particularly noteworthy. That person is too mysterious, and we discovered nothing. Sun Miao replied after a moment of recollection. Their information about that person was quite vague, as if veiled by a layer of mist. So, Hai Ming nodded, indicating the group could take a rest before turning to leave the room. Meanwhile, everyone in that trial seemed to have been influenced by some mysterious force. Everything about Lin Chuan had become very unclear. No matter how they recalled, they could not remember certain details. They only remembered a powerful figure who stole their core and nothing else. Some noticed the anomaly reminiscent of manipulated memories. However, after a memory traveler's investigation, it was confirmed that their memories were intact. By this point, many had given up on further probing. Yet some suspected it might be due to the influence of other destinies. For instance, destinies like Mystery and Void could potentially achieve similar effects. However, this matter itself was not significant. It was merely a novice trial, and not many were paying attention, so it did not cause any ripples. In an unknown area, a thick black mist enveloped the surroundings. At the center of the black mist was a massive round table. Surrounding the table were 10 chairs, 6 of which were currently occupied. Each chair had its own number, and those currently seated were numbered 1 to 6. However, without exception, these individuals were shrouded in the eerie mist, making it impossible to discern their forms or sense their presence. Today, the Riddle Association has summoned everyone because the mystery destiny seems to have exhibited an unusual fluctuation. A voice emerged from the black mist of number 1, indistinguishable as male or female, and the tone was unrecognizable, akin to meaningless murmurs. However, among the surrounding black mist, it gained significance. I sensed it too, but I am unclear about what Another voice responded, equally ethereal and indistinct. It came from number 4. He is equally secretive regarding the truth of his own destiny, number 6 said. Since he does not wish for others to notice, we must comply. However, since the fluctuation has occurred, it implies he has not completely concealed it. Does this mean we can learn some? Number 3 raised an objection. Pursuing the truth is pointless. Oh, everything is an illusion. I advise you all against engaging in meaningless endeavors. As soon as the words fell, the black mist of number 2 vanished, leaving no trace. But I believe that knowing the truth allows us to better conceal it. Without the truth, there's no need for mysterious concealment. I find this quite interesting. Number 3 concluded, and the black mist disappeared as well. Once the two masses of black mist dissipated, the atmosphere fell silent. After a brief pause, the other clusters of black mist also faded away. Number 5 had never spoken, but was the last to depart. A vague voice emerged, as if in soliloquy, not spreading beyond his cluster of black mist. Hangzhou. Lin Chuan's consciousness returned, and he opened his eyes. Almost at the same time, the other teammates who entered the trial also opened their eyes. I drew a specialized weapon. I drew a specialized weapon. Specialized weapon. Pan Shin's excited voice rang out, repeating it several times, as if afraid others wouldn't know he had drawn a specialized weapon. I drew one too. Meng Feiyin smiled slightly, and said. Fang Shisong and Chun Jue exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in resignation. It's too difficult. Fang Shisong looked dejected. It's hard to draw a 4-star specialized weapon, Chun Jue added. Both were 4-star talents, so naturally their specialized weapons were also of the 4-star level. Neither of them chose a lower-tier weapon, clearly preparing to fight for their specialized weapons to the end. Pan Shun and Meng Feiyin, with their 3-star talents, found it easier to draw the corresponding 3-star specialized weapons. Both of them had good luck not drawing any blanks and obtained their specialized weapons. The others also tacitly refrained from inquiring about the capabilities of the specialized weapons, as it was ultimately a secret belonging to them. Let's go, we need to report the trial situation to the builders. Lin Chuan said. His expression was the calmest, showing almost no fluctuations. Okay. Upon hearing this, everyone glanced at Lin Chuan. You? Chun Zui's expression slightly changed when she saw Lin Chuan. She felt something was missing in her mind. What's wrong? Lin Chuan asked with a light smile. The power of the mystery path had already begun to unconsciously influence those around Lin Chuan, especially when others attempted to probe him. Chun Jue was not deliberately trying to investigate Lin Chuan, but she was merely following her destiny, aiming for precise memory. Yet even this minor probing triggered Lin Chuan's instinctive response as a pathwalker. Or perhaps it was the unknown domain that rendered Chun Zui's memory vague, something she wasn't even aware of. This was the most terrifying aspect of the mystery path. It's nothing, let's go. Chun Jue smiled, unaware of what had just transpired. It was likely that she was still trying to process the end of the trial. Yu Huayao was already in the office waiting for them. With Lin Chuan, a 5-star guardian pathwalker, present, there would be no issues with the trial. The only curiosity was how much they could gain from this novice trial. When Yu Huayao saw the relaxed smiles on their faces, she knew her deductions were spot on. The power of the path emanated from Yu Huayao, as she subconsciously sought to probe Lin Chuan and the others. But soon she became momentarily dazed and automatically skipped over Lin Chuan, completing her probing of the others. You've grown a lot, Yu Huayao said in surprise. She had high expectations for this trial, but the improvements in the few before her still exceeded her expectations. Especially Pan Shun and Meng Feiyin. With the base attributes conferred by their specialized weapons, the aura surrounding them suggested they had already advanced about 100 meters on their paths. As for Chun Jue and Fang Shisong, their improvements were significant as well, but since they had not drawn specialized weapons, they were slightly behind Pan Shun and Meng Feiyin. However, once those two drew specialized weapons, they would immediately surpass Pan Shun and Meng Feiyin. This was the advantage brought by talent level. As for Lin Chuan, it seemed Yu Huayao forgot to probe him. Originally, she was most interested in Lin Chuan and was the first to want to investigate him. Yet when it came time to act, she automatically overlooked him, as if she had forgotten or as if she had already completed her probing of him. As for the outcome, it seemed not to matter much. Lin Chuan observed Yu Huayao's expression, and seeing her completely oblivious to his improvements, had formed some judgments in his mind. The mystery path influences those around me unconsciously, causing them to overlook their probing of me. Even if some people exert their powers, they will only receive very vague information. But they themselves will not realize this, and will even think it is as it should be. Lin Chuan's understanding of the powers of the mystery path deepened with this intuitive insight. This path's ability did not manifest as overtly powerful combat strength like destruction or hunting, nor did it possess the strong and understandable direct abilities of memory and balance. The mystery path, as its name implies, only serves to make everything mysterious, leaving all things obscured. While Lin Chuan contemplated the mystery path, Chen Jue had already begun to describe the events of the trial to Yu Huayao in detail. As a pathwalker of memory, she was the most suitable to recount the events. Lin Chuan stood to the side, more like an observer. The others seemed to have forgotten his presence, until Lin Chuan retracted all the powers of the mystery path, leaving only the passive ability of the unknown domain. Truly impressive for a 5-star guardian talent. The combination with the powers of the specialized weapon is indeed strong. Yu Huayao finally turned to Lin Chuan and praised. From your performance in battle, your talent should rank among the top 10 in 5-star guardian talents. As for the exact ranking, it will depend on your future performance in battles. Yu Huayao said. Each appearance of a talent is recorded. This is also what the Pathwalker of Memory does. Ranking and evaluating the strength of all talents is another task that frequently falls to a different path. Lin Chuan's talent of Taiji Bagua formation had appeared for the first time in the Guardian Path. It was now unique to Lin Chuan, and whether others would obtain it in the future remained uncertain. After all, 5-star talents are extremely rare. Among lower-tier talents, there are many overlapping abilities that have already been thoroughly researched. Next, I have good news to share with you. We have completed your background checks and found no issues. This means you can join the builders right now. Yu Huayao smiled at the group. A hint of surprise appeared on. Although they knew this was a foregone conclusion, they felt assured only after Yu Huayao confirmed it. Is there an official position? Chen Jue inquired. Of course. Yu Huayao nodded. The group burst into laughter. Having an official position was indeed a good thing. While others were still troubled by examinations, they had already obtained the highest official positions in this world. Was this not a stroke of luck? Next, you can take a few days to rest, and there will be a unified training session for all newly joined builders nationwide. You can compete with many pathwalkers then. Unified training. The expressions of the crowd shifted, a mix of anxiety and anticipation. They had already known about the unified training after joining the builders. This was all information provided to them by Lu Jia earlier. After all, Lu Jia had just come out of the unified training not long ago. Just in time, he was dispatched here because Yu Huayao was short on personnel. As a result, he encountered an anomaly at Dawn High School right away. If it weren't for Lin Chuan unexpectedly awakening the 5-star protection talent, he might have been doomed along with Dawn High School. It is unclear whether to say he was lucky or unlucky. In any case, it is evident that the unified training is of great help to those on their fated paths. The application of fated powers, how to practice one's fate, and understanding common talents of other fate walkers, all of these are learned through training. Chen Jue recalled the materials he had read before, which were also training documents, and they had already helped everyone gain much information during the trial. This shows the importance of training. There shouldn't be much going on in the next couple of days. You all should go home and rest well. Take care of things at home. Yu Huayao addressed the crowd. As for my parents, Pan Shen spoke with some worry. Their memories have been processed. There will be no issues. What about Dawn High School? Chen Jue asked. The situation where so many people had died, could this really just be brushed aside? In an instant, the excitement of becoming fate walkers faded considerably, and their expressions turned somewhat sorrowful. After all, many were former classmates they had spent time with. Oh, this world is just like that. We builders have done our best to create a wall for all ordinary people, but no matter how hard we try, there will always be some loopholes. Yu Huayao sighed. Those classmates of yours who have passed have already vanished from history. We adjusted their parents' memories. For some who were too entangled, we disguised it as an accident. For those less involved, we simply let them forget. Sometimes being able to forget is a fortunate thing. Yu Huayao spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan felt a ripple in his heart. If it were the original Lin Chuan, then, after this incident, he would likely just be forgotten. No, perhaps the Fate Walker of Memory wouldn't even need to handle it, as there were hardly any who remembered his existence. He died without even the qualification to be forgotten. Captain Yu, I have a request. Lin Chuan suddenly spoke up. What is it? Yu Huayao looked at Lin Chuan. The others also turned their gaze towards him. If possible, I would like to erase my identity as if I died in this anomaly. Lin Chuan stated directly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several people shifted. Particularly Pan Shun and Fang Shisong, who had been classmates with Lin Chuan and knew his past, both displayed a hint of unexpected concern. They all understood what kind of person Lin Chuan was before. After becoming a Fate Walker, it seemed that Lin Chuan had changed significantly. He seemed like a different person. Perhaps he wanted to bid farewell to his past self in this manner, to directly kill the former version of himself. Yet would doing this truly allow him to move on? Yu Huayao looked deeply at Lin Chuan, but she seemed not at all surprised by his choice. The builders had already conducted a thorough investigation on Lin Chuan and found no issues. As for how the past Lin Chuan lived, there wasn't even a need for in-depth investigation. Lu Jie could summarize it. Yu Huayao gazed at Lin Chuan, her eyes even showing a hint of pity. This is not a difficult matter, Yu Huayao paused here, and the rest of her words did not need to be spoken. Because Lin Chuan originally had no family. All that was needed was to add 2 characters, Lin Chuan, to the list of victims from the Dawn High School anomaly, and that person would cease to exist. There wouldn't even be a need to adjust anyone else's memories. Thank you. Lin Chuan smiled slightly. This was a farewell to the former Lin Chuan. At the moment Yu Huayao agreed, Lin Chuan felt the power of the mystery fate fluctuating once more. He advanced more than 10 meters on the path of mystery. Perhaps when the former Lin Chuan is truly rewritten as dead, Lin Chuan's strength will advance even further. Truly worthy of being the mystery envoy. Captain Yu, I have a question. Lin Chuan looked at Yu Huayao. Did fate choose us, or did we choose fate? Once Lin Chuan's question was posed, the expressions of everyone shifted. This was a question they had not considered before, but now they found themselves pondering it as well. For instance, did Chen Jue choose the path of memory, or did the path of memory choose her? Yu Huayao looked at Lin Chuan with some surprise. To pose such a question indicates that Lin Chuan's understanding of fate has become quite profound. A bidirectional choice. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Huayao provided her answer. This is my understanding of fate. You may listen, but it may not be correct. The reason you can embark on the path of protection is that the protection star god recognizes your will for protection. However, before he recognized it, you already possessed the will for protection. Because you want to protect others, you walk the path of protection. And he happens to recognize your will. Yu Huayao explained. As her voice fell, everyone in the room displayed expressions of contemplation. There seemed to be a glimmer of understanding on their faces as they realized why they had embarked on their current paths. And Lin Chuan felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to somewhat understand why he had walked the path. A person who had been bullied, living a broken life, timid and weak, unexpectedly wanted to shield others with an umbrella when faced with danger. This is the protection path left by the deceased Lin Chuan for the current Lin Chuan. In this moment, Lin Chuan did not know what expression to return. He felt both sorrow and a hint of warmth. Of course, one could also interpret it as that Lin Chuan did not want to protect others, only wanting to survive himself. But drawing the Tai Chi Bagua array of fate talent that distributes damage actually requires no further interpretation. As for Lin Chuan himself, it was quite simple. The desire for revenge never faded, thus he walked the path of hunting. 2 Lin Chuans, 2 different choices, 2 different fates. And the unified Lin Chuan embarked on the path of mystery. Perhaps everything is already destined. In Yu Huayao's office, everyone remained silent for a long time. It seemed that they were all immersed in their own worlds. Yu Huayao was astonished to discover that the 5 individuals before him were exuding increasing auras. In just a minute or two, they had progressed significantly on their respective paths. With such a noticeable change, Yu Huayao could ascertain that the distance they had covered on their paths was certainly no less than 10 meters. Are these kids truly that perceptive? Yu Huayao felt a mix of joy and envy. Among the 5 individuals who became pathwalkers during the recent anomaly at Dawn High School, their comprehension seemed exceptionally high. Not only that, in terms of talent, they were also in a league of their own. Among these 5, the lowest talent was 3 stars, while there was 1 5-star and 2 4-star talents. Such a situation had rarely occurred in other anomalies. It is known that most individuals who become pathwalkers usually possess only 1-star talent. 2-star talent is even less common, let alone the case where the lowest talent is 3 stars. Thus, Lin Chuan and his companions are the focus of observation for the builders of Hang City. Moreover, the builders are also investigating what exactly happened at Dawn High School to cause such an extraordinary situation. One relatively plausible explanation is that Lin Chuan attracted the gaze of the guardian star god, which led others to benefit as well. However, this theory cannot be verified, because 5-star talent pathwalkers are extremely rare, and the circumstances of others around them when they became pathwalkers are even less frequent. Thus, it cannot be validated and can only be regarded as a conjecture. Yet it is the only conjecture that seems reasonably plausible. Only the power of the star god could cause such an irrational change. After a long while, the few of them opened their eyes, expressing their gratitude to Yu Huayao for her guidance. Yu Huayao merely smiled and said nothing. Heaven knows she merely stated the common knowledge of a pathwalker. These children had embarked on their paths, a reality she had never anticipated. After expressing their thanks, they bid farewell to Yu Huayao and prepared to go home. Wait a moment. Yu Huayao suddenly thought of something, opened her drawer, and took out a stack of money. Here is 10,000 yuan, you can take it for now. Yu Huayao handed the 10,000 yuan to Lin Chuan. The eyes of the other participants widened immediately. 10,000 yuan is quite a significant amount for a high school student. Especially in cash, it appeared even more impactful. For me, Lin Chuan was somewhat surprised. Consider it in advance on your salary, Yu Huayao said with a smile. She was aware of Lin Chuan's family situation, since Lin Chuan wanted to bid farewell to his former self. She decided to make it more thorough. Thank you. Lin Chuan did not refuse and accepted the money. He indeed needed to say goodbye to his past. It also happened that he was short on cash. As for the other four, they all had their own families and did not require Yu Huayao's assistance. The five of them left the builder's base together. Since the base was situated in the mountains, Yu Huayao specifically arranged for a vehicle to take Lin Chuan and the others out. The driver was none other than Lu Jia. Hey, it's great to see you guys again. Lu Jia greeted them with a smile. Hello, Teacher Lu, Pan Xin responded. Hey, don't call me teacher, I'm just a fake one. I'm a few years older than you, so just call me Brother Jia. Lu Jia waved his hand with a grin, signaling Lin Chuan and the others to get in the car. Once everyone got in the car, Lu Jia drove towards the urban area of Hang City. Along the way, Qin Jue had many questions for Lu Jia, and Lu Jia answered them one by one. After all, it was a done deal that Qin Jue and the others would join the builders, and it was highly likely they would be in the same group as Lu Jia. Therefore, it was wise for Lu Jia to establish a good relationship with his future teammates. As for Lin Chuan, Lu Jia dared not think too much. Even now, they were still unclear whether Lin Chuan would remain in Hang City or go to the capital after joining the builders. Moreover, even if Lin Chuan stayed in Hang City, his status would be extremely high. It was estimated that he would soon form his own team rather than joining another team as someone else's subordinate. It is known that generally speaking, a pathwalker with 3-star talent can lead their own team if their strength is sufficient and they draw 1 or 2 talent constellations. As for 5-star talent, there is no need to say more. Even if they temporarily follow a certain team, they are merely interning under a big shot and will leave before long. Soon after the vehicle exited the forest, Lu Jia found a nearby subway station to stop. I won't take you back, I have a few things to attend to. See you in a couple of days. After bidding farewell to Lu Jia, the 5 of them exchanged glances. Then, goodbye. Lin Chuan was the first to speak. After parting, Lin Chuan hailed a taxi and left. The others also said their farewells and departed, some choosing to take the subway, while others opted for the bus. Before long, only Fang Shisong remained at the spot. Fang Shisong shook his head as he watched Lin Chuan leave in the taxi. He felt a bit dazed, as if some memories had become blurry. However, he could not recall which memories had faded. Soon he forgot that his memories had become unclear. Shaking his head, Fang Shisong decided not to think too much about it. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan did not return home, but found a nearby hotel to stay. There was nothing he needed at home, and naturally there was no reason to go back. Moreover, that Lin Chuan was already dead, so it was time for a complete farewell. In the hotel, Lin Chuan took a shower and lay down on the bed. Next, he had 2 trials ahead. One was a hunting trial, and the other was a mystery trial. These 2 trials were not like the previous one, which was a beginner's trial, but true trials. Once someone dies in them, it is real death. However, Lin Chuan, possessing the 5-star guardian talent, was not afraid. Although the trials are random, everyone's strength will not vary much. Generally, pathwalkers of level 9 will only match with other level 9 pathwalkers. In rare cases, they may match with level 8 pathwalkers. In such cases, the probability of Lin Chuan encountering danger is actually quite low. Thus, the greatest danger actually comes from the trial arena itself. After preparing himself, Lin Chuan entered the path space once again. 3 paths emerged beneath his feet. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chuan decided to complete the hunting trial task first. The familiar light gate appeared above the hunting path. This time, Lin Chuan had no teammates, he was alone. Lin Chuan stepped forward slowly and touched the light gate. Since it was his first time entering the trial as a hunting pathwalker, just like the previous Guardian trial, Lin Chuan needed to assign himself a code name. After some contemplation, Lin Chuan quickly settled on his code name, Storm. Before becoming the mysterious envoy, Lin Chuan had already drawn everything he could. 60,000 wishes equate to 600 draws for Lin Chuan. With such a vast number of draws, Lin Chuan could easily fill his specialized weapon and destiny seat completely. First, he would focus on the specialized weapon for hunting. Light Arrow Ember. Lin Chuan's exclusive weapon at level 5 greatly enhances the user's attack power. The higher the user's speed, the greater the damage dealt. It can absorb the power of destiny from the surroundings during hunting, gathering strength to transform the dagger into a light arrow for long-range attacks against enemies. In the state of Aurora Shadow, all attacks by the user come with an additional 20 true damage. After reaching level 5, the true damage attached to this specialized weapon increased from 12 to 20. True damage ignores all defenses and resistances, guaranteeing corresponding damage, making it extremely powerful. Moreover, this specialized weapon significantly enhances Lin Chuan's own strength, enabling him to possess the capability for dimensional suppression at the level of Destiny 9. After all, a 5-star specialized weapon indicates that Lin Chuan has already traversed 500 meters on the path of hunting. This is equivalent to achieving mid-stage strength among ordinary Destiny walkers at the level of Destiny 9. This does not even account for his inherent talent and the additional boosts from his specialized weapon. Apart from the level 5 specialized weapon for hunting, Lin Chuan has also drawn all 3 Destiny seats of the Taiji Bagua formation. Destiny Seat 1 increases the defense of all marked teammates within the formation to 50 of Lin Chuan's own defense. This further enhances Lin Chuan's ability to protect his teammates. Furthermore, the increased defense is calculated based on Lin Chuan's own defense, making the enhancement quite substantial. Before he had 1 Destiny Seat, Lin Chuan could almost achieve damage-free combat under the protection of the Amber Shield. For instance, during the previous trial, despite the onslaught of many, the Amber Shield remained unbroken and Lin Chuan sustained no injuries throughout. However, his teammates were not so fortunate. No matter how Lin Chuan shared the damage, it simply redistributed it. It could not render his teammates immune. In a short time, they could rely on Lin Chuan's damage redistribution to continue fighting, but if the battle prolonged, their injuries would accumulate continuously. Now, with this increase in defense, the sustained combat capability of Lin Chuan's teammates has also seen a significant enhancement. Destiny Seat 2, during the duration of the formation, the effect of continuously restoring vitality applies simultaneously to marked teammates within the formation. Similar to Destiny Seat 1, the effect of Seat 2 expands the continuous vitality restoration effect to the entire team. This further boosts the entire team's sustained combat capability. From the effects of these 2 Destiny Seats, it is still enhancing the talent for protection, which can be described as very supportive. However, this only expands the effect of continuous vitality restoration and does not include the restoration of 90 of injuries every 10 minutes. As for Destiny Seat 3, the effect is quite different. Destiny Seat 3, when marked teammates and Lin Chuan himself attack within the formation, their attacks will deal damage equivalent to 50 of Lin Chuan's attack power. This third Destiny Seat is quite interesting. Clearly, it supplements the deficiencies in the combat power of the supportive path while providing teammates with some auxiliary ability. However, this ability is somewhat of a double-edged sword. As a walker of the supportive path, Lin Chuan's own attack is not high. Despite Lin Chuan previously smashing down on a child beneath the tower in the trial that was due to the Amber Heavy Hammer, a 5-star weapon. Not because Lin Chuan's own attack power was particularly high. Generally speaking, the supportive path tends to possess lower attack capabilities. This Destiny Seat merely serves to provide some supplementary damage. However, when this Destiny Seat appears on Lin Chuan, it becomes entirely different. Because Lin Chuan is still a walker of the hunting path. The most powerful attribute of the hunting path is its attack. Each attack carries an additional damage equal to 50 of Lin Chuan's attack power. The normal attack of a hunting path walker has a very high attack intensity. Even if it is only half, it is sufficient to instill fear in many. Now, as long as Lin Chuan's teammates are under the protection of the Taiji Bagua formation, they can incorporate Lin Chuan's attack into their own, drastically changing the power dynamics. If Lin Chuan were merely of the supportive path, that damage would be akin to a mere scratch, serving no real purpose. But with the addition of the hunting path, it becomes a serious blow. A very ordinary ability from one path, when combined with another ordinary ability from a different path, can potentially result in such a bug. As for the 3 Destiny Seats of the hunting path, they are all enhancements of personal capabilities. The first seat further increases speed, while the second boosts attack power. With the attack enhancement effect from the second seat of the hunting path, the effects of the previous supportive path's third seat become even more formidable. The bugs of dual paths are vividly illustrated in these 2 Destiny Seats. As for the third seat, it grants Lin Chuan some additional mechanics. Destiny Seat 3, when Lin Chuan's attack hits only one target, the damage is increased by 100. All 3 Destiny Seats are designed to enhance Lin Chuan's personal combat power. Especially this third seat, it is definitely a godly skill for assassination. Generally, a walker of the hunting path would not attack multiple targets simultaneously. They mainly focus on a single target, striking once and retreating. The third seat directly enhances Lin Chuan's explosive attack power against single targets, significantly increasing his kill rate. Currently, Lin Chuan possesses 35 of the supportive path, 35 of the hunting path, and 95 of the mysterious path. The numbers in front represent Destiny Seats, while the numbers behind represent the stacking levels of specialized weapons. Such a walker of destiny needs only to appear on the battlefield, and then disappear enough to instill fear in everyone. After confirming his codename Storm, Lin Chuan stepped in and commenced his next trial. Trial Emerald City Supportive has begun. Team size 1 person. Trial prompt: it is said that the supportive path possesses 10 stones containing profound powers of destiny, and the first stone, Emerald, lies within this trial. Survive and attempt to acquire this stone. Trial duration 3 days. So it is still the supportive path's main field. Lin Chuan's gaze narrowed. Each trial is random. It does not necessarily mean that the trial of a particular path will enter the corresponding star god's trial ground. Now Lin Chuan enters the trial as a walker of the hunting path, yet he is still in the supportive path's trial ground. What is this stone? At this moment Lin Chuan felt some nostalgia for Chen Jue. Having a walker of the memory path by his side would be much more convenient. In fact, Lin Chuan couldn't help but ponder whether he should look for an opportunity to see the memory star god. However, as soon as this thought flashed by, Lin Chuan shivered all over. He already possessed enough paths of destiny. He dared not glance at any other star gods. As the light and shadow shifted, Lin Chuan vanished from the space of destiny. Tai Chi gives birth to the 2 forms. The 2 forms give birth to the 4 images, and the 4 images give birth to the 8 trigrams. Lin performed the usual operation, activating his innate talent, the Tai Chi Bagua array, the moment he landed. Living is more important than anything else. Even without activating the array, Lin Chuan maintained a 20 damage reduction at all times, but this damage reduction was still a bit low. For safety's sake, it was better to activate the array and raise the damage reduction to 40. Moreover, the Tai Chi Bagua array not only had a protective function, but also possessed the ability to detect surrounding life forms, allowing Lin Chuan to assess the situation around him instantly. Aside from not putting on the amber shield at the first moment, Lin Chuan's means of survival were already quite strong. And that wasn't the end of it. At the same time, Lin Chuan placed a mask exuding a mysterious aura over his face. This mask was the specialized weapon of the mysterious fate, Mist of Thought. Mist of Thought had no fixed form. It was merely a mass of black mist that could change into any shape. Thus Lin Chuan transformed the Mist of Thought into a mask and wore it on his face. The Mist of Thought could interfere with and influence others' cognition to a certain extent. Coupled with the talent of the unknowable domain, Lin Chuan was confident that no ordinary fate walker could see through him. This perfectly concealed the slight amount of protective fate energy that emanated from activating his. After all, Lin Chuan entered this trial as a hunter fate walker, and unless absolutely necessary, he would not reveal his other fates. Furthermore, hiding the truth itself was also an embodiment of the will of the mysterious fate. Just as he completed this series of actions, Lin Chuan felt the fluctuations of the mysterious fate energy within him, and he advanced 10 meters further along his fate. Youth has no price. The mysterious entrance dissolves upon entry. Very good. Lin Chuan smiled as he began to take stock of his surroundings. The moment he landed, he sensed that he was not alone. The range of the Tai Chi Bagua array had extended to a radius of 30 meters, and within this 30-meter radius centered around Lin Chuan there were 4 other individuals. Oh, there are actually 5 people appearing together. Does this mean we are supposed to form a team? A surprised voice. It was a young man appearing to be around 24 or 25, smiling as he looked around. His clothes were colorful, resembling a peacock in full display. Will this trial match us with teammates? What is the matching mechanism? At that moment, another clear and melodious voice spoke up. This was a young woman in her early 20s with fair skin, clear eyes, and a flawless appearance, though her expression revealed a purity that was not typical for fate walkers. Lin Chuan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. She was beautiful, like a pure sprite just emerging from the forest. Lin Chuan immediately thought of Meng Feiyin, as they were equally stunning. However, the circumstances of these two were completely different. Meng Feiyin's breathtaking beauty was the kind that could immediately invoke desire, leaving one unable to resist. In contrast, the woman before him evoked no such desires, only a serene beauty. "Wow, sister, you are so beautiful," a nearby chubby boy spoke up, while Lin Chuan was still dazed. The chubby boy looked about the same age as Lin Chuan, also a high school student. At that moment, he was munching on a pig trotter while gazing at the beautiful girl. Although his gaze contained no trace of desire, the combination of the pig trotter and his plump physique gave off a rather greasy impression. "Thank you," the girl replied, smiling and nodding at the chubby boy, showing no sign of disdain. The boy's compliment was indeed genuine, devoid of any ulterior motives. This was Lin Chuan's first impression of the 3 individuals around him. Each was quite distinctive and left a lasting impression. Wait, there was still one more person, right? Lin Chuan's Tai Chi Bagua array indicated that there were 4 people around him. There were only 3 thus far. Lin Chuan quickly turned to the direction indicated by the Tai Chi Bagua array. That person was not hiding, he was simply standing there. Clad in black, he seemed to merge with the surrounding shadows of the forest, his presence extremely faint. Had it not been for his innate talent's ability, Lin Chuan would not have noticed this person at first glance. Mysterious fate. Lin Chuan immediately thought of the mysterious fate, which possessed the power of concealment. But the next moment he dismissed the thought. As a messenger of the mysterious, Lin Chuan had a strong perception of the powers of the mysterious fate. If it were any other fate, Lin Chuan might have made an erroneous judgment. However, regarding the powers of the mysterious fate, Lin Chuan undoubtedly had more authority than 99 of the mysterious fate walkers in this world. He could ascertain that the power emanating from this person was certainly not derived from the mysterious. Lin Chuan was not overly surprised by this. The concepts of fate could overlap, much like the powers of the astral gods. Though the external manifestations might resemble the mysterious, its core could originate from another power. This person remained silent, standing there quietly, like a wooden mannequin, completely motionless. Lin Chuan was unsure if the others had noticed this individual, nor did he intend to remind them. Interesting, Lin Chuan spoke up. He genuinely found it interesting. He initially thought that he would be alone in the trial, acting solo. Yet he did not expect to have teammates appear alongside him. Moreover, these 4 teammates seemed to be somewhat unexpected, piquing Lin Chuan's curiosity. Originally planning to escape directly, Lin Chuan did not leave at the first opportunity. He wanted to observe what the situation with these 4 teammates was. Do you want to eat? My stewed pig trotter is really delicious. At that moment, the chubby boy who was not far from Lin Chuan walked over and offered him a greasy pig trotter. To be honest, it did look quite good. The color and aroma were quite authentic. However, this was a trial, brother. What are you doing? Without a doubt, Lin Chuan would not dare to eat a stranger's pig trotter, especially one offered by a new teammate during a trial. Thank you, but no. Lin Chuan shook his head. Looking at the 5 people in the field, he was the only one completely wrapped in black clothing, wearing a strange black mask. If anything was peculiar, it was Lin Chuan who appeared the most unusual. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The others had no excess fates to hide and no mysterious fate to embody. Bro, are you cosplaying as an assassin? To be honest, it looks quite convincing, the colorful peacock remarked with a smile as he observed Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan remained silent as it was his first time participating in such a trial. He decided to observe others. Well, since no one else wants to speak, I'll set an example and introduce myself. You can call me Uncle Peacock, a joyful fate traveler, fate level 9, who has traveled approximately 260 meters on this path. Uncle Peacock spread his arms and elegantly introduced himself. Lin Chuan's lips twitched slightly. This person was indeed sharing his situation. He even revealed how far he had traveled on his path. Moreover, based on Lin Chuan's observations, there were no signs of deceit. Is he really planning to team up with strangers? Joyful fate. Shouldn't you be looking for fun? The chubby boy with grease on his lips interjected. Looking for fun? That's merely the most basic form of joy. The joy I intend to practice is of the star god level, Uncle Peacock said earnestly. At this, everyone's attention grew serious. Star god level joy in practice. What does this guy want to do? Lin Chuan quietly took a step back, positioning himself in front of the chubby boy. Regardless, anyone who dares to say such things is either delusional or genuinely skilled. Lin Chuan preferred not to get too close to such a person. The chubby boy looked confused as Lin Chuan slipped behind him. What are you doing? Asked the elf girl, blinking her beautiful big eyes innocently. I'm planning to take one of the top 10 cornerstones of protection, the emerald. Isn't that bold? Isn't that, a cornerstone of protection being taken by a joyful traveler, isn't that quite amusing? If completed, wouldn't the joy star god mock the protection star god in person? What do you think? Does this count as star god level fun? If the joy god is pleased, perhaps I might even get a joy token to play with. Uncle Peacock spoke with excitement. Silence fell. The few onlookers were all silent. Silence was the theme of the night. Silence, it was indeed very silent. Ahem, it is. Quite bold, the innocent elf girl. The chubby boy continued to enjoy his pork knuckle. As for the man in the shadows, he had not spoken a word from the beginning. Lin Chuan even felt that no one noticed him. No, wait. Suddenly a phrase he heard upon landing flashed through Lin Chuan's mind. It was Uncle Peacock's first line. Oh, 5 people appeared together. Does this mean we need to form a team of 5? He realized there were 5 people here, reacting even faster than Lin Chuan. Interesting. Did this joy traveler really only walk 250 meters on the path? With that thought, a girl with twin tails flashed through Lin Chuan's mind. Hua Dao? Indeed, not a single word from these joy travelers was the truth. Alright, let me introduce myself. The one speaking was the elf girl. I am beautiful girl, a pure beauty fate traveler, fate level 9, who has walked 300 meters on my path. Beautiful girl, said, her eyes clear, showing no signs of impurities or deceit. Pure beauty fate. That's quite rare. It is said that those on this path are all incredibly beautiful and eternally youthful. Seeing you today, it seems to be true. Uncle Peacock scrutinized beautiful girl. Lin Chuan also looked at the girl before him with interest. I must say the code names everyone chose suit them well. As for pure beauty, Lin Chuan had heard of it, but he wasn't very familiar with this path, only knowing its name. As for what their travelers excelled in and the star god's philosophies, Lin Chuan was completely unaware. He could merely guess from the name that this path related to beauty. Eternal youth and unmatched beauty could be the synonyms for this path. But do these qualities have any? Lin Chuan pondered with a question mark in his heart. At this moment the chubby boy had finished gnawing on his pork hoof, wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth, and said, "Gluttonous snake, a gluttonous fate traveler, fate level 9, who has walked 280 meters. Burp." After speaking, gluttonous snake burped. Another entirely new Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened. From the name it seemed that this star god's path was not very orthodox. Though star gods are not inherently good or bad, they greatly influence the fate travelers. For instance, the fertility god believes that procreation is the most important and beautiful thing in the universe. Therefore, bestowing fertility capabilities upon its fate travelers is seen as the greatest blessing. However, from a human perspective, constant reproduction and tireless breeding is a nightmare. Simply put, while having children is good, one cannot be fixated solely on that. The chubby boy's gluttony likely reflects the influence of his path. The term gluttonous carries certain negative connotations, indicating how the travelers perceive this path. After the three finished introducing themselves, their gazes turned to the most mysterious one, Lin Chuan. The figure cloaked in black robes with a black mask was indeed enigmatic. Moreover, they could not discern anything from Lin Chuan. They merely speculated that he might be a traveler of the hunt. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chuan chuckled, saying, "Lon, a hunter-traveler, fate level 9, who has walked 300 meters on my path." Since everyone had traveled about 200 to 300 meters, it naturally included him in that range. This was a remarkable matchmaking mechanism of the star gods. However, in reality, Lin Chuan had not even walked 100 meters on the hunting path. He had little chance to practice the hunting path. But to say that Lin Chuan only had the strength of a few dozen meters was not accurate. After all, the 5-star specialized weapon had effectively made him equivalent to having walked 500 meters. Thus, if the distances claimed by others were indeed true, Lin Chuan was actually ahead of everyone. Indeed, a hunter-traveler, I could tell at a glance that you are an assassin. Uncle Peacock laughed. Lon, a single character code name. It clearly signifies great prowess. Big brother, remember to take me with you. The chubby boy quickly sought to befriend him. Beautiful girl looked at Lin Chuan with great interest, her eyes shimmering with a clear light. He seems quite perfect. Lin Chuan finished introducing himself and looked towards the shadow in the distance where a man had been observed. The chubby boy followed Lin Chuan's gaze and exclaimed in surprise. It seemed that he only noticed the other person when Lin Chuan looked over. But the actual situation remained unknown to all. Such impressive abilities, I didn't even realize there was another person here, the beauty exclaimed in astonishment. As the gazes of the others turned towards him, the man finally raised his head. His face was covered in stubble and his cheeks were sunken, resembling a disheveled middle-aged man. It's meaningless, no one can succeed in this trial. Just give up and wait for it to end before leaving. The man spoke with a voice steeped in resignation. He seemed like a deeply depressed individual, having seen through the facade of the world, losing interest in everything. The traveler of nothingness. Uncle Peacock seemed to detect something, stepping back slightly with a strange expression. What's wrong? Is there an issue with the fate of the traveler of nothingness? The chubby boy quickly inquired. Lin Chuan glanced at him, thinking it was good to have someone to speak up. He too was curious about this issue. It's not that there's a problem, it's just that this fate can be contagious. It can bring misfortune to others, Uncle Peacock said somewhat helplessly. Getting close to them makes you feel that life is meaningless, fate is meaningless, and joy is meaningless. Everything loses its significance. Oh my God, then why am I still alive? I still want to have fun. Uncle Peacock showed a hint of fear. It seemed he had already envisioned what it would be like to lose all meaning in life. Is this what nothingness is, eh? Lin Chuan thought to himself. Although somewhat one-sided, Lin Chuan truly felt that this fate was quite terrifying. Being tainted by it would indeed lead to misfortune. Lin Chuan watched this scene, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. This situation was indeed interesting. One person seeking joy, a beauty, a greedy fat boy, a depressed man, and an slacker. Lin Chuan's attitude towards this trial was indeed quite slacker-like. As a newcomer on the path of fate, it was best not to become interested in any foundation. He initially intended to explore and understand the situation of the Star God trial, laying a foundation for the forthcoming mysterious trial. However, unexpectedly, upon entering alone, he was assigned companions. There were 5 of them, and previously in the trial of preservation, they had been united. Now in this trial, everyone had their own ulterior motives. To be frank, it was quite reproductive. Just wondering if ulterior motives count as motives. Of course, Lin Chuan could also choose to leave and continue exploring alone. The significance of forced teaming was minimal, especially in such a situation filled with lies. Although everyone had introduced themselves, they tacitly avoided mentioning their most crucial talent situations. Without knowing their talents, how could they discuss teaming, let alone cooperating? However, talent was the most important secret, and it couldn't be casually disclosed to outsiders. Thus, the current situation arose. Everyone had the intention to team up, yet they were wary of each other. Lin Chuan felt that these teammates of his were not ordinary. He wanted to observe them further, hoping to gain some unexpected insights from them. He is not wrong. We at this level of Fate Walkers are merely here to play a supporting role. The Foundation perhaps holds no hope at all. The beauty said lightly, seemingly not feeling any regret. So what should we do now? Just wait for the trial to... Well, that works too. Anyway, I've brought enough rations. 3 days is no problem. The chubby boy said, taking out a banana from the space of fate, and continued eating. Then shall we act separately? Lin Chuan pondered and suggested. Based on my experience, since the trial grouped us together, it suggests we shouldn't act alone, otherwise we might not survive until the trial ends. Uncle Peacock said with a smile. Am I right? He looked towards the Traveler of Nothingness. You didn't leave directly because you didn't want to act alone, right? Otherwise you would have left the moment it started, and we wouldn't have discovered you, nor would you need to keep pretending to be profound over there. The Traveler of Nothingness remained silent, but did not refute anything. He stared blankly ahead, seeming to fall back into a state of nothingness. All right, let's do a self-introduction. Otherwise, if we form a team, you out. Uncle Peacock pointed at the man, giving the Traveler of Nothingness an ultimatum. Lin Chuan and the other two said nothing. If the Traveler of Nothingness was unwilling to cooperate, then so be it. If he was unwilling to speak, even lies, there was no need to include him. All right, let's go then. Seeing that the man still wouldn't speak, Uncle Peacock waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave together. The Silent Shackles Traveler of Nothingness Fate 9, distance traveled 800 meters. Just as Lin Chuan and the others were about to leave, the man finally spoke. Lin Chuan and the others exchanged glances, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. This person truly wanted to team up with them. Moreover, he had already traveled 800 meters on the path of nothingness, only 200 meters away from 1,000 meters. At the fastest, he could elevate to Fate 8 within a month or two. Without a doubt, this Traveler of Nothingness was the strongest among the 5. According to the classification of city builders, the distance of 800 meters in Fate was undoubtedly at the late stage of Fate 9, while Lin Chuan and the others were mostly stuck in the transitional phase from early to mid-stage of Fate 9. Based on this strength, he could even take on the 4 of them alone without falling behind. Of course, this only considered the distance of Fate. The impact of innate talents was also significant, but unfortunately, they didn't know that yet. So you can communicate properly after all. Uncle Peacock chuckled, surprise flickering in his eyes. The beauty and the greedy boy also appeared much deeper in thought. A traveler who had walked 800 meters on the path of nothingness could definitely be considered a master in this trial. Let's go, we should leave this place first. Since I said I would look for joy with the star god, I naturally have some insight. Follow me, and you won't go wrong. Uncle Peacock continued. The Traveler of Nothingness hesitated for a moment before following along. However, he did not get too close to Lin Chuan and the others, keeping a distance of 5 to 6 meters. This distance felt comfortable for everyone. It also prevented everyone from losing interest in the entire world. Being afflicted by nothingness truly meant reaching the end of life. The information on the builder contains little description about the Void Star God. It is only known that this deity is exceptionally unique, ancient, and holds a transcendent status. It is believed that the essence of the universe will ultimately return to nothingness, rendering all existence and communication meaningless. Its true form remains shrouded in mystery, described as a riddle. It does not interact with other star gods and maintains absolute indifference towards peers of the same level. Like an ancient, indifferent observer, it exhibits a transcendent quality distinctly different from other star gods. Most notably, it does not provide any guidance to its destined followers. In fact, it may not even acknowledge the existence of those destined for the void. It believes that all of this is utterly meaningless. From these descriptions, Lin Chuan can sense the uniqueness of the Void Star God, as well as the distinct nature of its destiny, philosophy, and authority. One clear point is that some characteristics of the void resemble those of the mysterious, which is why Lin Chuan previously mistook the Silent Shackles for a mysterious practitioner. After all, the void itself is a riddle. Naturally, the one most wary and fearful of the void is joy. This is evident from Uncle Peacock's fear of the void. Joy worships pleasure, and its very existence is dedicated to seeking joy, while the void deems everything meaningless. Lin Chuan pondered some thoughts about destiny, finding them quite interesting. Suddenly, he wondered if he should attempt to take a look at the Void Star God. Would it be? Stop. Lin Chuan quickly halted this dangerous thought. Just then, his mouthpiece, the chubby boy, finally began to take action. You say you know some inside information, can you share it? The chubby boy asked curiously. Fearing Uncle Peacock might be reluctant to speak, he even pulled out a pig's trotter, trying to please him. No thank you, Uncle Peacock declined the chubby boy's kind offer. If he accidentally poisoned himself, that would be quite... It's fine to share. The Guardian's destiny has 10 foundational stones, which you should all be aware of. These 10 foundational stones correspond to destinies from 9 to 0, with Jade being the foundational stone corresponding to Destiny 9. Legend has it that these 10 foundational stones were personally bestowed by the Guardian Star God, solidifying destinies, forging foundations, and regulating power. Mind you, any destiny can utilize them, not just the guardians. Thus, these foundational stones have become important goals for major organizations and destiny practitioners. However, as you can see, jade, as the foundational stone for Destiny 9, only appears in the trial grounds for Destiny 9. Therefore, only those of Destiny 9 can acquire it. But therein lies the problem, as many organizations have calculated that it is nearly impossible for Destiny 9 practitioners to obtain jade. This creates a paradox. To obtain the jade foundational stone, one must surpass the power of Destiny 9. Yet only Destiny 9 practitioners can enter this realm. Uncle Peacock shrugged. The others couldn't help but grin wryly. It seemed that this foundational stone was not meant for ordinary people. But in the next moment, Uncle Peacock provided his answer. Unless many Destiny practitioners join forces. His words plunged the group into contemplation. What Uncle Peacock spoke of couldn't be considered too secretive. Yet since everyone was not very clear about it, it still held significant value. Getting a bunch of unknown Destiny practitioners to unite is harder than killing them. The chubby boy shook his head. But this does align with the Guardian's Destiny philosophy. The beautiful girl blinked her large eyes and spoke with a watery voice. Lin Chuan nodded inwardly. The Guardian's essence lies in preservation and protection, emphasizing the power of unity and cooperation. Because preservation itself encompasses the concept of others. The Guardian has never been about just protecting oneself from death, but rather concerning the survival of the entire collective. Yet it is precisely this philosophy that makes obtaining jade exceedingly difficult. It's akin to the story of 3 monks having no water to drink. Moreover, as a foundational stone, there is only one piece of jade. After everyone puts in the effort to obtain it, how will it be divided? This poses yet another colossal dilemma. It is not the lack of resources that is troublesome, but the inequity. In any case, this philosophy proves to be quite challenging for many Destiny practitioners. No wonder jade, this foundational stone, remains in the trial grounds untouched. Uncle Peacock did not say anything further, and whether he was holding back or not, he seemed unclear. Lin Chuan initially intended to leave it at that, but after a moment's thought, he developed a different mindset. The jade foundational stone is not as simple as you suggest. Lin Chuan spoke indifferently. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Oh, the assassin brother seems to know some information. Could you share it with everyone? Uncle Peacock smiled warmly. Lin Chuan glanced at the others and did not hold back, saying the Guardian's foundational stones are related to the envoy. The envoy. Uncle Peacock's expression changed. This was the first time he had heard such a term. Envoy, what is? The chubby boy asked with a confused look. Among Destiny practitioners, there are very few who have comprehended the truth of their destinies and received guidance from the star gods to act on behalf of some of the powers of destiny. Those are the envoys. To some extent, they can also be called gods and should be referred to as such. The beautiful girl explained. As her words fell, everyone fell into contemplation. Evidently, the information Lin Chuan shared was indeed shocking. However, the truth was uncertain and required verification. A slight smirk crept onto Lin Chuan's lips. He of course didn't know what role the jade foundational stone played, for everything he had just stated was fabricated. He with every gesture, I am just making it up. Embodying the mysterious destiny requires concealing the truth and creating confusion. And lies are also a means of concealing the truth. Disturbing the waters to obscure the truth is also to walk the path of the mysterious destiny. While Lin Chuan was considering this, he realized he had walked another 7 or 8 meters down the path of the mysterious destiny. Effective. Moreover, the effects were so quick that it somewhat proved that his companions were indeed problematic. If they were truly ordinary destiny practitioners, then the significance of Lin Chuan's lies would not be substantial. At the very least, it wouldn't take immediate effect. After all, hiding the truth in front of inconsequential individuals is inherently meaningless. Unless these people can influence others significantly, then the significance of Lin Chuan's lies to conceal the truth can be magnified. However, Lin Chuan needed to be cautious. Lies are merely a tool, not the objective. Otherwise, it could lead his destiny astray. Youth has no price. The mysterious entrance melts away. How wonderful! The mysterious fate is simply tailor-made for Lin Chuan. Walking along this path of fate, Lin Chuan felt exceptionally relaxed, almost not needing to do anything, progressing by leaps and bounds every day. It was hard not to improve. At this rate, Lin Chuan felt that it wouldn't be long before he could ascend to Fate 8. So when I reach that point, would I be considered Fate 9 or Fate 8? Lin Chuan thought to himself. At least in the paths of preservation and hunting, his speed was slow, and it would likely take him some more time. That's fine. Lin Chuan's path of preservation was publicly known, and everyone would be aware of it. Meanwhile, in secret, he was the envoy of the mysterious. How mysterious? With this thought, Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. Soon after, he felt that he had taken a few more steps on the mysterious path. While thinking about this, Lin Chuan suddenly sensed something. He felt a trace of the aura of the preservation path. This isn't the power of a pathwalker. It feels more like a primitive power of preservation. Lin Chuan thought to himself. He discreetly glanced at several teammates beside him who seemed unaware of any abnormalities. Since no one noticed, Lin Chuan decided to act as if he hadn't either. After all, he didn't plan to stay in this. The group continued forward. Leading the way was Uncle Peacock. The chubby boy asked how he determined the direction, but Uncle Peacock only smiled enigmatically, unwilling to say anything. Seeing this, everyone refrained from pressing further. As for the Void Walker behind them, unless they turned around every now and then to check, they wouldn't even notice his presence. I've heard that pathwalkers of the hunting path are born assassins. Why do I feel this Void Pathwalker is quite an assassin as well? Uncle Peacock muttered. With such an ability to diminish one's own presence, it was something many assassins would, but they believe assassination is meaningless, the beautiful girl said thoughtfully. That's not quite true. It's the philosophy of the Void Path. They are merely walking the path of the void, not the void itself. If they truly believe everything is meaningless, then their own existence would also be meaningless. I've heard of such a state. Among void walkers there is a specific term for it, self-annihilator. Since everything returns to the void, they have no necessity to exist, and thus inevitably walk towards self-annihilation. Uncle Peacock explained. It was evident that he had researched the void path quite extensively. Perhaps it was because joy kept its distance from the void that he had learned more about this somewhat opposing path. Lin Chuan listened to their conversation with great interest. At the same time, he was also attentive to the aura of the preservation path. Whether intentional or not, Uncle Peacock's path was leading towards the aura of preservation. Soon Lin Chuan felt that faint aura. It wasn't in the surrounding forest, but underground. Suddenly Lin Chuan's expression changed slightly. Under the circumstance of the Taiji Bagua formation being activated, Lin Chuan could probe the underground situation. In his perception, something that was not a living entity appeared. Logically speaking, if it wasn't a living entity, Lin Chuan's Taiji Bagua formation shouldn't be able to sense it. But the problem was that thing emanated a very rich aura of preservation. There's danger. Lin Chuan almost instantly made a judgment. However, at that moment his teammates remained oblivious. Lin Chuan's gaze slightly fluctuated, showing no signs. They continued to move forward. At the same time, through the Taiji Bagua formation, he confirmed that the silent shackles were still following about 5 to 6 meters behind. The others seemed unaware of the approaching danger. Boom. An unexpected change occurred. The previously calm ground suddenly began to surge violently, and in the next moment a strange creature similar to a tiger leaped out from underground, charging straight at Lin Chuan and the others. Though it was called a tiger, it was devoid of life. Its entire body was covered in a layer of emerald crystal emanating a strong aura of the preservation path. Lin Chuan had anticipated this, and with a flash of his figure he quickly retreated a few steps. He then looked at the others. Upon doing so, Lin Chuan's expression changed. The Void Walker, who had been about 5 to 6 meters behind Lin Chuan, had disappeared without anyone noticing. It's an Emerald Walker, a monster mutated by the influence of the cornerstone. Everyone be careful, Uncle Peacock shouted loudly, while quickly beginning to retreat. Such a terrifying monster. Mom, I want to go home. The chubby boy was about to cry. He frantically stuffed food from the fate space into his mouth, while turning to run. As for the beautiful girl, she seemed stunned by the scene before her, standing there completely motionless. Lon, attack its weak points covered by the crystal. Perhaps we can kill it. Uncle Peacock had already retreated to a relatively safe distance, directing Lin Chuan. Got it. Lin Chuan responded, and without further ado, he charged towards the monster. Lin Chuan's speed was incredibly fast. Everyone only saw a black shadow flash by. Then, there was nothing more. Lin Chuan's figure instantly vanished into the jungle. No one saw his movements, nor did anyone know where he had gone. Damn, he runs way too fast. Uncle Peacock cursed loudly. Boom. His figure exploded, transforming into a colorful ribbon of light, disappearing as if in a grand finale. In the blink of an eye from the 5-member team, only 2 remained. The beautiful girl continued to stare at the approaching monster with her pure and innocent big eyes, as though she had lost the ability to act. Then the Emerald Walker bypassed the beautiful girl and chased after the direction the chubby boy had fled. The chubby boy screamed in terror. Now he was truly scared to tears. What happened to teaming up? What happened to fighting together? They were all liars. A bunch of liars. After consuming a large amount of food, the chubby boy's corpulent body surprisingly burst forth with great speed. Unfortunately, he was far outmatched compared to Lin Chuan. And that Emerald Walker was not slow at all. It was only a matter of time before it caught up to the chubby boy. Soon the Emerald Walker charged through, turning the surrounding trees to ashes, and then leaped high, pouncing towards the chubby boy. The jungle fell silent once more. Burp. Not long after, a sound of a burp was heard. "I'm full." The voice carried a hint of grievance. Lin Chuan's figure weaved through the jungle. He held little interest in the events unfolding behind him. I wonder if they can survive. If they can, then they are a bunch of frauds. If they can't, then they are just a bunch of pretentious fools. Lin Chuan. This loose group had little in the way of constraint, and everyone was wary of each other. Coming together was merely for some amusement and to listen to rumors. At the first sign of danger they would scatter like birds and beasts. One couldn't really blame Lin Chuan for that. Didn't that void wanderer run away first? Even Lin Chuan himself didn't know when he disappeared. It must be admitted that this void wanderer indeed had some skills. Not just because he had traveled a considerable distance on his fate path, but also because his fate path was undoubtedly special. Lin Chuan had always maintained a sufficient level of vigilance towards such individuals. As for how to determine his direction after leaving the group, that was quite simple. This was the domain of the Guardian, and there was also the cornerstone of the Emerald. Without a doubt, whatever direction carried the strongest aura of the Guardian's fate, he could confidently head in that direction. For Lin Chuan, a practitioner of the Guardian's fate, this posed no difficulty whatsoever. Coupled with the concealment of his aura and the speed provided by his hunt, Lin Chuan faced almost no risk of exposure in this dense forest. The previous Emerald Wanderer seems to have been corrupted by the power of the Emerald, resulting in his mutation. The absence of life aura indicates that it is likely the power of the Guardian sustaining him. Possibly, he is a mere rock. Of course, it could also be that he was a living being before affected by the power of the Emerald, resulting in his crystallization, Lin Chuan speculated. The emerald-hued tiger-shaped monster clearly had a crystallized exterior that was made of emerald. I wonder if I could take a piece of it and sell it for money. In this world, emerald should be considered a gemstone, right? Given its quality, it must be classified as glass-type imperial green. Lin Chuan thought to himself. He decided to give it a try later. There was no way around it. He had grown weary of poverty. For gems like this, Lin Chuan was as infatuated as Xiahou Dun at a blind date. He was captivated at first sight. Moreover, although he had joined the builders with an organization and a salary, there were still many expenses. It would be great if he could get some emerald to sell. By the way, does this emerald cornerstone possess the ability to turn stone into emerald? Lin Chuan suddenly thought of something, and his eyes immediately lit up. When he first heard about the emerald cornerstone, he didn't feel much. But upon seeing the mutated Emerald Wanderer, Lin Chuan began to feel differently. It's all about money. Lin Chuan moved swiftly, soon arriving at the foot of a towering mountain. He could sense the aura of the Guardian flowing behind the mountain. This meant he needed to climb over the mountain peak. Looking up, the peak was shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see. I need to climb the mountain, but I wonder if there is a shortcut to go around it. Lin Chuan glanced around, but found. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chuan decided to try climbing the mountain. He quickly charged up the slope. However, as he entered the misty area, Lin Chuan frowned. Something feels off. The higher Lin Chuan climbed, the more he sensed a suffocating aura. He felt there was some danger lurking above. Especially the mist gave him the impression of a massive mouth waiting for him to enter. After a moment of hesitation, the cautious Lin Chuan chose to turn back down. Since he didn't feel that strong oppressive force below, he decided to proceed downwards. After descending the mountain, Lin Chuan began to look for a canyon that could allow him to pass through without climbing. After running for a distance, he indeed found a spot. At least it appeared that he could directly traverse through. After confirming there were no issues, Lin Chuan charged right in. At this point, he also became cautious, slowing down his pace. Trials were not so easily overcome. Moi. As he traversed the canyon, Lin Chuan's expression shifted slightly. He saw a sneaky figure carefully advancing through the trees ahead. The figure was moving slowly, otherwise Lin Chuan would not have been able to catch up. Upon seeing the colorful attire, Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. Who else could it be but that colorful peacock? After pondering for a moment, Lin Chuan removed his concealment. Who? The Uncle Peacock turned around at the sound of someone approaching. Lin Chuan did not deliberately hide himself and stepped forward with a smile. Oh, isn't this Uncle Peacock? What a coincidence. Lin Chuan greeted him with a smile. Upon seeing Lin Chuan, Uncle Peacock's mouth twitched slightly. He had not expected to see this hunter again during this trial. Aha, what a coincidence indeed. Good to see you again, buddy. Uncle Peacock quickly reined in his expression and greeted him cheerfully. The two tacitly avoided mentioning their previous encounter as if it had never happened. What about the other teammates? Did they still have any other teammates? Probably not. Do you know the way? Lin Chuan approached Uncle Peacock, but they didn't get too close. I know a little, but not much. You ran too fast earlier, otherwise I could have taken you on a shortcut, Uncle Peacock. Given the speed Lin Chuan had when he left, it was certainly not something an ordinary hunter could match. Thus Uncle Peacock did not dare to underestimate Lin Chuan. Since they had run into each other, and the other party was quite strong, it would be good to have company. Let's go. Uncle Peacock gestured for Lin Chuan to follow. However, Lin Chuan did not move. Instead, he looked at a nearby rock. Is there danger? Uncle Peacock's expression changed. Come out since you're here, let's go together, Lin Chuan said with a light laugh. The wind rustled through the trees. At that moment, a figure in black emerged from behind the rock. It was none other than the Void Uncle, the Silent Shadow. It was evident that this Void Wanderer had likely been following Uncle Peacock the entire way. He had just maintained a good distance, about 20 or 30 meters away, which is why he had not been discovered. Lin Chuan was able to spot him thanks to the Tai Chi Bagua array. Otherwise he would not have noticed the presence of someone hiding there. Who's the mysterious wanderer here, you or me? Well, the scattered group had once again miraculously come together. Of course there are still two people who haven't caught up. Lin Chuan is uncertain whether they are still alive. After all, the beautiful girl seems to be stunned standing there and allowing herself to be slaughtered. As for that little fatty, it's hard to say. Lin Chuan believes he must have some hidden means, otherwise it would be reasonable for him to die here. If he doesn't die here, he will die elsewhere. Without sufficient strength, a fate walker will eventually perish in their own fate. This is destiny. Uncle Peacock gazed at the appearing void walker, his eyes flickering. He was pondering when this fellow had latched onto him. Had he never left since the beginning, or did he come after him? Unfortunately, after much thought, Uncle Peacock was utterly stumped. This was mainly because the void walker was not discovered by him, but by Lin Chuan. This means he did not actively discover the other party's abilities. He couldn't possibly know when the other party had caught up. Had it not been for Lin Chuan's sudden appearance, he wouldn't have even known that someone was following him. And then there was this hunting walker Lon. This guy was no simple character. Not only did he find the right path, but he also discovered the void walker that even he had missed. The matching mechanism for this trial could be described as exceptionally excellent. Everyone's strength appeared to be quite robust, and all harbored ulterior motives. So, shall we continue to act together? Uncle Peacock reined in his thoughts, wearing a smile as he spoke to them. I have no objections, Lin Chuan chuckled. The void walker did not speak, but nodded. However, let me make it clear that while I can lead the way, it does not mean I am a fool. If everyone runs away at the slightest sign of trouble like before, then any cooperation would be null and void. I enjoy fun, but I do not wish to become the fun myself. Uncle Peacock still wore a smile, but his words were heavily laced with warning. You weren't exactly slow when you fled back then. Lin Chuan lightly reminded him. The void walker was the first to disappear, followed closely by Lin Chuan, and then Uncle Peacock. Uncle Peacock's expression froze. I only ran after I saw you all fleeing. I certainly did not abandon everyone at the first opportunity. Uncle Peacock attempted to argue. No, to explain. Arguing is meaningless. The void walker suddenly spoke up. Cooperation is possible, but if I encounter a danger I cannot handle, I will still leave. The void walker was indeed different, immediately tearing off everyone's hypocritical masks. It's difficult for a stranger to trust others, but without trust, it's just a scattered mess. In that case, it's better to clarify things. Ordinary dangers can be faced together, but when real-life threatening situations arise, everyone will rely on their own abilities. All right. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement. He was the most indifferent among them. However, since he was following Uncle Peacock to avoid detours, he was willing to contribute a bit. Sure. Uncle Peacock understood the situation and nodded after some thought. Given the current circumstances, his strength was relatively weak, and since the Joy Fate was not particularly good at combat, he indeed needed some protection before reaching their destination. Of course, he had his own means of self-preservation, otherwise he would have been completely consumed long ago. After the three confirmed their cooperation, they set off again. With Uncle Peacock leading the way this time, their goal was much clearer. Lin Chuan also utilized his advantages as a hunting walker, using his speed to scout the surroundings for dangers. There's fog ahead. It's green. Lin Chuan appeared before Uncle Peacock and the void walker, informing them of the situation he had just investigated. Green fog. Uncle Peacock's gaze brightened slightly. That means we're almost there. As long as we pass through this fog, we can reach the Emerald City. Lin Chuan's expression shifted slightly. The name of this trial was indeed Emerald City. Previously, Lin Chuan was uncertain what this meant. Now it seemed to be a place name. It might even truly be a capital city. However, this green fog would likely not be easy to traverse. There are emerald walkers in the fog, and their numbers should be considerable. Do we have the confidence to carve out a bloody path? Uncle Peacock glanced at the two and asked. Lin Chuan and the void walker exchanged glances. Let's see how strong those emerald walkers are. Lin Chuan pondered and spoke. The void walker nodded as well. It was too early to speak of this, only by determining the strength of those emerald walkers could they know. The three quickened their pace and soon arrived at the center of the canyon. Before them was a wall of green fog stretching across the canyon and blocking all pathways. On either side were towering cliffs, which even fate walkers could not traverse. Passing through the fog was their only option. Boom. Just as the three approached the green fog, they heard a rumbling sound coming from within. The fog surged as if something wanted to rush out. I can't sense what's happening inside. Uncle Peacock frowned. Whoosh. Just as the three hesitated, the fog rolled back, and a figure charged out. The three immediately retreated, distancing themselves from that figure. The person was enveloped in dense green fog, which began to dissipate rapidly once they left the fog's range. Soon a familiar figure appeared before the three. The beautiful girl. Uncle Peacock exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chuan's gaze flickered as well. The figure that emerged from the fog was none other than their previous temporary teammate, the beautiful elven girl. Oh, there are more experts. Lin Chuan silently thought. He had thought she had perished at the hands of the previous Emerald Walkers, but unexpectedly, she was not only unharmed, but had even arrived here ahead of everyone. "Oh, teammates!" The beautiful girl exclaimed with a look of joy upon seeing Lin Chuan and the others. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. You finally made it. How do we get through this fog? Do you have a plan?" The beautiful girl completely ignored the dazed expressions on the three's faces and cheerfully inquired. At this point, apart from that little fatty, their temporary team had 4 members again. "Damn, you all ran so fast, didn't you think to wait for me?" Just then a puffing sound came from behind the 3. Lin Chuan turned around to look. Finally, the last person had come. But why did this little fatty look different from before? He was entirely green, resembling a green giant. The scene was a bit awkward for a moment. Everyone believed they were the strongest in the group, managing to escape the burden of their teammates through danger. In the end, they discovered that everyone was equally matched in their thoughts. Ultimately, they gathered together due to the perilous situation of the trial. One cannot say that the previous escape was in vain, at least it proved one thing: everyone possessed great strength. "Ah, ha ha ha, I knew we would meet here, it's all fate." Uncle Peacock broke the awkward atmosphere, laughing heartily. "Next we need to work together to pass through here." With the arrival of the chubby boy, the 5-member team was reformed. "Then we naturally need to join forces." Lin Chuan nodded. In the mist, he also sensed a dangerous aura. However, he perceived it as a traveler of the path of hunting. As a tanky assassin, the level of danger he faced was not that high. But having teammates to trigger traps was quite good. "What situation are you in?" Uncle Peacock looked at the approaching chubby boy, his face full of confusion. The others also revealed various expressions. "You didn't swallow that Emerald Walker, did you?" The beautiful girl seemed to have thought of something, speaking incredibly. Upon hearing this, the others also changed their expressions. It indeed seemed quite possible, especially since the chubby boy was on the path of gluttony. Lin Chuan didn't know much about the gluttony path, but it was said to be a path very adept at devouring. If that were true, combined with the chubby boy's previous massive food intake, he might have actually swallowed that Emerald Walker. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why he had turned green. This new skin of his looked quite similar to that of the previous Emerald Walker. "Not tasty." The chubby boy complained a bit aggrievedly. Lin Chuan's mouth twitched. He had indeed swallowed it. "But could that thing be eaten? You must be really hungry. Able to eat anything." "Forget it, I realize I still know too little about this world." Uncle Peacock shook his head, looking exhausted, as if he wanted to destroy everything. "Since we have gathered again, it shows we are fated. Let's do a self-introduction again, this time introducing our abilities so it's easier for us to cooperate against monsters later." The beautiful girl spoke up proactively. Everyone had the ability to escape the attack of the Emerald Walker, which formed the basis for their cooperation now. Experts do not want to be freeloaded upon and work for the weak. And now everyone had proven that they were not weak. This is the basis for their cooperation. "They'll go first. I can detect imperfections in things. Generally, these imperfections are their weaknesses. As long as I can hit these imperfect points, I can achieve a more effective attack." Lin Chuan's expression slightly shifted upon hearing this. Is this the ability of the pure beauty path? However, this seems unable to explain how the beautiful girl survived against the Emerald Walker and arrived here before everyone else. As expected, there is still hidden depth. Very well, I will hide as well. Lin Chuan didn't even realize that he was the one hiding the deepest. "I am very fast and have strong attacks. If I can cooperate with the beautiful girl, there is a chance to achieve a one-hit kill against Emerald Walkers of that level." Lin Chuan quickly replied. No one disagreed. After all, Lin Chuan had already demonstrated his speed, especially in his escape. It was truly outstanding. "I can devour substances, but not everything. There are limits." The chubby boy pondered for a moment before speaking. His ability had already been revealed. Only Uncle Peacock and the Void Walker were left. "While my tricks have a certain teleportation ability, allowing me to launch surprise attacks, but my offensive capability is average." Uncle Peacock didn't elaborate, but everyone could tell that this ability was quite strong. Teleportation transcends speed limits. To have such a level of innate talent at Path 9 must at least be a 4-star talent. It could even be 5-star. No wonder he was so confident. However, from Uncle Peacock's description, it seemed he would need some prerequisites to achieve the teleportation effect. Furthermore, just teleportation might be very useful for escaping, but it should not be strong in other aspects. However, in more situations, the opponent clearly wouldn't expose everything. Finally, it was the turn of the Void Walker. "I can diminish my presence and traverse through shadows." The Void Walker did not remain silent and shared his ability. From this ability, he could indeed be considered a natural assassin. With their self-introductions concluded, everyone gained a deeper understanding of one another. Lin Chuan pondered over what they had said, guessing how much of it was true and how much was false. Most of it should be true, but to completely trust them would be a bit naive. Just like the abilities Lin Chuan had mentioned were also the most unremarkable. Alright, everyone has a bit of understanding of each other's abilities. Now let's talk about crossing through this mist. Uncle Peacock said, looking at the green mist wall not far away. Among the 5, Uncle Peacock was the one who understood the trial the best and had the most information. Everyone's attention was drawn to him at this moment. The mist not only contains emerald walkers, but the mist itself has a strong corrosive effect. If we cannot pass quickly, we will gradually turn into emerald. Am I right? Uncle Peacock glanced at the beautiful girl. She had been inside once and certainly knew this. The beautiful girl nodded. She had retreated because she couldn't pass quickly and her body had already begun to. We can only stay inside for a maximum of 10 minutes. So within 5 minutes we need to cross the central axis. If not, we can only retreat first and consider other methods. Uncle Peacock continued. Lin Chuan secretly nodded. If they couldn't pass the central axis in 5 minutes, it would mean they couldn't get through in 10, and retreating would be the safest option. If they tried to force their way through, they might truly perish inside, becoming a new emerald walker. As for how to judge the central axis, Uncle Peacock didn't say, clearly holding back some information. But this was understandable after all the information was provided by him. Are you all ready? Uncle Peacock. Everyone nodded. Then let the show begin. With Uncle Peacock's words, he led the way into the green mist. Swish. The figure of Uncle Peacock vanished instantly into the mist. Lin Chuan and the others, seeing this, did not hesitate and followed closely behind. However, Lin Chuan remained cautious. His Taiji Bagua array was always active, maintaining a 40 damage reduction effect throughout. At the moment he entered the mist, Lin Chuan donned the amber shield. This not only raised the damage reduction effect to 80, but also provided an additional shield capable of withstanding substantial damage. This scene naturally did not escape the notice of Lin Chuan's temporary teammates. However, they merely glanced and then diverted their eyes. Although the ability to equip a shield is exclusive to the Guardians of Fate, some relics from the Guardians can also achieve similar effects. Especially for fragile Guardians of Fate like the Hunters, possessing a relic that can equip a shield is quite normal. Among experts, most have similar means of preserving their lives. Moreover, from their perspective, the shield on Lin Chuan appeared dull and thin. It was likely only at the level of a 1-star relic capable of providing some defense, but its overall effectiveness was limited. It offered a barely sufficient effect. Lin Chuan noticed the bland expressions of his teammates, and a slight smile crept upon his lips. The power of mystery is indeed useful. After entering the mist, Lin Chuan sensed a familiar, yet dangerous aura. The familiarity stemmed from the power of the Guardians of Fate, while the danger arose from the eerie mist that was corroding his amber shield. However, the speed of the corrosion was very slow, almost negligible. After all, this shield also inherited Lin Chuan's 80 damage reduction effect. He'll accompany you this way, we can better coordinate to secure a kill. The beautiful girl proactively approached Lin Chuan and said, All right. Lin Chuan did not say much. The pure Fate Guardian did not seem to possess strong offensive capabilities, mostly providing support. The others kept a considerable distance from each other, but remained within visual range. Otherwise, it would be easy to get lost in this mist. Roar. Suddenly, an angry roar emerged, followed by the mist churning as a dark green figure rushed towards them from the front. It charged at the group. Be careful. Uncle Peacock called out, raising his hand to unleash a brilliant. After the firework exploded, it did not cause much impact, but it significantly slowed the speed of the Emerald Guardian. The left side of the abdomen is its weak point. The beautiful girl's gaze released a faint glow as she fixedly stared at the distant monster. Hearing this, Lin Chuan suddenly accelerated towards the creature. What is this? As he got closer, Lin Chuan's expression slightly tightened. This was not a monster, but a person. He was even wearing clothes, albeit in tatters. He appeared to be a green giant, but there was a fundamental difference from the chubby boy. The chubby boy's skin had merely changed color to green, while the texture of his skin and muscles remained. In contrast, the person in front had completely transformed into a creature. Lin Chuan drew his 5-star stacked 5 hunters specialized weapon, light arrow embers. It was a dagger emitting a faint silver glow. At the same time, the mysterious power spread, concealing the dagger's brilliance, making this extraordinary dagger appear much more ordinary. Lin Chuan moved swiftly, darting to the side of the humanoid monster. It seemed to be a Fate Guardian lost here, transformed into an emerald creature due to the corruption of the cornerstone's power. Swish. Lin Chuan struck directly, but his first strike did not aim for the weak point mentioned by the beautiful girl. Instead, it was aimed straight at the creature's neck. He wanted to test the monster's defensive capabilities. For this strike, Lin Chuan did not utilize the powers of the hunter's fate. It was merely a standard attack. The silver dagger struck the monster's neck, and light arrow embers effortlessly tore through the Emerald Guardian's crystalline defense. Moi. Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened slightly. He could sense that this monster's defense was quite high, but it could not withstand the attack of his 5-star stacked 5 specialized weapon and was easily breached. After realizing this, Lin Chuan decisively pulled back, refraining from killing the monster outright. He felt that with a bit more force, he could easily sever the monster's head. Lin Chuan spun around, dodging the punch coming from the Emerald Guardian's counterattack. He quickly thrust the dagger in his right hand towards the weak point indicated by the beautiful girl. Thud! The dagger once again easily penetrated the Emerald Guardian's defense. Simultaneously, Lin Chuan sensed that the dagger had hit something core within the Emerald Guardian. Boom! In the next moment, the Emerald Guardian dissipated, turning to ash and merging with the surrounding mist. Swish! Lin Chuan darted away. Looking at the disintegrated Emerald Guardian, Lin Chuan felt a pang of regret. It seemed that his idea of collecting emerald gems was in vain. You were right, the abdomen was indeed its weak point. I should have listened to you from the start, Lin Chuan said as he turned back. The beautiful girl naturally noticed Lin Chuan's testing of the Emerald Guardian, but did not comment. Powerful guardians of fate have their own judgments and will surely experiment. They cannot be trusted blindly from the outset. However, as long as they can recognize her strength, cooperation will be much smoother moving forward. While Lin Chuan dealt with one Emerald Guardian, the other Guardian of Nothingness also made a move. His methods were completely different from Lin Chuan's. Originally having a weak presence, a layer of black mist-like substance enveloped him like a veil of darkness, shrouding him. The surrounding mist rapidly vanished upon contact with this dark veil. As for attacks, he employed the same black mist directly attacked the vital spots of the Emerald Guardians. Although he did not have the beautiful girl's warning, his strength was formidable, having already covered 800 meters on the path of fate, making it not very difficult to deal with these Emerald Guardians. Meanwhile, the chubby boy and Uncle Peacock had not made many moves. At that moment, the Emerald Guardians charging in were not many, and the two of them could easily handle them. The group continued forward. Walking in this mist meant that they could not move quickly. First, the fog was dense, making it easy to lose their direction. Secondly, if they moved too fast, the others would not be able to keep up, making it no different from charging in alone. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, heavy footsteps were heard, and the ground began to tremble with the sound. A tremendous pressure soon followed. Oh no! Uncle Peacock's face changed dramatically, but a barely perceptible hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. What is that? The little chubby boy's face changed as he shouted. The Uncle Peacock reminded, while Lin Chuan's gaze narrowed slightly, turning towards the source of the sound. He sensed a hint of danger. A rich and chaotic protective force gathered together, resembling a bomb that was about to explode at any moment. Upon hearing this, everyone unconsciously moved a little closer. It was clear that this creature could not be dealt with by a single person. It required everyone to work together to have a chance. This is... The bowtie's eyes sparkled, and the pure power surged around her, gathering in her eyes, allowing her to be the first to see the monster hidden in the mist. The silent shackles glanced at the beauty, particularly noticing her eyes. Previously, he only had suspicions, but now he could basically confirm that the beauty possessed the aesthetic eye. What is the aesthetic eye? In the tense atmosphere, the little chubby boy curiously inquired. The Void Walker initially did not want to explain, but considering the need for cooperation, he mentioned a few words. It is a type of ability associated with the pure destiny, but not a talent. It allows one to see through the surface of things and perceive their inherent beauty and flaws. To possess this ability indicates that the Walker is highly attuned to their destiny. The Void Walker explained simply. Though it was only a few brief sentences, one could hear the envy in his tone. Lin Chuan couldn't help but look at the beauty with surprise. With such an ability, her innate talent level must be... The beauty paid no mind to others' interpretations of her ability and was instead using the brief moment to observe the monster. Standing nearly 5 meters tall, it resembled a monster formed from many combined Jade Walkers, yet What's wrong? Is it perfect? No flaws. Uncle Peacock and Lin Chuan spoke almost simultaneously. What level of monster could leave the bowtie's aesthetic eye unable to find any flaws? No. The beauty quickly shook her head. It's not that there are no flaws. Rather, it is riddled with flaws all over its body. This monster is a composite inherently full of flaws, but that doesn't mean it isn't strong. Attacking the seams where it is combined can yield good results. However, the protective aura surrounding it is too strong. Even in its flawed areas, the defense is formidable. As the beauty finished speaking, everyone could already see the massive creature. As the beauty described, it was indeed a monster, standing nearly 5 meters tall. Its form was distorted as if covered in grotesque tumors. Upon getting closer, it became clear that those were not tumors at all, but rather strange Jade Walkers stuck together, forming a monster. With a jade-like head and body fused together, it moved slowly. Lin Chuan merely glanced at it, and felt a chill run down his spine, seeing at least 7 or 8 heads sprouting from its body. Everyone, it is time to show our willingness to cooperate. The Void Walker spoke. Faced with a monster of this level, even the usually taciturn Void Walker spoke more. No one said much more. Whether this fragile cooperation could hold would depend on what happened next. Lin Chuan's gaze swept over, calculating his gains and losses. He didn't know about the others, but he indeed had the ability to charge in alone. The only thing he had to ponder was whether the information in Uncle Peacock's hands was still meaningful. At that moment Lin Chuan noticed that a barely perceptible smile had appeared on Uncle Peacock's otherwise ugly face. It was a smile that seemed hard to suppress, causing the corners of his mouth to curl slightly. Oh, is he happy? Lin Chuan felt a stir in his heart. Although there were many joy-bringing individuals in the realm of happiness, no one knew why they laughed. But to reveal a hint of a smile in such a situation meant something significant. Lin Chuan looked at the approaching Jade Walker. He is happy to encounter this Jade Walker, but why is he happy? Just encountering it seems meaningless. Perhaps he can gain something from this Jade Walker. Lin Chuan began to form some guesses. After realizing this, his initial thought of fleeing was immediately dismissed. He wanted to see what Uncle Peacock coveted. I can hold them off, you all focus on attacking. Uncle Peacock was the first to speak. Whoosh. In the next moment, he swiftly charged towards the monster. Bang. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of fireworks and ribbons erupted. The fireworks distracted the Jade Walker, slowing its steps. The falling ribbons wrapped around it, restricting its movement. Everyone could feel the powerful joy energy spreading throughout the area. Uncle Peacock was indeed using genuine power this time. Seeing this, the Void Walker also acted. He transformed into a shadow and rushed toward the Jade Walker. Lin Chuan was even faster, arriving before him. After Uncle Peacock took action, Lin Chuan also moved. He had been hiding well at the back, occasionally throwing fireworks, but this time he charged forward. Something seems off. Lin Chuan immediately followed suit, the light arrow ember in his hand, already prepared for an attack. Whoosh. Lin Chuan's dagger first struck the monster. The blade easily broke through its defenses, but as he tried to delve deeper, he encountered significant resistance. Much stronger than an individual Jade Walker, Lin Chuan formed his own judgment. Yet it was still within the range he could handle. Roar. The monster let out an angry roar, with several heads opening their mouths. The shriek echoed like 100 ghosts on a night raid. It was chilling, even inducing a brief hallucination. Is there a mental attack? Lin Chuan's expression shifted, turning pale. Then one of the monster's arms swung directly at Lin Chuan. Due to its size, the creature moved slowly, but its melee attack speed was extremely fast. This was after Uncle Peacock had already limited its movements. Without his interference, Lin Chuan might have been the only one able to evade its attacks. However, speed was something Lin Chuan excelled at, and with the power of the hunting path, he swiftly dodged the attack with a turn. I'll take care of this. At that moment, the little chubby boy who had been inactive made his move. He rolled up and charged forward, but did not take an attacking stance. Instead, he opened his mouth wide. Since when has the chubby boy become so proactive? Lin Chuan was taken aback when he saw the chubby boy rushing over. This traveler of fate, although appearing to be a high school student, possessed a cunning that belied his age. Suddenly charging out like this, he must have some ulterior motive. With that thought, Lin Chuan took half a step back and carefully observed this traveler of fate. In the next moment, a powerful suction force emanated from the chubby boy's open mouth. Lin Chuan could clearly feel the tugging sensation. This pull was not merely a flow of air, it was even drawing on the fate energy surrounding Lin Chuan. What a glutton! The power of fate can also be devoured. Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened. Immediately, Lin Chuan noticed a deep black void forming in the chubby boy's mouth, resembling an abyss, which began to frantically pull the Emerald Traveler. The originally massive Emerald Traveler quickly shrank in the face of this terrifying mouth. No, it didn't completely shrink. Only the left leg of the Emerald Traveler was reduced. Bang! Soon, with a loud crack, the Emerald Traveler's left leg broke off and flew into the chubby burp. The chubby boy let out a satisfied belch, his body noticeably expanding, his skin turning even greener, showing signs of crystallization. I can't go on, the rest is up to you guys. After swallowing one leg of the Emerald Traveler, the chubby boy appeared somewhat depleted. He quickly retreated from the battlefield. At that moment, the Void Traveler suddenly made a fierce move. A wave of void power erupted from him, resembling a layer of black gauze rapidly wrapping around the Emerald Traveler's left arm. Then the Emerald Traveler's left arm simply vanished. Void! Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened. Was this the power of the void? In Lin Chuan's perception, when that gauzy substance wrapped around the Emerald Traveler's arm, that arm no longer existed in his senses. It shifted from existence to nothingness. After this strike, the silent Shackle's face turned pale, seemingly exhausted, as he quickly retreated. While Lin Chuan marveled at the power of the void, Uncle Peacock also made his move. Brilliant fireworks erupted suddenly, and countless ribbons spiraled out, directly striking the Emerald Traveler's other arm. In the blink of an eye, the Emerald Traveler's arm disappeared. I did my best. The next part is up to everyone else. After unleashing all his techniques, Uncle Peacock's face also turned very pale, and he quickly retreated, increasing the distance from the Emerald Traveler. Something's not right. There's something off here. Lin Chuan suddenly realized. These three had come charging, and one had taken a leg, while the other two had taken 2 arms. There was clearly something inside. They are not pretending anymore, right? Well, I won't pretend either. Without any hesitation, Lin Chuan unleashed a burst of silver light from the light arrow remnant in his hand, directly striking the Emerald Traveler's remaining leg. Bang! The power of Hunt erupted, directly shattering the Emerald Traveler's entire leg. Lin Chuan's gaze quickly swept across, trying to find what he sought within that leg. At the same time, a mysterious power erupted, concealing everything within. To the onlookers, such as Uncle Peacock and the beautiful girl, it seemed that the eruption of the Hunt power had destroyed the Emerald Traveler's leg, leaving nothing behind. What is this? Suddenly, under the concealment of the mysterious power, Lin Chuan saw 3 pieces of crystal resembling emerald. These 3 crystals were not large, only about the size of a thumb. However, unlike the previous destruction of the Emerald Traveler that turned to ashes, these emerald gems still gleamed with a vibrant green light. Without any hesitation, in the state of the unknowable, Lin Chuan quietly pocketed these 3 emerald gems. Although he didn't know what use these gems had, the protective power emanating from them told Lin Chuan that these items would definitely be of great significance. Moreover, Uncle Peacock probably came for these things as well. Roar! The Emerald Traveler's roar echoed, but it was like a helpless husband only able to watch from the sidelines. In just one encounter, it lost 2 arms and 2 legs. Although it was a monster piece together, having lost 4 limbs, it could no longer move, only howling in place. Among the 5, only the beautiful girl remained inactive. Her pure fate was not adept in close combat, so she could only watch from afar. Even with the immobile Emerald Traveler, she didn't dare to approach. Let's go quickly leave this place. Uncle Peacock had now realized the situation and urged everyone to escape swiftly. As for the remaining behemoth, he had no interest left. The others quickly followed suit. Just then, Lin Chuan noticed that the power of the protective fate began to gather. Quick run. He saw streams of green light swiftly converging around the Emerald Traveler, forming crystal blades like emerald. Lin Chuan, being the fastest, quickly dashed past the Emerald Traveler, heading into the depths of the canyon. The expressions of the others changed slightly upon seeing this. They couldn't help but quicken their pace. Soon the 5 passed the position where the Emerald Traveler resided. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being sliced came as the emerald blades rained down like arrows upon them. As a traveler of the Hunt, Lin Chuan easily evaded with his speed. Not a single blade could hit him. As for the others, each utilized their own techniques. The chubby boy directly swallowed the blades. In front of the Void Traveler, there were no blades that could penetrate the power of the void. Uncle Peacock cleverly used tricks to easily influence the trajectory of the blades and moved away with ease. As for the beautiful girl, curiously, the blades seemed to avoid her position altogether. She didn't even need to consciously evade. One by one, if they had only walked 300 meters in the fate I would eat. Lin Chuan grumbled inwardly. The Star God's excellent matching mechanism ensured that none of Lin Chuan's teammates were ordinary. Moreover, they were all adept at deception and concealment. Unfortunately, if it came to tricking Lin Chuan, these people might not succeed. But when it came to hiding, who could outdo the mysterious envoy? However, it wasn't yet his time to shine. Originally indifferent towards the emerald as a cornerstone, Lin Chuan, after this tumultuous journey, began to develop a strong interest in this cornerstone. Perhaps he could truly leverage the abilities of the mysterious to fish in troubled waters and become the ultimate. Just as Lin Chuan was lost in thought, he was the first to burst out of the mist of the canyon, arriving at the entrance of a basin. Before him lay a vast basin surrounded by faint green mist, which he could easily overlook from above. At the center of the basin stood a grandiose city entirely made of imperial green jade, spectacularly before his eyes. The City of Emeralds. Without needing to ask anyone, Lin Chuan could confirm that the city before him, forged from emerald, was indeed the City of Emeralds mentioned in the trial. The City of Emeralds was truly a city constructed entirely of emerald. Lin Chuan gazed in astonishment at the vast, verdant metropolis in the distance, his pupils contracting slightly. As a traveler of the Tao of Preservation, Lin Chuan could distinctly feel the pervasive power of the Tao of Preservation emanating from that city. Especially at the very center of the city, where something seemed to be calling to him. Lin Chuan's Tao of Preservation resonated with it, sending forth waves of echoes of fate. This sudden revelation caught Lin Chuan completely off guard, nearly causing the power of the Tao of Preservation to surge forth from his body. Fortunately, the mysterious energy concealed everything, and none of Lin Chuan's companions noticed his anomaly. We have finally arrived at the City of Emeralds. The beautiful girl gazed softly at the distant City of Emeralds and said, "I can already feel the power of the foundation." Uncle Peacock's eyes sparkled with excitement. Great fun is about to become reality. I wonder if it tastes good, the chubby boy mumbled as he looked at the City of Emeralds. Lin Chuan and the others twitched their lips at his words. The Void Walker said nothing, merely gazing toward the City of Emeralds with a pensive expression. From here on we may encounter even more dangers. Should we join forces? Uncle Peacock asked with a This is your chance to participate in a stellar event of great fun. If you miss it, there won't be another opportunity. Perhaps if my master is in a good mood, he might grant you some rewards. After all, the god of fun can do anything, Uncle Peacock said with a smile. Clearly, he still hoped for collaboration. This was mainly due to the fact that Lin Chuan and his companions had already proven their strength. Otherwise, if they were found to be useless, this team would have disbanded long ago. Although this team had no deep bonds, at least each person's character was passable. Each had their own ulterior motives, but they were not bad people. There was a certain foundation for cooperation and understanding. Let's talk more once we reach the City of Emeralds. The beautiful girl said after pondering for a moment. Agreed. Lin Chuan nodded as well. The road ahead would not be as easy as before. Previously, they were only facing emerald walkers, but now they would encounter travelers. Indeed, Lin Chuan had already spotted some fate travelers moving in the distance. The basin where the City of Emeralds was located was very standard, surrounded by towering mountains. To enter here, they would need to pass through the mountain canyons similar to the path Lin Chuan and the others had just traversed. And there was more than one such canyon. Other fate travelers entering the trial area were also on the outskirts. They also needed similar means to. It was evident that some people were moving quickly, having reached ahead of Lin Chuan and the others and already entered the basin. Although the Emerald Walkers were powerful with high defenses, they lacked wisdom. However, the fate travelers were different. They possessed wisdom, desires, and various extraordinary talents in fate. These were the most difficult and troublesome to deal with. Let's go, the Silent Shackles said, directly expressing his stand. The chubby boy rubbed his round belly and nodded. If you hadn't told me you were a glutton, I would have thought you were a breeder. Uncle Peacock teased, looking at the chubby boy with a pronounced belly. The current chubby boy indeed resembled a pregnant person. I am a man. The chubby boy retorted irritably. Who says men can't get pregnant? Under breeding, anything is possible. I've seen several men who can give birth, Uncle Peacock said with a smile. Lin Chuan twitched his lips slightly at the mention of childbirth, feeling a bit PTSD. It instantly reminded him of Meng Feiyin. By the way, can desire also give birth? Lin Chuan asked. Generally speaking, no. The beautiful girl answered Lin Chuan. In the Tao of desire, desire is the core. They enjoy that process, creating life rather than the birthing process. As the beautiful girl explained, she hesitated slightly, seeming a bit embarrassed. You can just say they enjoy the process, Uncle Peacock reminded her. The beautiful girl paused. Lin Chuan twitched his lips slightly. Then why did Meng Feiyin want to have a child with me? It seems desire does not hold the power of fertility. Lin Chuan couldn't make sense of it and had no time to ponder. The group quickly set off toward the City of Emeralds at the center of the basin. Will anyone cross over from the mountains? Lin Chuan asked as he walked. Lin Chuan had also climbed the surrounding high mountains, but retreated after feeling danger upon entering the mist. No, the mountains are very dangerous. Once you go up, it's very likely you won't be able to come down. Uncle Peacock stated firmly. The City of Emeralds is quite famous as a trial ground for the Star God, considering the Emerald Foundation is right here. So major forces or organizations all have intelligence about this place and can directly find the canyon to pass through. Having traversed the canyon, Uncle Peacock no longer withheld information. Moreover, he felt that these teammates should also know something. They were just trying to benefit without cost. You are right, but what is that situation? Lin Chuan pointed toward a nearby mountain. He saw a group of 5 people rapidly descending the peak. They did not take the canyon, but directly scaled the mountain. Uncle Peacock was stunned, not expecting such a slap in the face. There are experts. The chubby boy couldn't help but exclaim. The others also looked over, paying their respects. Lin Chuan also gazed in their direction. Although they were far away, he could still see a layer of dark yellow light enveloping the 5 individuals. A shield. Are they Tao of preservation travelers? Lin Chuan discerned some clues. Among these people, there was clearly a very strong Tao of preservation traveler relying on their formidable abilities to forcibly bring their teammates over the mountain. Moreover, this trial was the domain of preservation, and the environment here was filled with the power of preservation, which indeed favored the performance of preservation travelers. Ordinary fate walkers indeed cannot pass through the mountaintop, but if one possesses a high talent for the guardian fate and has traveled a long distance, it is possible to force their way through. After being slapped in the face, Uncle Peacock pondered for a moment and said. No one else raised any objections, as they could all see the shield-like glow emanating from those people. This trial is fundamentally the domain of the guardian star god, so some special bonuses are understandable. It is quite evident that that team of 5 possesses great strength. If encountered later, it is best not to provoke them. It seems many desire the cornerstone. The beautiful girl said softly. Cornerstones are something to be encountered, but not sought. Since we have entered this trial, we naturally have to strive for it, Lin Chuan said with a light smile. The group stopped chatting and quickly set off toward the Emerald City at the center of the basin. Meanwhile, the 5 people rushing down from the mountaintop also noticed Lin Chuan and his group. Captain, look over there. A girl dressed entirely in black leather pointed at the location of Lin Chuan's group. Upon hearing this, the others in the team also looked over. Leading the group was a young man who appeared to be a college student in his early 20s. Yet beneath his youthful gaze lay an uncharacteristic steadiness. Jiang Mingfang cast a casual glance at Lin Chuan's group below. They entered the basin area through the canyon. I wonder if they encountered the emerald gatherers. Taking the canyon route, although it allows one to bypass many risks and quickly enter the basin, obtaining the emerald is basically impossible, said another tall and slender man in the group. With our captain leading, it's completely different. A young boy said with a chuckle, occasionally tossing a colorful ball, and he appeared to be the youngest in the group with a lively personality and an air of irreverence. Do not underestimate. Jiang Mingfang glanced at the boy and said, many fate walkers can't even enter the basin. Their ability to arrive here so quickly already proves their strength. The rest of the team, upon hearing this, also restrained their expressions, though the pride in their eyes was hard to conceal. To enter the basin at this time, they must have a powerful force behind them providing intelligence. We need to be cautious. At the back of the team, a figure shrouded in a black robe spoke. Indeed, my only goal is the emerald. This time, I must secure this Fate 9 cornerstone for the city builders. Jiang Mingfang said, his gaze intense with excitement. Hearing this, the eyes of the others glinted with fervent battle intent. This was undoubtedly the greatest hope for the city builders. Glory will belong to them, and the emerald will also belong to them. On the other side, Lin Chuan and the others had already entered the dense forest of the basin. Here they slowed their pace, constantly aware of their surroundings. After advancing for a short, while Lin Chuan's expression slightly shifted, he sensed a faint fluctuation of fate energy. Uncertain of what kind of fate power it was, and since Lin Chuan's Taiji Bagua formation did not detect any life forms, it was certainly more than 30 meters away. Lin Chuan pondered for a moment without speaking. He wanted to see if his temporary teammates would notice anything Be careful. Suddenly, the usually quiet Void Walker reminded them. Be careful of what? The chubby boy asked, only to turn and realize that the silent shackles had vanished. Damn. He ran away again. The chubby boy's face darkened. No, he hid himself, the beautiful girl said. If he wanted to run, he wouldn't have warned us to be cautious. Lin Chuan said, since the Void Walker had already taken the initiative to warn, there was no need for him to pretend he didn't know. Be careful yourselves. As soon as Lin Chuan finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. The speed of hunting made him almost Another one ran away. The chubby boy shook his head helplessly. However, this time, he looked relaxed, clearly aware that Lin Chuan and the others had not truly left, but were hiding nearby. This way their team had 3 visible members and 2 hidden, allowing them to better handle whatever situation may arise next. Uncle Peacock's expression also turned grave. After reaching this basin, the effectiveness of his information had significantly diminished, and he could only rely on his own strength. The 3 exchanged glances and chose to continue forward. They also had their own judgments. The group proceeded cautiously for over 100 meters. Suddenly, several figures dashed out from the dense jungle. Some came from the treetops, some from the bushes, and others jumped straight out from the dead leaves. Their targets were clear, heading directly towards the chubby boy and his companions. Without any warning or words, they launched deadly attacks. The chubby boy and his companions were already prepared and immediately began to counterattack. However, in the next moment, all 3 were stunned. They forgot to attack, forgot where they were, and forgot that they were Fate Walkers. Puff! A black hole appeared from the void, and the Fate Walker, who jumped down from the treetops, suddenly lost a piece of his body. That was the area of his forehead, from existence to non-existence. Then he fell to the ground with wide eyes, making no sound the entire time. On the other side, a silver light flashed, followed by a head rolling on the ground, blood spraying out. Then came the second silver light. The result was the same, a head rolling on the ground. From start to finish, the entire battle was almost silent. The attackers did not reveal themselves until the end. No one saw where they launched their attacks from, nor did they know how they left after completing their assault. Only the 3 corpses on the ground proved that they had been there. Swish! The next moment, a voice came from the jungle as someone panically fled, brushing against the nearby trees. Don't kill me. As soon as the words left his mouth, a silver light flashed, and his head was tossed high into the air, landing lightly. In that instant, before plunging into absolute darkness, his gaze tried to capture that mysterious figure. Sadly, he still saw nothing. In his eyes remained only regret and confusion. In the distance, the chubby boy and his companions had returned to normal, staring blankly at the situation in the forest. They only saw 3 silver lights. Each time a silver light appeared, a head would fly up. Each of these 3 silver lights was at least several meters apart. Yet each time after the silver light flickered, it would appear at the next position, as if it had teleported with almost no pause. 3 flashes, 3 heads. The 3 onlookers gasped in shock at the scene before them. This traveler of the hunting Fate Lawn possessed an astonishing assassination ability, silently and fearfully. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone. But why had Lon, who had previously remained inconspicuous, suddenly struck with such force? We're still missing one, the beautiful girl reminded. Typically, such teams consist of 5 or even more members. They had only taken down 4 so far. There should be one more. It could also be a four-person squad, but they couldn't afford to miss the target. Just as the beautiful girl finished speaking, a figure fell from the crown of a nearby tree. With equally vacant eyes and a large hole in the center of its forehead, it was dead beyond any doubt. Thud! The body hit the ground with a dull sound echoing through the quiet forest. Lin and the silent shackles had still not made their appearance. The forest fell silent once more. However, shortly after, rustling sounds emerged from the distance. It seemed that someone was quickly fleeing the area and a hint of panic could be heard. They are running quite fast. Lin Chuan's figure finally appeared beside a corpse, and the silent shackles returned to the group. Are there others? Uncle Peacock asked with a grim expression. Indeed, there are more hunters in this forest than expected, Lin Chuan replied. These 5 were the first to strike. Yet behind them there were others. These individuals were likely not part of the same group. It seemed like a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lin Chuan had previously utilized his incredible speed to scout the area within 100 meters, confirming the presence of hidden fate travelers. A few of them indeed possessed considerable strength. However, these individuals were quite cautious and did not take action immediately. The closest few, seeing the trio of little chubby ones enter their ambush zone, chose to attack directly. The outcome was simple: they became corpses. Lin Chuan had not anticipated exposing too much strength, but with so many hunters around, not taking action would draw in even more scavengers. Thus it was better to strike decisively. A single punch could prevent 100 retaliatory strikes. Hence the earlier scene unfolded. This was also Lin Chuan's first time taking action against a fate traveler. He also killed with such ease and decisiveness. The classmates from Dawn Academy had mostly died from traps, while other mutated monsters were merely killed. The previous trial did not allow for the true death of the participants. But this time was different. A death was real. When Lin Chuan acted, he had not anticipated that everything would go so. He had not even activated the Aurora Shadow state, relying solely on the formidable attack power and speed of the hunting fate itself to carry out the hunt. Oh wait. In fact, Lin Chuan had utilized other powers as well, such as his fate constellations and the first fate constellation of hunting increased Lin Chuan's speed by 50, the second increased his attack power by 50, and the third doubled his damage when targeting a single foe. The powers of these 3 fate constellations played a crucial role in the recent attack. Although Lin Chuan had instantaneously killed 3 individuals, there had been a sequence to it. Each time, he faced only a single opponent. This is why his attacks were so fearsome. Of course, the 5-star weapon light arrow embers also contributed. The faster Lin Chuan moved, the greater the damage dealt, with light arrow embers perfectly aligning with his first fate constellation of hunting. Even without entering the Aurora Shadow state, Lin Chuan executed a triple kill. Naturally, the strength of these 3 individuals was not formidable. They likely had only traveled 400 to 500 meters on their own fate paths, and their innate talents were not high. In any case, Lin Chuan was quite satisfied with the result of this engagement, even exceeding his expectations. One must admit that only when facing true fate travelers does the explosive combat power provide more valuable insights. After this battle, Lin Chuan had a clearer understanding of his own strength. At this moment, Lin Chuan even felt a slight excitement. He seemed to have gained a clearer comprehension of the hunting. The thrill of rapidly surveying the surroundings and hunting targets was intoxicating, resonating with the fate and causing ripples. So powerful. The little chubby one looked at Lin Chuan, his expression a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Uncle Peacock's face also bore a hint of gravity. They knew the individuals in this team were strong, but the level of strength displayed by Lin was indeed mind-boggling. They tried to recall any information regarding the hunting fate traveler, seeking any accounts, yet found no. This hunting traveler seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. When he manifested, he was already this formidable. However, this was not entirely unexpected. After all, travelers of the hunting fate often operate alone and strike for the kill, disappearing at the slightest provocation. Even if there had been remarkable feats in the past, those who knew of them would find it hard to speak up. The 3 pondered whether they could withstand such intense assassination attempts. The conclusion was that they could, but it would be difficult. Moreover, it required the ability to sense danger in advance. Otherwise, they would likely meet their end in a single stroke. Of course, they had some other means of survival, but those were not counted here. Lin Chuan noticed the expressions of his teammates, a slight ripple in his heart. His earlier performance seemed a bit too overwhelming. However, it no longer mattered. The pervasive power of the mysterious began to spread. The unknown domain endowed Lin Chuan with the ability to be unrecordable, undetectable, and imperceptible. At this moment, Lin Chuan wore a specialized weapon of the mysterious rank, the Mist of Thought, which could interfere with perception to a certain extent. As Lin Chuan put away his dagger and walked over the memories of Uncle Peacock, the beautiful girl, the little chubby one, and the silent shackles regarding the events that just transpired began to blur. Those memories sank into the profound darkness, becoming inscrutable. Meanwhile, those fortunate enough to witness the assassination and escape found their recollections also gradually fading into obscurity. It was as if the entire affair was shrouded in a black veil, making it impossible for them to perceive clearly, and naturally, they could not remember distinctly. It seemed that everything was meant to be this way. Even upon later reflection, they would not perceive anything unusual. Everything returned to the realm of the mysterious, becoming unknowable without their awareness. Among the fleeing pathwalkers, a group of 5 finally halted after sprinting 1,000 meters, certain no one was pursuing them. Their faces were pale, their breaths ragged, and fine beads of sweat glistened on their foreheads. Just barely, gasped the middle-aged leader, still trembling from the close call. They too had nearly resorted to robbery and murder, but someone else had beaten them to it. Yet what initially seemed a missed opportunity had become their salvation. Otherwise, the headless corpses lying there would have been theirs. They never imagined those 5 could be so formidable. Without even 3 of them lifting a finger, the other 2 had annihilated 5 pathwalkers in the blink of an eye. To this moment, they still couldn't fathom how the 2 had struck. What path do they walk? How can they be so terrified? Another spoke, equally shaken. Beside him, a woman in blue drew a book from her path space, cradling it in her left hand, while her right held a silver glowing fountain pen. Channeling her path power, she swiftly flipped open the book and scribbled with the silver pen. She was recording, chronicling the battle that had just transpired. The others watched in silence, undisturbed. They understood this was a memory walker fulfilling her path. Each individual comprehends their path differently, and the ways they practice it vary immensely. Some memory walkers simply etch events into their own recollections, believing that to be the essence of memory, requiring no additional methods. But others, like the woman in their group, disagreed. She not only remembered, but also transcribed her memories, so that they became not just her own, but also a part of the world's memory, history itself. The moment, soon the blue-clad woman completed her record of the nihility walker who had struck first. Then she prepared to document the streak of silver light that followed. Yet pen poised, she hesitated, unable to begin. Frowning, she meticulously recalled the preceding event. At the time, she had used the power of memory to ensure precise recollection. But now those memories had grown hazy. Has my memory been tampered with? The memory walker tensed with sudden alertness. As one walking the path of memory, she possessed an innate intuition regarding memories. No, I sense no memory power at work. It's not memory. I simply never recorded it clearly. The woman in blue frowned for a moment, then shook her head. Detecting no anomaly, she pondered briefly before giving up and stowing away her pen and book. Stay far away from those people in the future. That nihility pathwalker is exceptionally strong, she said to her companions after putting her belongings away. Yes, the others nodded respectfully. Clearly the blue-clad woman was their leader. Indeed, he is formidable. I still have no idea how he struck. We must never provoke them again. Probably a team with strong backing, they murmured. The woman said nothing further and did not delve deeper. The trial world was perilous enough, but she had no time to dwell on her doubts. She would investigate thoroughly after everything concluded. Whether she would recall this incident by then, however, remained uncertain. Elsewhere, Lin Chuan was already reaping. The 3 pathwalkers he had slain had indeed dropped gold coins. Upon a walker's death, their weapon always dropped, transforming directly into a relic. Lin Chuan now held 3 relics in his hands, 2 1-star and 1 2-star. Surprisingly, the 2-star relic was of the hunt path. Lin Chuan glanced at the relic's attributes and lost interest. It increased speed, but the boost was negligible. It was utterly incomparable to his 5-star weapon. As for the other 2, one belonged to the destruction path, the other to the death path. To Lin Chuan, they were neither appetizing nor worth discarding. He knew that the architects accepted unwanted relics in exchange for contribution points, which could be used to acquire needed items. He could simply turn them in when necessary. However, these relics were of low value and likely wouldn't yield many contribution points. Moreover, he needed an excuse for their origin. The others watched him collect the relics without comment. Among walkers, the unwritten rule was that relics belonged to the one who made the kill, unless they were long-term teammates, in which case the team's internal rules applied. Similarly, Silent Shackles had retrieved the relics from the 2 walkers he had slain. After securing their spoils and confirming nothing was left behind, the group prepared to leave. Just then the chubby young man stepped forward. We can't leave too many traces. You don't need these bodies, do you? He asked, pointing at the 5 scattered corpses. Both Lin Chuan and the nihility walker shook their heads. Then they're mine, he said, promptly stowing all 5 corpses into his path space. Better to be cautious. Otherwise someone discerning might examine them and uncover your secrets. Corpses can speak. The chubby Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened slightly. He wasn't actually afraid of any investigation. He had left no traces, and even if he had, they would remain undetected due to the realm of the unknown. He also believed the nihility walker had already dealt with the bodies when retrieving the relics. So this excuse felt rather flimsy. Nevertheless, the sight of the chubby young man collecting the corpses made Lin Chuan's expression flicker, reminding him of the incident where the youth had devoured the Emerald Walker. Could it be that this guy even ate corpses? Judging from before consuming things seemed to enhance his strength. At the thought, Lin Chuan's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he instinctively distanced himself from the chubby young man. The others shared the same sentiment. They all suspected the youth had taken the corpses for consumption. Although they knew it was influenced by his path, perhaps in practicing the veracity path, it still felt unsettling. Let's go, the chubby young man said, seemingly oblivious to their uneasy gazes. In high spirits, after collecting the bodies, he urged the group to move on. Lin Chuan and his group continued to advance towards the direction of the Emerald City. It was uncertain whether the previous display of strength had intimidated the enemies, or if everyone had become more cautious after delving deeper into the basin, but Lin Chuan and his companions did not encounter any more ambushes like before. The Pathfinders did encounter several others, but everyone merely exchanged distant glances without any intention of approaching. After spending more than 2 hours, Lin Chuan and the others finally emerged from the jungle. Emerald City. The moment Lin Chuan stepped out of the jungle, his gaze fell upon the distant green city, shrouded in mist. It was indeed a city entirely made of emerald.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Lin Chuan's heart stirred, and he began to fabricate a tale. Oh, the expressions of beautiful girl and the others changed slightly. As far as I know, this Emerald City was constructed from the overflow of the power of the Emerald Foundational Stone. The direct evidence is that this city is gradually expanding, continually extending its boundaries. Surely this cannot be the work of the guardian star deity, repairing it daily. Uncle Peacock looked at Lin Chuan, asking with great interest. The others also turned their gazes towards him. The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly beneath his mask. Perhaps I made it a bit hasty. But no matter, watch me continue to weave my tale. What I mentioned was the original Emerald City. Naturally, its growth was caused by the overflow of foundational stone power. Lin Chuan said. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. You can't be a member of the Historiography Society, can you? Beautiful girl asked suspiciously. What is that? Why are you insulting people? Lin Chuan replied with dissatisfaction. It's historiography, not nonsense. Beautiful girl clarified. Forget it, you shouldn't be. After all, that society only accepts those who are mysterious pathfinders. Beautiful girl quickly dismissed her own conjecture. However, upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's expression fluctuated slightly. He truly was a mysterious pathfinder. What exactly is this Historiography Society? What is the Historiography Society? The chubby boy's mouth remained shut, so Lin Chuan had to ask himself. The mysterious believes that everything is a mystery, which naturally includes the past, that is history. However, in this world, there are pathfinders of memory diligently recording everything that happens, making history precise and accurate. This leads to the non-existence of the mysterious. Thus, a part of the mysterious pathfinders formed a society called the Historiography Society. Their approach to practicing the path is to construct history. Of course, that's the pleasant way to say it. The unkind way is that it involves fabrication and alteration, using false narratives to obscure the truth, making history murky and unverifiable, thereby shrouding the real history in mystery. Beautiful girl explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's expression slightly changed. This truly was one way he had previously comprehended to practice the mysterious path. He didn't expect that someone had already put it into practice. In fact, it had even developed into a society. Just the name Historiography Society. It is indeed a construction of history. However, thinking about the purpose of this society being to fabricate and alter, rendering history unverifiable and the truth illusory, makes the name quite fitting. That's quite interesting, Lin Chuan said with a light smile. No one in the group doubted Lin Chuan. After all, the aura of the hunting pathfinder surrounding him was too strong. Such a person, how could he be a member of the Historiography Society? This society only accepts mysterious pathfinders. Lin Chuan was quite interested in the Historiography Society, and if given the opportunity later, he could consider fabricating history. Who can't do that? Should we enter the Emerald City directly, or wait until tomorrow? Uncle Peacock asked, looking at the distant Emerald City. This trial ground has a day-night cycle, and the sky had already darkened. It wouldn't be long before night fell. Let's go in directly. Silent Shackles spoke up. I also think it's better to go in directly. Out here it may not be very peaceful. Beautiful girl said, glancing around. Since the jungle was some distance from the city walls of Emerald City, this barren area was almost entirely unobstructed, revealing many pathfinders observing the surroundings. Lin Chuan nodded as well. Everyone reached a consensus quickly and decided to continue heading towards Emerald City. Without the cover of the jungle trees, the movements of the five were observed by many around. Boom. Just as Lin Chuan had left the jungle for a short, while a violent explosion echoed from within the jungle, causing the energies of the pathways to fluctuate violently and chaotically. Lin Chuan and the others couldn't help but stop, looking towards the direction from which the rumbling sound came. Though it was still in the jungle, it was already quite close to the outskirts. The waves of battle quickly reached the outer area from within the jungle. There was no need to specifically go and watch the commotion. The excitement presented itself before everyone. This was a battle between two teams. Each side consisted of 5 members attacking each other with all their might. It's them. Lin Chuan's gaze shifted as he recognized one side. It was indeed the 5 who had tumbled down from the mountaintop earlier. The dark yellow shields on their bodies were particularly striking, resembling transparent amber, enveloping all 5 within. As a guardian pathfinder, Lin Chuan could sense the solid power of the guardian emanating from that shield. Such a strong shield. Beautiful girl had already activated her aesthetic eye, observing the battle not far away. In her eyes, that dark yellow shield was so perfect that it was nearly flawless. Under the protection of this shield, the 5 hardly needed any defensive means and charged directly into the. As for the other team, they were imbued with a strong aura of destruction. At least 3 of them were destruction pathfinders. Though they fought recklessly, facing that dark yellow shield left them feeling quite helpless. They are from the Destruction Legion, while the other side consists of builders. Uncle Peacock remarked thoughtfully while observing the battle. That makes sense. Beautiful girl nodded, and these 2 sides are natural enemies. The builders erect high walls to protect ordinary people, while the Destruction Legion believes everything should return to destruction, thus wreaking havoc everywhere. Their philosophies are fundamentally opposed. In reality, there have been many battles, and in this trial ground, whenever the 2 sides meet, they will invariably seek to eliminate each other. Beautiful girl concluded, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. It seems the builders have found a very talented guardian pathfinder. That leader must possess a 5-star innate talent. Lin Chuan nodded to himself, assessing the strength of the shield. The Tsuanhu practitioner indeed seemed to possess a 5-star talent, possibly even with a specialized weapon. Lin Chuan noticed that the person held a bright yellow amber stone in their hand, which was likely their exclusive weapon. The concept of specialized weapons is difficult to define. By name, they are weapons, yet their forms are often not fixed and may not always manifest as weapons. For instance, Lin Chuan's thought mist is a specialized weapon of the rank of a summoner, but its external manifestation is merely a cloud of black mist. However, this situation mostly occurs with abilities leaning toward support. The Tsuanhu destiny merely protects its wielder. What need is there for attacks? Although Lin Chuan's hammer can strike people most of the time, it does not fall to him, a Tsuanhu practitioner, to take action. The battle in the distance continued, but the outcome was essentially decided. The builders were too powerful. Without needing defense, they directly overwhelmed the few destruction practitioners within a single turn. After eliminating the members of the Destruction Legion, the builders quickly cleared the battlefield and then made their way directly to the Emerald City. Lin Chuan and the others took the lead. Upon discovering the builders' absolute advantage, they had already departed. Some onlookers at the periphery, seeing the builders decisively rushing towards the Emerald City, quickly made their decisions. The builders actually let a 5-star Tsuanhu practitioner lead the team into this trial. It seems they have ambitions regarding the Emerald Cornerstone. A 5-star Tsuanhu practitioner might really be able to obtain the emerald. This is a great opportunity to benefit from the chaos. We cannot miss this chance. The thoughts in everyone's minds multiplied. Originally, they all knew that the Emerald Cornerstone was difficult to obtain, but now that a suspected 5-star Tsuanhu practitioner had appeared among the builders, it was entirely different. Possessing the ability of a 5-star Tsuanhu truly makes it possible to obtain the Cornerstone. Although the odds are smaller for others, no one can say for certain what destiny holds. Historically, there have been instances where the clam and the snipe fought and the fisherman benefited. Thus, upon seeing the 5-star Tsuanhu practitioner, these individuals decisively chose to follow the builders into the Emerald Capital. The Green Capital was now close at hand. Lin Chuan could already feel the immense power of Tsuanhu destiny emanating from within. At the same time, the sense of crisis was deepening. The power of the Emerald Cornerstone caused everything around to continually crystallize and reshape. This is also why the Emerald Capital continues to grow, constantly broadening its boundaries. The walls of the Emerald Capital were hexagonal, with an entrance on each side. At this moment, Lin Chuan and his group of 5 arrived at the facing city gate. Many Destiny practitioners had already gathered here, some were still observing and had not entered directly. When Lin Chuan and the others arrived, some of the onlookers actively made way for them. Should we go in directly? Lin Chuan asked. Isn't this a bit too simple? Especially after seeing those observing Destiny practitioners. Of course not, you need to have means of self-protection, Uncle Peacock said with a smile. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to enter the Emerald Capital? You can only enter with this kind of emerald core. With that, Uncle Peacock flipped his hand and produced a gem resembling emerald. So what do you think? Does anyone need it? The price is negotiable. However, I only accept relic exchanges. I cannot use anything else. At least a 2-star relic is required. Uncle Peacock directly asked for a high price. Are you referring to this? Lin Chuan's lips curled slightly as he took out a similar emerald gem from his destiny space. You? How could you? Uncle Peacock looked astonished, gazing at Lin Chuan in disbelief. This was precisely the gem he obtained earlier from the gathered emerald practitioners. Didn't you directly smash one of the legs of that emerald gatherer in one blow? Uncle Peacock recalled the previous situation, realizing his memory was somewhat hazy. Yet he distinctly remembered that after Lan's attack, one of the gatherer's legs had simply vanished. How could he have acquired the emerald gem? Unclear on the details, Uncle Peacock didn't want to think about it anymore. Since he couldn't obtain relics from Lan, he could only look to the other four. The silent Lock said nothing and produced a similar emerald gem. The chubby boy was also very straightforward, spitting out an emerald gem. These two had each taken one arm, one directly swallowed, while the other vanished into thin air. It seemed they were completely eliminated, but both had preserved a backup. Damn! Uncle Peacock twitched the corner of his mouth. He had concealed it so well, yet unexpectedly, he could not hide it from his teammates who had discovered the secret and quietly taken the emerald gem. Indeed, this team was filled with cunning foxes, none of whom were simple characters. You're the only one left. Do you want it? I can lower the price, but 1-star relic will do. Uncle Peacock looked towards the beautiful girl. This was the last opportunity, and also the least likely to encounter problems. Because at that time, only the beautiful girl had not taken action. Lin Chuan's 4 companions each received one of the gatherer's limbs. The beautiful girl revealed a pure and innocent smile, then shook her head. At the same time, a piece of softly glowing emerald gem appeared in her hand. When? Did you? At this moment, not only Uncle Peacock showed a surprised expression, but Lin Chuan and the others did as well. Although the beautiful girl had not attacked that emerald practitioner, how did she obtain the emerald gem? Suddenly Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened. Although the beautiful girl had not attacked that emerald practitioner, she was the first to enter the mist, and by the time Lin Chuan and the others arrived at the mist's range, the beautiful girl was already inside, and no one knew what she had done. At that time, everyone thought she had retreated, because she was outmatched by the monsters inside. But now it seemed they had all been deceived by the beautiful girl's innocent smile. So I was the fool. Uncle Peacock touched his nose and shook his head helplessly. If I can't sell to us, I can sell to others. As Lin Chuan spoke, many gazes turned towards them filled with eagerness. Some clearly knew the gem's significance. Just as Uncle Peacock was considering this suggestion, several figures rushed over. They were the builders who had previously fought against the Destruction Legion. All 5 wore matching yellow outfits with the builder's wall emblem on their chests. Although they had just experienced a battle, there was not a trace of combat on them, not even a speck of dirt on their clothes. Upon seeing the builders arrive, the crowd parted to make way. Although most of the Fate Walkers were not builders, many still resonated with the builders' ideals. Thus, in the eyes of the Fate Walkers, members of the builders carried a certain filter of character. As long as their own interests were not affected, everyone was willing to make things convenient for the builders. Especially since these 5 were clearly an elite team among the builders, and the Fate Walker, known for protection, had a high probability of possessing a 5-star talent. If they were to encounter him later, a simple shield could mean the difference between life and death. Lin Chuan observed these 5 with great interest. There was news from the builders that a 5-star protection Fate Walker had emerged in the capital, giving him a chance to remain in Hang City. The person before him was likely the one spoken of by Yu Huayao and others. In terms of strength, he was indeed formidable. The protective effect of the shield at the Fate Level 9 stage was likely unmatched. However, it was uncertain how many people his shield could protect. Unlike Lin Chuan's Tejibagua formation, the protection Fate Walker's ability to shield others was limited in number and could not be stacked indefinitely. Therefore, the quantity and quality of shields became crucial for determining the talent star rating. From previous battles, this protection walker could easily shield the other 4 members of his team at once. Beyond that, it was unclear. In contrast, Lin Chuan's advantage with the Taiji Bagua formation was that as long as he was willing, he could cover even 100 people within the formation. The cost, however, was that the damage would be shared excessively, making it easy for him to collapse. While Lin Chuan scrutinized the builders, they were also observing the group at the entrance of the Emerald City. Especially the 5 people in Lin Chuan's group. They could tell that these were the 5 who had emerged from the canyon around the same time as them. Looking at the emerald gem in Lin Chuan's hand, they realized that these individuals should be privy to some trial information. Do you want an emerald core? Seeing the builder's Uncle Peacock asked with a light laugh. We don't need it. Before the leading young man could speak, another boy, who looked like a high school student, interjected. His tone carried a hint of subtle pride, the pride of being a member of the elite builder team. If there's only one emerald core, its protective ability is limited. If you have extras, it's best to keep them for yourself. The leader Zhang Mingfang chuckled lightly and offered this reminder. Oh, Uncle Peacock's gaze shifted, clearly unaware of this detail. He had originally intended to sell the surplus emerald core, but now he abandoned that idea. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Peacock said gratefully as he stowed the emerald core. Jiang Mingfang's gaze swept over the group. It lingered briefly on the beautiful girl before finally resting on Lin Chuan. The Emerald City is very dangerous. Unless you are absolutely certain, I advise you all not to enter. It would be better to wait patiently here until the trial ends. Jiang Mingfang spoke. This was not just directed at Lin Chuan and the others, but rather addressing everyone at the entrance. Once inside the Emerald City, the chances of surviving were less than 30%. Are you afraid we will go in and snatch the Emerald Cornerstone? Who doesn't know that you builders want to take this? Someone said ominously. They kept their distance, but their sharp eyes scanned the group. Then go ahead, who stopped? The young man from the builder team was unyielding and retorted coldly. That's all I have to say, feel free everyone. Jiang Mingfang said nothing more and showed no signs of anger. He was confident and composed. Let's go. In the next moment, he waved his hand, leading the builders directly into the gates of the Emerald City. Inside the gateway was a clear boundary. Green mist swirled within, and a howling sound could be heard. Buzz. Just as they were about to enter, Jiang Mingfang raised his hand. A heavy golden-yellow shield appeared around the 5 members of the team, completely enveloping their bodies. At such close proximity, everyone felt the powerful protection fate force surging within. Moreover, this force resonated with the surrounding space, and even the Emerald City, creating a series of strange ripples. Amidst these ripples, the golden-yellow amber shield seemed to grow even thicker. Echo of fate. Someone spoke gravely. What is the echo of fate? Someone immediately questioned in confusion. However, no one answered. The one who spoke earlier chuckled and chose silence. Such information was not easily shared, and even if known, it would not be readily disclosed to others. In this world, there were many wild fate walkers, and information about fate could be traded for profit. Let's go in as well, Lin Chuan said. Seeing Jiang Mingfang's actions, Lin Chuan felt much more at ease. If this 5-star protection fate walker could harness the power here to enhance his own strength, then Lin Chuan, being a 5-star protection walker himself, could do the same. Moreover, Lin Chuan had 3 fate constellations and the enhancement of stacking 5 special weapons. The only downside was that his current distance in the protection fate was still not very far. However, with many favorable factors at play, Lin Chuan would not be at a disadvantage compared to the other party. The advantage was on his side. Let's go. Uncle Peacock and the others did not hesitate, swiftly deciding to move forward with Lin Chuan. The builders had already entered, and they needed to hurry. Moreover, just now Uncle Peacock had exposed many things in an attempt to sell the surplus emerald core, attracting others' attention. This could not be blamed on Uncle Peacock for endangering others. After all, they were a loose team, and no one could blame. Swish. At that moment, 3 fate walkers in black robes suddenly blocked Lin Chuan and the others' path. Since you have surplus emerald cores, why not share some with us? The person in front extended his hand and said. This was no longer a transaction, it was an outright demand. Yeah, if you have extras, why not share a bit with everyone? Following that, several others stepped forward. They had all heard what Uncle Peacock had said earlier. The Emerald Core was the key to entering the Emerald City, and since that was the case, they needed to find a way to obtain it. When the builders were present, they did not dare to act openly. But now they could not care less. More and more people surrounded them, pressing closer. Lin Chuan cast a nonchalant glance around. The first thing he noticed was not the obstructing figures, but his teammate Silent Shackle. As expected, this guy's figure quickly faded. Concealment is prohibited here. At that moment, a bright and grand voice echoed throughout the area. The originally dim figure of the Wanderer suddenly became clearer, as if some mysterious power had. Lin Chuan also felt a distinct sensation. After that voice fell, a strange and mysterious fluctuation emerged in the void enveloping the area. A strange force of fate permeated the surroundings, forming shackles. However, these shackles only targeted those who were attempting to conceal their actions, imposing no restrictions on others. Order. Lin Chuan's expression slightly fluctuated. Although he did not recognize this unfamiliar force of fate, he had already guessed something from the situation at hand. This is the power of order. The Edict of Order, the ability that emerges only with the 3-star talent of Order's fate. All one needs to do is loudly proclaim the edict, allowing everyone to hear it clearly to activate the edict, and use the power of order to prevent corresponding actions from occurring. Generally speaking, it is quite difficult for fate walkers of the same tier to defy it, and once they do, they will face severe punishment. The beautiful girl softly spoke, looking at several fate walkers in cream-colored robes in the distance. Lin Chuan's gaze slightly focused, surprised as he glanced at the beautiful girl. In such a dangerous situation, she still had the composure to explain. It seemed she indeed felt no fear. But why did Lin Chuan feel as if she was explaining specifically for him? Did she notice his lack of understanding and deliberately spoke up? Why? Lin Chuan couldn't help but wonder. It couldn't be that she had developed feelings for him, could it? He remained cautious. Not another Meng Xiaohua, please. When something is amiss, there must be a demon. Just as Lin Chuan pondered, the Silent Shackles spoke. The trouble you've caused, you must clean up yourself. The Wanderer of the Void, having spoken, disappeared. This time the power of order could not prevent his concealment. The Fate Walkers, using the power of order in the distance, changed their expressions slightly upon witnessing this scene. To forcefully break through his order edict, this person's strength was extraordinarily formidable. Generally speaking, even if there are differences in strength among Fate Walkers of the same tier, they are not overly significant. In such cases, the backlash for violating the edict is considerable, and very few can forcibly break through. However, factors like talent level, specialized weapons, and distance of Fate walking combined might allow for a situation where one could forcefully break through. It is the void. In the next moment, the Order Walker's gaze sharpened, sensing something. The concealed person directly rendered themselves formless. Externally, they still appeared concealed, but their methods were more sophisticated. Even the edict was affected by the void. This method of breakthrough indeed allows for concealment with minimal cost. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan was also the mysterious Fate he belonged to already possessed the authority of concealment, and he was at the envoy level. With the help of the unknowable domain talent, Lin Chuan slightly stirred the power of the mysterious Fate, attempting to conceal himself. The surrounding edict power immediately bound towards him, attempting to stop Lin Chuan. However, the moment the edict's power touched the mysterious force on Lin Chuan, the shackles of order directly ignored Lin Chuan's actions. The act of concealment was veiled by the mysterious power to the extent that order could not perceive it. For the law to take effect to stop, judge, and punish, there must first be a target. However, the mystery's effect directly made that target disappear. Then a tearing roar ripped through the air from above, surging down to engulf the entire police bureau compound. The sound was so loud it was like war drums beat. Not only did he comprehend the power of his own fate, but he also understood how the power of fate operates in the case of paradoxes arising from their intersection. As it stands, the authority of the envoy surpasses all ordinary powers of fate. I'll take my leave now, everyone. Lin Chuan smiled slightly, showing no attachment. He moved slightly, just a few quick shifts, and easily broke through the encirclement, arriving at the misty boundary of the Emerald City. He did not blatantly use the power of the mysterious. There was no need at all. He did not require concealment, he merely needed to exert part of his speed to escape effortlessly. Everyone could only watch helplessly as he escaped, unable to catch up. As for the others, it depended on their own. Lin Chuan understood the kind intentions of the beautiful girl. As for repayment, there was none. Good luck to you. He elegantly turned around at the misty boundary, waved to the crowd, and his figure retreated, vanishing before them. Damn! The chubby boy once again felt the treachery from his teammate. In the blink of an eye, two people had disappeared. The beautiful girl seemed to have anticipated the departure of Lin Chuan, and the others, showing no special expression. After Lin Chuan left, she quickly followed. However, her speed was far inferior to Lin Chuan's, just a bit faster than an ordinary long-distance runner. At this speed, a few people from the crowd could easily catch her. However, a strange scene unfolded. When those attempting to block the beautiful girl arrived before her, they all appeared dazed and confused. They just watched as the beautiful girl walked past them. By the time they came to their senses, the beautiful girl was already standing at the misty boundary, smiling and bowing before retreating, disappearing from sight. The chubby boy was not idle either. He was more direct. He opened his mouth wide, a terrifying force of pull emanating from it, rendering everything around him illusory, wildly rushing towards his mouth. Those who tried to block him felt the terrifying, devouring force, their expressions changing rapidly as they quickly chose to retreat. Then the chubby boy opened his mouth wide and charged into the Emerald City, devouring everything in his path. No one dared to stop him. Only Uncle Peacock remained. The trouble was his doing. The emerald gems were also exposed by him, and he had detailed their effects to everyone. Now it seemed in the end he was the one who fell into the trap. Seeing his teammates vanish completely, Uncle Peacock's expression turned extremely grim. "Spare me, good sir. These emerald gems are all yours." Seeing the unfriendly gazes of the crowd focus on him, Uncle Peacock immediately raised his hand and threw out more than 10 emerald gems. These gems emitted a faint glow as they fell to the ground nearby. Whoosh! Seeing this, the surrounding Fate Walkers immediately sprang into action, rushing towards the direction where the gems fell. It was precisely during this moment of chaos. Uncle Peacock's lips curled slightly, and he gently snapped his fingers. Snap! Uncle Peacock's figure vanished. What a good show, this is truly entertaining, hee. In the City of Emeralds. Time rewinds. Jiang Mingfang and his 4 companions entered the city, but did not act immediately. Jiang Mingfang inquired, "Did you all have any special feelings about that 5-person team we just saw?" The man in the floral clothing is a practitioner of the Joy Destiny, deliberately exposing the emerald gemstone, likely seeking amusement to fulfill his destiny. This method can only be considered mediocre, not particularly clever. The first to speak was a rather exuberant youth named Zhou Chen. Being a practitioner of the Joy Destiny himself, he could immediately discern what Uncle Peacock was scheming. As for the others, I didn't notice anything unusual. As Zhou Chen's words fell, he looked at the others. Everyone knew that when the captain asked such questions it meant he had discovered something abnormal and wanted to hear their thoughts. I can roughly distinguish their destinies: pure beauty, joy, greed, void, and hunting. The leather-clad girl Lin spoke up. She carefully recalled the previous scenes, certain that her memory was flawless. Each time she named a destiny, the others could generally match it to a specific person. That pure beauty girl is strange. I feel a sense of familiarity just by recalling her. Lin Ya's perception was exceptionally keen, and as a practitioner of memory, she was confident in the accuracy of her recollections. But merely through memory, she could exert influence over her, indicating that this girl possessed considerable strength. After Lin Ya spoke, the tallest and thinnest man in the group, Han Yu, shook his head. Order is not good at perception. I haven't discovered anything, just confirmed that order has not been affected. Then the group looked at the only man in the team who was completely shrouded in black clothing. He was their teammate, yet they did not know his name and had never seen his face. In fact, they didn't even know his gender. The only reason they thought he was male was a temporary reference, as his voice, altered by disguise, sounded more masculine. They only knew his codename was Mist. This was backed by the powerful official organization of city builders. Otherwise, under such circumstances, trust within the team would be impossible. Clearly, Mist was a practitioner of the mystery destiny. Amidst the dense fog, all that is seen is but an illusion, Mist said in a hoarse voice. The four of Jiang Mingfang. Their teammate was good at everything except he loved to speak in enigmatic riddles at crucial moments. If he weren't a teammate, they would have been tempted to shout, "Riddlers should just vanish." Seeing everyone silenced by Mist, Jiang Mingfang had to speak up again. Did you notice anything about that hunting practitioner? The hunting practitioner. Everyone was momentarily taken aback and then frowned. They clearly remembered that the opposing team consisted of 5 people, one of whom was a practitioner of the hunting destiny, yet his presence seemed weak, and everyone unconsciously overlooked him. Upon careful recollection, they found their memories of him quite vague. They vaguely remembered he was dressed in black and wore a strange mask, but nothing else was recalled. Is there a problem with that hunting practitioner? Zhou Chen asked in confusion. He thought for a moment, but could not recall any distinguishing features. Jiang Mingfang shook his head. I haven't found any issues. Then why focus on him? Han Yu asked in confusion. Jiang Mingfang was momentarily taken aback by the question. Right, why was he focusing on the hunting practitioner? Forget it, I just feel like he seems quite strong. Jiang Mingfang shook his head and did not delve deeper. The leather-clad girl Lin Ya frowned upon hearing this, as she also had no impression of the hunting practitioner. Let's go, we need to pick up the pace. There are indeed many strong practitioners entering the trial this time. Jiang Mingfang refocused on the trial, discerning the directions around them, and led the team towards one of the alleys, quickly disappearing into the fog. Not long after these 5 left, the mist stirred. The silent shackles also entered the Emerald City. Soon after, the mist violently fluctuated, and a figure suddenly stopped near the void practitioner. The two exchanged glances without speaking. Soon another person arrived. The beautiful girl casually stepped into the Emerald City, curiously surveying her surroundings. This truly resembles a city: streets, houses, alleys. Aside from everything being made of emerald, I can't detect any flaws. It can be considered a masterpiece of art. The beautiful girl remarked while admiring, genuinely appearing to appreciate a beautiful artwork. A massive city entirely made of emerald. So can you discern where the cornerstone is, eh? Lin Chuan asked. The beautiful girl possesses an eye for aesthetics and might uncover traces that ordinary people cannot. I can't see it, but I know where the cornerstone is. The beautiful girl said, raising her hand to point towards the center of the city. The emerald cornerstone is at the center of the city. This is an open secret. Just as the words of the beautiful girl fell, a chubby boy with his mouth agape entered. Ahem. After inhaling the mist of the Emerald City, the chubby boy's face turned greener, even his hair turned green. This mist is toxic. The chubby boy appeared severely poisoned, but everyone knew he was just putting. They didn't need him to say it. Lin Chuan and others already knew the mist was toxic. Upon contact, they felt signs of their bodies gradually crystallizing. Moreover, the emerald gemstones in their hands emitted an aura that could resist the erosion of the mist, allowing them to operate here for a prolonged period. In this regard, Uncle Peacock was not lying. Everyone is indeed still waiting for me. What an honor. Uncle Peacock suddenly appeared in the Emerald City, smiling and greeting his recently disbanded teammates. Next time you want to seek amusement, remember to give me a heads up so we can keep our distance. Lin Chuan remarked. Amusement requires witnesses. A spectacle without spectators is rather dull. Uncle Peacock said nonchalantly. Did you really give them genuine emerald gemstones? The void practitioner suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan and others' expressions shifted. This guy wouldn't really be so kind as to give away the real thing, would he? You can't catch a wolf without first parting with the child. Without offering something genuine, how could one witness the most authentic amusement? Hurry, they'll be coming in once they're done fighting. Uncle Peacock, unwilling to linger at the entrance, scanned his surroundings before swiftly leading the group into a narrow alley. Lin Chuan exchanged glances with the others before they all decided to follow. However, a faint, almost imperceptible flicker crossed his expression as he observed the alley Uncle Peacock had chosen. Was it deliberate or accidental? Lin Chuan mused silently. The route Uncle Peacock had taken was the same one Jiang Mingfang's team of city builders had used earlier. As for how Lin Chuan could be certain Jiang Mingfang and his group had entered this alley, it was because he had seen them. Not that he had watched them walk into the alley, but rather he could see them standing right now in the mist not far ahead with. That was correct. Jiang Mingfang's team had not truly departed. Instead, they had entered the alley and quickly concealed themselves. Accomplishing this was not difficult for Jiang Mingfang's squad. This was because their team included a pathwalker of the mystery path. Using the power of mystery, they had hidden everyone behind the fog, observing Lin Chuan and the others as they entered. In truth, the moment Lin Chuan stepped into the Jade City, he had immediately detected the fluctuations of mystery power. He saw through their concealment almost at a glance. The hazy mist for others was an excellent barrier to obscure forms and aura. But to Lin Chuan, an emissary of mystery, it was as clear as day. The power of the mystery path holds no secrets before an emissary of mystery. However, Lin Chuan had no intention of exposing them. While Jiang Mingfang's team observed Lin Chuan's group, Lin Chuan was likewise observing them. In fact, Lin Chuan operated from a higher dimension than they did. Once inside the alley, Uncle Peacock slowed his pace. In the Jade Capital, besides the crystallizing effect of the pervasive mist, the greatest danger comes from pathwalkers. Uncle Peacock continued. You mean pathwalkers here attack each other? The chubby young man's expression turned. No, that's only one aspect. The more perilous threat isn't the living pathwalkers, but those who have died here. Uncle Peacock chuckled lightly. You mean the crystallized jade walkers? They aren't that strong, are they? Lin Chuan interjected at the right moment. They had encountered jade walkers before, and given the strength they had since displayed, dealing with them was not difficult. Even the more formidable jade aggregators were handled with ease. The four of them had torn apart one's limbs, dismembering it completely. The jade walkers outside are merely crystallized beasts lacking intelligence, and only know to attack those who enter here. But the pathwalkers in the Jade Capital are different. They retain their path talent abilities. Uncle Peacock's words caused a subtle shift in Lin Chuan and the others' expressions. Otherwise, why do you think the Jade Capital is the most dangerous place, and why after all this time, no one has been able to claim the Jade Cornerstone? Beautiful Girl showed little reaction to this statement, as she likely already knew. The Void Walker's face remained perpetually impassive, revealing no emotion. Only Lin Chuan and the chubby young man were genuinely surprised. So the real danger begins now. At least we share the same goal, so we can cooperate until we reach the inner city of the Jade Capital. Once their conflicts of interest may arise, and we can disband then. Uncle Peacock said as he walked ahead, guiding the way. Ah, this building is rather intriguing. Suddenly, Beautiful Girl halted, her gaze fixed on a nearby shop. The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly beneath his mask. That shop was precisely where Jiang Mingfang and his four companions were hiding. As Beautiful Girl stopped, everyone's attention turned to it. This sudden focus made Jiang Mingfang's hidden group tense up. They had only used the power of the mystery path to obscure the truth, not to become truly invisible. If Beautiful Girl took 2 more steps forward, she would have been face-to-face with them. Though it wouldn't necessarily lead to an immediate fight, being caught spying would be rather embarrassing. Look at the pattern on the window. Beautiful Girl said, reaching out a hand to touch it. Don't waste time. Silent Shackles broke his silence, speaking in a low voice. Let's go. Lin Chuan also spoke up. There was no need to start a conflict with the city builders here. Oh, Beautiful Girl acknowledged and followed Lin Chuan and the others away. Only after their figures had vanished into the alley's mist did the air before the shop ripple, revealing Jiang Mingfang and his 4 companions. Were we discovered? Zhou Chen asked, a look of confusion on his face. Jiang Mingfang furrowed his brow. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Though no one had probed deeply after entering the alley, mist had taken the initiative to conceal, everyone planning to observe further. For the city builders, recording information about other pathwalkers was also valuable intelligence. Such intelligence could be submitted for rewards. But this time it seemed their plan had backfired somewhat. That girl on the beauty path might have sensed something unusual. The others probably did not. This time Mist did not speak in riddles, but offered his judgment. Forget it, we have our own goals. As long as they don't interfere with us. Jiang Mingfang silently committed these 5 individuals to memory. There were not many pathwalkers in this trial who could affect his plans, and these 5 were not originally in his calculations. But now he had to take them into account. The 5 of them quickly departed. They did not follow Lin Chuan's route. Instead, after advancing a few dozen meters, they turned into another alley. The Jade Capital once again fell into silence. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. A few more pathwalkers from outside entered the Jade capital. They clutched the jade gems they had just looted, still stained with fresh blood. Solitary pathwalkers upon entering the Jade capital swiftly fled and disappeared. Those with companions waited until everyone had gathered before moving on together. Some driven by bloodlust chased after others to steal their gems, even if they had none of their own. In the Emerald City, Lin Chuan and his 4 companions walked slowly, navigating through the mist. The sky had grown dark and the city's lights dimmed, further enveloped in fog that rendered it even darker than the outside world. What set the city apart from the outside world was that the emerald-like buildings emitted a faint green glow, barely illuminating the surroundings. In such an environment, Lin Chuan felt as if he was no longer walking in the human world, but rather in the underworld. In this eerie setting, everyone was cautious. Although they hadn't encountered any danger since entering the Emerald City over 10 minutes ago, it only heightened their tension. Within the group, Lin Chuan maneuvered at the periphery, utilizing the high-speed movement characteristic of his skill hunting patrol to scout the area. However, Lin Chuan didn't linger in one spot for long. Even if he detected something unusual, he would quickly leave and report the information to the others before making a decision. The silent shackles were positioned at the back of the group, responsible for rearguard duties. In the center was the beautiful girl whose pure fate was more about support and was not adept at close combat. Up front were the chubby boy and Uncle Peacock. To be honest, considering their configuration, this team wasn't very cohesive. The absence of a fate that could provide survival capability was its biggest flaw. Moreover, there weren't any particularly strong or resilient fates. Perhaps only the chubby boy slightly met that criteria. However, it would be inaccurate to say that the team was entirely useless. Though they lacked cooperation, they possessed remarkable escape abilities. Everyone had their own means of survival and could disperse instantly, heading in different directions without weighing each other down. This might be their greatest advantage. I'm a bit hungry. The chubby boy at the front had his stomach rumbling. Let's take a short break and eat something before continuing, suggested Uncle Peacock. Everyone nodded. Whether the chubby boy could eat enough was crucial for his combat strength. As for the others, they also needed to eat. Fate walkers were human too and required energy replenishment. Perhaps high-level Fate walkers didn't need to eat, but the few who had just embarked on their journey had not reached that level. Everyone began to eat their own food taken from their Fate space, showing no sign of sharing. Even if they were willing, others wouldn't dare to accept. At that moment, Lin Chuan also felt a bit hungry. The food in his Fate space was limited, mostly convenience food. Watching the chubby boy continuously pull out pork knuckles, big drumsticks, and roasted meat, he couldn't help but shed envious tears. I wasn't that hungry, but seeing you eat so well has made me hungry. Uncle Peacock couldn't help but complain. What he pulled out was also decent, but compared to the chubby boy's offerings, there was still a gap. On the other side, the Void Walker also took out food to eat. The beautiful girl pulled out a box of ice cream, eating it slowly. So hungry. The chubby boy muttered. He opened his blood basin mouth and voraciously devoured various foods. Lin Chuan couldn't help but want to rush over and snatch some food from the chubby boy's hands. It smelled so good. Not only was it the aroma of the food, but also the desire for food generated by watching the chubby boy feast. However, Lin Chuan managed to resist. He wasn't hungry to that extent, and he also didn't trust the food of others. Chubby boy, give me a little. No. The chubby boy himself couldn't eat enough, so why would he share food with others? At this moment, satisfying his own appetite was the priority. Chubby boy were teammates. Sharing food is the right thing to do, Uncle Peacock said, his eyes slightly reddening, his expression contorted, even wanting to grab the pork knuckle from the chubby boy's hands. Lin Chuan frowned slightly at this scene. He sensed something was off. Even if he were truly hungry, Uncle Peacock shouldn't resort to direct theft, especially given his earlier caution. What was going on? Just then a crisp sound of a finger snap echoed. It was the beautiful girl. She had stood up at some point, and the ice cream in her hand had disappeared. A mysterious aura rippled from her, making her appear extraordinarily beautiful at that moment, even exuding a hint of sanctity. This force rapidly spread out, enveloping Lin Chuan and his companions. Especially the chubby boy and Uncle Peacock, who had been on the verge of fighting over the pork knuckle, were momentarily stunned and turned to look at the beautiful girl. In an instant, their gazes became clear. They stared intently at the beautiful girl, as if they had seen the most beautiful artwork in the world, becoming entranced. The next moment, the beautiful girl's power retracted, and the pure aura dissipated. The expressions of the chubby boy and Uncle Peacock changed dramatically. What just happened? Uncle Peacock's face turned grim. He recalled the earlier scene drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, the silent shackles had vanished without a trace. He hadn't fled, and everyone could still sense the lingering void power around them. At the same time, Lin Chuan was alertly scanning the surroundings. What was that just now? The chubby boy was still somewhat dazed. He was truly hungry, very hungry. Yet this hunger seemed not entirely from his body. Desire, the beautiful girl simply said. I can't directly help you dispel your desires. I can only redirect your attention away from gluttony. Just now, upon sensing something was off, the beautiful girl had immediately acted, using her pure power to shift Uncle Peacock's and the chubby boy's focus from their hunger to herself. All of them were skilled, and while this didn't directly remove the control of desire, as long as their attention was redirected, they would discover the problem themselves, and thus break free. Indeed, after the pure power faded, both the chubby boy and Uncle Peacock simultaneously awoke, no longer lost in their desires. Damn it! Uncle Peacock's face looked very bad. He had genuinely fallen under the spell. If not for the beautiful girl, he might have sunk into gluttony, followed by. Just then the Void Walker hidden in the shadows struck. He charged directly towards a nearby building. Lin Chuan sensed something, as well, his figure flashing, transforming into a streak of light, as he desire is truly insidious. Lin Chuan's heart was shaken. He had activated the Taiji Bagua array, which could enhance his mental resistance. Coupled with the basic attributes of 3 fates, it allowed him to resist the erosion of desire to a certain extent. Yet this invisible and terrifying control was incredibly difficult to defend against. A moment of inattention could lead to falling under its influence. Buzz. The grand emerald building's door silently vanished into nothingness, transforming into the void. The figure of the silent shackles appeared directly within the room. Lin Chuan moved with incredible speed, yet he did not surpass the traveler of nothingness deliberately trailing behind him. At this moment, the door of the house swung wide open, revealing the occupants clearly before Lin Chuan. In this instant, Lin Chuan's pupils suddenly constricted. The interior was not as he anticipated. The beings within. No, they could not be called humans. They were emerald travelers, those who had been crystallized into emeralds. They were indistinguishable from humans, except their entire bodies had transformed into emerald. Their gazes were vacant, devoid of any expression. Yet the power of fate still surged within them. There were 3 individuals in this room. Lin Chuan scanned the room, attempting to identify the traveler of desire first to deal with him. The influence of desire on Lin Chuan and others was undeniably frightening. This intangible and formless power was the hardest to defend against. After all, every individual possesses desires. The desire to grow stronger, the desire to survive, and so forth. These inherent desires were the best weapons for the traveler of desire. There was no need to fabricate desires from thin air, merely inciting and magnifying these desires would suffice to achieve his objectives. Just moments ago, Lin Chuan and the others were indeed hungry, and they genuinely needed something to eat. However, among them it was unclear how much of it was genuine hunger and how much was manipulated gluttony. What Lin Chuan did not expect was that among the 3, he did not sense the power of the traveler of desire. Swish. Regardless, he decided to kill one first. Lin Chuan did not identify the traveler of desire immediately, and instead targeted a man standing at the forefront. The ember of light had already materialized in Lin Chuan's grasp. A silver glow flashed as it darted toward the man's neck. If all went smoothly, the next moment would witness a severed head flying through the air. An emerald head. However, things were not as simple as Lin Chuan had imagined. Just as Lin Chuan made his move, a middle-aged man at the back struck. Swish. He raised his hand and tossed something over. Lin Chuan's expression shifted sharply. He immediately dodged, but as he did, he fixed his gaze. It turned out to be a half-smoked cigarette. It had already turned to emerald. Yet Lin Chuan did not sense any danger from this emerald cigarette. This was an ordinary cigarette. Upon its owner's crystallization, it too transformed into emerald. Such occurrences were commonplace in the Emerald City. Nothing could evade crystallization. Even though Lin Chuan and the others had the protection of spirit stones, it was only temporary. They were continuously expending their fate power to resist crystallization and could not remain here for long. At this moment, facing the flying cigarette, Lin Chuan chose to dodge, even without danger. This posed no difficulty for him. It merely delayed his attack slightly, without changing the outcome. Balance. At that moment, the middle-aged man who threw the cigarette spoke. His mechanized voice carried no emotion. The next moment, Lin Chuan felt his attack power plummet rapidly. Bang! Lin Chuan's dagger still accurately struck the neck of the man at the forefront. However, the expected severed head did not materialize. The ember of light tore a gruesome gash in the man's neck, but it did not completely sever his head. The reason lay in the dramatic reduction of Lin Chuan's attack power. At the moment his strike landed, Lin Chuan's attack was diminished by more than half, transforming what should have been a lethal blow into merely a heavy injury. The next instant, the injured man retaliated with a punch aimed at Lin Chuan. Buzz. In a critical moment, the amber shield manifested around Lin Chuan. Bang! Lin Chuan's figure was sent flying, crashing through the emerald wall and landing on the street outside. Lin Chuan's face turned pale, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. However, in reality, Lin Chuan was unscathed. The pale complexion and the blood at the corner of his mouth were all feigned. The man's attack, though powerful, was insufficient to breach Lin Chuan's defenses. The amber shield was capable of absorbing all the damage, and then Lin Chuan retracted the shield, pretending as if he had been struck and sent flying. The aura of destruction spread across Lin Chuan, attempting to continue erasing his vitality, but to no avail. At this moment, the chubby boy and the others had already caught up. "Be careful," Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and warned. The strength of these emerald travelers was formidable, likely approaching Fate level 8 before their crystallization. Moreover, they coordinated seamlessly. Their abilities were enigmatic, clearly a well-knit team. Such Fate travelers were the most challenging to deal with, especially since Lin Chuan had only just embarked on his journey of Fate and had not traveled far. He was merely relying on the powerful base attributes provided by his specialized weapon to masquerade as a latest-stage Fate level 9 traveler. The chubby boy had already opened his gaping maw and charged in, unleashing a terrifying devouring force directly at the heavily injured traveler of destruction. As for the silent shackles, he had approached the middle-aged man at the back. He raised his right hand, reaching directly for them. A surge of nothingness power erupted suddenly. Swish! This time the middle-aged man threw a lighter. The power of balance spread, and the nothingness power rapidly weakened. At that moment, a faintly ethereal song resonated. Without any hesitation, the emerald travelers immediately broke through the wall and fled into the distance at remarkable speed. "Where do you think you're going?" The chubby boy disregarded everything and chased after them once more. "Are you all right?" The beautiful girl approached Lin Chuan, intending to help him up. Lin Chuan quickly stood up on his own, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I'm fine." Lin Chuan looked up and saw the chubby boy already pursuing the emerald travelers. Even Uncle Peacock had followed suit. It seemed they were somewhat enraged from being manipulated by desire earlier. The silent shackles stood within the already breached room, hesitating before deciding not to follow. He could have killed that middle-aged man just now, but after the lighter was thrown, his nothingness power was weakened, ultimately only severing the man's arm and allowing him to escape. "There are still other crystallized Fate travelers here," the beautiful girl said with a solemn expression. In truth, it was unnecessary for her to say, "Oh, Lin Chuan and the Traveler of Nothingness were already aware." The ethereal song likely originated from the amplification of harmony. Their harmony had a strong boosting effect on other Fate travelers. Just when that song rang out, it had directly increased the speed of those 3 emerald travelers significantly, otherwise they would not have escaped. At this moment, the chubby boy and Uncle Peacock had already left, leaving only Lin Chuan and the other 2 behind. "This place is not suitable for lingering," Lin Chuan said swiftly. The recent battle in the quiet Emerald City was like a torch in the darkness, surely attracting the attention of some individuals. Whether they were other Fate travelers or Emerald Walkers, it was possible they might come over to investigate, making it risky to stay here. Should we follow them? The silent shackles glanced in the direction the chubby boy had chased after. There were now 2 paths to take. One was to ignore the chubby boy and the others directly, and the 3 of them would act together. The second option was to follow them while maintaining a team. Based on the outcome, the Void Walker had already made his. He chose not to follow the chubby boy and Uncle Peacock, but remained in place, which meant he had actually chosen Lon and the beautiful girl as his teammates. Clearly in his eyes, these 2 were significantly more reliable than the other 2. As for whether to chase after them, he was indifferent and would see how Lin Chuan and the others decided. The beautiful girl also looked at Lin Chuan, waiting for his response. "Let's follow them for a look first," Lin Chuan said after a moment of contemplation. "If we can help, we will. If not, then so be it." This is Lin Chuan's principle. No forcing. Having made the decision, the 3 quickly left, heading in the direction the chubby boy and the others had departed. "What just happened?" While chasing, the beautiful girl asked. Naturally, she was inquiring about what had occurred in the room. The beautiful girl was not fast and lacked close combat abilities, so she did not lead the charge and was unaware of the specifics of what had happened. Upon hearing her question, Lin Chuan did not hide anything and recounted what had transpired earlier. In fact, he was also quite curious about the situation of those Emerald Walkers and the Fate abilities they displayed. The beautiful girl clearly had a background, and any unclear points could be explained by her. This way he could gain information for free while preparing for potential battles ahead. After listening to Lin Chuan's description, the beautiful girl did not think too much and immediately provided her guess. "That middle-aged man is a walker of the balanced Fate. I am not sure of the specific name of the talent he used. Family. I've seen some materials on this. I generally refer to this ability as bribery." Bribery. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, consciously ignoring the word family, and followed up with a question. "That's right, a walker of the balanced Fate is quite troublesome. This Fate is also known as the 50-50 Fate. No matter which Fate walker they encounter, they can always manage to hold their ground. The reason lies in the core authority of this Fate, balance. As long as the gap between both sides is not too large, they can pull you down to the same level as them, and then fight. For example, just now he threw a cigarette at you. It doesn't matter what it is, what matters is the symbolic meaning. He gave you something, which means you gain some enhancement, while he correspondingly experienced a decrease. To balance this imbalance, the powers of fate will weaken your abilities to achieve a new equilibrium. The beautiful girl explained. Lin Chuan was slightly taken aback. This ability is indeed quite overbearing, forcing something onto you you can't refuse, and then directly weakening your power. Then Lin Chuan thought of Pan Chen's innate talent equivalent exchange. This ability of bribery is after all a form of equivalent exchange. Just by symbolically giving you something, it can trigger the power of balance, weakening one of your abilities. This is consistent with how equivalent exchange balances other abilities. The 50-50 fate is indeed quite apt. The silent shackles couldn't help but interject. This is truly 50-50. Yes, essentially, as long as they are not fate walkers who transcend a large tier balance, can balance their strength with that of their opponents, making it very difficult to achieve a crushing victory over them. The beautiful girl continued. Additionally, based on your descriptions, it seems there are no desire fate walkers present, which gives me some new conjectures. The beautiful girl said thoughtfully, perhaps there were originally no desire fate walkers, but we definitely were provoked by the desire to indulge. Lin Chuan said in surprise. He was very familiar with this situation, as the anomalies at Dawn High School were caused by desire, and he had once deeply experienced that feeling of desire being provoked and amplified. This is the crux of the issue. Were you provoked by the desire to indulge or by hunger? The beautiful girl countered. Lin Chuan was about to ask what the difference was between the two when he suddenly realized something. Greed. The silent shackles spoke up faster than Lin Chuan. That's right, the beautiful girl nodded. If it was just a desire to eat, then it might not just be desire. The greed fate also possesses corresponding. Lin Chuan understood. Indeed, there are overlaps between the powers of fate and the authorities of the star gods. His understanding of this statement deepened. Although the appearances of many things seem consistent, the core driving forces beneath their appearances can be completely different. Lin Chuan and the beautiful girl were discussing some concepts about fate. He found that the beautiful girl indeed knew a lot and was very comprehensive. Moreover, she was no longer as aloof as at the beginning, as she would explain to Lin Chuan some secrets that did not involve the core. Even the usually silent Void Walker occasionally chimed in, which greatly benefited Lin Chuan. It must be said that at this moment they really looked a bit like teammates. Unlike before, when they were each looking out for themselves in times of crisis. It was likely that everyone had realized that their teammates were quite capable and had no ill intentions, leading them to set aside their previous arrogance and prejudice. If previously everyone looked down on each other, believing themselves to be strong, now everyone recognized that others were strong and acknowledged their own shortcomings. Trust is a luxurious thing, especially among fate travelers. In this regard, perhaps only Lin Chuan was hiding deeply enough. However, as a mysterious envoy, being the one hiding the deepest is the most normal. He was practicing his own fate. The deeper he hides, the more he is enacting his fate. In the distance, the sounds of fighting could be heard along with the chubby boy's furious shouts. Lin Chuan and the others couldn't help but change their expressions and quicken their pace. They had just gotten carried away in conversation and almost forgot about the chubby boy and Uncle Peacock, two rather unvaluable teammates. In the distance, Lin Chuan and his companions observed the situation ahead. It was a street corner where the chubby boy was being surrounded and beaten by 3 Emerald Walkers. Among them, 2 were precisely those from the earlier room. One was the Fate Walker of Balance, who had thrown a cigarette at Lin Chuan, and the other was the Fate Walker of Destruction. Both of them had already sustained injuries. The one most severely hurt was the Fate Walker of Destruction. Lin Chuan's strike was not easy to bear. Even though it had been weakened by the ability of balance, it still cut open the throat of the Destruction Walker. If this were a genuine Fate Walker, he would probably have lost his fighting capability or even died by now. However, being an Emerald Walker, he was not truly a living person, and despite being gravely injured, he still retained some combat power. The middle-aged man of balance had lost an arm due to the silent shackles. This was also the reason why the chubby boy could withstand the trio's assault. Both Fate Walkers had been severely injured and had limited combat effectiveness. As for the third person, they had not appeared before. This was also an Emerald Walker cloaked in a black robe that had turned emerald, swiftly darting around the chubby boy and occasionally launching attacks. Each strike was swift and decisive, never lingering in battle. Most of the wounds on the chubby boy were inflicted by him. It was evident that this was a Fate Walker of hunting. Meanwhile, the chubby boy was fiercely attacking the fourth person. She was the third individual from the earlier room and the only woman. The woman had been ensnared by the chubby boy's wide-open mouth, desperately being pulled towards him. Yet she was not sitting idly. Her own mouth was wide open, emanating a terrifying suction. When Lin Chuan and his companions witnessed this scene, they were momentarily stunned. The two stood there passionately drawing from each other. Those unaware might think this was some new form of play. Yet it was clear that the chubby boy was far stronger in this aspect than the woman. Indeed, it is the fate of gluttony. The beautiful girl's gaze sharpened. Her suspicion was confirmed. The intense hunger they had felt earlier, which even affected their minds, originated from the fate of gluttony. This also indicated that the woman's abilities in the fate of gluttony leaned more towards inducing hunger, thus affecting the mind. However, her actual devouring ability was weak, which is why she was being suppressed by the chubby boy. Is he trying to devour that fate walker of gluttony? Lin Chuan observed the scene, his expression slightly tightening. The chubby boy was clearly reckless, willing to risk injury to consume his opponent. In that moment, a flicker of doubt crossed Lin Chuan's mind. Could devouring other fate walkers enhance one's own power? Could it even grant him the other's talents? Otherwise, why would the chubby boy be so desperate? Of course, this might just be a feature unique to the fate of gluttony. Other fate walkers did not possess the ability to directly consume others. Could he be actually eating people? That would certainly cause severe physiological discomfort. Though the chubby boy was also eating, fundamentally, he was utilizing the power of the fate of gluttony to devour. In his open mouth, there was a swirling void resembling a black hole, not merely swallowing into his stomach. This distinction was significant. While the chubby boy single-handedly battled 4 fate walkers, Uncle Peacock circled around the periphery to assist. After all, there was a 5th member in the opposing team. That was the fate walker of harmony, singing outside the scene. His song continually provided buffs to his teammates, while Uncle Peacock aimed to disrupt their enhancements and alleviate some pressure on the chubby boy. However, it was evident that Uncle Peacock was not using his full strength. After all, they could have chosen not to. The chubby boy could devour other fate walkers, but as a fate walker of joy, Uncle Peacock lacked the ability. Nonetheless, he did not abandon the chubby boy, and was clearly frustrated by the earlier hunger he experienced, determined to eliminate the fate walker of gluttony. Yes, kill again. A physical disappearance. The people fighting in the distance noticed Lin Chuan and his companions approaching. Help! Seeing the trio, Uncle Peacock's face lit up with joy, and he immediately shouted loudly. At the same time, the Emerald Walkers, noticing Lin Chuan and his companions' arrival, felt the pressure mount. Without hesitation, they immediately launched their strongest defense, attempting to eliminate the chubby boy before Lin Chuan and his companions could intervene. Buzz! The previously weakened fate walker of gluttony suddenly unleashed her final strength. A massive devouring force erupted all at once, countering the chubby boy's consumption, while simultaneously attempting to devour his fate power in return. This made the chubby boy's situation instantly precarious. Meanwhile, the one-armed middle-aged man again threw a cigarette at the chubby boy. This weakened the chubby boy's power. The fate walker of destruction seized the opportunity to close in, breaking through the devouring force surrounding the chubby boy and opening a gap. Swish! The fate walker of hunting made his move. This was his final strike, and with several favorable factors, this attack was enough to kill the chubby boy. Even at this moment, the fate walker of harmony in the distance took a hit from Uncle Peacock's attack, forcibly granting a boost to the hunting walker. This was their team's lethal blow. Their cooperation was remarkably tacit, and they executed their timing with. Just as the chubby boy and the others saw hope, their tightly wounded nerves relaxed for a moment. This is bad. Lin Chuan and his companions' expressions changed at the sight. The enemy's attack was too decisive, they had no time to stop it. A flicker of hesitation crossed the beautiful girl's face. She had a way to intervene, but the cost was too high. The silent shackles did not act recklessly either. His capabilities were ineffective in this situation, or rather the cost was too great for him to bear. After all, they were temporary allies, and there wasn't much close friendship between them. Lin Chuan was also hesitating. However, he quickly made a decision. To act. Because if he truly wished to obtain the Emerald Keystone later, he could not do it alone. Moreover, he had not forgotten that this was the domain of preservation, and this trial had almost made it clear from the beginning that cooperation was essential for the possibility of completing the task. Buzz! At that moment, Lin Chuan seemed to transform into a beam of light, charging towards the battlefield ahead. He felt the air compressing past him, sliced apart by the power of the hunting fate. Even the surrounding space and time seemed to slow down. He saw the hunting traveler in the distance, acting as if the playback speed had been slowed down, dropping from the original double speed to 0. 5 times slower. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan's silver dagger light arrow remnant had already cut through the air in advance. Everything changed too quickly, too fast for anyone to react. The silver light arrived first, gently sweeping past the neck of the hunting traveler. Then Lin Chuan's figure rushed towards the next target, the middle-aged man, the balanced fate traveler. The opponent seemed to have realized Lin Chuan's intention, raising his hand to throw something in an attempt to balance Lin Chuan's attack power. However, it was too slow. His movements couldn't keep up with Lin Chuan's attack speed. Before he could throw anything, Lin Chuan's dagger had already swept across his neck. Without losing momentum, Lin Chuan charged towards the last person in the distance, the one singing the harmony fate traveler. Once again, a flash of silver light zipped past. Everything seemed to freeze at that moment. So beautiful. The beautiful girl stared blankly at this scene. As the light that Lin Chuan transformed into dissipated, he leaned against a wall, slowly collapsing to the ground. The exhilaration after activating Aurora Shadow was matched only by the weakness he felt now that it had ended. Of course, he wasn't weak enough to be unable to get up. Lin Chuan put on a show, but it wasn't complete pretense. This strike had indeed drained a lot of energy, and even he found it a bit hard to bear. His body endured such rapid impacts, bearing a significant burden. Even with the assistance of the hunting fate power, Lin Chuan still felt sore all over and somewhat exhausted. However, the effect of the attack was incredibly notable. 3 fate travelers were instantly killed by Lin Chuan's strike, without a chance to react. Moreover, Lin Chuan had held back, not utilizing the effects of the 3 hunting constellations. Even so, he had already accomplished the assassination. All that remained in the eyes of the onlookers was their stunned, dazed expressions. Indeed, even the Emerald Traveler seemed to show some emotional fluctuation at that moment. This was the last expression they left in this world. Then 3 emerald heads rolled to the ground. The battle had already ended the moment Lin Chuan made his move. Roar! The chubby boy let out an angry roar, unleashing the full power of the gluttony fate directly overwhelming the woman. Whoosh! In the next moment, the woman was swallowed whole by the chubby boy, completely disappearing before everyone's eyes. At that moment, the entire team was left with only the Destruction Fate Traveler, who had been heavily injured by Lin Chuan. And in the next moment, he vanished as well. It was as if he had been erased halfway, leaving nothing behind. Only the silent shackles appeared in the place. Then all eyes turned to the listless Lin Chuan, his expression enigmatic, his gaze profound. What do you still want to take advantage of the chaos? Lin Chuan responded with a light smile, propping himself up against the wall. At that moment, he felt what it meant to be sore all over. The chubby boy, unable to digest the Emerald Traveler he had just devoured, quickly appeared before Lin Chuan. However, he didn't come too close, instead blocking Lin Chuan's path, warily watching the other teammates. Thank you, the chubby boy said seriously to Lin Chuan. No need for formalities, Lin Chuan chuckled lightly. Just a joke, no need to take it seriously. Our team is quite harmonious and loving. Lin Chuan then continued, speaking to the chubby boy. Uncle Peacock twitched at the corner of his mouth, unable to describe the shock he felt at that moment. Void Traveler looked at Lin Chuan, his gaze solemn. Meanwhile, the beautiful girl viewed Lin Chuan with it was a kind of infatuated admiration, as if she were examining the most exquisite artwork in the world, not wanting to miss a single detail. So beautiful. The silver light that had cut through space and time was too beautiful. An instant felt like eternity. Is this your true strength? Storm. Silent Shackles was no longer silent. That stunning strike just now, he knew he couldn't avoid it. When speed reaches a certain level, resistance loses all meaning. This is also why there is a saying that in all martial arts only speed is unbreakable. The Balanced Traveler just now had the ability to weaken Lin Chuan's attack through his own fate talent. However, he didn't have the time. Lin Chuan's speed exceeded his reaction time and his ability to execute. In the face of such an attack, he had no means of countering other than to take it heed in. Unless he possessed a shield ability similar to Guardian, capable of summoning a shield comparable to a 5-star talent with a mere thought. Or simply possessing a terrifying vitality like Abundance, achieving an effect akin to immortality. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. Silent Shackles, believing he couldn't evade, might only have the option to become void to dodge fatal attacks. But how effective that would be under the Silver Light Blade was hard to say, unless he personally tried it. However, Silent Shackles hoped he would never have the chance to try. Such speed must at least be a 5-star talent of the hunting fate, right? Impressive, impressive, Uncle Peacock said, his serious expression replaced by a smile. He believed he couldn't dodge, but he might have a chance to instantaneously teleport away using Joy's trick. But that was only, who knows if Lin Chuan's strike would be a guaranteed hit. The hunting fate has a certain causal capability. Of course, such a level of ability would not typically appear among low-tier fate travelers. That is a capability that might only exist in those with a fate level of 6 or above. Lin Chuan smiled slightly, not explaining anything. The soreness in his body was recovering quickly. He timely took out a bottle of 1-star healing potion and downed it. Although there were no injuries to heal, using it to relieve muscle soreness was still decent, though a bit wasteful. The orange-flavored one tasted quite good. The chubby boy also relaxed at this moment, a smile appearing on his face as he looked gratefully at Lin Chuan. If it weren't for Lin Chuan's timely help, he might have already died. Even if he didn't die, he likely wouldn't have been able to devour the gluttony fate traveler and would undoubtedly be severely injured. Thank. The chubby boy was about to thank Lin Chuan again, but just as he opened his mouth, his expression suddenly changed, his body softened, and he fell straight down. What happened? Lin Chuan and the others' faces changed, and the others quickly ran over. Upon getting closer, Lin Chuan noticed the chubby boy's face had turned pale and gray, his plump body becoming emaciated and lifeless. What is this? An astonishment rippled through the group as they stared at the chubby youth's transformation. No one could fathom what was unfolding. And the beautiful young woman placed her right hand upon him, sensing an unusual fluctuation. The power of the path of death, and her expression instantly hardened. "In, that woman is suspect," and the chubby youth gritted his teeth and spat out the words. Hearing this, their expressions shifted once more. And the woman he referred to was unmistakably the Jade Walker of the path of gluttony, the one he had devoured. Yet why did she bear the power of the path of death? And the dominions of the path of gluttony and the path of death appeared wholly distinct. No overlap existed between them. Or perhaps having perished and become a Jade Walker, she had acquired death's essence within her being. Yet even that explanation felt tenuous. After all, no prior Jade Walkers exhibited such death-infused energy. And could it be that only those born within the Jade capital possessed this trait? Upon reflection, that possibility held weight. Not only here, in the Jade capital, did Jade Walkers wield true path-based powers, elsewhere they were merely crystallized monstrosities. Even as the group spoke, the path of gluttony's energy surged from the chubby youth's body, entwining with the death force in volatile resonance. He was fighting for himself. And the path of gluttony claimed dominion over all things. Its hunger knew no bounds. Not even death's essence lay beyond its capacity to consume. Faced with this spectacle, Lin Chuan and the others stood helplessly aside. And soon they noticed the youth's pallor receding, the creeping aura of death gradually dissolving beneath his insatiable consumption. Death's power is rootless, ephemeral, thus powerless against the devouring might of the path of gluttony, the beautiful young woman explained. At least the chubby youth was no longer in peril. And even the path of gluttony has its limits. Nothing is truly safe to ingest, Lin Chuan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Only someone bearing the path of gluttony could dare such reckless consumption. And, not quite, countered the walker of the path of void, shaking his head. I've encountered other gluttony walkers, but none so brazenly indulgent in their devouring. And the group exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the youth's extraordinary nature. This one truly ate anything. Not assured of his safety, the tension eased among them. And the path of gluttony steadily neutralized death's lingering influence upon him. You shouldn't have pursued them just now. Had you encountered other Jade Walkers, you'd likely be dead by now, the beautiful young woman said to Uncle Peacock. What prompted your pursuit? And she asked curiously. And initially, everyone assumed it stemmed from the influence of the path of desire, driving both the chubby youth and Uncle Peacock into chase. Compounded with the youth's intent to devour the gluttony walker, the convergence of motives produced this outcome. Yet Uncle Peacock, normally so cautious, should not have acted so impulsively. The target was no deserter, but a glutton. And hunger fell under the gluttony path's dominion, thus it could stir cravings for food, but nothing else. Therefore Uncle Peacock's violent pursuit defied reason, especially given his earlier restraint. Not a flicker of stillness crossed his face, after a pause he spoke. In this age of abundance, perhaps you've forgotten the gnawing ache of hunger. But I know it. Believe me, I never wish to relive that sensation, not even once more. And Uncle Peacock set his lips curling into a gentle smile. Yet to Lin Chuan and the others his words carried unexpected gravity. And, I'm sorry, the beautiful young woman murmured. And, it's all right, I long ago forgot. Now I simply seek amusement, Uncle Peacock replied, eyes crinkling with mirth. Though Lin Chuan and the others sensed he had not truly forgotten. Otherwise he would not have charged so recklessly after the gluttony walker whose presence stirred his primal hunger. And among the five of them, only the chubby youth, born of the gluttony path, felt the pull of appetite. Yet Uncle Peacock was ensnared even more deeply, reacting with startling ferocity. Clearly that hunger had unearthed buried memories, triggering a momentary loss of control. And as they spoke, the chubby youth opened his eyes and sat up from the ground. Damn it, the path of death's energy. And the Jade Walkers have been tampered with, and though a faint pallor clung to his features, his vitality had markedly recovered. Tampered with by death, and Lin Chuan and the others narrowed their gaze. And then it struck them. The Jade Walkers were in truth corpses. These path walkers had died here, and transformed into Jade Walkers. And until now they'd assumed the transformation arose solely from the influence of the foundational Jade. But now it seemed death's power had intervened as well. Indeed, the path of death holds dominion over the dead. These walkers, having perished here, naturally bore death's shadow, making manipulation by a deliberate hand entirely plausible. The beautiful young woman frowned in contemplation. And, so it isn't just that woman who's compromised? Lin Chuan asked. Uncertain, but I can test another Jade Walker, the chubby youth mused aloud. That death energy resided deep within each Jade Walker, undetectable without ingestion. And Lin Chuan turned toward the Jade Walkers he'd slain. But they had already crumbled to dust, vanished without trace. And can you endure it? Uncle Peacock, just enough to taste whether death's essence lingers, not full consumption. And the chubby youth clarified. In clearly consuming a fellow gluttony walker differed fundamentally from ingesting others. Now standing upright, the chubby youth fixed Lin Chuan with solemn eyes. In, Lan, your objective is the Jade Foundation. Lin Chuan paused, then nodded. In, good, I'll aid you, and the chubby youth declared with unwavering gravity. In, Jade is valuable, but not essential to me. I'd thought to swallow a piece just to savor its flavor, but stone offers little taste, I imagine. And since you seek it, I'll strive with all my strength to secure it for you. His expression was utterly earnest. This was no jest. And by declaring it openly before them all, he signaled an unequivocal stance. He stood with Lin Chuan, and anyone daring to seize the jade would oppose him. Another's intentions held no weight in his reckoning. Uncle Peacock opened his mouth intending to say something, but ultimately refrained from speaking. However, to him the jadeite cornerstone was also very important, and he did not want to give up just like that. Let's take it one step at a time. This item is already difficult to obtain, and it's uncertain who will ultimately claim it. Saying so much now would be pointless if it remains out of reach. Oh right, this doesn't count as repaying the favor of saving me. If there's anything in the future, feel free to find me. The chubby boy said generously. This was merely paying back some interest to Lin Chuan. Then thank you. Lin Chuan smiled and did not refuse. In the previous situation, if Lin Chuan hadn't acted, no one would have said anything, as they were merely strangers, and whether to help or not depended on the individual. Since Lin Chuan chose to save him regardless of the reason, it was a kindness to the chubby boy. As long as he wasn't ungrateful, he would surely show his gratitude, tipping the balance of this trial in Lin Chuan's favor. Moreover, there was likely a second consideration for the chubby boy. The strength Lin Chuan displayed was formidable, likely indicating he was a fate walker with a 5-star hunter innate talent. Such a strong individual, if a good relationship could be established, would make the journey ahead much smoother. The chubby boy also harbored thoughts of seeking support. As for the others, they naturally had thoughts of forming connections as well. However, they had not yet reached the point of needing to give up the jadeite cornerstone. Of course, the jadeite cornerstone was currently nothing more than an empty promise. It had always been at the core of the jadeite city, yet no one had ever managed to take it away. Even the 5 individuals standing here at this moment, each skilled in their own right, still lacked the confidence to guarantee they could take the jadeite cornerstone. Everything would unfold step by step. Just as they were speaking, footsteps were heard from the distant street. Lin Chuan and the others narrowed their eyes and looked over. At this moment, the sky was devoid of light, and everyone relied entirely on the green glow emitted by various jadeite items in the city to see. Under this glow, all people and things appeared quite eerie. The 5 individuals were on high alert, but made no other moves. Since the approaching individuals had audibly announced their presence, it indicated that they likely had no ill intentions, otherwise a direct ambush would have been the better choice. Soon a group of 10 appeared within Lin Chuan's line of sight. The two sides stared at each other from a distance of over 10 meters. It's them. Lin Chuan recognized a familiar figure among them. It was the one who had previously tried to stop them at the entrance of the jadeite city, the leader being the same fate walker who had used the order's decree to prohibit concealment. The opposing group clearly recognized Lin Chuan and his 5 companions. For a moment, both sides fell into silence. People from the Grand Tribunal. The beautiful girl was the first to break the silence and asked. The 10 individuals on the other side reacted, their gazes shifting slightly. Yes, we apologize for any offenses caused in pursuit of the jadeite gems, and we hope for your understanding. The leader of Fate Walker of Order nodded and spoke. They actually initiated an apology. Lin Chuan was somewhat surprised. There were 10 people on the opposite side, all from the same organization. It was indeed surprising that despite their numerical superiority, they did not directly attack Lin Chuan and his group. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded again, but they did not come from the Grand Tribunal, but from another alley. Lin Chuan and his companions were already at the corner where several alleys converged. Soon figures emerged from that direction. Once again, they were familiar faces. It was the city builders team. Jiang Mingfang and his 5 companions glanced at Lin Chuan, then at the Grand Tribunal members. Nice to see you all again. Jiang Mingfang greeted with a smile. They had encountered each other earlier at the entrance. The leader of the Grand Tribunal nodded toward Jiang Mingfang. Meanwhile, the other 4 members of Lin Chuan's group all turned to look at him in unison, clearly seeing Lin Chuan as the leader of their team. The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly beneath his mask, then he nodded at Jiang Mingfang and the Grand Tribunal members. This was their 3rd encounter with Lin Chuan and his group. Once outside the entrance, and once hiding in the shadows after entering the jadeite city. In their 2 previous meetings, these 5 individuals seemed disjointed, not at all resembling a cohesive team, but more like a temporary assembly at risk of falling apart at any moment. This point was most acutely felt by the members of the Grand Tribunal, as when these 5 had encountered danger, they had scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in different directions. The others showed no inclination to help. Yet not long after they had indeed begun to exhibit signs of being, at the very least they had a recognized leader to guide the team, and this leader was not who they had previously guessed. It was neither the seemingly strongest Voidwalker nor the one appearing to have a strong background, but rather a lone hunter-walker. This was quite interesting. What had transpired during this time to instigate such a change? Oh right, the battle. The reason they had come here was entirely due to having heard the sounds of combat from this direction along with the surging power of fate. It seemed that in that earlier battle this hunter-walker must have displayed some powerful prowess enough to unify the 5 individuals. With this thought, Jiang Mingfang and the Grand Tribunal all regarded Lin Chuan with greater respect. This person seemed to possess many secrets. Then footsteps were heard from the other side again. Tonight is quite lively. Jiang Mingfang couldn't help but soon 5 more individuals emerged from another alley. These 5 had not appeared at the entrance, and Jiang Mingfang and the Grand Tribunal members had never seen them. But Lin Chuan had seen them before. The leader was a woman in blue. During Lin Chuan's first ambush, these individuals had been on the periphery. At that time, after Lin Chuan concealed his presence, he noticed this blue-clad woman leading 5 others. She should be a Fate Walker specializing in memory. However, they had not participated in the ambush against Lin Chuan and had left immediately after the conflict erupted, so he had not paid much attention. Unexpectedly, they had also come to the Jadeite city. In a short span, this dim street corner had gathered 25 Fate Walkers, and they all had teams. They were likely all skilled. Shall we exchange some information? Jiang Mingfang suggested.